Hey listeners, how are you all doing today? Thank you so much for being such lovely members of our little Manhwa corner. There's so much more to come, so sit back, get comfy, put on your headphones, and let us dive into today's story. I became the maid of the Lout Prince. Let the story begin. Summary. I became the maid of the Lout Prince. When your favorite game becomes your reality, will you survive or rewrite your ending? I was just another fan, obsessed with fantasy games, swooning over handsome villains, and cursing the tragic heroines. But then I woke up as Lilith Rosewood, a mere maid in a world I only knew through a screen. And worse, I am serving Ethan Richard Blackwood, the cold-blooded antagonist of my favorite game, the Lout Prince. Ruthless, untouchable, and the last person you'd want to cross. Now, he lies beneath me, choking for breath. My hands are around his neck. His pitiful eyes beg for mercy, but I can't afford to show weakness. Because in this world, I only have two options: kill the villain or be crushed by his story. This isn't a fairy tale. It's a fight for survival, and I am done playing by their rules. It was only 2 days ago that I realized this damned world was inside a game. A crazy world where it's possible to flatten a small hill into a plateau with a single sword strike or create a huge crater with magic. And yet, the era has an artificial landscape that looks like it's straight out of a medieval RPG adventure. There's an empire that trains students in educational institutions called academies to fight against monsters and dungeons that would never exist in reality. Even 10-year-old children swing wooden sticks to enter the academy, so why did I only realize 2 days ago that this world was from a game? It's because it was only 2 days ago that I regained my memories from my previous life. What's even more terrible is the fact that the character I transmigrated into happens to be one of the most miserable characters in the game, Lilith. Lilith Rosewood, alias Lilith, the Foolish Maid. A character that is treated so pitifully in the story that you might think the developers had malice towards her. I don't even know how many attributes are attached to her. All sorts of obscene tags that you'd only find on adult manga websites are plastered all over this heroine. The later her root is conquered, the worse her treatment becomes. The worst character in the story gets completely ruined if her salvation by the protagonist is delayed. It would have been better if I had never known. As soon as I saw the face of that damn bastard, my memories from my previous life flooded into my head like blood rushing through blocked veins, and maybe because of the after effects or something, I had to be nursed by my fellow maid for 2 days while writhing in bed. I feel like my head is going to split, enduring the headache that might have been a side effect of regaining my previous life's memories or just from realizing this shitty problem. I somehow grabbed my head and got up from the bed I had been lying in. It's not that I particularly wanted to do maid work. I just got up because if I rest here all day today, it would be a burden on Isabel. Although the memories from before the possession were recalled in an instant, they didn't completely remove the memories of Lilith, who had lived in this world for more than a decade. Especially the memories of her friendship with Isabel, a colleague who joined her as an apprentice maid about a year ago, remained even after I found my memories as a man in my previous life, to the point that they had a special meaning to me. Having her take on my duties for 2 days and even nurse me on top of that, if I have any conscience, I should at least not lie in bed any longer than this. Why does this feel so heavy? As soon as I got up from the bed, I felt an awkward weight on my chest. The discomfort from the 2 lumps of fat attached to my upper body was considerable, perhaps because I woke up with a decade's worth of memories as a man flooding into my head. Size-wise, I'd say they re around an E or F cup. I've been living well with these things attached so far. And I'll have to keep living with them attached. Every single thing was fucking terrible, no matter how much I mulled over it. Anyway, what I had to do right now was get out of bed and return to my job. It wasn't the time to be surprised by my body that had turned into a woman's. Because I didn't have a moment to spare in order to protect even this body. Luminar Academy, Age of Swords and Magic. A strategy RPG, SRPG, game that I played quite a bit in my previous life. To be exact, it was the title of an adult game that combined the SRPG genre with the adult visual novel genre. You can think of it as a dating sim where 2 main types of students, nobles born with magical talent and commoners who have to rely on swordsmanship and physical strength, gather at the academy, grow, and experience various events. It's also a mindless game where you have to invest an insane amount of time because you can skip the process of characters growing. It's a vicious game that even prevents you from branching save files to skip the grind, but it was still a successful title online, regardless. Of course, there would be many reasons for that, but the most important one would be that your fellow characters, i.e., the heroines, are fap-worthy. Most adult games that stimulate men's instincts sell well if they just pull out one or two female characters that are fap-worthy. Among them, Luminar Academy was a game that was quite a masterpiece in my personal evaluation, even if it included some elements that opinions were divided on. So, even with the grinding element I mentioned earlier, I poured almost 2,000 hours of my life into it in my previous life. It was terrible that you had to start the game over from the beginning each time to see a new route, but the story of that growth process could also be chosen in various ways, so it wasn't that boring. The plot of the work was also something that was decent to watch by my standards, as it carefully dealt with the salvation narrative of each heroine one by one. Above all, it was a game that was pleasing to the eyes because the designs of the female characters, the core element of an adult game, were all spectacular. Most notably, the individual events of each heroine in their respective routes had many elements that stimulated the hearts of men in many ways. It's gotten to the point where the harem route became unpopular, as you would only do it once compared to the routes with those individual events. One of those special routes is the route of this character named Lilith Rosewood, who I now possess. She's really fucking pretty, glossy, bouncy, short black hair, a round and cute appearance, large breasts, a slim waist, and a tight pelvis. As anyone can infer just by looking at this appearance reflected in the mirror, of course this character named Lilith Rosewood that I possessed was one of the most sought-after characters in Luminar Academy. Moreover, she was one of the main heroines who could be considered to be representative of the salvation narrative heroines. In fact, she was a character with many hardcore fans, always ranking in the top 3 in 3 official popularity polls. Separate from such public opinion, she was one of my most disliked characters. It's not that I particularly disliked Lilith's appearance or personality. It's just that I didn't like her because she had elements that were hard for me, a natural unicorn *1, to bear. This character was already a non-virgin character who had a sexual experience by the start of the game's main story, the entrance ceremony. Of course, Lilith wasn't the only non-virgin heroine in Luminar Academy, but she was the only heroine who could only be obtained through a non-virgin route, no matter what. There were several things that made Lilith unique. These included an event where, in their childhoods, she and main character promised to see Lilith's childhood village again in the future, an event where the main character unintentionally prevents her from having her first time stolen by another man, and special choices appearing on the second playthrough to enter a different story after seeing each of the individual route endings on the first. The other non-virgin heroines in Luminar Academy had a virgin route somehow. That is, except for this Lilith, whom I currently possess. In the story, no matter what I did as the main character, there was no way to meet her before the entrance ceremony of the Academy. Not to mention, she was a terrible heroine who, by the time we first met her, was no longer a virgin every single time. She's the kind of heroine you'd think a unicorn hater *1 would create. And in my previous life, I realized that fact way too late. Just think of all the time I've spent trying to get the pure ending. Ha ha. Out of my 2,000 hours of playtime, I must have spent roughly 500 hours digging for this character's virgin route. In the end, I never found it. As a result, I, a unicorn *1, ended up spending the most playtime on an eternally non-virgin heroine, so Lilith remained in my memory as the worst character in Luminar Academy. No, I guess she isn't the worst after all. The reason I came to hate Lilith is all because of that bastard who always took Lilith's first time without fail. Ethan Richard Blackwood. As soon as I recalled the face of that damn guy who's an early game antagonist, and Lilith's original master, my head was already getting dizzy. I feel like I am going to fucking puke thinking about working while looking at that bastard's face. Ethan Richard Blackwood. Alias, Ethan, the Lout Prince. If this bastard didn't take Lilith's first time in every playthrough of the game, I wouldn't have spent 500 hours for this non-virgin character. Seeing how the memories of my previous life that I had completely forgotten for more than a decade in this life came back as soon as I saw Ethan's face, I must have had quite a lot of resentment towards that damn Ethan bastard in my previous life. That's because this guy was always one of the 3 most unpopular characters within Luminar Academy, so he was a guy you couldn't forget even if you tried. First, he has an appearance that prevents favorable impressions from forming. He has an extremely disgusting appearance, he's a fatty who is short as fuck, and he's clearly spoiled rotten since childhood to the point that it shows he hasn't managed himself at all, always going around with something filthily smeared around his mouth and clothes. Especially in this game where most characters, including the protagonist and heroines, have above average looks, he was the only character with a repulsive appearance, so that alone pretty much says it all. Even if we generously assume that he could somehow have a tolerable appearance if he just lost weight, the problem was this character's asshole personality. That's because this bastard turned Lilith, his exclusive maid, into pretty much his own slave for a full 5 years from when he was 19 until he entered the academy. The level of that abuse was honestly difficult to express in words one by one. Anyway, he was a guy who did pretty much every conceivable repulsive thing in the game to the point where you'd think there's nothing he didn't do to Lilith. And that exclusive maid Lilith happens to be me, fucking hell. If you going to have me possess someone, make it the protagonist or at least my favorite character, Natalie, if it's a female character. Having me possess Lilith, the character with the most miserable treatment in the story, is an act that crosses the line no matter how you think about it. All I did was consistently write posts for 3 years on Luminar Academy related forums calling Lilith a mega whore slut. Well, it's not like I didn't do anything wrong at all. Of course, if you ask if that deed implies that I deserved to forcibly possess Lilith, the answer is obviously no. I am sure anyone would curse if they found out that the character you spent 500 hours on is a character that you can only obtain as a non-virgin, no matter how you look at it. Anyway, what I need to do now is not lament my fate or complain. It's to find a way to somehow survive. And the most important thing is to avoid becoming the exclusive maid of that fucking bastard, Ethan. I'd rather hang myself and die than let that bastard do things to me like in the original. I am not bluffing, I am dead serious. Wait, Dante tell me suddenly feeling a chilling sensation. I put my hand inside my underwear to check the inside, and fortunately, I had proof that Lilith's virginity was still intact. Come to think of it, it doesn't make sense time-wise for Ethan to have done anything to me when that bastard only woke up from the curse 2 days ago. Let's maintain this going forward. Most of all, I should never get dragged around foolishly by that damn Ethan bastard like in the original. Now that I, who played Luminar Academy for 2,000 hours, have possessed Lilith Rosewood, the foolish maid Lilith will no longer exist in this world. I'll make sure of that, somehow, _. Hello. Axiomatic here. Okay, I get it. This is a horrible introduction to a novel. Heck, I even considered dropping this by chapter 30 since I thought I couldn't handle the obscenity as a new TL. However, there's a clear reason why I've translated 200 plus chapters, and it's not about the money. The short answer is that the story gets better over time. The only argument I have to justify why you would continue reading is that it is only in this chapter, chapter 1, that the motivations of the MC are fully delineated. Only slight references to the MC's attitude or beliefs as a unicorn are made in future chapters, and most of the succeeding chapters rarely dwell on these concepts. If you do give this novel a chance, I promise you won't regret it. Sure, the motivations of our MC are dogshit, but if you choose to put that aside, you might find this novel enjoyable. Please take my word for it. I've seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Lee Ji-won, an ordinary Korean male college student. That was my identity in my past life. I didn't have such a spectacular life that I can recall every memory from childhood to college. All I know is that I studied throughout my middle and high school years, like everyone else, and went to a decent university in Seoul for college. For various reasons, I never had a relationship. Even so, I had a normal life where I was supposed to make a reasonable number of friends, get decent grades in college, and join a suitable company when I graduated. In retrospect, it's not like I've lived the most extraordinary life or anything, and I certainly haven't lived to the point where I'd have to be reincarnated in a game like this. The only relevant bit of karma is that Luminar Academy was the game of my life, and I put nearly 2,000 hours of playtime into it. And the fact that I consistently wrote in the Luminar Academy gallery forum that Lilith was a slut. The only saving grace was that by the time I regained my memory, Lilith was not a slut, or rather, a pure body that had never had an experience with a man. If I'd been possessed by her after her training as a maid was completed, I would have wanted to bite my tongue and end it all. If I am going to possess her, I'd rather have it done before I am sold into this house. There was something strangely malicious about the fact that they didn't give me my memories back until a year after I'd been hired at Blackwood Manor. I felt like a crab in a steamer, slowly steaming to death with no escape. If things continued to go as they had in the original game, I would be left with a horrible and predictable future. To summarize my situation, I had to work as a maid for the Blackwood family for the next 7 years. Serving as a maid for the Blackwoods for 8 years in exchange for repaying my father's gambling debts was the choice I, Lilith Rosewood, made before I regained my memories. Not counting the year already gone, I was doomed to serve the manor as a user for the next 7 years. If you've been working for 7 years, you'll probably find a chance to escape at least once. Unfortunately, the world wasn't exactly a hospitable place for a commoner girl to navigate in the first place. First of all, the idea of running away and turning a noble family into an enemy didn't really make sense. The Blackwoods are a venerable and historic ducal family. Even if I somehow managed to get lucky and escaped from the Blackwood estate, it wouldn't be too difficult for Blackwood to recapture an unidentified commoner girl. Of course, it would be illogical for Blackwood to send out an army to capture a girl, so he'd probably leave her alone as soon as she managed to escape the estate. If I were to become involved with the Blackwoods in any way in the future, a terrible fate would await me from which there would be no escape. It would be a textbook example of how to dishonor the Duke's family. There would be a good chance I'd end up in a future where I'd be better off being trained by some cult as per the original plot. Simply put, it was better not to even think about it. Given Lilith's abilities, a life as an adventurer in a decent guild would probably be enough to keep her afloat. At the end of the day, however, adventuring is a job where you live off the favors of the nobility. Even if I wanted to find another steady job, the only place that would hire a Jane Doe unconditionally would be a brothel, at best. Therefore, I put the idea of escaping Blackwood Manor and living a different life on hold. Not that escaping was that easy in the first place. The most realistic solution would be to complete the remaining 7 years of the required contract and become independent. The other option would be to be saved by the protagonist at Luminar Academy and escape. That's a shitty ending, too. There were 2 main problems with using a protagonist-saved ending to escape the Blackwoods. One was that I would have to accept the position of Ethan's exclusive maid first, as I would have to enter Luminar Academy to meet the protagonist. The other was that after being saved by the protagonist, she would have to stay with him until the end of the story. To summarize, I had to go through all the shit with some cult, then switch to the protagonist and do it all over again. To add insult to injury, this meant that I had to follow the story of Lilith Rosewood, the game's version of the slutty whore route. Fuck me. I can't do that route either. In order to escape the hateful one, you first have to become their exclusive maid. And you re-stuck with him until he enters the academy? That doesn't even make sense. Besides, after you run away from the asshole, you have to live as one of the other asshole girls until the end? Those few years could turn into a lifetime if the protagonist ever went down the harem route or the individual Lilith route. I shook my head to clear my mind of those disgusting thoughts. Besides, it would be far worse if I were to enter Luminar Academy while being hounded by a cult and then find myself furthest down in the main character's order of salvation. Let's go for the safer option. No risks. 7 years isn't an incredibly short time, but it's also not an unbearable amount of time. In the first place, working as a maid for the Blackwoods implied that food, clothing, and shelter were guaranteed. This was easily much safer than going out and adventuring alone. Besides, Lilith Rosewood's abilities were more specialized for party hunting than solo leveling, so working alone would prove difficult. 7 years, blink and you'll be in your mid-20s by the time you're redone with your contract, so if you save up enough money, you'll be able to strike out on your own somehow, whether it's farming in the rural areas or opening a small shop in a small city. It was a far-off future that had yet to arrive, but it wasn't so bad considering how that future would somehow work out. Entering the world of my favorite game, Luminar Academy, was enough to make me happy. Except for one thing. The fact that I now possess this foolish maid, Lilith. It had been 3 days since I remembered my past life and lay on the bed. Lilith. How are you feeling? Ah. Isabel. The fellow maid now standing beside me with a smile on her face is Isabel. As I said, she was a fellow maid who came to Blackwood Manor with me about a year ago. Of course, at the time, I hadn't yet regained my memories of my previous life. Clearly, it's a normal relationship I developed when I was just Lilith Rosewood. I had no intention of treating Isabel like a stranger just because I had regained my memories. I am grateful to Isabel, who picked up the maid duties as quickly as if she'd always been in the same line of work, and I've gotten a lot of help from her over the past year. As I said before, not all of the memories of my 18 years as Lilith were lost 2 days ago. It was more like the feeling that 20 years of memories from my previous life had suddenly rushed in and added to those existing. Essentially, I am now a hybrid with the memories of 18-year-old Lilith Rosewood and 26-year-old Ji-Won Lee. It might have been better if I had been reincarnated as a baby girl with the memories of being a man. As 18 years passed, I would have gradually come to terms with the reality of being a woman. No, if I'd had a memory from back then, I wouldn't have gotten my damn father into gambling, and I wouldn't have been sold as a maid to the Blackwoods. The timing of the possession was ridiculous, to say the least. If I'd gotten my memory back a year sooner, I'd be in a much better place right now. If the trigger for regaining my memories had been seeing Ethan's face in the first place, I couldn't have done so without it. Lilith. It's not too late though. If I can somehow make it through 7 years, I can say goodbye to this Blackwood for good, and by then, I'll be away from Ethan, in a faraway city with no one else. Lilith. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The sound of Isabel's voice, right next to my right ear, caused me to fall backward on my ass. I turned to see Isabel looking somewhat puzzled as if she hadn't expected me to freak out this much. Damn, are you okay, Lilith? Ouch. That hurt like a bitch. Sorry, I didn't realize you would be this surprised. With her hands clasped together, Isabel bowed her head and apologized profusely. I didn't feel like getting mad at her to her face, so I quickly stood up and dusted off my ass. After all, it was partly my fault for getting lost in my own world in the middle of a conversation with her. It's okay, it's just that I was thinking about something else in the middle of our conversation. Are you sure you're okay? I really am fine. I've always told you, I am too strong to get hurt anyway. That's the first time I've heard that today. Ah. Come to think of it, having a strong body was an advantage in my previous life. Then again, since I died in an accident in my last life, I don't even think it counts as an advantage. Even so, what's the point in thinking about that now? By the way, Lilith, what are you thinking so hard about when you're not cleaning? You don't even notice me when I call, do you? It's not a big deal, so you don't have to worry about it. Also, you've been feeling a little off since the other day. You're not sick still, are you? No, I am not. My body is fine, there's nothing wrong with it. The problem is that I am physically well, but my mind is exhausted. There were so many problems to face, and nothing had been resolved, so my mind was bound to become impatient. The good news was that I'd regained memories of my previous life before becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, so I had a way to prepare. In the first place, there was nothing I could do right away as a lowly maid. I was forbidden to leave the mansion, especially since I was a long-term contract servant who had been sold into debt. The only thing I could think of doing was trying to do something within the mansion, but the problem was that there was no one in the mansion with a lower status than me. Isabel, my fellow maid, is of the same rank as me, and most of the other maids are related to House Blackwood, so there's no room for me, a commoner maid. Even amongst the maids, we were not allowed to be disrespectful to the senior maids. So, in the end, the only person in the manor that I could potentially push around was Isabel. What's the matter, Lilith? You've been staring me in the face for quite some time now. No, it's nothing. Of course, just because I could move somehow didn't mean I would take full advantage of her. Even if I had to struggle to escape my fate as a maid with memories of my former life, I would never think of throwing Isabel into that hell on my behalf. I am not so stupid as to forget our friendship over the past year and her graciousness in teaching me things behind my seniors' backs when I was an apprentice maid. The knowledge ID gained then was why I could act like an ordinary maid now. If it weren't for the knowledge of her trade that Isabel taught me overnight in the same quarters while she was an apprentice maid, I'd probably still be serving salad and soup the other way around this morning. I wouldn't be able to learn how not to wrinkle a garment while ironing or how to greet a maid. Drawing attention to myself was not good for me in many ways, so I had to keep a low profile until I was in a position to do something about it. Isabel, who had made me who I was someone I owed a favor to. She was not someone I could ungratefully scapegoat on my behalf. What the hell am I gonna do now? If I am asked to become Ethan's exclusive maid as soon as tomorrow morning, I won't be able to object as I have to repay the favor. Being the lowest ranking maid of the Duke's family is an unimaginably tiring position. I could only hope that the next 7 years would pass without incident. It's been a week since I realized I'd been reincarnated in the game Luminar Academy. Surprisingly, my days at the Blackwood Manor went by without incident, contrary to what I had feared. Except that I've had my hands full these past few days with the Blackwood's only child. He's just awakened from a 5-year curse. It wasn't because he was bothering me, he was still a little woozy from the curse. The number of visitors to Blackwood Manor had grown exponentially since he'd awakened. On regular days, the Blackwoods were a laid-back family. I had little to do but prepare and serve 3 meals a day and do some light cleaning and laundry. Now, with the awakening of Ethan Richard Blackwood, the Blackwoods were overwhelmed by the influx of visitors to the manor. In addition to the daily arrival and departure of guests, meals and accommodation for all of them needed to be ready, not to mention an increase in housekeeping and laundry. The maids, who usually do a little bit of everything, worked in a strict division of labor during this emergency. One maid did the laundry, another did the housekeeping, and so on. My job was the most tiring of many jobs, the hospitality job. Evidently, the senior maids gave Isabel and me the tasks they most dreaded. Haha. I am so tired. Harold Richard Blackwood, Patriarch and the Duke of Blackwood. A hero of House Blackwood, a venerable swordsmanship family dating back 5 centuries, nobles everywhere sought to gain even the slightest acquaintance with him. It was his only son, Ethan, who was said to have no desire for status or riches. He used to love his entire family and his wife, Thanasia. After the death of his only companion, however, he became even more attached to Ethan. How does a lowly maid know about Thanasia's existence when she's dead before she even walks in the door? After 2,000 hours of playtime, you get to know the backstories of these extras. Especially since taking the Lilith route would inevitably bring me into contact with House Blackwood and, with it, Harold, the patriarch of the family. Of course, in this context, Harold wasn't just an extra from Luminar Academy but the master who held my life in his hands. Lilith, it's time for your shift. Isabel walks into the maid's waiting room. She's just in time for my shift after an hour's break. My body reacted to her voice, and I slowly rose from my seat like a zombie. Oh, yeah. You resting. If you ever get too tired, I can do another hour. Maybe you and I can switch after that? No, thanks, I'll do what I must. If I pushed Isabel too hard and she collapsed, I would feel like absolute shit. I didn't want to owe her any more than that. Okay, good luck. Yeah, thanks. If you get tired, you can always come back for a shift. Yeah. Isabel's cheerful response was the only consolation to this merciless emotional labor. In the game, she was an old friend of Lilith's that I often encountered as I traveled her route, and her voice sounded familiar to me, if only because of that. With that, I bid her farewell and trudged out of the occupied waiting room to return to my shift. To return to the story, the news of Duke Harold's only child, Ethan, being awakened from the curse had spread across the empire in just 3 days. Since then, the Blackwood estate has been visited one by nobles from estates close to the Blackwoods. They thought they might somehow win him over if they pretended to genuinely celebrate Ethan's triumphs, rumored to be the only ones Duke Harold cared about. Some nobles even brought their own daughters to visit, hoping to arrange a betrothal with the man who had only just broken free of the curse. Okay, I'll give him a pass. It's understandable that he'd be tired from being so busy and having to greet guests daily. No matter who I was in my previous life, I was now a maid of the Blackwood family, and I would have to work diligently as a maid for the next 7 years to be free of the Blackwood family. Unfortunately, there were other problems to keep my already tired mind occupied. Most of them were caused by male visitors to the manor. Welcome, Count Cassius Vanderbilt. My lord is in his office on the 3rd floor, so I can show you there myself if you need to. Thank you for that. By the way, what is your name? Lilith Rosewood. A name as pretty as your face. How many years do you have left on your contract with House Blackwood? I have about 7 years left. A shame. I would have made you my 3rd concubine in a year or so. I'll take your word for it. Welcome, Margrave Arthur Mondrake. My master is in his office on the 3rd floor, so I can show you there myself if you need to. That's fine. I've been here before. I see. Rather than that, I'll stay the night, so have my room prepared. And if you want, you can come to my room tonight. I would be grateful for the offer. A voluptuous ass for a member of the Blackwood family. Welcome, Viscount Oscar Piermont. My lord is out of town at the moment, so I can speak to him later if necessary. Wow, the Blackwoods are no slouches when it comes to maids. How much do you get paid per month? With a face like yours, I'd say almost 5 gold coins. I am afraid I can tell you my salary, as that information is limited to the Blackwood family. Duke Harold says he can get over his dead wife, but behind his back, he's been holding a woman like this every day. How much do you charge for a session with the Duke? For a price, I'd be happy to. My lord does not spend private time with his maids, and as a servant of House Blackwood, I do not entrust my body to outsiders. You reacting like this is so damn expensive. You think I am just a viscount now when I am the one who fought in the Great War 10 years ago, and I am Harold's brother-in-law, huh? That's the first time ever I've hear that I am half-brother to someone like you. Is that so, Brother Harold? I'll deal with him myself, but you can go to my office and wait for me. I need to speak to him for a moment. Very well, my lord. My brother, no, Harold. It was just a brief misunderstanding. Roughly speaking, this was my daily routine. With these visitors coming in several times a day, each day felt so taxing and exhausting. I've said it before, but there is not a single person in this Blackwood manor with a lower status than me. That includes all the guests who visit this manor. The only commoners allowed to pass through the front doors of a duke's manor were, at best, its maids. Beyond that, it was safe to say that it was rare for a non-noble commoner to be granted access to a manor like this. The number of guests I had to deal with and the number of people giving me dirty looks was doubly exasperating when I realized there was nothing I could do about it. Of course, some customers didn't try to do anything weird with me. However, since the character I possessed was the main heroine of the game, her appearance further attracted the attention of other men. Looking back at my memories of being Lilith, it seems like quite a few men looked at this body with sinister eyes. Some developments. At the time, before I remembered my previous life, I hadn't quite grasped the identity of that gaze. The outfit, which exposed nearly half of her chest and thighs, was also malicious in more ways than one. Granted, it's an adult-rated SRPG, so that kind of maid's clothing is typical. As for her other outfits in the release, which are available as late-game events, it's better not to think about it. As a player, choosing the heroine's outfits was always fun. Now, though, I am unnecessarily uncomfortable at the thought of having to wear them. Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, the state of the characters in this release is so unfortunate that I can only assume they were created with malice in mind. She'd been tutored by Ethan for nearly 5 years before being accepted into the academy, and once she was there, she'd be abused to the point where she'd lose her mind. It's pretty self-explanatory how the production team chose to put those types of costumes on the characters. Anyway, with her striking looks and outfit, she was bound to attract attention, whether she liked it or not. After all, Lilith Rosewood was one of the main heroines of Luminar Academy, so she'd definitely have an advantage over the average girl. The only men I'd met since I'd regained my memories who hadn't given my body a lustful glance were young noblemen, no more than 5 years old at most. The kids still recognized that I was pretty, but at least they didn't send blatant glances to my breasts or thighs like the adults did. Aside from the children who had no concept of sex in that way, there was only one other person. A great man in many aspects who never once looked at me with lustful eyes. I am sorry to keep you waiting. The door to Blackwood Manor's executive office opened, and a long-haired man entered the room. I reflexively bowed to him as I recognized my master before me. Welcome, my lord. Harold Richard Blackwood. My current employer and the father of that disgusting abomination. Also, the only man in the manor who never gave me those atrocious looks. Harold Richard Blackwood. The master of this manor, who now employs me, and father of the abomination who will make me his maid in the future. No, take that last part back, because there's no way in hell I am going to be his maid of honor now that I've regained my memory. Anyway, he's the only man in the manor who doesn't give me creepy looks. Welcome, my lord. The memories imprinted on Lilith's mind from working in this mansion for a year and my instinct to stick to my maid duties to survive forced me to bow to him. Yes. Harold brushed past me with a blunt reply and walked straight to a table in the center of the room. He sits down in the farthest chair in the room and picks up the papers on the table. As you can roughly infer from this reaction, this is a man who doesn't feel much for me or anyone else in the first place. His eyes themselves were empty, as if he wasn't looking anyone in the eye, and not once in this world have I ever witnessed them change. In my previous life, I'd seen it a few times in-game. What do you think you redoing, Ethan? My maid won't listen to me and keeps trying to go somewhere. Lilith is my exclusive maid. That isn't true, my lord. I am only here to wash your bedding. Shut up, don't talk back. Snap, *ah. Is that why you running around the mansion with your maid on a leash, whip in hand? Yes. Because she's mine, and that means she's not going anywhere. Huh. The only time we see emotion return to Harold's eyes is in any incident involving Ethan. Of course, the emotion in his gaze was mostly a mixture of pity and compassion, but never in a good way. I don't know how that perverted bastard got away with it, but his father, Harold, was a relatively sane human being. That didn't mean that this Harold would be on my side, though I hadn't thought that for a moment since I'd gotten my memory back. Like I've said before, this Harold was a fucking son of a bitch. Just don't be late for lunch. I told them to make your favorite tomato soup today. Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, master, I am going to. I'll have another maid tidy up Ethan's bedding. From now on, you will make getting along with Ethan your top priority and keep him company at all times. Yes, master. Hurry, Lilith. I have to tell everyone that you my bitch before lunch. Now, just a moment, master, that's the menace. Snap. Ah. Fuck. The expletives started flying out of my head as soon as I remembered the flashback scene that I had to watch almost every time I entered the Lilith route. The Lilith storyline was famously polarizing in that it saved Lilith, who had been abused by Ethan for years and had her mind absolutely broken. Naturally, as a unicorn, this plot was an extremely unpleasant development. As you can see from the flashbacks, for me, whose primary goal is to escape and get away from the cult, Harold was an enemy but never my ally. He wasn't a bad master when it didn't involve Ethan, but when it did, he was an idiot father who would never restrain his son no matter what he did. It was rather dangerous to befriend Harold. He wasn't the kind of person you'd ever want to get to know in the first place. Harold sits down in his office, poring over papers while I am just standing there. A few papers in his hand fall to the table with a cursory glance, and he opens his mouth just before picking up another stack. My lord. Ah, yes. I had something to tell you. Looking at that reaction, if I hadn't interrupted him, I would have stood there like a pumice stone for another 2 hours. Isabel had taught me how to do this, how to speak to someone at a time when they wouldn't be offended. Setting the papers he was picking up down on the table for a moment, Harold moved his eyes up and down my body as if to observe me. He gave a small nod, as if he understood the cause. Starting tomorrow, you will work in the kitchen for a week. Tell the maid that I have instructed you to transfer. What? There have been several people asking unnecessary questions about your appearance, so I want you to work somewhere out of sight until they're gone. Ah. Do you have any complaints? No, I don't. I can complain. In fact, I'd welcome it with open arms. I couldn't have asked for better news than that I wouldn't have to see my grandkids for the next week. Part of me wanted to jump up and down and run around. Of course, I can do that, because even Harold would look at me like I was mentally ill. That's the end of the instructions. Your seniors will still be in the kitchen, so learn what you need to do tomorrow morning and leave. Yes, sir, you are dismissed. Thank you, sir. Barely concealing my creeping smile, I hurried out of the office, closing the door behind me. The smile never left my face as I walked to the kitchen. I was happy that I wouldn't have to deal with them anymore, but there was something else that made me even more excited. It was the fact that starting tomorrow, I wouldn't have to go through another meaningless day. I would be transferred to the kitchen, a space that would usually never be allowed for a first-year, low-level maid. It meant it was finally time to do something with this Lilith Rosewood body. Kitchen duty. In this world, a maid had many duties, including, of course, working in the kitchen. Cooking itself was the chef's domain, so there was clearly no room for a lowly maid to interfere, and the kitchen was strictly off-limits to maids. However, everything else, such as serving and washing dishes, was taken care of by the maids. I often went to the preparation room right next to the kitchen. Sometimes, however, when a manor house had many guests, as is the case now, the maid's job was mise en place. In other words, prepare everything in advance before cooking. Washing fruit and peeling vegetables was something that anyone could do, even if they didn't know anything about cooking, and there were only a limited number of cooks to prepare and serve the food. Being asked to work in the kitchen at this busy time of year meant doing all of this prep work and washing dishes, so having direct access to the kitchen was a massive plus for me. It meant that the stage was finally set for me to use some magic with this Lilith. I swear, I thought I was going to get sore from holding it in. It's only been a week, but I can't help but get a little sore from the moment I realized I could use magic. The problem was I couldn't use it randomly due to various circumstances. For one, if anyone caught Lilith using magic with her body, it would be more than just a minor disturbance. In this world, only those of noble lineage could wield magic, and very few commoners could. It wasn't a law, it was just the way things were. The blood of the nobility had a special mana that allowed them to use magic, and so on. If any commoners could use magic, they would be the main characters of Luminar Academy, or at least, on par with the main characters. And the character I possessed, Lilith Rosewood, was also one of the main characters of Luminar Academy. The fact that Lilith can use magic is, of course, one of the reasons why this seemingly unremarkable commoner maid became the main heroine of the game. Conversely, it's the fact that she can use magic that makes her roll around like a dog throughout the game. I'll explain how Lilith can use magic, and why she can do so that causes her to roll around like a dog, later. What matters now is that my transfer to the kitchen created an environment where I could use magic for the first time. In this world, magic is a blessing reserved for the nobility. If it were known that Lilith, a commoner, could use magic, all eyes would be on her, whether she liked it or not. When that kind of attention is drawn to a powerless commoner girl, it usually never ends well. It wouldn't be the first time the world's benevolent nobles had to deal with a magic using commoner maid. Furthermore, most of Lilith's magic was support-based, such as buffs and shields, so it was virtually impossible for her to resist with magic in a situation where she felt her life was in danger. Therefore, I had to keep the fact that I could use magic a secret. Not to Harold, not to the other nobles, not even to my best friend Isabel. I've always played as the protagonist, so I didn't realize how restrictive it was, but as Lilith, it's a real constraint. If it was just a matter of staying undetected, the simplest solution would be to use magic out of sight. The problem was that most of the mansions in this world had magic detection barriers. No matter where or when you used magic in the manor, it was bound to be discovered. They would know exactly where in the manor, who used what magic, when, and by whom. But in the entirety of this large, spacious manor, there was only one place. The exception was in the kitchen, where the magic detection barrier had been lifted to use all kinds of magical tools. This was the moment I could finally fulfill my pent-up desire to unleash my magic. It's been a long, long period of persecution, and I am sick of it. A sensation of surging magic coursed through my entire body. It was now time for Lilith to take center stage, Then, that night, in the guest room I shared with Isabel, I laid down and slept, exhausted. Tomorrow, I'd finally get the kitchen shift I'd been looking forward to. I had been transferred to the kitchen on a whim due to my appearance as Lilith, but I wasn't about to pass up the opportunity. This would be the first time Lilith would be able to do something for herself since she hadn't been able to train with her magic out in the open or go outside the mansion to hunt monsters. I know it's only a week, but that's all she needs right now. My heart was pounding with excitement at the prospect of using magic for the first time, and my mind was having trouble drifting off to sleep. Sensing that I wasn't asleep yet, Isabel called out to me. "Lilith, are you asleep?" "No, not yet. Lilith, you reworking in the kitchen starting tomorrow. It's going to be lonely for a while since you reworking away from here. Relax, it's only gonna be a week. Once the guests are gone, I'll be back to working here." True, but from Isabel's point of view, Lilith has been working with her for a year, so she must be very attached to her. It's not that I don't miss being away from her. It's just that I've always made mastering my magic my priority. My proficiency with my skills could mean the difference between being able to escape Ethan in the future or not. So, for now, I had to focus on personal growth rather than my friendship with her. "So, Lilith." "Yeah, Lilith, do you realize how much you've changed lately? Like, a week or so ago, you seemed like a different person." "Well, yeah, I am the same as usual, but, well, look at this. You're still not the same." I could feel a chill run down my spine at Isabel's assertive speculation. She had just pointed out my tone of voice and carefully continued her speculation by suggesting that I was not Lilith. Lilith's always been very polite to me, but lately, she seems to have stopped being polite at all, and she's been acting strangely different. I was caught off guard. I was so despairing at the fact that I had been possessed by Lilith that I realized too late that I had completely forgotten about her character. Lilith, the foolish maid. If I were to continue to pretend to be Lilith after I recalled my memories, I would have had to continue acting out that needlessly obedient and frustrating personality. Only then would my true identity be revealed to someone so close to me. Oh no, what am I supposed to do if Isabel finds out I am not Lilith, but someone else? Or should I try to keep her quiet in some other way? With all these anxious thoughts racing through my head, Isabel's next words fell silent. I tensed up and listened intently. "So Lilith, by any chance, do you want to be friends with me?" "Huh? Well, you suddenly started talking to me more casually, and for some reason, I feel like we've gotten strangely close." I was wondering if that might be the case." "Well, yes, it is. There was no way I could have come up with the idea that the humans of this world were possessed by humans from another world or that they had regained memories of their previous lives. They'd never find out unless I told them in the first place, but now that I thought about it, I had nothing to worry about." "Well, yes, of course. Really, in truth, I've wanted to be friends with you since we first met. I've been helping my father with his work since I was a kid, so I didn't have time to go out and play with my friends. That's also the reason why I started working with you." "Me, too. I've always wanted to be friends with you, too. But you always talk down to me, and I was wondering if it would be too much pressure to be friends." "Oh, I see. It hurts. It hurts to see Isabel's innocence fooled by my blatant lies. But what can I do? I can tell her the truth right away. It's better to go out with a bang than with a whimper. So, shall we just be friends from now on? Yes, pinky promise?" Isabel poked her head out from the top of the bunk bed and pointed her pinky downward. Making eye contact with her, I raised the pinky of my right hand and crossed it with hers. With two slender fingers dangling, she and I shared a silent smile. "Promise?" "Yes, I promise." "Well, that's not so bad. One more reliable relationship in this world. The next day, 4 a.m. I rolled out of bed to get ready for work after reading the current time on my hourglass, a stone that tells time. By the way, the hourglass is a stone that changes its transparency depending on the time of day. At midnight, it's the darkest, almost black, and at noon, it's almost transparent, and so on. The stones were used as a substitute for clocks in this world by writing numbers of different intensities on them and seeing if the numbers were readable or not. There are also ordinary-looking clocks, but in this world, such things are usually the domain of magical tools. At the very least, it's not something you'd want in a two-room apartment shared by two lowly maids. I hurriedly changed into the maid's outfit I'd pulled out of the closet to ensure I wasn't too late. A rustling sound woke me up, and I heard it coming from the top bunk of the bed. Lilith. Is it morning already? Sorry, did I wake you? No, I need to get up anyway. You can sleep for 2 more hours, it's only 4 o'clock. Huh, 4 o'clock? Isabel hops down from the bed, looking at the time on the hourglass with a puzzled look in her eyes. She looks puzzled as she confirms that it is indeed 4 o'clock. Yes. It's 4 o'clock. Sleep a little longer. If you don't like the bunk beds, you can sleep in my place. And what about you, Lilith? I am on kitchen duty, so the seniors said I have to get up 2 hours earlier, so I have to get to work early. Really? I didn't hear about anything like that. As she said that, Isabel slowly snuggled herself into my bed. It was understandable that she was tired, as she was caring for a girl her age from morning till evening. Tomorrow, I'll have to move a little more quietly so I don't wake her. Good night, Isabel. Okay. I left Isabel in her room, still fast asleep in her bed on the first floor, and quietly slipped out, closing the door behind me. I made my way to the dining room on the first floor, with quiet steps, so as not to wake anyone else in the mansion. Taking a deep breath, I stepped quietly out the door. Creak. The dining room, the prep room, and the kitchen. I opened the doors one by one and slowly stepped inside the kitchen door, being wary of the squeak of the worn hinges. Into that forbidden space, where I, a lowly maid, would never be allowed. No one's here. Actually, I was in a bit of a hurry, wondering if I was running late when I looked at the timetable. Fortunately, I didn't seem to be in trouble for coming later than the senior maids. Being a maid was hard work, and the hierarchy was a bit tight. The hierarchy of maids, especially in a ducal household with so many employees, was similar to the military in my previous life. If I didn't want to get into trouble, I would have left as soon as possible. Haha, I really do have a lot of dirty work to do. A sigh escaped my lips as I looked at the mountains of potatoes and carrots piled up on one side of the kitchen. This was barely enough for breakfast. I'd have to chop this much before lunch, and the same for dinner. I could see what it meant to be called in at 4 o'clock when breakfast was at 9 o'clock. With this amount of work, it's no wonder they ask you to come 2 hours earlier than you were supposed to. I could probably get it done in 3 hours with 4 maids. Just a quick check before the seniors get here. Being the first to arrive in the kitchen was an opportunity in another sense. After all, it meant I had a chance to use my magic without anyone noticing. I took another look around and confirmed that there was absolutely no one in the kitchen. I tried to remember how to open the information window of Luminar Academy from my previous life. If I remember correctly, I should do this. Name: Lilith Rosewood. Title: Junior Maid. Gender: female. Age: 18. Occupation: maid. Affiliation: Blackwood family employee. Attack: 3 defense, 5 intelligence, 4 charm, 12 luck, 0. Current level: 2 experience points remaining, 19 current skills. Current health: 15 15ths. Current mana: 21 21sts. Oh, that's it. The all too familiar information window appeared in front of me after spending 2,000 hours grinding in Luminar Academy. This is how the information window works. When you made the character you were playing perform a specific action, the character's information window would pop up in front of you. In the case of the main character, you could specify the action yourself, but for the other characters, the action to open the information window was already set. For Lilith, the way she opens the info window is by silently clasping her hands together in prayer. Since I was only level 2, most of her stats were pretty bare bones, but this was something I'd have to work around later by leveling up. Out of all the stats, the 2 that stood out the most were charm and luck. These 2 stats seemed to represent Lilith's life well, as they were the extremes, while the other stats were hovering around average. These stats were perfect for Lilith, who, because she was beautiful, caught the eye of Ethan, an asshole of a prince, and had a terrible life until she was accepted into the academy. It's important to note that intelligence, charm, and luck don't have a direct effect on reality, but only affect the accuracy and power of your skills. If you have higher intelligence, your magical abilities will be more effective. If you have high luck, your hit accuracy will be higher, and so on. This doesn't necessarily mean that a character with zero intelligence is dumber than a straw bug. Of course, the rate of stats increasing as you level up tends to be proportional to the character's stats. Note that charm was a stat that affected buff and debuff magic. Since Lilith herself is a buff and debuff specialist support character, it makes sense that she would have high attractiveness. This was also consistent with the fact that she was treated as an attractive character in-game. Luckily, it doesn't seem like popping up an information window is treated as magic. Up until this point, I'd been hesitant to even open an information window, just in case, because I might be accused of using magic. Now that I've confirmed that I am not, I'll be able to open the info window anywhere from now on. That alone had fulfilled more than half of my purpose for coming to the kitchen today. Oops. Realizing that I had entered the world of Luminar Academy for the first time in a long time, I wasted too much time looking at Lilith's information window. Even though the other senior maids hadn't arrived yet, if I arrived early and didn't do anything, they would yell the crap out of me. It's an information window, it's magic, and I'd better pretend to be working just to check it out. After all, I could peel potatoes while checking the information window. Let's get some work done. The opportunity will come later. I picked up the mountain of potatoes and carrots, thinking that not raising suspicion was my top priority. As I waited for the other senior maids to enter the kitchen, I began prepping the ingredients for breakfast. Chop, chop, square, chop, chop, square. Half an hour later, after I'd peeled enough potatoes to fill a large crockpot, I finally noticed. These bitches. That I had been fooled by a bunch of fucking senior maids. Slapping. It's a beautiful Korean tradition that involves getting someone else to do the work you don't want to do. Whether it's a team project in a major in college, a group in the military, or a group of people sharing a job. When people gather and form an organization, a hierarchy naturally arises. There will always be a place for slapping in this world. As soon as I realized that I was being slapped by the senior maids, a reflexive expletive came out of my mouth. Yes, I see, and your shift starts at 6 a.m. like any other? Yep. 6 a.m. What are you talking about, Catherine? Lilith, your kitchen assistant duties start at 4 a.m. That's right. You can report to work here at 4 a.m. You'll probably know what to do as soon as you get here. So even if we a little late, you'll have a head start. Oh, that's right. It was 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Okay. Seniors, I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 in the morning. A conversation from yesterday evening flashed through my mind as soon as I ensured no one was in the kitchen. Up until that point, I had a hunch that something was off, but I didn't realize it. Our conversation was a little awkward for some reason. Did these bitches screw me over? They're only a year more experienced than me, and they've already learned to be mean. I was so focused on my work as a maid that I didn't even think about it. Those bitches would probably sneak out at 6 o'clock, right on time for work. No matter how often they slapped me, they wouldn't miss work. And they would work just as lazily as I did on the work I did earlier. Yes, I can tolerate that much. It's a game world, a fantasy world, and it's where people live together. The idea of expecting moral rectitude from a maid working for a ducal family was odd in the first place. In reality, this situation, where I'd been dealt with in a hurry, wasn't so bad for me. Especially since it allowed me to achieve my true purposes for which I had truly hoped to work in the kitchen. It's always better to practice magic when no one's around. Normally, I would have been practicing my magic in secret, avoiding the watchful eyes of the other senior maids. Now that I was alone with no one else, it meant I could use magic to my heart's content without anyone noticing. So, essentially, the situation wasn't so bad. In this world, there are 3 main ways to increase the maximum amount of mana one can have. The best way is to drain it to the bottom and then fill it back up again to perfection. It was a law of this world that just by repeating this, the maximum amount of mana would increase regardless of level. There were 2 other methods, but this was the only one I could utilize right now. I couldn't expect to grow by hunting monsters and leveling up right now. I have magic at my disposal, and I have a means of replenishing my mana. Is it really better off just being alone? A place where you can use magic to your heart's content without being detected. A place where you can replenish your mana with food as soon as it is used up. For the senior maids, it was the perfect environment to be thankful for the slapping. You won't be able to grow at higher levels because you need to replenish your mana, so you should put as much as you can in while you still at level 2. Maximizing one's mana by draining it to the bottom and refilling it is much harder at higher levels. While mana consumption is the same between the low and high levels, maxing out the amount of mana at high levels was bound to have its limitations. Once you've drained triple and even quadruple digit amounts of mana, it's quite an arduous task to replenish it. In this world, the only means of restoring mana other than sleep is through food, and the human stomach has limits to what it can digest at once. An apple restores 30 mana, so even if you ate 3, you wouldn't reach the full 100. You'd have to eat 34 apples to get to 1000 mana, which is well into the 4 digits, and at that point, you're begging to get bulimia in the next few months. Even in-game, there are limits to how much HP you can replenish with food. There's an invisible satiety meter in the interface that tells you that if you feed too much, a message will appear telling you that you can't eat anymore. Many of the most efficient items were either ridiculously expensive and only used when it mattered most or were impossible to eat because most characters hated them. Aside from that distant future, my current maximum mana is only 21. I had used it all up, and an apple was all I needed to replenish it, so now was the most efficient time to increase it. Moreover, this kitchen should be full of the aforementioned efficient items. Probably around here I found it. Amidst the various sacks of old crops and vegetables, I spotted one that looked unusually small. As expected, it contained a bunch of magic replenishment items. Alongside the other ingredients was a sizable bundle of garlic, almost as if it had been plucked from a field. I am not really a fan of chewing raw garlic, but I don't have anything better to eat right now. If I were the game character, Lilith herself, I wouldn't even be able to eat it, but fortunately for me, the contents of Lilith were Lee Ji-won, a healthy young man from South Korea. As a Korean, having lived in a nation of spices, I'd be happy to replenish my magic by chewing on raw garlic. I should probably learn some magic before I eat it. Even if I replenished my mana while my mana was full, it wouldn't increase my total mana, so I had to empty my mana with magic first. To do that, I needed to learn certain magical spells first, so I had to choose carefully which among them I should learn first. The amount of skill points I could gain per level was limited anyway, and I didn't know when I'd get the chance to level up Lilith, who was currently level 2. I can't even learn or use magic for monster hunting. Buffing spells are meaningless on their own. Actually, I've been plotting out my spells since I found out I was being transferred to the kitchen today. I spent 2 of the 3 skill points I have right now to learn clean. If I were the protagonist, I would have put the other skills up first, but this was what Lilith needed most right now. I clasped my hands together to open the information window and unlocked clean first on the list of skills I had. Immediately, I felt the sensation of something like magical knowledge seeping into my body. Oh. For the first time, my mood was lifted by this strange sensation of excitement. I wasn't sure how it worked, but I had a feeling in my head that I could use clean right now. I'll give it a shot. A single clean costs 20 mana. That's a lot of mana for a foundation spell, but for me, whose goal is to increase my mana total, it's more of a benefit. After all, it was worth the cost of the spell in the first place. I focused my senses on the clove of garlic in my palm and used clean as if I were releasing magic power. The chunks of garlic neatly separated from the palm of my hand with a fine swirling motion. In this world, clean is used to organize dirty things. Whether it's peeling vegetables, wiping off dirty dishes, or cleaning a body part, it was a spell that could be used in any way you wanted. This kind of versatility was definitely worth getting as a first spell. Current mana. 121st done. Clean had worked, and I could see that the magic had been used up. I consumed the remaining 1 mana with a rough let-it-go feeling, bringing my remaining magic to 0. I picked up one of the garlic cloves in the palm of my hand to replenish my completely emptied reservoir. The amount of mana I could replenish with a single garlic clove was a whopping 50. Compared to other mana replenishing foods like apples and tangerines, this was a ridiculously efficient item. However, due to its pungent aroma and aromatic taste, raw garlic was considered inedible by most of the characters. The few characters who could eat it, including the main character, were allowed to eat a few grains. Since heat destroys nutrients, I had to chew on this raw garlic thoroughly to replenish my mana efficiently. If half a clove of garlic can replenish all my energy, why not? If I was Lilith before I regained my memories of my previous life, I probably wouldn't have even attempted it, but I still had the memories of Lee Ji-won, who had lived in Korea for 26 years. This much garlic is nothing for Koreans. Crunch. As soon as I chewed half of the garlic, the pungent aroma that lingered in my mouth almost made me spill its contents. What is this? Did garlic always taste like this? I've had samjang *1, but I don't think I've ever tasted raw garlic like this before. Was it because I became Lilith in the game that my body's ability to taste it had changed into Lilith's tastes? Bleh. I barely managed to steady myself as I was almost dizzy from the strong garlic scent that seemed to envelop my entire face. I managed to swallow half of the garlic in my mouth. I thought I could eat raw garlic without a problem, but this unexpected obstacle was going to hold me back. It was a moment that made me reflect on all the times I've criticized characters in Luminar Academy for not eating garlic. If it's this painful, no wonder they can swallow it raw. Mana. Yes, the mana. Despite the pain, I had to check what needed to be checked, so I clasped my hands together again and pulled up Lilith's information window. There it was, clearly stating the significant change in maximum mana. Current mana. 21/21 plus 1. It had been completely emptied and then refilled by eating garlic. As soon as it was replenished, the maximum amount of magic increased. At least it was a change that confirmed that the suffering he just endured wasn't pointless. It was only an increase of 1 for now, but by level 10, it would be almost a 6 or 7 increase. No matter how I thought about it, this was the most efficient way to increase the maximum amount of mana. As far as the cult ending goes, never. I couldn't sit around whimpering now, not if I wanted to avoid a future where I'd be beaten by a damned pig. Using clean once more to empty my magic, I popped the remaining half of the garlic back into my mouth. Wow. I swallowed the nausea rising in my gut and somehow managed to chew the energy supplement down the back of my throat. After this, there's no telling when the next opportunity will come. I could change jobs again as soon as tomorrow, or the senior maids could decide to come in early on a whim, and this was a difficult training method to utilize. I had to give it my all, treating every day as my last chance. I had to avoid the bad ending at all costs, even if it meant breathing a field of garlic down my neck. No matter what happens. Mornings are early for maids. Waking up before her master was a fundamental part of being a maid. Good morning, Alicia. Good morning, Ariana. Hearing the voices of her fellow maids, Catherine got out of bed a little later than usual and carefully made her way to the door, feeling the stares of her fellow maids as if they were waiting for her. Wow, Catherine, are you coming to work now too? Yeah. It must have been nice to get a good night's sleep after so long. What? In reality, she didn't get a good night's sleep. She had a strange feeling of guilt in the pit of her stomach over the events of last night. Lilith, the junior maid, had been transferred to the kitchen with them as of today. The thought that she had participated in setting her up, albeit against her will, had caused Catherine to toss and turn uncomfortably throughout the night. Even though she had arrived at work 2 hours later than usual, there was a strange weariness in her eyes instead of the pleasure of a good night's sleep. You are such a good girl, Catherine. I didn't think you'd be coming to work early because you were haunted by your conscience. Oh, no, I wasn't of the sort. Yes, that's right. Unless you don't want to go back to your older self. Maids have early mornings. However, even among those maids who had early mornings, there was one who woke up earlier than the rest. That would be Catherine Lane, the ostracized maid. A year ago, she had tried and failed to uncover the disloyalty of her fellow maid, Ariana. When she tried to accuse Ariana of stealing valuables from Master Ethan's room while he was passed out due to the curse, the cunning woman's maneuvering led to Catherine being framed for the crime herself. She lost the trust of her master and maids in the mansion, forcing her to live as Ariana's servant for the past year. The past year has been almost a living hell for her, as she has been forced to do all the dirty work with her companions, Ariana and Alicia. It's an understatement to say she's been overworked far more than the other maids. Don't do anything crazy again, and stay quiet. I'll at least treat you like a pet if you listen to me. Yeah. Okay, don't show off, and don't return to your older self. There's no need to be embarrassed amongst our peers when we have our own subordinates now, right? Yeah. It wasn't hard for Catherine to figure out the two people they were referring to. She is a junior maid who entered with a year's worth of experience behind the two. This meant that they had only recently been released from their apprenticeship and had just begun their official duties as junior maids. Ariana's attention would now shift to them, not to her. Them, of course, being Isabel and Lilith. Isabel's a fast learner. I think she could be useful in many ways. What do you think, Catherine? Ariana, I think you rewrite. As for Lilith, however, that bitch is a bit dumb, isn't she? She was pretty quick to believe the whole 4 a.m. to work thing. Her stupidity makes her easier to exploit, so whatever. Part of her wanted to defend Lilith, but it was obvious that if she did, arrows from her former coworkers would be flying at her. Despite her guilt, she couldn't help but go along with the absurdity of it all. Already discredited by the theft of a year ago and the enormous debts she had incurred, Catherine was bound by a contract of servitude to House Blackwood and was ordered to accompany Ariana on any duty as a watchman. She no longer had the strength or will left to help anyone else. Lilith's been preparing for 2 hours by herself, so she should have at least finished a sack or two of potatoes, right? Well, whatever. Catherine can help if her work feels a little slow, yes? Yeah, well, she's the expert among us when it comes to working. Yeah. And if she can do it all, I can help her out. In the end, Catherine realized that her position wouldn't change much if another victim were brought in, but she had no means to resist Ariana anyway. Still relatively small compared to the two, she shuffled along, feeling the pressure from both sides and joined them in the kitchen to prepare breakfast, which would begin in 3 hours. Lilith, are you in there? Sorry, I forgot and slept in a bit. It's been hard working without us, hasn't it? The two of them casually walked into the dining room with their blatant lies. Catherine followed silently behind them, her shoulders slumped, and Lilith's voice, which she expected to hear from inside the kitchen, somehow wasn't heard. Why is no one answering? Maybe she realized you were lying and didn't come to work. That foolish-looking bitch. The three of them walked together to the back of the prep room, and the seriousness of the conversation dissipated as soon as they saw that the light in the back kitchen was on. What? I am working here. Creak? Lilith, when your senior calls you, you have to answer. I don't know what the hell you've been doing that you can even respond. The sheer volume of vegetables greeted them as they walked through the kitchen door. The sight of hundreds of potatoes, onions, and carrots, all perfectly peeled, had the three of them mesmerized for a moment, and they couldn't help but stare at the sight. This delayed their reaction to spotting Lilith sitting on the kitchen floor with a blank expression. Lilith? Hearing Catherine's voice, Lilith stood up, keeping a straight face. Her nonchalant demeanor made the three of them stare at each other, unsure of what to say. Lilith just calmly conveyed what she had to say as if she didn't care about their reactions. I've prepared all the vegetables in the kitchen, seniors. Wait, all of them? All of them? No way. The potatoes, onions, carrots, garlic, and other vegetables for breakfast, lunch, and dinner have all been prepped, seniors, so all you have to do is tell the chefs at the mansion that the ingredients are ready. I am tired, so I am going to head out first. Good day, seniors. Amongst the women gazing at the sight of the mountain of trimmed vegetables, only Catherine noticed the subtle acrid smell wafting past her. It's the second day after my duties changed from hospitality to the kitchen. Once again, I arrived in the kitchen at 4 a.m. and looked at the pile of work that was waiting for me. Oh, I want to die. The pile of work was almost as big as the pile of vegetables I had chopped yesterday while chewing garlic in the kitchen. This many veggies to trim meant I had to pop almost as much garlic in my mouth as yesterday. Naturally, the memory of eating garlic for almost an hour and a half at dawn yesterday while holding back nausea came to mind. I could still taste the garlic in my mouth even though I had rinsed my mouth thoroughly with clean over and over again. The only silver lining was that my maximum mana had grown noticeably compared to yesterday. Current mana. 200 seconds. The growth alone was ridiculous. I went from a mana cap of 21 to almost 10 times that amount. I was only level 2, and my maximum mana was already in the triple digits. Even in my previous life, when I played Luminar Academy, I had never experienced such an insane growth rate. In other words, I had been grinding the whole day yesterday with the pain of my guts being twisted. I don't even know how many cloves of garlic I ate. I stopped counting after about 100 cloves. Eventually, I ran out of things to use clean on, namely untrimmed vegetables, so I had to stop. All things considered, the growth was definitely warranted. I am probably going to do the same thing that I did yesterday. The problem was that as the mana cap increased, I wouldn't see the same growth as yesterday. It would take at least 4 cloves of garlic to get a full 202 mana, so I would start from a different level than yesterday when half a clove of garlic was enough to refill my mana. Of course, the decreased growth efficiency didn't stop me from eating those cloves. The problem was that I had already prepped all the vegetables for dinner. The senior maids, who had seen me chop over 1,000 vegetables for 3 meals in 2 hours, had come to expect that I would do the same today. If I didn't do it as perfectly as yesterday, they would certainly be suspicious about the first day's chopping. If I do it wrong, the suspicion might even extend to the part where I used magic to trim the vegetables. At only level 2, it would be a disaster if it was discovered that I could use magic. I only had one spell I could use right now, clean. Even if I maxed out my mana, I couldn't put it to good use for anything right now, so I still had to hide the fact that I could use magic somehow. Luckily, the senior maids just assumed that I was quick with my hands and had gotten the job done and didn't seem to realize that I was using magic to clean the vegetables. Although one of the seniors, the shortest of the 3, did give me quite the look. Still, I wouldn't have been caught dead, and even if they had guessed that I could use magic, it was impossible to imagine that I would have used it to chop vegetables in the kitchen for over an hour. All the while forcing myself to chew on poisonous garlic whenever I ran out of mana. I didn't have to worry about getting caught because I was doing something completely out of character. That is, as long as it doesn't arouse the suspicions of the Blackwoods. It really sucks that I'll have to do this again and again, haha. I picked up the trick of simultaneous casting during my early morning magic training yesterday, so the time it would take me to do it wasn't a big deal. It's just the fact that I have to cram almost the exact same amount of garlic into my mouth as yesterday that's bothering me. Still, I couldn't let these vegetables stay as is, so I pulled a bunch of garlic out and started by using clean to replenish my energies. Rustle. I thought I heard something just now. I stopped what I was doing, not wanting anyone to see me using magic, and quietly listened in the direction of the sound. A moment later, a slightly louder sound came from the kitchen's storeroom. Thud. The sound of something heavy falling to the floor. Since the sound was coming from the storeroom in the back of the kitchen, it was obvious that someone was in there. I had to check it out at least once before training to increase my mana. There was no way I would use my magic on the vegetables if someone else was watching. Fuck. What the hell? Carefully holding the kitchen's magic lamp in one hand and a sword in the other, I entered the storeroom. Just in case any thieves or thugs broke into the pantry. As soon as I opened the door to the storeroom, I shone the light inward, pushed the sword I was holding aside, and shouted warningly at the round silhouette created by the lamp. Coward, put your hands up. If you move, I'll shoot stab. As soon as it heard my voice, the ball-shaped thing started moving nervously in the darkness, and 2 short rods flashed into the air above the sizable spherical silhouette. Oh, no, I didn't do anything. Shit. Why is this asshole here? Well, I just came in because I was hungry. And suddenly the door opened and someone came in, so I thought. So, put that thing down in your hand. Wait, you my maid, right? Oh, I am so telling daddy. As soon as I saw the scrawny bastard's face in the darkness, illuminated by the lamp, a string of expletives began to form in my head. Ethan Richard Blackwood. Nicknamed Ethan, the Lout Prince. It was my first proper encounter with the fucking abomination. So, put that thing down in your hand. Wait, you my maid, right? Oh, I am so telling daddy. Because of that unpleasant silhouette glimpsed in the dark, all sorts of thoughts were running through my mind. Ethan, the Lout Prince, aka the Abomination. True to its title, my brain was instantly filled with expletives at the sight of that distinctly fat figure from my childhood. Unlike my first encounter, I was not distracted, and I was forced to face Ethan head-on and suffer the discomfort. Aside from his puffy face, almost like a steamed bun, he had a stuffy brow clustered tightly in his face's center. He had a short stature and an equally short stomach. There was probably some exaggeration due to the nature of the game, but even taking that into account, he was undoubtedly unpleasant to look at in person. It was a face I had been forced to see many times in my previous life, that is, every time I had gone through the Lilith route, so I had a personal vendetta against it. Should I kill him right here and now? For a moment, I was surprised that I even had this thought. Now that I think about it, it's not a bad idea to kill him now, considering the 500 hours I wasted on him, and the betrayal of not being able to virginize Lilith at the last minute. On the topic of non-virgins, I hated Lilith as the main heroine, but my biggest in-game pet peeve was that fucking Ethan. If this asshole hadn't taken Lilith's virginity in every single run-through, I wouldn't have wasted those hours and watched Lilith's ending nearly 30 times. Plus, I wouldn't be repeatedly posting that Lilith was a slut on Lua Gal *1, and I wouldn't be possessing said Lilith in this damn game. Not to mention, I wouldn't be waking up 2 hours earlier than I have to, nor would I be chewing on raw garlic. He's practically the cause of all this pain I am experiencing. I had a knife in my hand, and the only exit from this warehouse was the door behind me. It was the middle of the night, so I knew I could make a clean getaway. Of course, if I were caught by Harold, who would probably unleash his entire army to track me down, the punishment wouldn't simply be death. If there is a fork in the road, as in the game, then now, this moment, is the time to decide my fate. In a moment of choice that could potentially change my life forever, I finally came to an important decision. Yeah, whatever. What could possibly go wrong with this little fucker? Instead of killing this damn Ethan right here and now, I decided to leave him alone for now. I was right to hate Ethan because of my memories from my previous life. That was the Ethan, the Lout Prince. He's the one who had fucked Lilith, took her virginity, and thwarted my strategy. Even so, it was rather odd that I would have murderous intentions toward a child who had just awakened from the curse. It was too pitiful to see him die for a sin he hadn't even committed yet. If I could just get away from this guy in the first place, maybe he wouldn't be as irredeemable as his future self in Luminar Academy. I can say for sure, because you never know if a person's rotten to the core. Faced with the life-altering decision that would determine my fate, I came to a difficult conclusion in my mind with all sorts of thoughts. I suppressed the killing intent that flashed through my mind and drew back the knife in my hand. Put that thing away. Go. How dare you take a blade to your master? I apologize, Master Ethan. I allowed my fear to overcome my ignorance and made a grave mistake. I was afraid that the great house of Blackwood had been invaded by a foe, and I was prepared to fight it with my meager forces, but I am so glad that you, Master Ethan, are here. That is true, yes. Since it was the fault of the foolish maid's ignorance, will you not graciously forgive her? I, for one, will forget all about today's incident when Master Ethan slipped out of bed in the middle of the night. Oh, okay. I forgive you. It was a lame excuse that would have worked no matter how old the person in front of you was. Especially in that, I hadn't sheathed my weapon as soon as I realized the opponent was a noble. Anyone with the intelligence of a 17 or 18-year-old would have realized that I had some murderous intentions toward him. However, the Ethan in front of me, while 18 years old, was not technically 18 years old, so I was fortunate enough to get away with it. I mean to say that he's 18, but not 18, because he'd been asleep for 5 years, thanks to a curse that had been placed on him when he was 13. The name of the curse that Ethan had suffered for the past 5 years was the Curse of Erosion. It's a fairly deadly curse that, if left unchecked, will quickly erode your body and then trigger a year later to take your life. This curse was actually implemented to some extent in the game. If you were cursed with it in combat, you had to use a special item to release it. In fact, it was such a terrifying gimmick that if you left a character under the curse, there was a penalty for leaving the story or dying. I also used it in my previous life to eliminate my rival male characters. Some of the heroines couldn't be captured as virgins without eliminating certain rival male characters, boyfriends, brothers, fiancés. So I've killed more than a few enemies by accidentally using some curses during battle. I am not saying I feel guilty about it now, I am just saying that the curse is that dangerous. A curse so powerful that even the game's main characters can't avoid it. So if you're wondering how this kid, who looks like he should be taller when measured sideways, was able to survive the curse of erosion for 5 years. It's because of an ancient magic tool Harold used, the Eternal Pocket Watch. The device is a time-based magic tool that can freeze the user's body's time for up to 5 years. As soon as he realized that his son was under the curse, Harold used the pocket watch. Over the next 5 years, while Ethan slept, Harold gathered an endless amount of items here and there that he knew would be necessary to lift the curse. Eventually, as soon as Ethan woke up after the tool's effects ended, Harold succeeded in breaking the curse and protecting his son. Although, to be honest, I don't think he's worth the trouble of protecting. Well, there's no point in ranting about the characterization of a game character, so let us move on from that and talk about Ethan's 5 years of the curse. While using the Eternal Pocket Watch, your body doesn't age, it's at a complete standstill. In other words, the Ethan before me is 18 years old by birth, but his physical and mental age are still 13, 5 years younger than that. Using the terms of my previous life, he's an elementary school student at best. A 13-year-old can't possibly recognize the murderous intent I had at that moment, no matter how noble. Not to mention, he wouldn't want to tell his dad about breaking into the kitchen in the middle of the night because he was hungry. It's late, Master Ethan. I suggest you return to bed. If you're afraid of the dark and the silent hallways, I'll be happy to accompany you. It's not like that. Growl. That sound didn't come from Lilith's body, which had been eating 3 meals with a proper schedule for over a year, so it was simple enough to deduce who it belonged to. Hey, I told you I came here because I was hungry. You got a problem with that? Fucking pig. It's not strange, Master. You're still growing up, so you might be hungry at this time of night. The situation also gives us a pretty good idea of how Lilith and Ethan met in the original story. This encounter was never revealed to be canon, but Luminar Academy is based on this world. Perhaps Lilith and Ethan's first meeting wasn't so different from the situation I am in now. Lilith's appearance caused her to be transferred from hospitality to the kitchen, and a slap from the head maid forced her to work the early morning shifts alone. It was by talking to Ethan, who also sneaked into the kitchen at dawn, that Ethan first learned of Lilith's existence. Of course, in the game, Lilith would have never tried to fight Ethan, nor would she be chewing on garlic and chopping vegetables with clean. I said I was hungry. Do you have any leftovers or anything? Seriously? The Blackwoods make it a rule to consume the day's cooking within the same day, so I am afraid we don't have anything for you to eat. I am hungry. What the hell? Just starve. Whether 18 or 13, Ethan was still Ethan in the sense that the asshole was making me want to kill him for what he was doing. The problem was, I couldn't get any work done today unless I could get this asshole out of here. Even if he was a 13-year-old, the fact that you can't use magic unless you're a noble should be drilled into his head. There was no way I was going to leave him alone in TH kitchen, so the most amicable way to resolve the situation was to feed him something and send him upstairs. If you're really hungry, go sit in the dining room. I'll make you something simple to eat. Huh? Do you know how to cook? I can't do anything complicated, but since you're hungry, I suppose it can't be helped. Instead, you can eat it all and then go back to your room. Yes. Even though it's been a week since I decided to escape from Ethan, I can't believe I am supporting him. This was the moment when I fundamentally questioned whether or not I was handling things correctly. I sent Ethan out to the dining room with the promise of making him something simple, but sadly, I am not a culinary genius. This isn't a web novel where the protagonist was reincarnated into an otherworldly place and had to cook all sorts of dishes to impress the locals. My culinary skills were based on my life as an ordinary man in Korea, and my only relevant work experience was cooking at home. Even so, most of the dishes I knew how to cook were not available here. How could I cook in a place without ramen noodles, canned goods, or microwaves? Cooking any dish that uses fire is bound to leave traces, so the best I could do in this situation was serve a dish that didn't need to be cooked. The most plausible solution was to chop up a few of the dirty fruits and vegetables that could be eaten raw. The flavor may not be that special, but it's none of my business. To be honest, I really didn't want to make it taste good. It's not for some nasty reason like I didn't want to see Ethan's happy face. In reality, it's because I knew that if I made it too tasty, the little guy might want more from me in the future. I reiterate that I am intent on getting away from Ethan and ultimately escaping House Blackwood. As Lilith Rosewood, Ethan's exclusive maid, I never harbored any ambition to educate this boy and raise him to be a proper man. If anything, I've been trying to figure out how to stay away from him as much as possible. Right now, I am just dealing with him because I have to get him out of the kitchen. Which among these could be eaten raw? Oh, the tomatoes and turnips. Well, that's not so bad. If he's really hungry, he'll eat whatever I serve him. However, if he isn't, he'd say that he's full, and I could send him back upstairs. I placed half a turnip, peeled flawlessly with clean, and a single tomato, sliced into even slices, on a salad plate. I drizzled a little something on top, some honey. Honey was an expensive condiment in this world, but it wasn't like I was going to eat it anyway. If anyone criticized me for using honey later, I could just say I fed it to Ethan. Harold wouldn't criticize me if I fed it to his kid. I then plated up a tomato and turnip salad, which I made from whatever ingredients I had on hand, and took it to the dining room. I set it down with a fork in front of the kid who was waiting for me at the table. Tomato and turnip salad, sir. Tomato and turnip? That's it? I told you, I can do fancy cooking. If you want a proper meal, please come back at 9 in the morning. If you don't have any appetite, I'll just put it away. Oh, no, I want it, leave it. I hesitated for a moment at the kid in front of me, but hunger seemed to have won over being a picky eater. He blocked my hand as I tried to take the plate and hurriedly grabbed his fork. FWIP. Ha. Seriously, if I couldn't see it, I wouldn't have. Where the hell did he sell his aristocratic manners? Watching Ethan gobble it down was akin to watching a pig eat. I sighed as I watched him eat, almost smothering the food around his mouth as if he were trying to force it down, and constantly spilling it all over the table. Even though Harold's wife is dead and he's raising Ethan alone, shouldn't a 13-year-old noble be taught basic manners? My anger at Ethan and his father, Harold, was growing in my head. Ethan finished his plate and held his empty salad plate toward me. I am done. Just leave it there and I'll clean it up later. Yeah. Bang. I said leave it where it is, not slam it on the table. The impact caused the remaining liquid in the plate to splash all over the tablecloth, making the already messy table even messier. In other words, after Ethan left, I had to clean up the mess. Thank goodness I just needed one clean to tidy things up, or else I might have let an expletive slip out of my mouth. Did it suit your tastes? No, this asshole? But I am still full, so it's okay. I see. Damn, Ethan, even if you just saying that you enjoyed the food, you'll still want to get a bit of a kick out of it, huh? Of course, the problem is that I am expecting manners and sophistication from this kid with lots of stuff smeared around his mouth. The good news is that he's full, so I can finally send him back to his room. Master, turn your face this way. Huh? If you go around with this kind of stuff around your mouth, your sophistication will be questioned. And if they find out what you've been eating all night, I'll be in trouble too. There you go. I wiped the mess around his chin with my maid's apron and felt a little better. With his growling stomach somehow satisfied, it was time to kick him out of the kitchen. I think it's time for you to go up to your bedroom and get some sleep. Do you need me to accompany you? No. You are a brave man and can face the darkness of the night alone, so please be safe, master. Yes. I will keep what happened today between us. I will not gossip about you to my master or any of the other maids, and I ask that you keep the same secret for me. Especially since I pointed a knife at you in the storeroom. Okay. That wasn't the most reliable solution, but there wasn't much more I could do about it now. I could only hope that that pig, Ethan, would honor his promise to me. You wouldn't want to tell the whole neighborhood that you left your bedroom in the middle of the night because you were hungry, after all. That is, if you have the slightest bit of shame. Good night, master. In the end, he sounded a little more human. He then shut the kitchen door behind him and returned to his bedroom. I used clean to clean up the mess of the dining room and Ethan's dish and utensils. In a way, it was good that I didn't have to chew a clove of garlic between each spell. Yesterday, I would have had to chew a clove or two while clearing the dishes. In terms of growth, it's much less efficient, but in other words, it meant that I had grown a lot with my magic training yesterday. Even so, that didn't mean I could afford to be impressed with my increased mana. I was in a hurry to get to work on today's batch, having wasted so much time with Ethan, and after quickly clearing the dishes, I began to peel the garlic for today's batch flawlessly. I had to do it for my own growth and to keep my coworkers from getting suspicious. Ethan Richard Blackwood's childhood was not all sunshine and rainbows. It may seem odd to label him unhappy when he was raised in the great Duke of Blackwood's family, evidently, with no shortage of advantages. However, Ethan himself did not consider his life to be very pleasant. That thought arose thanks to his father, who had accomplished so much, and his mother, who had left him as a child. Born to the heir to House Blackwood and an archmage who was the treasure of the empire, Ethan Richard Blackwood was born into the world with the expectations of the whole kingdom. As the child of two of the most precious bloodlines under the heavens, it was expected that the child would surely be born with a brilliant talent for magic. His father split the walls of the empire in half with a magical sword at the age of 10. His mother was a prodigy, reading the Academy's most advanced textbooks from the age of 8. Naturally, as a child, Ethan grew up with high expectations. You are the son of Harold and Thanasia, so perhaps you will distinguish yourself even earlier than they did. The expectations of those around him, even before he could walk, weighed heavily on the young Ethan's mind. As he grew older and older, the expectations grew more and more unreasonable. He's the son of two very bright people, so maybe he'll show us something from the age of 6. If you were born with both of their talents, you would have distinguished yourself by the age of 7. Thanasia began reading advanced magical texts at the age of 8, so perhaps Ethan could. If you've been gifted the talents of the two of them, perhaps this year you'll be able to do something. Harold was 10 years old when he gained an impressive mastery of the sword, so perhaps Ethan will be able to. I think it's time for you to start utilizing your talents. Why is it that you re the child of Thanasia and Harold, but you can't do anything yet? Several unreasonable expectations for a child barely 10 years old. Though no one had ever told Ethan directly to do anything, he was not so young as to be unable to read the room. Ethan would always agonize over his talent whenever he heard the blind expectations placed on him. He hadn't been born with his father's aptitude for enchanted swordsmanship, nor had he been blessed with his mother's mind to understand specialized magical knowledge. The first thing the 10-year-old realized about his talent was not his ability to manipulate magic or his knowledge of magic, but rather that his talent was vastly inferior to his parents'. Despite this, Ethan somehow managed to reach the age of 10 without any issues, thanks to his mother, Thanasia. No matter how inadequate he was and how he had failed to live up to expectations, his mother was always there to comfort and embrace him. She was the only one who loved him for who he was instead of expecting him to be like everyone else. From the moment his mother fell ill and passed away when he was 10, Ethan's spirit was broken. It was a moment that took away the last person who understood his already fragile state. Of course, his father, Harold, cared for Ethan in no way less than Thanasia. Ethan was simply too young to read the blunt emotions that were rarely expressed. His mother, his only source of support, is dead, and his blunt father does not care for him. Even so, there are countless eyes still watching him, waiting to see when his talent would blossom. Ethan often wandered around the mansion in a daze, feeling as if he were alone, an alien in the vast mansion. It was the slightest trigger that changed the child's personality. Thud 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 ah. No, master. Master Ethan fell down the stairs. Hurry and get a doctor. At that moment, in a world turned upside down, the maids gathered around him. For some reason, Ethan felt unprecedentedly comfortable in the atmosphere. It's the only time he's ever felt no expectation of himself, even though there are far more eyes on him than usual. Even though there were more eyes on him than usual, it was the only moment where he didn't feel any expectations towards him. Master Ethan, are you okay? Yes. Thankfully, your injuries don't appear to be life-threatening. I am guessing you were just so startled that you blacked out. Thank goodness, Master. If something had happened to you, I am sure you would have been. Waking from a brief, cozy sleep, Ethan opened his eyes and immediately took in his surroundings. A familiar room, and a bunch of maids gathered around him. Realizing that he'd been carried to the bedroom after his collapse, Ethan quickly grasped the situation despite his young age. The maids were giving him worried glances, not the excited ones he was used to. He didn't know why, but their gazes had suddenly changed. Ethan quickly realized that the emotions that had suddenly flooded him had changed. There was only one thing that was different from his usual self. He had lost his footing on the grand staircase, near the ground floor, and fell down. It's amazing how such a small accident can change the way people look at you. At such a young age, Ethan naturally began to form a false sense of self-worth. His assumption became a fact when his father walked into his room shortly afterward. Ethan. Ethan. The urgency in his voice and the distorted expression on his face that he never normally shows. Ethan wasn't stupid enough not to realize that it was his father's concern for him. From a young age, Ethan had already felt the gazes, conveying a myriad of emotions, towards him. In the way his father hugged him tightly, Ethan could feel every single one of those raw emotions. Ethan, I am so glad you're okay. If you'd be gone too, A father's love he never thought he'd felt before. He never thought he could feel it just because he was hurt and fell. It happened just once, just one fall down the stairs. At such a young age, Ethan realized in the strangest of ways how to be loved by others. For the next 2 years, he tried to gain the love of others. Master Ethan, are you okay? Master Ethan, if you skip your morning training, my master will be worried. Did you skip your etiquette training today as well? Please don't forget to attend tomorrow, Master. Master Ethan. If you come out of your bedroom in the middle of the night like this. Young Master. Every time he gets hurt, messes up, or makes a mistake, the expectant glances he used to get from them quickly fade, replaced by concern and pity. With each passing day, people stop expecting perfection from him. Over time, Ethan had come to recognize these people's changing feelings as love. Some had said that he had become dumber after falling down the stairs that day, but that was not the case at all. On the contrary, he had only become more clever. Once he realized that no one could criticize him, Ethan practically had the manner at his disposal. No one stopped him from sleeping until the sun was high in the sky. No one stopped him from eating whenever he felt hungry, even when it wasn't mealtime, and no one stopped him from training in swordsmanship and magic. No one could control his behavior or reprimand him for it, even as his body regressed into a terrible state. He lacked even the most minimal refinement found in a nobleman of his age. For everyone knew that Harold loved Ethan dearly, the final remnant of his family, his flesh and blood. If you offended Ethan in the wrong way, you could be sent to some other harsh duty station away from the manor, or even disqualified and cast out. He could only silently hope that one day he would come to his senses and become more like his father, Harold. No matter what he did, no one in the manor could restrain him. That is, except for one person in the sprawling mansion, a new maid. I apologize, Master Ethan. I allowed my fear to overcome my ignorance and made a grave mistake. A cold stare, not a hint of expectations in her eyes, even though she knew he was Ethan Richard Blackwood. Ethan had gotten used to reading other people's eyes, so it was easy for him to read the look in his new maid's eyes. It was common for maids who met him for the first time to have some expectations toward him, only to lose them over time. The maid in front of him was clearly meeting him for the first time, but she didn't look at him with any expectations at all. Ethan was intrigued by her difference from the others. If you're afraid of the dark and the silent hallways, I'll be happy to accompany you. It's not strange, Master. You're still growing up, so you might be hungry at this time of night. Just leave it there and I'll clean it up later. A calm emotion that doesn't change no matter how disappointing your behavior is. Somehow, the look in her eyes, the one that said she'd never had any expectations to begin with, reminded Ethan of someone he missed. Someone who was gone, someone he missed for a very long time. You don't have to live up to anyone's expectations, Ethan. Mommy loves you no matter who you are. After leaving the kitchen he snuck into a dawn. Ethan had a thought as he walked back to his bedroom. If he came to the kitchen at this time tomorrow, just maybe, he would see the maid again. My third day in the kitchen. I woke up at 4 a.m. with eyes that floated open on their own. I need to move carefully, slowly, so as not to wake Isabel. Going to work, Lilith? Oh, no sorry, did I wake you again? No. My eyes were just opened. I was actually going to sneak out without waking her today. I felt bad for Isabel, who had been up for days because of me. It's the time of year when she's most sleep deprived, and I feel like I am keeping her from getting any sleep. Of course, working in the kitchen wasn't exactly a position I wanted, and getting up at 4 a.m. wasn't always my choice. If the bed upstairs is uncomfortable, you can come sleep in my spot. I have to go to work now, anyway. Yeah. Apparently, the top bunk is uncomfortable, so Isabel comes down and takes my spot at the bottom. It was strangely cute to see her squirming and burrowing into the blanket I had just covered her with. Well, she was a high school girl who hadn't even started college yet, so it was only natural for her to look that way. If you're not comfortable on the second floor, why don't you just sleep in my place starting tomorrow and I'll sleep on the second floor? It's okay. It doesn't really matter. Huh? It's warm. Isabel mumbled something unintelligible, burrowed back into the blanket I was covering her with, and returned to sleep. When I saw that she had fallen asleep again shortly afterward, I carefully opened the door and stepped out into the mansion's hallway. The hallways of Blackwood Manor at dawn are now completely familiar. Walking around like this reminds me of my time in the Army *1, when I was on watch. However, the fatal flaw of being on call now was that you couldn't change shifts when the weather changed. Russell. Huh? What was that? I think I just heard something behind me. I turned my head to see if Isabel had inadvertently followed me out, but there was no sign of anyone following me. Shrugging it off as my bad mood, I trudged to my destination, the kitchen. Huh. I really don't want to be chewing on garlic right now. It was an inevitable sentiment after spending over an hour chewing garlic and chopping vegetables after Ethan finally went to bed yesterday. Unfortunately, the results of all that hard work were lost on the second day. Current mana. 245/245. I was somewhat prepared for the drop in efficiency, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. I did a quick calculation and found that the amount of mana consumed was almost exactly the same compared to the first day. It's just that I am not as efficient as I used to be as my maximum mana has grown. Still, it was undeniable that my mana cap was growing. In the first place, I had already come too far to stop now. The senior maids were expecting me to finish all the work as if this situation were completely natural. Lilith, thank you for your work today. Please do a good job tomorrow. We really do need you here in the kitchen, Lilith. Do you want to continue working with us in the future? Are you crazy? I am losing my mind by working with you guys either way. What kind of junior maid would want to work with a bunch of bitches who are only in their second year and are slapping their juniors around? I am only putting up with it because it's a good environment for my magical training, but after this shift, I am done working with the damned senior maids. In another 5 days or so, I'll be able to work with Isabel again, so I'll just have to suck it up until then. Creak. With that thought in mind, I sighed as soon as I opened the kitchen door and stepped inside. The mountain of vegetables was refilled again as soon as the day was over. That was also the moment I realized that what I had to do today hadn't changed. I just hadn't considered the possibility that there was someone else in the kitchen I wasn't expecting. Huh? Maid, are you sighing? Huh? Just now, for some reason, I thought I heard an unpleasant voice nearby. I looked around cautiously, hoping I had misheard, but alas, my guess was wrong this time. An expletive nearly escaped my lips as I caught sight of a short silhouette on the kitchen floor. But I had to hold back what was about to spill out, knowing who I was dealing with. The maid was sighing because she didn't want to work. Shall I tell my father? Maid, I am hungry, so please cook for me again today. Huh, really? You're really pissing me off right before work. Maid, I am hungry, so cook for me again today. Shit. A curse word spontaneously erupted in my head as soon as I walked into the kitchen and saw Ethan's face, not to mention how he was shamelessly treating me like a maid. Why the hell is this asshole still here in the first place? The most likely explanation is obvious. It had to be because the piglet was again hungry and crawled in, but there must be another reason. Maybe, like in the original game, he likes the way Lilith looks and wants her attention. If that were the reason, he would have summoned me during the day instead of using this cumbersome method. With the power Ethan had at his disposal, moving a junior maid or two around was as easy as blowing his nose. Right now, if this asshole even muttered the slightest hint that he wanted me to be his maid, Harold wouldn't he hesitate for a second to make it happen. If it did, I would be halfway down the path of his exclusive fucking maid. That's exactly why I purposely treated him like a nuisance in my conversation with him yesterday. That's also why I made the meal he asked for, because he was hungry, as insincere as possible. I also shouldn't have added honey at the end. I should have just given him some chopped up turnips to eat. I made it look a little bit more edible than I wanted to because I was afraid that if I served it too casually, it would be dangerous for my job. Unfortunately for me, I made it somewhat edible, and now, he's showing his face again today. I really want to just kill him. I barely suppressed the evil self that rose within me for a moment. If I made even the slightest scratch on this abomination's body, Lilith's life would be worth less than that of a fly. As I've said before, the punishment would be such that she would be better off dead. At worst, she'd be dismembered and sent to be used as a slave to fulfill the lusts of the soldiers at the vanguard, or worse, tortured to death by professional torturers. Plus, I hadn't thought of it the other day, but if I made a mistake, the consequences could also be directed to Isabel in the name of guilt by association. That would lead to some nonsense about how she knew I was going to kill Ethan but she didn't stop me. Lilith, we're going to be friends from now on, right? Pinky promise. If it were just me, I might have taken the gamble of killing him and escaping, but the loss of his son would most likely cause Harold to lose his shit. Most of my recent associates, not to mention Isabel, who joined at the same time as me, were likely to be subject to punishment. That would include the senior maids who gave me this job for today. Come to think of it, that doesn't seem so bad. Anyway, other than the senior maids, I didn't want to cause as much trouble as possible for Isabel. What could possibly be wrong with the nice girl? To have her suffer such a cruel fate just because her motivation for joining was Lilith, how pitiful would that be? I'd rather get screwed over alone in the future than get others involved. In truth, it was easy enough to avoid the whole situation altogether, leaving out the possibility of future involvement with Ethan. I could just feed him the same meal I'd made yesterday and send him back upstairs to his bedroom. Still, I didn't want to have to think about the future now when I wasn't facing it yet, so I compromised with reality. For now, I decided to cater to Ethan's needs, right here and now. I see you woke up hungry again today, Master. Yes. Very well, then I'll prepare you the same meal as I did yesterday. If you could please wait in the dining room for a few minutes. I don't want what I had yesterday, make me something else. Master Ethan, I don't think I have the skills to make another dish, but... For a moment, the words "you fucking asshole" almost came out of my mouth, but I was proud of myself for somehow keeping my cool. This is also, in a way, a survival instinct to escape the crisis. Sensing that I wouldn't be able to survive in this mansion for long if I uttered a single curse word to that asshole, my brain naturally covered up my mistake. Luckily, the little brat hadn't realized that my words were profanity. It's hard to suppress my urges when he chooses to use words that piss me off. If you want to make it, I am hungry. The old saying goes, if you can endure something 3 times, you can avoid murder. With the kid already taking the first 2 strikes, my rational mind barely restrained the urge to snap in front of the cheeky kid. I even managed to come up with an answer that somehow deflected the situation. Okay, in that case, I'll try to make something other than a tomato and turnip salad. Yay. But just like last time, I can guarantee that the dish will taste as good. You might not like it as much as the salad I made before. I'll start cooking now, so please wait in the dining room for a few minutes, Master. Patience. Patience. I am just going to feed this kid something random and get to work quickly. I want to watch you make it. Please sit quietly in the dining room and wait. No, I am going to watch you cook. The kitchen is a dangerous place, Master Ethan, and I ask that you please wait in the dining room and behave yourself. No. 3 strikes. My body, no longer able to suppress it with reason, reflexively lunged at Ethan. Next thing I know, he's on the floor, and I am strangling him. Barely 13 years old, his body was no match for the strength of a full-grown woman raised on a farm. I pinned his overweight body to the kitchen floor with all my might, and wrapped both hands around his throat, choking the life out of him. Just for a moment, that scene popped into my head. Maid? For the last time, I sincerely request that you wait in the dining room until the food is finished. Please, while I still have any sense of reason left. Even the most clueless kid would have realized something was amiss by this point, but he listened carefully to my last words. Somehow, the same survival instincts were kicking in his head as mine, and he understood my last words. Oh, okay. I'll wait for you in the cafeteria. I'll have it ready in a minute and bring it to you. Yeah. Peace finally came after the kid slipped out of the kitchen. Only after Ethan disappeared out the door could I finally let out all the intense emotions I'd been holding inside. Fuck me. I am lucky as hell that he's been bugging me during my free time, but this is the second fucking day in a row that I've had to deal with this asshole. Even if that asshole wasn't the son of the head of the house, I wouldn't have been able to keep my cool. If it was one of my senior maids doing the same thing, then they'd be dead and I'd be dead not long after. However, the person in front of me was not a senior maid or a junior maid, but a commoner and a duke's only child, a ridiculous disparity in status. Having played over 2,000 hours of Luminar Academy alone in my previous life, I was perfectly familiar with the game's death events. At the very least, I was pretty sure that if I hurt Ethan's body, it wouldn't end well. It wouldn't be surprising if the protagonist could solve everything with brute force. However, the consequences of a battle between a mere maid's brute force against Harold's are obvious. I may be in a different body than I was in my previous life, but I am still well aware that my life is precious. Haha, what creative dish am I supposed to make again today? After entering my favorite game from my past life, all I am doing is dealing with shitty seniors and bossy brats. It was a moment that made me want to curse at the man who had made me possess Lilith. Then, about 10 minutes later. What is this? *1 These are radish wraps. Radish wraps? Ethan looked at me with a confused expression. It was clear that he was asking for an explanation, so I answered him with my own creative dish. It's thinly sliced radish with shredded carrots, onions, tomatoes, and turnips. Is there such a dish like that? And turnips again. If it doesn't suit your tastes, I'll put it away. Oh, no, I'll eat it. At least you're still hungry. You're willing to eat something that looks so unappetizing. To be honest, I wouldn't really want to eat it. There's no meat or salmon in it, and it tastes like crap. The sauce was just salt and olive oil at best. If I am going to eat that, I might as well just chew on a raw tomato. You're probably thinking by now that you'd rather have a tomato and turnip salad, but he was the one who refused to eat it in the first place. It's your dish, your choice. You can either get rid of it or you don't. Munch munch munch. Crunch. Munch. I gave it to him to eat, but he's eating it in a really filthy way. It was one of those moments where I seriously wondered if he was eating that way on purpose to get on people's nerves. Otherwise, a 13-year-old noble kid wouldn't be so uneducated as to eat like that. I know Harold says he's a fool for his son, but that seems a little too laissez-faire to me. Well, that's none of my business. I don't particularly care if that hateful son of a bitch is raised right or wrong. All I want is to keep him out of my life as much as possible. Though I realize it's too late to say that when I find myself in the kitchen for 2 days in a row. I should have fed him something so bad he couldn't eat it from day one. I've come too far to turn back, and all I can do is curse my foolishness from yesterday. While I was thinking this, Ethan had already emptied his plate of its contents. With a clatter, the fork he was holding fell onto the empty plate. Are you finished? Yes. Was it to your taste? No, I knew it. I didn't expect it to be to his taste to begin with. There's no way the same kid who said he didn't like the tomato turnip salad he ate yesterday is going to say he liked what he ate today. Not particularly disappointed with the kid's response, I advised Ethan to return to his bedroom. It's late at night. Please return to your bedroom before anyone sees you. Yeah. At least he's a little easier to deal with, in that he'll behave once he's fed. After watching Ethan's waddling body disappear down the hallway of the mansion, I cleaned up his plate and the spot on the table where he had eaten with clean. Hopefully, he won't show up in the kitchen again tomorrow. I wasn't sure if my reason would hold out or not, so I prayed and prayed and prayed that he wouldn't show up again. That was the best I could do in Lilith's body right now. I somehow managed to get Ethan to eat my impromptu creation. With the mess cleaned up and the dishes washed with clean, I got right to work on my quota for the day, tending to the vegetables. First, I used my remaining mana from cleaning the dining room to neatly slice off a few garlic cloves. Emptying my mana to the bottom, I popped 5 large cloves of garlic into my mouth. All to replenish Lilith's nearly 250 mana capacity in one go. It was still painful due to the unaccustomed aroma and pungency, but it was training that had to be done to survive. The only way to make this agonizing moment a little less painful was to chew it quickly. In the spirit of chewing through the worst of it, I somehow managed to squeeze 5 cloves of garlic into my mouth before shoving the remaining pungent mass down my throat. Immediately afterward, I felt the sensation of my emptied magic energy being filled up enveloped my entire body. Blah. A terrible feeling of nausea also enveloped my body, which was hard for a human high school girl to endure. Fortunately, I managed to hold it together with my willpower and didn't end up throwing up the contents of my stomach again. The 5 garlic cloves in my stomach replenished my mana and increased its maximum. Current mana: 245 245ths plus 5 garlic cloves, yet a whopping increase of 1 in my maximum mana. Shit. It almost feels like I am reaching enlightenment. On the first day, growing my mana was quick and easy, as swallowing half a garlic clove increased the maximum amount significantly. However, the current Lilith had entered a period of extreme inefficiency, requiring 5 garlic cloves to be swallowed to increase her mana by 1. At this point, it was actually much faster to level up than to increase my max mana. I was leveling up faster than I was maxing out my mana, which is something I never did in my previous life. Now, though, I am a maid used to pay debts who can't even leave the mansion, let alone level up. Even this growth was essential for me to maximize my leveling efficiency in my spare time. Do you remember the senior maids? Those assholes. I am gonna fuck them all up one day when I get the chance. Of course, I was the one who decided to chew garlic and grow magic, but if it weren't for those assholes, I wouldn't be in this mess today. Regardless of the outcome, the pain I am suffering now was caused by those bastards. If I don't think about it that way, I don't think I'll ever be able to bear the pain. Pulling 3 potatoes from the sack, I cast clean 3 times simultaneously. Thanks to the triple casting, which I was now competent and proficient at, I peeled the 3 potatoes and they turned smooth and round. Ha. I never thought I'd get used to multicasting with a potato peeler, let alone anything else. Even triple casting was a skill I didn't learn until my second year at the academy. I chuckled unintentionally at how fast I'd improved. The remaining potatoes were also triple cast, peeled 3 at a time. I cursed the damn seniors for throwing me into this garlic hell in the process. Slice. Ariana slice. Alicia slice. Catherine. One after the other, the potato chunks that tumbled into the cauldron looked like the skulls of the 3 maids. As I stared at the sight, I muttered a threat that no one could hear. You wait and see, you bitches, before I leave this mansion one day, I am going to screw you all over one way or another. Thud-ah. I was in the middle of peeling potatoes when I suddenly heard the sound of someone falling near the kitchen. It was accompanied by a high-pitched scream, presumably from a woman, along with a voice that somehow sounded familiar. What? Ethan must have returned to his bed, right? The voice didn't sound like Ethan's at all, but that didn't mean I could relax. Not to mention, I'd just been in the kitchen, triple casting magic. I didn't want Ethan, or anyone else, to see me using magic. I cautiously opened the half-open door inward, hoping that the voice I'd just heard belonged to Isabel. Alas, my hopes were dashed again. It wasn't Isabel, but another maid, who fell on her ass in front of the kitchen door. Senior Catherine, one of the senior maids at Blackwood Manor, with her short stature and pink hair. Catherine, one of the seniors who had given me a quick treatment, was looking up at me from her position on the floor. Hee. I don't know why, but she seemed like she was about to burst into tears at any moment. Catherine Lane. One of my seniors in the manor. She had the earliest morning start of any of the maids until Lilith began her shift in the kitchen. With Lilith's transfer to the kitchen, she, like her peers, is able to enjoy a more leisurely day. For some reason, she was out of her dormitory before 4 in the morning, wandering the halls of the mansion. Something's wrong. The new maid, who had been assigned to the same position as them 2 days ago, had started working with them. Catherine sensed something was wrong with her, as she was finishing all her work and left before she and her co-workers had even gotten to work. Her co-workers, Ariana and Alicia, were more laid back, saying that they just had a new junior who was good at her job. For Catherine, who had spent the past year doing all of her co-workers' work and doing the actual work, this situation didn't feel relaxing at all. To cut all those vegetables in just an hour or two, it just doesn't make sense. Back in her day, when she was doing the same job, she would have had to move her arms all day long without resting. No matter how fast your hands are, the idea of getting all that work done in just a couple of hours is unrealistic, no matter how many times you think about it. What is also unfathomable is the stamina to do that much work for 2 days in a row without collapsing. Even she, who already had 2 years of experience as a maid, would usually collapse after the work was done if she took on that much work alone. Her successor, Lilith, didn't even show any signs of fatigue. She somewhat looked a little dazed just before she left in the morning, but after a break, she was back to her old self by the afternoon. In Catherine's eyes and her practical, hands-on experience, Lilith's behavior was not without its oddities. Is she bringing someone else into the kitchen to work with her without our knowledge? It was hard to imagine that Lilith, a junior maid, would have such authority, but it was the most reasonable hypothesis at the moment. Anything else was too much for a mere maid's mind to imagine. Catherine had been lurking outside the lower maids' quarters, where Lilith and Isabel stayed since 3 in the morning, waiting for her. Creak. Around 4 a.m., she silently followed Lilith as she walked out the door. Rustle. Huh? There were a few moments along the way when she was almost spotted, but fortunately, the darkness of the mansion at dawn had hidden her small frame. She followed Lilith into the dining room of Blackwood Manor. I don't think anyone else came into the kitchen. Perhaps she arranged to meet her new partner in the dining room. Catherine waited at the entrance of the dining room for a few more people to arrive to see if her guess was correct. When she saw that no one else was coming, she carefully followed Lilith into the dining room. I won't watch, please sit down and wait. No, I want to watch cook. The sound of 2 people talking could be heard from the kitchen as soon as she entered the dining room. Realizing it belonged to Lilith and someone else, Catherine quietly put her ear to the inner door of the prep room. It wasn't hard to figure out who was talking to Lilith. It was the voice of Master Ethan, the man who had been causing a stir in the manor since his curse had been broken. Why is Master Ethan here? Catherine felt a chill run down her spine as she realized that the voice belonged to one of the most important people in the manor. Why he would be in the manor's kitchen at this hour was beyond her. The conversation she had just overheard between the 2 of them reveals the truth of what has happened. Then Richard Blackwood was born into a noble family. It was common knowledge in this world that noblemen were born with the ability to use magic, so it was only natural that Ethan would be able to use it. She didn't know why, but assuming he had helped Lilith in the kitchen 2 days earlier, chopping vegetables, it would all make sense. If Ethan was using magic to prep instead of Lilith using her hands, it would explain her unusually fast turnaround time. And therein lies the problem. Although Catherine claims it was not her intention, the end result of her actions is that she has put a nobleman, Master Ethan, in charge of the kitchen. There would be no public punishment for now, as there were guests in the manor, but once the guests left and their kitchen duties were complete, punishment would surely follow. She'd be punished along with her seniors for forgetting their duties as servants and allowing the junior maids to do all of their work, and for daring to dirty a nobleman's hands with meal preparation. Catherine, who had already been accused of stealing from Ethan, would be punished severely. All the complications that would ensue swirled chaotically through the fragile girl's mind. Oh no, what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I never meant for this to happen. I've always been the one to take on the work of my peers, and I never had any intention of passing on the work to the next maid. I wasn't even the one who stole and hid Master Ethan's belongings in the first place. The Duke of Blackwood's family was not generous enough to let her vent her frustrations. As Catherine stood in the kitchen doorway, her head in her hands, she heard Ethan's voice was getting closer to the door. Why don't you just show me? I wanted to see you cook. Muttering something to himself, Master Ethan's voice moved through the kitchen prep room and into the dining room. Catherine's heart was already pounding, and she had no mental strength left to face the nobleman. In a panic, she hastily searched for a place to hide, crawling under the tablecloth at the nearest table in sight. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? She'd have to hide until Ethan, after eating Lilith's cooking, retreated to his bedroom, and after Lilith returned to the kitchen after cleaning up the dining room. Catherine spent the next half hour hiding under the tablecloth, trying to think of a way out of this situation. Perhaps, in this situation, she may have put her own life at risk. Somehow, in some way, she had to cleanse herself of her sins and find a way to survive. Catherine Lane, one of the senior maids who began working at Blackwood Manor a year before Isabel and I. In other words, she was one of the 3 bitch-ass seniors who had been fooling me, leaving me to handle the kitchen chores alone. Hee. She freaked out, tears streaming down her face as soon as she made eye contact with me. Why on earth do I keep getting unwanted guests in the kitchen today? I never thought she'd come out this early to spy on me. Senior Catherine, right? Yes. That's right, miss. Miss. Oh, no. So sorry, miss. I am sorry. I was surprised to hear her talk to me respectfully out of the blue, but she apologized to me, bowing even lower. Even though she seemed timid, I didn't think she was the kind of person who would be respectful to a junior maid. Then again, until yesterday, she spoke to me both casually and semi-formally. I can't help but be puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. Catherine Lane. To be honest, she was a non-existent character in the original game. It wasn't until I started working in the kitchen that I realized she existed in the first place. She had never appeared in the main story of Luminar Academy, not even in the sub-story, not even in Lilith's exclusive route, and not even in any of the other releases or aggregates of the game. She was, most likely, never even depicted in the official illustrations. If there is any trace of her there, it's probably with her as a background character in a cutscene somewhere with no face. So when I saw that there was a character like this next to Ariana and Alicia, I was a bit surprised. Unlike Catherine, at least the first 2 characters were people you'd encounter along the Lilith route. In Luminar Academy, these bitches were maids who sympathized with Ethan to harass Lilith and to keep an eye on her to make sure she didn't escape. Now, while I've seen Lilith's ending dozens of times, and their names and likenesses were familiar to me, I never noticed that Catherine was ever around the 2. Perhaps she left just before the main plot for various reasons or something. Whatever the case may have been in the original, from the impression I have of her now, she's a character I honestly don't care for. To me, she was one of the 3 senior maids who had slapped me to do their work. In the long run, the 2 would likely prove to be more of a nuisance to me. In any case, she wasn't much different from the other 2. Or, in a sense, maybe she was a little worse. Especially in that, she'd been snooping around behind my back as she doubted that I'd done a perfect kitchen job for 2 days straight. Senior Catherine. Yes. What brings you to the kitchen at this time? If I recall correctly, isn't the seniors start time 6 in the morning? I apologize, Ms. Lilith. Ms. Lilith? Oh, no. Ms. Lilith. I can't seem to get any sort of conversation going. Every time she says something, she's wringing her hands as if she's some sort of mortal sinner, and I can't get the conversation going. I think the first thing I need to do is find out why this senior maid is placing herself below me. I thought it would be best to clear up the misunderstandings one by one. I'd like to ask you something first, Senior Catherine. Oh, don't say it, miss. What on earth are you doing? Besides, you've been talking politely to me since a while ago, and you weren't until yesterday, were you? Until yesterday. Because I hadn't realized that Miss Lilith was a noblewoman. Me? Nobility? The senior maid's remarks sent a chill down my spine. Wondering what she would say with her open mouth, I listened for a while longer. Depending on the content of the words coming out of Catherine's mouth, it might be necessary to force her to shut up. Could you tell me why you think I am a noble, Catherine? Look, I saw it. What? I saw you, using, magic. Magic. The way you organize the dining room with clean, and the way you trim potato skins with magic in the kitchen. Magic is a blessing that can only be used by nobles, so of course Lady Lilith is a noble. So you just assumed I was a noble because you saw me using magic even though I am nothing of the sort. Not that she had any legitimate proof that I was a noble. If anything, it was a good thing. At least I didn't have to force her to shut up. Still, I didn't particularly like the idea of being caught using magic. Senior Catherine. Now, I've done wrong. Miss Lilith, please forgive me for my sins. That's not what I want to talk about, so just calm down. I really didn't know, and I didn't do it because I wanted to either. I'll be doing all the kitchen work for the rest of the year. Okay. Well, you're going to have to hear my side of the story first, Senior, because there's no way that's going to work. Unlike Ariana and Alicia. There will definitely be a punishment for me. The moment my master realizes that I left things to Master Ethan and Lady Lilith. Alright. Just shut up and listen to me first. HMPH. I had to yell. I was frustrated that she wasn't listening to anything I said and was only talking about herself. Only then did Catherine stop talking and shut her mouth tightly. To put it nicely, she doesn't always understand at once. I understand what you're talking about, Senior Catherine. First of all, since I am busy preparing the ingredients for today's meal, why don't we talk about it in detail later tonight? I can clear up any misconceptions Senior Catherine has about me by then. P.S. is shish. The sound of water. I listened carefully to see if it was a leak in the kitchen, but it seemed to be coming from inside the prep room, not the kitchen. To add insult to injury, as soon as I realized it was closer than I thought, an expletive escaped my mouth. Oh, fuck. Sorry. I am so sorry. Catherine's maid's uniform was soaking wet from the center as she slumped to the floor, making a yellow circle on the prep room floor. What a fucking baby. I used clean to wipe away the traces of the asshole maid who pissed on the floor in frustration. I could barely get a word in. Catherine, who was now dressed in a slightly cleaner maid's outfit than when she first put it on, spoke in a deliberately nervous voice. Next time, don't make a mess. I am sorry. And stop apologizing while constantly avoiding my eyes. It's only making me feel more uncomfortable. Catherine, who was told not to apologize, had kept her mouth shut and remained silent. I didn't have a very good impression of her to begin with, but that incident just now has lowered my opinion of her considerably. It's bad enough that she's leaving a child behind, but now, she's watching a junior maid clean up a senior maid's piss on the floor. Mind you, this is a kitchen maid and a babysitter. It's a good thing I had clean. Without it, I would have had to mop up the stinking liquid myself. Washing a pee-soaked maid's uniform would have been impossible. It was a generous gesture on my part to wash the maid's clothes. I had a vague sense of guilt that I'd made her break down by yelling at her. Senior Catherine, please stop talking to me. We'll talk about it later, after work, and don't awkwardly call me some weird title like Miss. How dare I do such a thing to a noble lady? If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Catherine nodded her head urgently as she finally understood what was being said. I think I finally have a better idea of how to handle this timid maid. I now realize that she never gets anything the first time, so the most effective way to communicate with her is to speak firmly and forcefully from the start. There are two main misconceptions she has about me right now. One is that she thinks I am not a maid, rather, that I am some noble lady from somewhere posing as a maid. The other was that she thought that Ethan and I had taken care of the work she had left behind. It didn't really matter if the second misconception was correct or not, but the first was better left unsolved. I've already been caught using magic, and there's no point in glossing over that part. It would be more effective to keep the misconception of my nobility alive and use that as leverage to shut them up. First of all, the fact that I am a noble isn't something that should be known to others, so don't let them know, Senior Catherine. You don't ask why. If you not careful about it, the next time information about me being a noble leaks out somewhere, I'll naturally be the first to suspect you. I am sure it wouldn't be very pleasant for a mere maid to go head to head with a noble. I'll never tell anyone, Lady Lilith, I swear. If you really care about hiding it, you should drop the title, and revert to your normal manner of speech immediately. How could I do it? HMPH, Catherine reflexively grabs herself between the thighs in surprise. Still, her straight-faced style of speaking had worked to some extent, and the next words that came out of her mouth weren't a bunch of titles and honorifics. Oh, okay. Lilith. Well done, Senior Catherine. I am a little uneasy about that, but that should be enough to keep her quiet for now. I'll have to pull her aside after work today to discuss the details. Right now, I've got today's worth of veggies to chop, so I don't have time to waste on a leisurely chat with Catherine like this. An involuntary sigh escaped my lips as soon as I saw the time on the hourglass. The number 5 was already clearly visible, and the number 6 was starting to become semi-transparent. With the sound of footsteps outside in the hallway, I could tell that the maids were getting ready for an early breakfast. I'd spent too much time thinking about Ethan's hunger, and then Catherine popped in, and now I'd lost track of time. The time on the hourglass indicated that it was less than half an hour before the other 2 senior maids were due to arrive. And I hadn't even started on the vegetables that needed to be prepped. Oh, this is going to be crazy. 30 minutes until Arya and Alicia got to work. I somehow had to get all the vegetables prepped in that time without raising suspicion. And with only this one sorry-looking maid to help. Senior Catherine, hurry up. I've finished cutting the potatoes, so bring me a sack of onions next. Yes, Miss Lilith. Please stop with the formalities. This is what happens right after you realize that you're running out of time and have made very little progress in the kitchen. As soon as we realized the problem, we rushed to work, and Catherine and I busied ourselves in the kitchen, completing the remaining tasks as quickly as possible. We had about 20 minutes left before the other senior maids were due to arrive. Somehow, we had to get all the vegetables until dinner prepped in that time, so we didn't have time to think about anything else. In my frantic state of mind, I gathered up as much as I could and used my magic and skills to shred the vegetables. One by one, the giant pots, each about a meter high, were filled with the vegetables that Catherine and I had prepped. How many minutes do we have left? About 10 minutes. Fuck. Hey. The profanity was coming out of my mouth as I inadvertently forgot that I was Lilith, but my brain was too overloaded to care about that right now. Triple casting takes a lot of brain power in the first place, and now I was doing it dozens of times over in an iterative process. On top of that, I am feeling dizzy from the damned garlic flavor in my mouth. Normally, I would have rinsed my mouth out with clean every now and then, but wasting spell counts on that was a luxury I couldn't afford right now when I needed to chop more vegetables. Here, I've shaved all these carrots. Then the onions are next. I'll finish the garlic and potatoes, but you take care of the onions first. Yeah. Okay. The good news is that Catherine's work efficiency isn't completely abysmal. In fact, objectively speaking, she was actually quite fast. She could peel a single carrot at the same rate that I could triple cast clean and peel 3 potatoes. I wondered why she had passed the work to me when she was so good at it in the first place, but I couldn't waste my thoughts on that now. All I could do was to trim as many vegetables as I could, as quickly as I could. How much more? What? Hey, I am just getting started with the onions. Not that, I mean time. Time? Well, if it's that bright, maybe 5 minutes. Oh shit, I am going crazy. There was still almost a third of the work left to do, and at this rate, even if I died and woke up, it was impossible to finish it in the original time frame. If I did, Ariana and Alicia, who had their work left to do much less than before, would be suspicious as to why I hadn't finished it. Add to that the fact that they would see me working on it myself, and the suspicion would only deepen. Considering that I used to chop a day's worth of vegetables in 2 hours every day, my realistic chopping speed was way behind even Catherine's. Still, we were able to cut the remaining workload by about a quarter, thanks to the two of us keeping busy in the remaining 5 minutes. Still, it was unnerving to have this much work left to do. If I had magic at my disposal, I could probably finish the remaining workload in about 10 minutes. If I tried to do it without magic, it would take me almost 2 hours, and at this rate, the other senior maids would 100% question the work I've been doing. At least Catherine's stupid no she's naive enough that I can fool her into thinking I am a noble, but the other two bitches aren't so easy. Especially Ariana. If that cunning bitch found out I was using magic, I would be caught for my weakness, not for being a noble. So do you know what the bitch said then? She said that it wasn't her. You as stupid as ever. What should we do? I think Ariana and Alicia are about to enter the dining room. I heard them, I know, damn it. The work I had left could be accomplished if I could somehow find 10 minutes, no, 5, to get it done. It's so ridiculously unfair that I am getting caught for barely getting this much done. If I could just buy a little more time, I'd be fine. Even if it's just 5 minutes, if I can somehow stop 2 people from coming into the kitchen. What do I do? What do I do? What can I do? This is still a pretty ugly situation, but I'll take what I can get. Catherine, listen to me. Oh, no, what? Go to the kitchen door right now, and don't let anyone in the kitchen for the next 10 minutes. Wait, you don't want me to let anyone in? How do I do that? I don't know. You can talk to them, argue with them, or take them somewhere else, but that's up to you. But how should I? Is my nobility a joke to you? It wouldn't be hard for me to bury you and those 2 bitches if I set my mind to it. I'll do it, I'll do something about it, Miss Lilith. I felt strangely guilty that I'd come out with what was almost a threat, but it was for the best in this situation. She didn't seem to be able to comprehend instructions the first time unless they were spoken in this manner, after all. Hey, guys, good morning, it's a beautiful day, and the weather is nice today too. Catherine, did you come out of the kitchen? What do you mean the kitchen? I just got here. I heard Catherine's voice from the prep room between the kitchen and the dining room while I dumped the last of the potatoes and onions on the counter. If only I could somehow, someway, finish this, Catherine, did you come out of the kitchen? What do you mean the kitchen? I just got here. What are you talking about? I didn't see the back of your head once while walking with Ariana all the way here. That's because. Catherine seriously wanted to cry. Her day had been a mess since the crack of dawn, and she didn't even know how things had gotten to this point. If only she hadn't stalked Lilith at dawn this morning, she wouldn't be in this much trouble. After an hour of waiting, she followed Lilith to find her and Master Ethan in the kitchen. Furthermore, she discovered that Lilith uses clean to chop vegetables. Desperate to be forgiven for passing her work to a noble, she ended up humiliating herself in front of the powerful woman. All of this had happened in the span of 3 hours for Catherine. She'd just finished helping Lady Lilith, who was furious that she'd caused the delay, and was busily chopping vegetables. On top of that, she was now being forced to stand in front of the kitchen to stall for 10 minutes. What should I do? Catherine had spent the past year being used and taken advantage of by her co-workers. As she stood in front of Ariana and Alicia, she felt her vision getting darker and darker. The relationship between the 3 of them was no longer that of equals as it had been when they first entered Blackwood Manor, but more like that of 2 masters and 1 slave. Because she had been taken advantage of by her companions for a year, a deeply rooted sense of defeat had formed in Catherine. Stalling them by striking a natural conversation was virtually impossible. Even worse, however, there was a bigger problem behind her, preventing her from escaping. Catherine's fleeting recollection of Lady Lilith forced her to compose herself and somehow make conversation with the 2 of them. After all, it wasn't as if she had any choice of her own. Well, other than that, Alicia, Ariana, Ooh, do you think we could take a quick morning walk to freshen up before work? Morning walk? Yeah, It's such a beautiful day outside. Birds are singing, and flowers are blooming. Asterisk 1. It was a ridiculous suggestion, even to her own mind, but alas, it was the best excuse Catherine could come up with. If I just walked around the mansion once, that would give me about 10 minutes, so that should be enough to buy time for Lady Lilith. So she continued to talk as best she could, trying to convince Alicia, who sounded as interested as she was. What about going to work? Lilith, what does that junior maid know? What kind of guts would she have to argue with her seniors coming for a leisurely stroll? Oh, Catherine, what's wrong with you? Are you the kind of person who says those things? Well, we shouldn't care about that stupid bitch, whether she works or not, just rest a little more. I am sorry, Ms. Lilith. Catherine, who had no choice but to curse at Lilith in order to somehow fulfill the mission she had set for her, somehow managed to convince Alicia. It was only afterward that Catherine realized that it was Ariana, not Alicia, who needed to be persuaded. Enough with the walk, let's get to work, girls. Ariana? The one who set her up, turned her into a debt maid, and thoroughly exploited her for the past year. If she was who Catherine expected she would be, Ariana should agree to take a break while Lilith worked. Contrary to her expectations, Ariana was the first to say she was going to work. Ariana. Well, I've been letting her work for 3 days already, so the least I can do is show up for work. We should at least give our junior a break, especially when she looks tired every time she comes to work. But that's not necessary, right? If you a junior maid, it shouldn't matter whether your seniors come in late or not. That's weird. The Catherine the first definitely wasn't the kind of friend who would say something like that. Is there some reason I shouldn't be in the kitchen right now? A smug glare, as if she was already convinced beyond doubt. As soon as she saw that look in Ariana's eyes, Catherine finally realized something. Unlike Alicia, Ariana had seen through her awkward act. She knew it all along, during that incident a year ago, and now. Ariana was always one step ahead. Catherine had been her servant for a year now, and she knew that better than anyone. It had been foolish to try to deceive her in the first place. Though, that didn't change the fact that she had to keep Ariana out of the kitchen. Will you please step away from the door, Catherine? Lilith will be waiting for you inside. That's not fun. Slap. Gasp. The slap came without warning, even though she had only been blocking the door for about 3 seconds. The lack of hesitation startled both Catherine and Alicia. Before they could take stock of the situation, Catherine's other cheek was dyed red again by Ariana. Slap. Gasp. I thought I said you'd be treated nicer, like my pet puppy, if you behaved. Slap. Ag. I haven't been hitting you lately, so it's been creeping up on me. After all, a bastard like you has to be beaten once every 3 days to obey me, right? Slap. Catherine's cheeks grew hotter and hotter as the palm moved back and forth. However, she was filled with determination. *1, and somehow managed to keep the door to the kitchen from opening. When she showed no sign of moving out of the way, Ariana's kick hit Catherine at her side. Pow you, Catherine, how far do you think you're going with this? No. Stop it. Please. I'll see you later, after work. It's been a while, but let me remind you who your superior is again. After cleaning up Catherine's mess on the prep room floor, she was about to yank open the kitchen door. The dark-haired maid in the kitchen opened the door before she could and stepped out. Lilith? Have you come to work, seniors? Sorry, Lilith. We were going to leave early, but there was someone blocking the kitchen door, so it took us a while. I see. Lilith glanced out of the kitchen and into the prep room with a tired expression, only to find Catherine slumped on the floor, sobbing. Her gaze flickered to Ariana's slightly reddened palms. By the way, Lilith, did you get your work done today? Yes. You're the most professional of us all, Lilith. I am sorry we always seem to be having so much fun. Why aren't you answering? Are you rebelling? The black-haired maid pretended not to have heard Ariana's words and frowned as if she was pondering something. Lilith, who had finally made her judgments about the events in front of her, met Ariana's eyes and spoke quietly. Ariana. Lilith? You're a little short with words. Keep your mouth shut, you fucking bitch. What? A heavy fist struck upward into the senior maid's lower jaw with a dull thud. Ariana was airborne for a moment. Pow, what the? Ariana's body was airborne for a moment as I felt a throbbing sensation in my fist. After being sent flying backward by my emotion-filled punch, she landed on her ass on the floor of the preparation room. Ariana? Alicia rushed over to her as soon as she fell, her voice filled with concern. She didn't pay much attention to Catherine, who was lying on the floor with a bruised and swollen face, but she certainly had a different attitude towards Ariana. Aha. So that's what happened, then. Well, there's no way Catherine, who's so good at her job and seems to have such a soft heart, would take the initiative to delegate tasks to her juniors. Now that ID somehow understood the relationship between the three senior maids, there was only one thing left to do. To beat this bitch up right here and now. I'd have to beat her up at least as much as she'd done to Catherine, I thought, and then I'd be able to get my head out of my ass. You, what do you think you redoing? How dare a first-year junior maid assault a senior? Big mouth, huh? Bamwa. I kicked Ariana, who was lying on the floor and shouting nonsense, unable to regain her senses. My shoe hit her near the ankle, and she groaned again, rolling on the floor. Ugh. You fucking bitch, you are so dead to me. I am going to make sure you know who the boss is once and for all. Sorting out the hierarchy with Ariana. It was a task that had to be done at some point. As I've said before, this Ariana bitch was one of the two who had aligned herself with the future Ethan and tormented Lilith. She wasn't just following Ethan's orders like Alicia, she genuinely enjoyed tormenting Lilith. There was also a lot of harassment that was so hardcore that it could almost be considered same-sex rape, at least based on the cutscenes from Luminar Academy, so it was better to clean up the hierarchy now than later. I definitely don't want a future where I am getting treated like shit by men, nor by women. Bitch. It was easy for you to hit me and mess me up, wasn't it? You really do have a death wish. Of course, I wasn't actually going to kill her. If it came to that, that would mean escaping from the mansion, and the Blackwoods would be watching me even more closely than they already were. I'd end up in trouble for no reason. At the very least, I needed to at least let the bitch know who was in charge. I somehow had to break her spirit right here, right now, to keep her from using Ethan's power to abuse me in the future. Just as I am about to slam my fist into Ariana's face as she tries to rise from the floor, I felt a strong hand emerging from behind, grabbing my wrist. Grab. Oh, shit. I almost forgot that there was one more. Ariana, I've got her. Don't let go of that bitch, you hear me? Alicia, the tallest of the senior maids, caught me off guard and grabbed both of my arms from behind. Due to the basic difference in strength, my body was pinned to hers, unable to break free. You worthless bitch. How *ah. Damn. A sharp pain surged through me momentarily as a strong impact hit my abdomen. What the hell was she doing, hitting my solar plexus so accurately like that? Even in the game, she was a bitch in more ways than one, but in real life, Ariana was even more of a bitch. That bastard would, no doubt in my mind, try to kill me no matter what. This damn. What's wrong? Since you instigated a fight, I am sure you were prepared for the consequences. Pow gua. This jerk keeps hitting back after being hit. The pain was excruciating and the realization that I couldn't resist properly because of that damned Alicia was just as painful. If it were one-on-one, I could easily fuck that bitch up. Well, it's no fun if you re too naive like Catherine, so, I am sure playing around with someone like you must be fun, right? You re-talking nonsense. You bitch. How it's laughable how your brain is just as rotten as Catherine's. Is it because neither of you even has the intelligence of a bastard? Shut up. Ariana, who had just been beaten to a pulp on the floor, began to snort excitedly as soon as she had the numerical advantage. Not to mention, it was so unfair to be tied up in Alicia's arms and unable to resist. Being restrained by a woman, and not a guy, felt like shit, you know. It was a moment when I realized that it was unfair that I had possessed Lilith, whose physical state was simply abysmal. If only I could do something about this tall maid holding me from behind. Yes, damn it, there was a way. I turned my head away from Ariana's face. She was sneering at me with a smug expression. I immediately made eye contact with Alicia, who grabbed me from behind. Why? There's no point in begging now. You shouldn't have jumped on Arya without knowing the situation from the beginning. Ha, ew, ew. What is that smell? It's the smell of highly concentrated pressed garlic that I ate hundreds of cloves of today. It's a painful smell even for me, who was a Korean in my previous life, but there's no way these bitches can stand it. Blah. That's it. The garlic scent I'd shoved into Alicia's face had worked just as expected. I'd been too busy to rinse my mouth out with clean, but I never thought keeping it that way would ever be a good thing. My arms regained their freedom as Alicia's grip on my arm weakened from the foul odor. I decided to take out the tall maid first, who was a greater threat to begin with. Pow oog. The blow was weak compared to the one I'd delivered to Ariana, but after all, this body was only that of a maid in her late teens to early 20s. In similar conditions, I would have a much better advantage, having learned many fighting techniques in my previous life. I mean that most of the techniques I know were learned superficially from TV and the internet. Pow goo. You. Alicia's body leaned slightly backwards as she was struck by 2 consecutive punches, just like me a moment ago. Not missing that gap, I threw one last blow. Whack. Alicia, kill this bitch. You bitches are so fucking cowardly. It's not fair to lose 2-1 with a back and forth, bitches. Let us fight fair and square. I resisted the urge to scream that at the top of my lungs and blocked Ariana's forearms as they press against my body. Her strength was relatively weak compared to Alicia's, but her grip from behind meant that it was a difficult position to escape from. This time, the tables have turned, and it was Alicia's turn to come at me. If I get hit by that bitch, with her strong hands, I might not come out alive. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for her punch, expecting the pain to come easily. To my surprise, a scream escaped from Alicia's mouth, not mine. Chomp asterisk gur. Catherine, who had just fallen to the floor a while ago, was now biting Alicia's right arm with her incisors. Alicia screamed, waving her arms in the air at Catherine's unexpected entrance. Behind the latter, Ariana's furious voice rang in her ears. Catherine, get away from Alicia right now. Do you think you can resist my orders and get away with it? Why don't you go sleep with Alicia and mind your own business? What are you talking about, you bitch, get off me. Seeing that Ariana's gaze was directed towards Alicia and Catherine, I immediately put my weight on my right foot and stomped on Ariana's right foot with my heel. I shifted my center of gravity backward just in time to hear her scream. Ariana's body collapses, unable to support the weight of 2 people on one leg. With that, her body tumbled with me onto the prep room floor. Stomp. Ariana hit the floor with a squeal like a pig gagging. Taking advantage of the lack of strength in her arms, I shifted my position and immediately climbed onto her body in a mounted position. I squeezed her from top to bottom as she struggled desperately, clutching at her face and chest. Die, Ariana, you bitch. Lilith, you fucking bitch. My hands. My hands. HMPH, HMPH. The yells and screams of the 4 lowly maids echoed throughout the preparation room. In the midst of the chaos, we continued our madness. It wasn't too long afterward that we stopped killing each other. Well, I heard a commotion in the kitchen, so I came over, but what the hell do you all think you redoing? Enter Melissa Foster, the head maid at Blackwood Manor. The basement level of Blackwood Manor. The etiquette room. We'd been dragged here after our brawl in the dining room's preparation room, with no time to come up with an excuse. Presently, all 4 of us were kneeling on the floor, listening to headmaid Melissa's lecture. Well, it's more accurate to say that we were forced to listen. What? What's all the fuss about? The headmaid, with vocal cords that sounded like they had been flamed by a dragon, lectured other maids and I. With her hair pulled back in a bun, she lectured us in a high-pitched voice that could have echoed throughout the mansion. We, the lowly maids, had no choice but to listen to her sermon, and there was no escape. You are all disappointments as ladies and as maids. I don't know her exact age, but she was probably in her mid-40s or early 50s. The reason why I don't is because there was no official information. Even if I had played over 2,000 hours of Luminar Academy in my previous life, I couldn't possibly know something that the company hadn't revealed. Lilith, are you listening to me? Yes, Mom, I am sorry. Wow, shit. I thought I felt my heart drop for a second. You don't yell in my ear just because I was distracted. At this point, I am just grateful that Melissa wasn't the main character. If her voice had been added to the game, I am sure there would have been more than a few people who would have been startled during gameplay. After yelling at me to get my attention, the maid returned her gaze to the four of us and continued her loud sermon. The sermon, which started with the basic posture of a lady, continued tirelessly for an hour. Oh, my legs hurt. I'd been kneeling for an hour already. My calves were cramping and my whole body was tingling. Luckily, the garlic odor in my mouth was gone after I'd discreetly used clean. If I'd had to sit in that position for an hour while enduring a biochemical attack I caused on myself, I am sure I would have lost my mind much earlier. As maids of the Blackwoods, we must always remain calm, noble, and steadfast in our duties. Melissa continued her sermon for another 30 minutes, then scanned each of our faces one last time. As if to confirm that we were listening, she began to call each of us by name. Ariana Lawrence. Yes. Alicia Hayes. Yes. Catherine Lane. Yes. Lilith Rosewood. Yes. All of you will sweep the floors of the hallways of the first floor of the mansion and clean the stables for a month. Oh, no, I am fucked. As if the 3 days of kitchen help I'd already had weren't enough to kill me. Apparently, sweeping the entire first floor hallway floor wasn't enough, and now I have to clean the stables? Not to mention, I'll have to do that with those two bitches, Ariana and Alicia? I was dazed by the transfer of duties that no one in their right mind would accept. Just as I was about to offer my opinion on the changes, Ariana interrupted me and stuck her snout in. Excuse me, Headmaid Melisse. Headmaid Melissa. Please reconsider this personnel move and disciplinary action. Made a move, but she's one fast bitch. If I interrupted Ariana again and spoke, it would only make the headmaid's impression of me worse, so I lowered my hand and kept quiet. If I remained patient, I was sure that the opportunity to speak would come again somehow. Ariana. Yes, miss. Are you suggesting, then, that there is some injustice to my command? The head maid looked at Ariana with narrowed eyes at her statement. Her face didn't change, and she began to insist that the headmaid's discipline be modified. I think you're absolutely right and justified in your disciplinary action, headmaid. However, I think you're making that judgment because you don't understand that Miss Alicia and I were unwillingly involved in an unfair fight. That bitch is the real deal. Can you see how she's already getting to work, as if she's some cunning fox? An unfair fight? Even though she's the one who slapped Catherine first? On top of that, what about the bitches who beat me up in a 2-on-1? Given the setting, it took every ounce of restraint to keep me from unleashing a torrent of curses. Ariana's shameless and deceitful assertions continued to unfold in the etiquette room. Then do enlighten me. First of all, I would like to inform you that the violence that occurred today occurred as a result of Alicia and I calling out Miss Lilith Rosewood on her attitude towards her work. Neglect of duty, you say? Yes. Miss Lilith Rosewood has not performed a single proper kitchen duty since the day she was transferred to the kitchen 3 days ago. Don't talk nonsense, Lilith, be quiet. I was about to interrupt Ariana's rambling when the headmaid interrupted me. I kept my mouth shut for now and waited in silence to see what Ariana would say. What do you mean, Ariana, by not being on duty in the kitchen? Alicia, Catherine, and I have been working in the kitchen together for a while now, so we've been running efficient shifts. Normally, the maids start at 6 a.m., but given the time we had to prepare breakfast and the time the cooks had to leave for work, it was our normal routine to come out at 4 a.m. every day to trim the vegetables. Go on. But Miss Lilith Rosewood claimed that she didn't understand our working hours, and she never showed up at 4 a.m. on any day, and even after she arrived at 6 a.m., she continued to be negligent, even leaving before her break, even though she hadn't done much work herself. So you retelling me that you pointed out Ms. Lilith's insincere work attitude to her and that a fight broke out in the process? Yes, Ma'am, and I'd like you to focus on Ms. Lilith's fault rather than ours. For that remark, can you be held accountable? IWLL take responsibility for it. I, for one, Agree with Ariana, head maid Melissa. I just can't stand those bitches. I come in 2 hours early every day to get all my work done, and what? I get accused of dereliction of duty. Alicia's shameless agreement with Ariana's lies almost made me spit out the profanity that had filled my mouth to the brim. She even tried to covertly recruit Catherine to her side. She can roast Catherine all she wants later, but for now, she's going to make sure I get screwed over somehow. Calm down, Lilith. If you lose your temper here, you lose. And to be fair, I haven't recruited Catherine to be on my side yet. Catherine, do you agree with those two? She hesitated, kept her mouth shut, and kept her head hanging low. Perhaps she's conflicted about her own attitude. After all that she's been through with Ariana, it would be natural for her to give in to her instincts and side with her. At least, it's more natural than coddling a lowly maid she's only known for a few days. In any case, Catherine is currently mistaking me for a noblewoman from some other place. If so, there was a chance she might not be so eager to agree with Ariana. After all, I had already done enough persuasion not intimidation on her earlier today. What? I don't agree with Ariana Ma'am. Is it fair to say, then, that you re-arguing that Lilith has been faithful in her duties? Yes, Ma'am rather, Lilith. D did what us three were supposed to do. B because she did everything. Despite her fragile nature, she somehow defended me and didn't fall for Ariana's seduction. I am glad I didn't end up being outnumbered 3-1 in a popularity contest. I apologize, Catherine, for calling you a stupid maid who pisses in front of her juniors. It was all in my head, but I apologize anyway. I am glad she somehow found the courage to speak up, and that she was spared the worst that could have happened. Now it was my turn to save her somehow. Well, it's more like pulling her out of a sinking ship. Then there's a disagreement since Ariana's and Catherine's claims are contradictory. Catherine is merely lying out of sympathy for Miss Lilith, head maid. No, head maid. Senior Catherine is correct, and I can elaborate further on that. Go on, Lilith. Lilith's right to speak was somehow secured by Catherine's refusal to agree with Ariana. It was a precious opportunity, and I had to capitalize on it. I had to prove my innocence, and most importantly, I had to get to the part where Ariana had gotten off on the wrong foot. Every single day since the day I was transferred, I've been at work at 4 a.m. to trim the vegetables, and from that time until 6 a.m., the other seniors didn't show up to work, but merely left me to do the work, not to do it themselves. When you say seniors, do you mean including Catherine? Yes. I am not lying about that fact. I deliberately looked at Ariana to emphasize the word lying, and then went straight to the defense, this time to save Catherine alone. Senior Ariana and Senior Alicia are the ones who made me go to work at 4 a.m. alone. Catherine is weak-minded, so she had no choice but to agree with them. In fact, she came to work an hour earlier than the others this morning to help me with my work, even apologizing to me for overworking me so far. Is that true, Catherine? Yes, it is, head maid Melissa. She didn't lie. Catherine indeed came in earlier than usual to help me in the kitchen, and she did apologize for overworking me. Of course, the reality wasn't as simple as I just described it. In line with that, I am accusing Senior Ariana and Senior Alicia of unjust dereliction of duty. For that remark, can you take responsibility? Yes. Also, I would like to request that Senior Catherine, who was injured while shielding me from Senior Ariana's unwarranted violence, be held accountable for my statement as well. HMPH. Head maid Melissa alternated her looks between Catherine, Ariana, Alicia, and me. After looking at each of the four of us once, she nodded once and opened her mouth. If one of the claims is true and the other is false, then I am afraid we can decide on the level of discipline to be imposed at the moment. What? Head maid Melissa, Miss Lilith is lying. So we'll continue the disciplinary process on this matter after dinner, and the four of you should return with evidence or witnesses to corroborate your statements. Evidence or witnesses? If you don't have any, you're welcome to come back as is. However, if one of you has more solid evidence or witnesses to back up your claims than the other, we'll adjust the discipline accordingly. Ariana, I didn't think a little punching of that bitch would get this serious. At this rate, that bitch is dragging my meal prep operation to the brink of destruction. It was at that moment that I realized that at least one of us was going to be severely punished. After escaping nearly 2 hours of the head maid's sermon hell, I somehow managed to get up with my numb legs and exited the etiquette room with the other maids. The head maid stayed behind to organize the room while the 4 of us walked out. The door to the room had barely closed when Ariana's sharp voice called out, "Catherine." Huh. As the gaze of the maid who had been watching us disappeared, Ariana shot a sharp glare towards Catherine. She's probably trying to say something about Catherine taking my side instead of her side in the disciplinary action earlier. There was no way that bitch would let her get away with what she just did. What are you thinking? I tried to save you, and now you retaking Lilith's side. I can believe you haven't gotten your shit together after a year. Maybe it's because you still haven't gotten your ass kicked enough, huh? HMPH. Ariana raised her palm in the air in a threatening manner. I reflexively put myself between her and Catherine, who looked like she was going to cry at any moment. Could you calm down, huh? Why don't you try punching Catherine one more time? I might just kill you, for real this time. Do you have that power? Aren't you just a junior maid? How will you handle the aftermath if you kill someone? I don't know, damn it. The least I can do is leave you with a body you'll never want to live with for the rest of your life. Of course, that's impossible, since actually killing her would change the difficulty from nightmare to hell. Anyway, in this kind of fight, the one who hesitates loses. Let's stop this, Ariana. Don't mess with such a crazy bitch for no reason. She looks dangerous from the looks of her eyes. Yeah, well, we don't need to turn this into a fist-pumping dogfight. After all, we have witnesses. We can just watch later as both Lilith and Catherine get their asses handed to them later. What? They have witnesses? Are you saying there are witnesses to prove the diligent work of those girls who haven't properly worked a single day in the past 3 days? Caught off guard by Alicia's unexpected remark, I couldn't hide my momentary confusion. Seeing my reaction, Ariana smirked and asked casually, "Judging from your reaction, I am guessing you don't have any witnesses to corroborate your statement?" Yeah, well, if you're going to pick a fight, you should watch your step. You just throw punches whenever you feel like it. Fuck you. I know you bluffing. We'll see if I am bluffing or not this evening. You'll see soon enough if we do have witnesses who can testify that Alicia and I have been working hard and that you, Lilith, have been acting like a jerk every day. That's fucked up. Something in her reaction told me she wasn't joking around. Well, she's been a maid for a year longer than I have, so it's obvious that she knows more people in the manor than me. While Lilith is certainly striking in appearance, her actual connections pale in comparison to bitch Ariana. Off the top of my head, Isabel and Catherine were the only 2 people I could think of who could be considered my connections. I am looking forward to seeing your faces tonight. Ridiculous. And Catherine, I am going to make sure you get what you deserve for challenging me with no fear. Let's go, Alicia. Yeah. The 2 of them glared at Catherine and me with sinister expressions before heading upstairs. I remained at the bottom of the stairs with Catherine, contemplating how to get out of this situation. Lilith. There are witnesses, right? Lilith, are there witnesses? Yes, maybe. Then Lilith really is a noblewoman. I am glad. It's a regrettable story for Catherine, who still thinks of me as a noble. Honestly speaking, I had nothing. I had no evidence to support my statement nor a witness who could provide clear testimony in my favor. And so the hours passed. After dinner, the etiquette room was a little more crowded than it had been in the morning. The 4 junior maids to be given disciplinary action, the head maid, and all of the manor's maids had gathered to watch the disciplinary process for the junior maids. By my rough estimate, there were about 50 of them. Moreover, seeing even the master, Harold, and Ethan present, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that more than half of the members of the Blackwood family were in attendance at this disciplinary committee. Since it was an internal matter of the family, it seemed that there were no external guests in attendance. I wonder why there are so many spectators for the disciplinary proceedings of the lower maids. For a moment, I entertained the thought that enjoying the spectacle of someone else's misfortune was the source of the attraction, but surprisingly, most of the gathered people seemed to have been personally invited by the head maid to witness the disciplinary committee. Originally, I intended to quietly conclude this disciplinary procedure under my authority, but considering that the level of discipline may increase, I have also requested others to observe. As the disciplinary procedure has already been initiated once and with so many people present as witnesses, there will be no further reversals in the disciplinary action to be taken this time. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. With nowhere to run, we silently answered the head maid's words. Immediately, the disciplinary committee began to decide the level of discipline to be handed to the 4 maids. First of all, I would like to explain to the observers the incident of violent behavior by the junior maids that occurred around 6 a.m. this morning. The voice of the head maid leading the disciplinary committee echoed throughout the etiquette room, summarizing the incident from this morning involving Catherine, Ariana, Alicia, and I getting into a brawl. She outlined a brief overview of the altercation and the conflicting claims between Ariana and me about the events leading up to the fight. She also mentioned that Catherine and Alicia were siding with each of us respectively, and this disciplinary committee was convened to ascertain the credibility of these claims. After the fairly concise summary by the head maid, she called out my name. Lilith Rosewood. Yes. I instructed you to attend if you had any witnesses or evidence in this case, correct? Yes. Do you have any witnesses or evidence that can prove your diligent work? Yes, I do, ma'am. I didn't want to resort to this method if possible. But I had to grasp at straws somehow to survive, so I suppressed my feelings of remorse and called out the name of the witness who would prove my diligent work. I called to the stand Miss Isabel Grace, a fellow maid who shares the same bedroom with me. Isabel Grace, are you present? Yes, Madam Head Maid. As soon as Melissa called her name, Isabel stepped forward without hesitation. Like me, she was a junior maid with only a year's experience, but her confident demeanor was quite impressive. Lilith Rosewood has summoned you as a witness, will you testify? Yes, Madam Head Maid. Go ahead. Miss Lilith Rosewood, who began working at Blackwood Manor at the same time as I did, and who shares the same bedroom with me, testifies that she has worked faithfully and without fail for all 3 days from the day she began working in the kitchen. Do you have anything to support that testimony? Miss Lilith Rosewood and I share the same bedroom, and we share a bunk bed to make efficient use of the small space. Furthermore, as you are aware, madam, the bunk bed is quite noisy and shakes quite a bit when the occupants of the bunks move about. Go on. I have been awakened by the movement of the bed since 3 days ago, when Miss Lilith Rosewood first began her shift in the kitchen, until today, and I have seen Miss Lilith Rosewood leave for her shift after being awakened at 4 o'clock in the morning. Is that the end of your testimony, Isabel Grace? Yes, Madam Head Maid. Isabel conveyed her words confidently and without hesitation while speaking fluently. Somehow, the sight of her trustworthy side made my heart swell with pride. Isabel's title in the game isn't Smart Isabel for nothing. She's not a playable character in the game, unfortunately, as she doesn't have combat abilities, but she's still a pretty important part of the Lilith route. The fact that she was given a title meant that the developers put a lot of thought into her character. I remember playing through the Lilith route and often thinking how much I'd rather want to pursue Isabel instead. While her importance in the game doesn't necessarily mean she's competent, Isabel had left quite a favorable impression, just as she had shown at the Luminaire Academy. I felt quite grateful to her for stepping in to save me in a crisis. It was just this morning that I had decided not to cause trouble for Isabel, but I didn't think that I would end up indebted to her in less than a day. Then, Isabel Grace, I have one question for you. Yes, Madam Head Maid. Did you happen to see Lilith Rosewood leave her bedroom at 4 a.m. and enter the kitchen at the ground floor of Blackwood Manor? No. So you don't actually know where Lilith Rosewood headed after she left her bedroom? I fully expected this question. It's a disciplinary committee, after all, and they're supposed to be fact-checking. I thought Isabel would have to acknowledge that much and lower her head, but surprisingly, she continued to insist on my innocence until the end. Lilith wouldn't just leave her duties unattended. Whenever we worked together, she always tried to take on the unpleasant tasks, and even after collapsing from illness not long ago, she immediately returned to work as soon as she recovered. I am not specifically claiming that Lilith Rosewood didn't show up for work and committed dereliction of duty. I am just saying that it's a possibility. I apologize, Madam Head Maid. Still, Isabel Grace's trust in Lilith Rosewood is well conveyed. I will take this testimony into account when deciding on disciplinary proceedings. Please go in. Understood, madam. After finishing her statement, Isabel raised her head and returned to her seat. As she was about to sit, our eyes met briefly, and I couldn't help but give her a small wink. If it weren't for her, my situation, in possessing Lilith, would have been much more dreadful. Thanks to Isabel's fervent testimony, suspicions about my negligent behavior were somewhat alleviated for the time being. It would seem rather suspicious if a junior maid, who had left her bedroom at 4 a.m., wandered around the mansion instead of going directly to her workplace. Although Isabel couldn't testify to the part about me going into the kitchen, her testimony alone was helpful enough for me. After all, both Ariana and I had argued our C's to the maids in our favor, and even the slightest bit of testimony could sway the judgment. Unless clear evidence of my negligence in kitchen duty emerged, the head maid couldn't discipline me, no matter what witness she brought forward. After hearing Isabel Grace's testimony, it seems credible that Lilith Rosewood indeed reported to work in the early morning. Ariana Lawrence. Yes. Do you have any witnesses or evidence to prove Lilith Rosewood's negligent behavior or to refute Isabel Grace's testimony? Please, let there be none. Please let my words from this morning come true. However, contrary to my desperation, Ariana had an expression that exuded her firm stance. With a confident demeanor, she responded to the head maid. I have, madam. Have them summoned. I will summon the chefs responsible for the Blackwood family's breakfast as witnesses. As she spoke, one by one, the cooks of Blackwood Manor stepped forward. Not one, not two, but a whopping 5 cooks stepped forward to testify for Ariana. Amidst the murmurs in the courtroom due to the appearance of 5 witnesses, Ariana, quietly turning her gaze towards me, subtly smirked. As soon as I read that look in her eyes, I could sense that something was seriously wrong. Because I could now see why that damned bitch had been so arrogant the entire time. The chefs of Blackwood Manor stepped forward as Ariana summoned them to testify. Upon seeing them, I instinctively sensed something brewing in my mind. The reason Ariana confidently summoned these cooks as witnesses to this disciplinary committee. And the reason these cooks readily responded to the summons without much hesitation. My mind was swiftly piecing it all together. Are all 5 of the Manor's cooks willing to testify as witnesses for Miss Ariana? Yes, that is correct. Given that hearing the opinions of all 5 might take too long, could one of you kindly summarize your testimony on behalf of the group? After hearing the head maid's words, the cooks started talking among themselves. Among them, it was that the youngest cook began speaking as the representative of all the cooks. I will summarize the opinions of my senior colleagues and testify on behalf of them. Understood. What is your name, and how long have you been working here? My name is Paul Remsen, and I have been working at Blackwood Manor for 5 years as of this year. Among the 5 cooks, the youngest one has been working for 5 years. I had a moment of utter humiliation when I could only bring one junior maid, who had just completed her first year of service, as a witness. In a modern society where the law is equally applied to all, one might argue differently. However, in this medieval fantasy world, when it comes to trivial matters, it is natural for factors like the status and power of the individual to influence the outcome. The same goes for the status of a person testifying in such a situation. The weight of testimony already differed significantly just from the status alone. One junior maid with only 1 year of experience versus 5 exclusive cooks who had served for at least 5 years. Please testify, Mr. Remsen. The points I will testify are that Miss Ariana and Miss Alicia diligently performed their duties in the kitchen, and that Miss Lilith over there committed some negligence in her duties. Please elaborate on the specific details of your testimony. All of us cooks start our work at 7 a.m. to prepare for the breakfast service at 9 a.m. The menu varies each day, but most dishes require prepped vegetables or fruits. When we are busy and we can handle ingredient preparation alone, we rely on the help of the maids. I see. And when we arrive at 7 a.m. each day, it is Miss Ariana and Miss Alicia here who hand over the prepped ingredients to us. Ha, damn it. Yeah, of course, who else would it be? While I, exhausted from eating hundreds of garlic cloves every day for 2 hours straight, took a break, who else would hand over the prepped ingredients to the cooks? No matter how tired and weary I was, I had to somehow endure and hold my ground without leaving my workplace. It was the moment I absurdly fell into the pit of my own created weakness. Are Ariana and Alicia the only ones? You've never seen any other maids? The maid with the pink hair over there, I am not sure if I've seen her or not, but Lilith has never been seen during the morning handover even once. How can you be so sure? Lilith is quite well known among our cooks for being beautiful. If we had seen her during the morning hours, there's no way we wouldn't notice. The other cooks nodded along with Paul's words. It was a moment where Lilith's conspicuously noticeable appearance worked against her. I couldn't help but envy Catherine for laying low and her petite figure. At least with a nondescript appearance like hers, that could have made it confusing whether she was noticed or not. At this moment, I envied her seemingly non-existent presence and small stature a lot. Oh, but if we exclude the time for ingredient preparation early in the morning, Lilith has been diligently participating in work after breakfast. She had never missed tasks like cleaning up the kitchenware or doing the dishes. So, are you saying she only skipped out on the ingredient preparation tasks before breakfast? Yes, that's correct. Though I could confidently testify to my attendance at work after breakfast, now it felt like a meaningless testimony. Originally, the reason Ariana and I faced disciplinary action wasn't simply about whether we diligently participated in ingredient preparation tasks or not. It was a stage for discerning who initiated the quarrel among the junior maids, who took the lead in the fight, and who muddled the disciplinary actions with lies. As those cooks were unaware of it, they could easily testify with a light heart. They probably couldn't imagine the severe consequences of missing ingredient preparation for about 3 days. Lilith Rosewood. Yes. Is what Mr. Remsen testified correct? That you didn't show your face to the cooks during the handover of prepped ingredients? Yes, that's true. In that case, what were you doing during that time, Lilith Rosewood? Due to exhaustion from handling the early morning ingredient preparation alone, I took a rest in my quarters until breakfast time. The disciplinary committee's chamber began to stir with my testimony. In essence, it was an accusation of me being negligent in my duties, so it was natural for them to react this way. However, in a situation with so many witnesses, it wasn't feasible to brazenly push forth lies. Of course, what I had been asserting from the beginning was that I handled all the ingredient preparation alone from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. Unfortunately, there was no credible witness or evidence to testify to this part. I'll ask you one last thing, Lilith Rosewood, yes? Do you have any witness or evidence to prove that you worked alone in the kitchen from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m.? For a moment, the face of some piglet flashed through my mind, but I quickly forgot about it. I never had any expectations from that scoundrel in the first place. It would have been better to give up on that kid from the start rather than foolishly holding onto false hopes of a last-minute miracle. It's ridiculous to think that one person could handle that much produce alone for 2 hours, headmaid. It's obvious that Lilith's lying. Quiet down, Ariana Lawrence. This isn't the place to debate what's possible and impossible. We're simply here to confirm whether your and Lilith Rosewood's working hours were accurate. I apologize. Although Ariana's shift from jubilation to dejection should have been a reason to rejoice, it brought no joy to me at this moment. At this rate, I would be unable to prove my innocence and would inevitably face severe disciplinary action with no way to escape. However, wasting time like this wouldn't provide any means of escape either. In the end, I had to accept reality and silently lower my head. I don't have any is that so? But it's absolutely true that I've been coming in early alone every day to prepare the ingredients for 2 hours. I'd be fine continuing to work alone in the kitchen from tomorrow if necessary. That's enough, Lilith Rosewood. Melissa's voice sounded like she had already reached a conclusion in her mind, so I quietly closed my mouth. I had no choice but to wait quietly for her to speak again, as she remained silent before speaking. Well, it seems like the extent of your disciplinary measures has been determined. Melissa, with her arms crossed, glanced between me and Ariana. Though there was a strange sense of pity in her gaze, particularly directed towards me, it was just that. It was painfully obvious who among the recently arrived junior maid and the mansion's cooks, with at least 5 years of service, would be more credible. Furthermore, unlike the testimony from the other side, which claimed to have directly witnessed Ariana in the kitchen, Isabel's testimony only amounted to seeing me at the time of arrival. In the end, both in terms of witness credibility and the completeness of testimony, I was completely defeated. Damn it, Ariana, you cunning woman. I should have somehow held on without leaving any gaps. Even if I felt like I was going to die from exhaustion, I should have stayed in the kitchen until the end of my work, facing the cooks. If I had done that, I wouldn't have collapsed so miserably in this disciplinary trial. Regretting it now is meaningless, but it was futile behavior nonetheless. I will now determine the disciplinary measures for Ariana, Alicia, Catherine, and Lilith. As I felt dizzy from the events, I felt the voice of the head maid gradually fading away. It felt like my mind was becoming distant, similar to the feeling of being mentally drained after hearing about cleaning the entire ground floor hallway and the stables for a month. It was evident that the disciplinary measures would have to be more severe than this. The thought of having the kitchen duties I tirelessly completed, even eating more garlic than a vampire for 3 days, being so easily taken away by Ariana, ignited a surge of various negative emotions deep within my chest. Ariana and Alicia are exempt from disciplinary measures. Catherine, for perjury and acts of violence, will clean the entire ground floor hallway for 1 month. As for Lilith, for perjury, acts of violence, as well as negligence and dereliction of duty. Wait. I saw Lilith coming out alone and working in the kitchen in the early morning the other day. Huh? What? The solemn atmosphere was momentarily broken by someone's voice, and everyone's attention shifted to one person. As soon as I confirmed the identity of that voice, I was engulfed in various indescribable emotions. Master Ethan? I saw Lilith working in the kitchen, yesterday and even this morning. No way I can believe it. Master Ethan Richard Blackwood was testifying for me. I saw Lilith working in the kitchen, yesterday and even this morning. Thanks to Ethan's testimony, which began just before disciplinary action was to be taken against me and Catherine, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned a complete 180. Master Ethan, what do you mean by that? Isn't Lilith being punished for not working at dawn? That's true, but Lilith was in the kitchen at dawn, I saw her. What's going on? What's the catch? Although the atmosphere of the disciplinary committee changed with Ethan's sudden testimony, strangely, instead of relief, a greater sense of unease began to grow within me. Why is Ethan testifying like this for me? Could he be demanding something from me in return for his testimony? Master Ethan, I apologize, but this disciplinary committee is a place for determining the punishment levels for the maids, so if you mention false testimony as a joke. I am not lying, I saw it. I talked to Lilith, and I ate her food. I don't think it was food, but it was something. As more details were added to Ethan's testimony, head maid Melissa's glare changed, and she began to listen more attentively to the conversation. Once Ethan's testimony seemed to be gaining credibility, she turned her gaze toward me and began to cross-examine his testimony. Is what he just said true, Lilith Rosewood? Yes, it is. After my response, the sound of murmuring was suddenly heard in the etiquette room. Immediately, Ariana, with an impatient expression, began to interrupt my conversation with the head maid. Just a moment, Madam Head Maid. Hasn't the level of punishment already been decided? Adding a new witness at this point is unfair. Ariana Lawrence. This place is not just for issuing punishment according to procedure, but also for revealing the truth about what happened among you. The more information we have about what happened during the early hours of the past 3 days, the better. Aria was instantly dumbfounded by Melissa's remark. I had been somewhat feeling it for a while. I don't really know why, but I had a sense that the head maid was slightly more supportive of me than of Ariana. I honestly don't know why she would support me over Ariana, who has worked for at least a year more than me. Lilith Rosewood. Yes, Madam Head Maid. If it's true that you were talking with Master Ethan in the kitchen in the early hours, why didn't you request him as one of your witnesses? How do I say it? I can bring myself to say that I didn't call him as a witness because I was counting on Ethan's testimony and I didn't want to risk getting stabbed in the back for nothing. Moreover, it's possible that the conversation could digress into me pointing a kitchen knife at Ethan in the pantry. As I briefly pondered how to finesse the situation, suddenly, I recalled the conversation we had on the first day when I parted ways with Ethan. It seemed like a plausible excuse that could be conveniently used in the current situation. It was a secret between us two. What do you mean by that? I was worried that if it became known that Master Ethan had entered the kitchen in the middle of the night out of hunger, it might tarnish his honor. So, Master Ethan and I promised not to tell anyone about his intrusion into the kitchen and his eating the food I had prepared before leaving. Oh, right, that's it, I shouldn't have said that. It seemed that Ethan had completely forgotten that we had made such a promise. Thanks to that, I felt like I had narrowly escaped falling into the abyss. In that case, Lilith Rosewood. Yes. Are you saying that, even if it meant facing disciplinary action alone to protect Master Ethan's honor, you chose not to summon him as a witness? Is that really how it turned out? I hadn't particularly cared about Ethan's honor one way or the other. However, with the head maid's confident voice, the murmurs grew louder, and suddenly, I found myself dedicated to preserving Ethan's honor. Honestly, I wasn't thrilled about the misunderstanding between Ethan and me. But at this moment, I realized it could be useful. As all eyes were on me, I nodded quietly and as nonchalantly as possible. Yes, that's correct. As I responded, people around started to chatter excitedly. I couldn't catch every single conversation, but judging from the positive buzz circulating about me, the atmosphere didn't seem too bad. Isabel was also sending intense glances toward me from the crowd. Beside me, Catherine was practically clinging to my body for support. Amidst all this, Ariana was the only one who seemed unwilling to accept the situation, as if she couldn't acknowledge it. Lies. Yes? If Master Ethan really visited the kitchen early in the morning, then that girl Lilith, there's no way she wouldn't have called him as a witness from the start. Master Ethan must have just made up the testimony out of pity for Lilith, and Lilith just went along with it on the spot. Oh. What a piece of shit. Is she really pointing out that Ethan lied right here, right now? Especially in front of Harold, who's watching our every move. You there? Master? Are you implying that my son is a liar? What was she thinking? The moment Harold's cold voice and gaze reached Ariana, she froze like ice, her expression turning into one of realization. There are two ways to really irritate the gentle Harold. One is to insult his deceased wife, Thanasia. And the other is to openly insult Ethan in front of him. Oh, no, Master, that's not what I meant. Harold was a nobleman with a heart broad enough to overlook insults, but for him, these two subjects were absolutely untouchable. Even in the original game, confronting Harold was far more intense than dealing with Ethan. It's pretty audacious to openly insult Ethan in front of Harold. Seeing that cunning woman unable to even handle basic etiquette, it was clear she was also feeling the pressure. There's no need to be angry, Master, headmaid. If we carefully examine the testimonies of Master Ethan and Lilith Rosewood, the truth will quickly come to light. Melissa, alternating her gaze between me and Ethan, calmed Harold down and wore a confident expression. She opened her mouth, and this time, she directed a question to both Ethan and me simultaneously. Master Ethan, and Lilith Rosewood. Yes. Yes. On the day Master Ethan visited the kitchen, is it true that Lilith Rosewood prepared a dish for you, sir? It wasn't a dish. It's just food. Yes. Then, Master Ethan, please whisper in my ear now. What food did Lilith Rosewood serve you? Well, you see, Ethan began to murmur something into Melissa's ear as she leaned in closer. It seemed he was providing additional testimony about the dishes I had served over the past 2 days for a more thorough cross-examination. To be honest, even I couldn't call those dishes anything close to real cooking. As the rather lengthy whispering came to an end, the headmaid straightened up and turned her gaze towards me, then asked. Lilith Rosewood. Yes. Please tell us about the 2 dishes you served Master Ethan. One was a tomato and radish salad dressed with honey, using fresh tomatoes and radishes. The other was radish rolls, thinly sliced radishes wrapped with radishes, onions, and carrots, drizzled with olive oil. I see. Thank you for sharing. Melissa listened to my words with a faint smile and responded. And this time, she immediately began to tell what Ethan had whispered to her. Master Ethan described the meals to me in this way. He mentioned a dish with sweet tomatoes and radishes, and another strange dish with thin radish slices and other vegetables wrapped in radishes. Strange dish when considering that description and the ingredients used in the cooking, it exactly matches what Lilith Rosewood mentioned about the dishes. While I felt a bit irritated by the blatant disregard for the effort put into preparing the dishes during my scarce spare time, seeing that he remembered even the meals I prepared and testified accurately, in a way, provided some relief. Now that it's fully proven that I worked the night shift, it'll soon be proven that no other junior maids reported for duty either. I was almost on the verge of receiving the disciplinary action of cleaning the stables alone for at least a month. It felt oddly ironic to be rescued by Ethan, whom I had so despised in my previous life. Now, hold on, do you still have something to say, Ariana Lawrence? In the current situation, there was practically no way for her to reverse the decision to be made. To refute this testimony, she would need to summon a witness much more powerful than Ethan or present irrefutable evidence that could even push Ethan aside, which was practically impossible. If such evidence were readily available, the situation wouldn't have escalated to this point in the first place. However, Ariana, who didn't know when to give up, desperately looked around for a way to survive. Her gaze shifted to Catherine, who was trembling beside me. See, Catherine is suspicious. What? Suddenly being pointed out by Ariana, Catherine's voice filled with surprise as she instinctively hid behind me. Even I was curious about what she would bring up, as her accusation seemed completely out of the blue, beyond my expectations. Immediately, Ariana continued her desperate defense, shifting the blame to Catherine as if it were her final attempt. See, Catherine is the one who stole Lady Thanasia's heirloom necklace from Sir Ethan's room a year ago. What? That's not true. I never stole Lady Thanasia's necklace. You did steal it, you little thief. What? You can win against the message, so now you re-attacking the messenger. But Ariana, you don't realize that what you just said just dug your own grave deeper. Lady Thanasia's necklace. My mouth almost burst into laughter as soon as I realized that you were referring directly to an item that no one in Luminar Academy would be aware of. The moment she mentioned that necklace in front of me was akin to confessing to stealing it herself. Thinking that I could send her packing once and for all, I subtly raised my hand and interjected in Ariana and Catherine's conversation. I just wanted to ask, yeah? What about it, Lilith Rosewood? Are you referring to the gold necklace with the blue gemstones as Lady Thanasia's heirloom necklace? How do you know about that? Facing Harold's gaze, which was mixed with suspicion, I continued to feign innocence. Lilith Rosewood. This was a golden opportunity to clear Catherine's unfairly tarnished reputation while completely discrediting that irritating Ariana. I think I've seen it before. I remember seeing a flashy and expensive-looking necklace in Senior Ariana's room before. With my statement, the room fell silent once again. As uncertainty lingered in the air, all eyes turned towards me. One thing is for sure now, Ariana, you're as good as dead. Photo of the corridor in front of the main bathroom on the first floor of Blackwood Manor. After entering through the underground passage into the interior of Blackwood Manor, you should come out to the main bath on the first floor of the manor. As soon as you exit, turn right. The left side is guarded by security. Photo of the area in front of the auxiliary staircase on the first floor of Blackwood Manor. Turn right twice to find the auxiliary staircase leading upstairs. Enter directly to the third floor from here. The second floor is a farming map with nothing special, so you can skip it if you find it bothersome. Photo of the maid's room area on the third floor. Search through the maid's rooms on the third floor to collect items. If searching everything seems tedious, focus on Isabel's room and Ariana's room only. In Isabel's room, you'll find Isabel's diary, a unique accessory for Lilith. In Ariana's room, you'll find Thanasia's necklace, which you can either add to any female character at the end of the episode or save for later as crafting material. Photo of Melissa's room, the maid's room on the third floor. Inside the innermost room in the maid's quarters is Melissa's room. Push aside the wardrobe to reveal stairs leading upstairs, then proceed to the fourth floor. Photo of the secret room on the fourth floor. Once inside, unlock the door with the Thanasia's necklace you obtained earlier. After unlocking, you'll enter a long corridor. Only the second room on the left opens here, so enter in. Wasn't this guy an aggro player? Why is he so delicate with strategies? 39.7. It's hilarious that someone with that kind of nickname is seriously posting raid strategies lol. 223.38. Every day, I am swearing at Lilith for being a whore, but I am actually more serious about Lilith than anyone else. Seriously lol. Lil Jiolchong. Shut up. Gwansanai. I can find Thanasia necklace in Ariana's room. Where the hell is it? Lil Jiolchong. It's in the first drawer of the dresser. You have to click the dresser 3 times since it's in the 3rd drawer. Gwansanai. Ah, I have to click 2 more times. Found it, thanks. Jungmulgus Gemibnida. But it's Thanasia's necklace. Why is it in Ariana's room? Isn't Thanasia's room on the 4th floor? Ooh. It seems like Ariana just stole it secretly. Given her personality, she'd do that and still act innocent. Jungmulgus Gemibnida. Why is Harold silent about this? It's Thanasia's heirloom. Shouldn't he be taking care of it properly? Is that just a plot hole? Ooh. Maybe she stole it and pinned it on someone else. Lil Jiolchong. No official confirmation, so who knows? Underscore. How would you know that? Harold, with suspicion mixed in his gaze, squinted at me. This was the most crucial moment. In order to uncover suspicions that seemed to be tied to Catherine and completely throw Ariana off, I had to convincingly portray the innocent Lilith Rosewood. It seems like I've seen it before. I think I saw a flashy and expensive-looking necklace in Ariana's room before. Thanasia's necklace. If you've ever delved into the strategies for Lilith Rosewood in Luminar Academy, it's a name you've probably heard at least once. It's not only a crucial item to acquire in the middle of an episode to enter the Lilith route, but its performance as a piece of jewelry itself isn't too shabby either. Of course, for those who don't follow the Lilith route due to personal preferences regarding the heroine, it might be an unfamiliar item. For someone like me who has spent over 500 hours solely on strategies for Lilith, however, it was one of those pieces of information you can just overlook. In fact, one of the things that puzzled me while playing Luminar Academy was this item, Thanasia's necklace. Why could it be obtained in Ariana's room, but not in Thanasia's room, Harold's room, or even Ethan's room? If Ariana stole this heirloom to avoid the gaze of Harold and Ethan, how on earth did she manage to escape suspicion? Until now, it had been a vague speculation that I casually brushed aside, but with Ariana's recent remark, that speculation became a logical conclusion. First of all, it's absolutely certain that Ariana stole Thanasia's necklace. Although I am not entirely sure, she probably managed to frame Catherine as the culprit through some means. She was quite skilled at shamelessly portraying herself favorably and manipulating public opinion to her advantage. No wonder Catherine's character might not even appear in the main story at all. Perhaps Catherine had already been accused of Ariana's crimes in this manner, resulting in further punishment and subsequently being written out of the main storyline. Maybe she had even tried to help Ariana during the current situation where Lilith was being targeted, only to be betrayed. Otherwise, Ariana's other misdeeds might have been exposed, and she could have faced punishment accordingly. Though Catherine is a character who has never appeared in the game Luminar Academy, one can't help but wonder if she, too, had experienced a life as complicated as Lilith's. Of course, things might be a little different from now on. Wait, that's a lie. How could you know? Oh, no, you weren't supposed to be in my room. You remember during last year's apprentice maid training, right, Senior Ariana? It was part of the training to clean the personal rooms of senior maids. Even if it was for training, it's unacceptable to let an unverified apprentice maid into the chambers of nobility. Just deploying apprentice maids into real situations for practice could lead to inadequate handling of tasks and upset the servants. Or there's a possibility of theft, like when Ariana secretly stole Thanasia's heirloom necklace. I think I found it inside Senior Ariana's drawer. I can recall if it was the 1st or the 3rd drawer. Go and check. Yes, sir. The mansion guards hurriedly dashed out of the etiquette room at Harold's muttered command. It's probably only a matter of time before they discover Thanasia's heirloom necklace this way. You lying. She's lying. I am only stating the facts as I personally witnessed them. Stop joking around. I knew about the training period for the apprentice maids too. Do you think I'd casually hide it in the dresser until that day? So, are you saying that you hid it elsewhere on the day I cleaned? Of course no. Wait. I didn't steal it. I mean, if I did, of course I'd have hidden it like that. Anyway, it's a lie. There's no way she could have seen it. Yeah, it's a lie. Even in Lilith's memory, there was never a moment when she found something valuable while cleaning Ariana's room. Would that cunning girl really keep such a dangerous item in her room after an apprentice maid stumbled upon it? She probably carried it on her person for a few days or maybe secretly stashed it in Alicia or Catherine's rooms. At the end of the day, what does that matter? Either way, she wouldn't still have it hidden in her room now, right? That is, in the same spot where it was found during the Lilith's heist episode in my previous life. Moreover, the mansion guards have already entered the third floor for a search. How could you, a mere junior maid, stop them? What can you do? Instead of lying and cursing unjustly in front of me like this, what else can you do, you worthless piece of shit? Thud. 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 As Ariana made her final attempt to betray me, a commotion erupted from outside the door. The mansion guards who had gone to search immediately returned to the etiquette room. In the hand of the soldier at the front, a golden necklace with a sparkling blue gem dangled. We found it, Sir Harold. It's Lady Thanasia's heirloom necklace, just as Miss Lilith described. It was found in Miss Ariana's room, in the first drawer of her dresser. Oh, it's Mother's necklace. Upon hearing the soldier's words as they entered the room, Ariana turned completely pale. The soldiers handed Thanasia's necklace directly to Harold. Harold, after examining the necklace closely, clasped Thanasia's heirloom tightly in his hand and muttered quietly. So, it is the item I gave as a gift. Then, after tucking the necklace into his suit pocket, Harold slowly approached Ariana, who was trembling in her seat. That was accompanied by a gaze so fierce it could probably kill 10 men, almost. Master this is some sort of misunderstanding. Stand up straight. Why yes, sir. Without warning, a tremendous impact echoed through my ears for a moment. Right after the sound, what met my eyes was Ariana, who was now pinned to a wall. Gaw-erp cough. Ariana, hit near the base of her skull, was thrown nearly 4 meters in one go. Others, fearing they might get involved with her, reflexively avoided her as she flew towards them. Thanks to that, Ariana remained alone, pinned to one side of the room, emitting painful groans. Grab. Master. Right after that, Harold grabbed Alicia by the hair and dragged her towards Ariana. Unable to approach him due to an inexplicable aura, other servants parted from him as if by a miracle, just like the parting of the Red Sea. Before long, a strained, angry command emanated from Harold's lips. Except for these two, everyone else returned to your duties. Yes, Master, it's better to leave now before I get dragged into this mess too. When things get like this, it's best to make a quick exit. I never imagined I'd witness Harold's tantrum pattern here instead of during Lilith's heist. Before his single target attack turned into an AoE*1 attack, all of us, including me, hurriedly fled from the etiquette training room and ran upstairs without hesitation. As we ascended the stairs one by one, the screams of the two women started to echo from behind. Help! Someone! Save us! Please! I just did what Ariana told me to. I didn't know anything about Lady Thanasia's heirloom. Oh, how ruthless. They should have been more careful in choosing sides. The next dawn, after several days of early morning shifts, I found myself slowly getting up from the bed with droopy eyes. The reluctantly acquired waking time was meaninglessly unnecessary from this dawn onwards, as there was no need to start early kitchen duty today. Of course, there was no need to handle vegetables by chewing hundreds of cloves of garlic either. Since Ariana and Alicia received punishment, violence under the name of discipline, from Harold, there have been some adjustments in our working hours for me and Catherine. First of all, head maid Melissa sincerely apologized to me and Catherine as soon as all the work was done. She apologized for the fact that I had been handling most of the kitchen duties alone for the past few days, and for not realizing the incident involving the necklace stolen by Ariana from Thanasia a year ago a little earlier. I am sorry for not uncovering the injustice of this incident beforehand, especially to Catherine Lane, who has been suffering for over a year. Please do not apologize, head maid. Anyway, now that the truth has been properly revealed, I consider that fortunate enough. I feel the same, just having the false accusations cleared is satisfying enough for me. Although I couldn't feel the need for her to apologize, as she couldn't fully grasp everything that happened among the lower maids just because she was the head maid, she was still the highest ranking person in the same profession as me. So, I accepted her apologies somewhat unexpectedly. Catherine seemed happy just to have the false accusations lifted off her. Even last night, when Catherine suddenly came to Isabel's in my room and bent down to apologize profusely, I was almost startled. "Oh, thank you so much for today's work, Miss Lilith. I'll be forever grateful. If you ever have any bothersome tasks in the future, please let me know. I'll handle them all by myself." "Alright, enough already. Just get up quickly. What's with all this fuss suddenly? It's lucky Isabel isn't here right now, but imagine if she saw this. What would she think? But considering the wrongdoing I've done to Miss Lilith, I can't help but feel endlessly sorry." "Enough. Just get up already." To be honest, it felt a bit overly burdensome in terms of loyalty. While her character seemed good, apart from that, she was inherently fragile and naive, which made someone like Catherine, who willingly crawls under my feet, rather unsettling. With this kind of personality, it's no wonder she was taken advantage of by Ariana and Alicia over the past year. It would have been nice if Catherine had a personality and distance similar to Isabel's. I mean, just the right amount of closeness between women, where they can share words comfortably. Of course, it was already impossible since I lied to Catherine about being a noblewoman from somewhere. Still, for the next 7 years or so, I should be able to make sure Catherine, in her vulnerability, doesn't suffer unjustly like last time. Really, no matter how I think about it, it feels like I am becoming more of a nanny than a maid. Still, becoming Catherine's nanny seemed slightly better than becoming Ethan's exclusive maid. Of course, there was no guarantee that doing one would exempt me from the other. While we're on the topic, I should also talk about Ethan. It goes without saying, but I did express my gratitude to Ethan for testifying yesterday. Although he may look like a 13-year-old kid on the surface, the fact remains that I was saved from the abyss thanks to Ethan's testimony. Even if I harbored prejudice against Ethan in my past life, it would be shameless to receive help and then pretend not to know. Ignoring him out of unfounded prejudice would only damage my self-esteem. I sincerely thank you for testifying on my behalf in this matter, Master Ethan. Huh? Oh, yeah? Yes. Thanks to your words, I was able to reverse the disciplinary action that was almost imposed on me. So, can you come to the kitchen today too? I can't really decide my whereabouts, Master, but I probably won't be in the kitchen this morning even if you come. Why? Head maid Melissa said she would take responsibility for this incident and mentioned that she would handle the kitchen duty alone this morning. Is that so? Perhaps head maid Melissa is more skilled in cooking than I am, so if you wish, it's fine for you to visit her. No, forget it, I just want to go then. What's with this uneasy response? It sounds like he came to the kitchen not because he was hungry but because he had some ulterior motive. It was such an uneasy reaction that my positive feelings towards Ethan evaporated in an instant. Snap out of it, Lilith. Even though he helped this time, the fact remains that Ethan is the guy who bullied Lilith at Luminar Academy. At any moment, from anywhere, it wouldn't be surprising if the route to Lilith being bullied by Ethan started again if someone accidentally flicked the wrong switch. As long as this appearance of Lilith's character remains unchanged, there's still a chance Ethan's weird interest could surface at any time. Even if dirt gets in my eyes, I won't accept an ending with Ethan as the bully. Anyway, the long day that began with a dawn scuffle finally came to an end. It was now my current situation to wake up again at 4 in the morning, barely 6 hours after lying down to sleep. It was quite an early hour, with most of the servants in the mansion already asleep. Despite feeling unusually exhausted today due to the many events, I managed to muster the energy to get out of bed since I was already awake. Lilith, is it time for work already? No, Isabel, you can sleep longer. It's still 4 in the morning. What about you, Lilith? I have somewhere I need to go for a moment. Now you also start work at 6 but you still going out? Well, work hours did change to starting at 6. Although it might seem like I am doing something more important than that. Yeah. If the bed upstairs is uncomfortable, come down and sleep in my place. Okay, quietly descending the stairs and checking on Isabel, who was buried under the blanket, I quickly changed into my maid uniform and stepped out of the bedroom. Instead of heading straight to the kitchen like yesterday, I walked towards the back door of the mansion where the Blackwood family carriage would be stored. I went towards the prisoner transport carriage where Ariana and Alicia, whose punishment for the theft had been decided overnight, would be riding together. As expected, I couldn't resist the urge to eavesdrop. Finding Ariana and Alicia in the backyard of the mansion wasn't particularly difficult. The prisoner transport carriage, with its iron bars exposed outward, was unmistakably conspicuous in appearance. While it was rare for anyone to be inside under normal circumstances, today, there were two people inside, seemingly getting along well. Before the guests at the mansion woke up, a stableman was securing the horses to the carriage as if preparing to depart with the prisoners. Seeing it as a good opportunity, I approached and casually greeted them. "Hello. You've been working hard since dawn. Are you a maid, miss? What's the matter?" "I was just curious. Are you going to transport the prisoners now?" This isn't something I should just tell anyone." "It's okay. I know who's riding in the back, they used to be my sweariers." "Is that so?" The stableman avoided eye contact, seeming uneasy after hearing my words. They probably expected me to make some problematic requests, like asking for the release of the two. Of course, I had no such intention at all. If anything, I just wished for these 2 years to vanish before my eyes right now. But it too regrettable to just let them go like this? All the things Ariana did to me, all the things she planned. At least, for the last time, I should express all my grievances clearly. "If it's alright with you, could you please depart just 3 minutes later?" 3 minutes? I know my superiors are being taken away for their crimes, but still, as a colleague, I want to give them a proper farewell. I won't make any difficult requests like asking for their release, sir. Could you please consider it?" Folding my hands together and putting on the most earnest expression I could muster, I made my plea, and the stableman, showing a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, nodded immediately, granting my request. "We'll depart in 2 minutes from now. If you have anything to say, please make it quick." "Thank you, sir. At times like these, I am grateful for Lilith's appearance." After thanking the stableman, I approached the back of the carriage and peered through the iron bars, revealing my face. I quietly greeted the two inside, waiting for punishment in the miserable state within the carriage. "Did you sleep well last night, seniors?" Lilith. Two figures, draped in almost indistinguishable thin rags, their hands shackled to the carriage, looked back at me with a mix of surprise and recognition. The bruised marks on their arms and legs reminded me of Harold's violent behavior in the etiquette classroom yesterday. Really, it seems both of them got a proper beating as if they were being punished like misbehaving dogs. Considering they tried to steal Thanasia's necklace and shamelessly pinned the blame on someone else, it's almost a natural consequence. Initially, I intended to offer a smile and perhaps some comfort to the two seniors leaving in such a pitiful state, but seeing them like this made me feel sorry to the point where I, the supposed victim, felt guilty. You came to save us? Why, you thought this punishment was too harsh, too, right, Lilith? That's it, isn't it? I promise I won't delay tasks for you anymore, so please just say something nice about us to Master Harold just this once, please. What are these idiots even saying? Although yesterday's events earned me a bit of trust from Harold, it doesn't mean he's going to listen to me. Besides, even if he could, he never had any intention of rescuing them from the start. What, just because they're pretty? Stealing a necklace doesn't warrant a trip to Silverwood. It's buried in snow up to your calves all year round, not to mention the dangerous monsters. I didn't do anything this serious in the first place. She's the one who stole the necklace, so why am I getting the same punishment? What? They were going to Silverwood. I thought, at best, they'd be sold off as debt slaves in some decent city. Harold must have been really furious. If they were going to Silverwood, practically speaking, it was like they were exiting the story now. Two maids committed a crime and are being dragged off to the Northern Territories. Even without seeing it with my own eyes, I could easily imagine what they would be used for there. What? You calling me a thief? When did you ever follow me willingly, you slut? If you hadn't thought the necklace you stole belonged to the master's former wife, you wouldn't have done this crazy shit, you bitch. You fucking bastard. R. Before they were sent off, they suddenly started fighting, grabbing each other's hair, with just a glimpse at each other's faces. They were destined to ruin each other without me intervening. Well, it's only been 3 days, but we've shared some moments together. So, before they set off on their journey, I gave them some advice, not that they asked for it. From now on, you two shouldn't fight. If you want to survive in the Silverwood territory, you need to rely on each other somehow. What? Just a moment, weren't you here to rescue us? Rescue you? I am not sure what you mean, but all I can offer you two is some advice. Advice? The two of them, with faces tense with anticipation, awaited my next words. Smiling at them, I imparted my knowledge. The Silverwood territory is already cold throughout the year, and the northern border, in particular, is so harsh that even ordinary people can't enter. I know that. What's that got to do with anything? That's why they say there are no sheltered valleys or shelters near the northern border. In the first place, no lady would venture so far as to sell their services. It's quite a pity, considering the many soldiers who work so hard out there in the remote areas. Shelters? See, could it be? That's not? Surely not? It's truly heartwarming to see such esteemed seniors willingly journeying to the northern border of the Silverwood territory. You both would be a great comfort to the soldiers who always endure hardships in such harsh places. Upon hearing my words, the two individuals dumbfoundedly opened their mouths, their faces turning a pale blue. As I enjoyed observing their expressions, I heard the voice of the coachman calling me from the front of the carriage. Miss, are you done with your farewells? Yes, you can depart now? All right. Drive safely. With the sound of the reins tapping against the horse's back, the escort carriage carrying the two individuals began its departure. Just before the carriage departed, the two individuals inside the convict escort carriage called out my name and pleaded for something, but I didn't pay much attention. After all, we were unlikely to see each other again, and even if we did, they would probably be mentally unstable by then. As the carriage carrying the two sinners faded into the horizon, I simply waved without any lingering attachment. Sacrificing 2 hours of sleep for this was truly worth it, considering how refreshing it felt. It has been several days since the day Ariana and Alicia were sent to Silverwood. After the influx of Ethan's well-wishers at the mansion finally subsided, Isabel and I could slowly return to our original duties. Instead of pouring our time and stress into entertaining guests and working in the kitchen, we wandered the mansion together as before, handling chores like cleaning and laundry. However, there was one slight change to our usual routine. Lilith, I've cleaned all the floors on the second floor. Is there anything else you need me to do? No, if you've finished everything, just go ahead and rest. Oh, should I clean the windows instead? Actually, I used to clean most of the windows on the second and third floors almost by myself until last year. Lilith, I can finish faster than you, so I can help. No, this is my job. If you're done with cleaning the hallway, just rest. I'll take a break after finishing tasks with Isabel. Well, but Lilith is still working, so is it okay for me to rest first? In the first place, you are my superior, Senior Catherine. Stop worrying about me and just go rest. Okay, I understand. Since Catherine joined Isabel and me, almost all the tasks have been like this. Initially, Isabel and I would leisurely finish tasks at our own pace, but Catherine ended up doing about 70% of the work alone, leaving Isabel and me to wander around aimlessly until the work was done. Since Ariana and Alicia disappeared into the distance, it wasn't strange for Isabel and me to work with Catherine. Honestly, thanks to her, the work itself finished faster than before, which in turn gave us more time to rest. From a purely physical standpoint, it was undeniable that the burden had significantly decreased. This work used to be quite overwhelming at times. This is great. However, just leaving everything to Catherine, who seemed eager to take over even the tasks I should be doing, was gradually making me uncomfortable, bar the physical fatigue. I've never been fond of relationships where one person only receives and never gives anything in return. If possible, I prefer dry relationships where we don't exchange anything at all, and if not, at least a give and take relationship to some extent. Handing over all the tasks I should be doing to Catherine every time made me feel uneasy. Just a little more, and my work will be done too. Please, Catherine, take a rest. You've already cleaned the second floor hallway by yourself. How much more of our workload do you intend to take away? Oh, all right then. I'll go rest first. Seeing Catherine walking away with a gloomy expression because I didn't assign her any tasks, I couldn't help but feel guilty deep inside. Yearning for the days when Isabel and I worked together in peace was an unavoidable reality. She's just so pure and kind to the core. Of course, I couldn't say I didn't understand her feelings at all. With the resolution of the theft case involving Thanasia's necklace, the suspicions hanging over her were lifted in an instant. Even the unjust debt burden placed on her was removed. If I were in a similar situation as Catherine, I, too, would have felt intense gratitude towards Lilith. However, expressing gratitude to that extent might burden the other person, even though I understand the sentiment. Sigh. Why can't I just treat her as an ordinary fellow maid? Indeed, Senior Catherine is a bit burdensome. Whoa. Lost in thought, Isabel, who had approached unnoticed, almost startled me by echoing my thoughts, just like last time. She always manages to come near when I am lost in thought. Have you finished cleaning the windows, Lilith? Just 3 more to go. Then I'll help too. Let us finish quickly and go rest together. Thank you, Isabel. Isabel took one of the dry cloths I held in my hands, and we started cleaning the windows together. Yeah, this level of distance felt just right, not burdensome at all. Rather than burdening me with the awkward suggestion to rest while she takes over, her light proposal to finish together because she'll help felt much better. This way, when the time comes for me to help Isabel next, I can approach her without feeling pressured. I wonder what to do about Senior Catherine. Why? Did she offer to do the work again today? Yeah. I feel like if I don't say something properly, this will keep going. It's fortunate that the suspicions against her have been cleared, but she does seem a bit too ecstatic, just as you said. Well, considering the rumors about seniors Ariana and Alicia, it's not entirely unjustified why she's in this state. The fact that Ariana and Alicia went to Silverwood was already publicly known within the mansion. Harold deliberately didn't stop the rumors from spreading to show the consequences that awaited those who mishandled Thanasia's belongings. Some of the servants, including myself, understood the severity of being reassigned to Silverwood as a punishment. They said they went to Silverwood, right? If Lilith hadn't cleared suspicions and if she wasn't there, Senior Catherine might have actually gone there. That's possible. They say it's freezing there all year round, and there are a lot of dangerous monsters. I wouldn't want to go there either. Yet it seems Isabel remains unaware of the true meaning behind being dragged to that horrible place. Well, if she doesn't know, there's no need to reveal the grim reality. It wouldn't make anyone feel good to hear the truth that senior maids were dragged away as slaves. In that sense, perhaps it was indeed fortunate that Catherine was rescued. If she had been condemned to a lifetime of slavery in a place where she didn't commit any crime, she would have likely felt nothing but a desire to end it all. Of course, I couldn't justify the current situation just because I rescued her from such a miserable fate. It wasn't an act one did in hopes of repayment, and if we were to argue, I was just as guilty as Catherine for using the situation she was in when I sent Ariana away. Perhaps it was simply an action to save myself from future peril, not an attempt to save her from her predicament. So, expecting gratitude was odd in itself. Of course, even if I were to explain this to Catherine, she probably wouldn't believe it. Nevertheless, she'll likely continue her voluntary acts of kindness, claiming it was indeed out of gratitude for my assistance. The problem was, the more Catherine's behavior like that continued, the more I stood out. Initially, there were around a dozen maids in the mansion, including us 3. Including other staff like butlers, guards, and chefs, there were probably around 50 to 60 servants in total. Amidst all of that, my behavior towards Catherine might have seemed like I was exploiting her, almost like lower maids were prioritizing tasks in a hierarchical manner. Honestly, it was a behavior that stood out a lot, and not in a good way. As I've mentioned before, whether it was good or bad, I didn't like being the center of attention. Now, thanks to recently finding Thanasia's necklace, I, along with Harold, was receiving attention from several people. Any further attention than this would be toxic to Lilith. It was a deadly poison that could potentially reveal her ability to use magic if mishandled. However, despite having warned about it verbally over a dozen times already, nothing seemed to improve. Yet, I couldn't blatantly scold or shout at Catherine in front of Isabel either. Isabel, observing Lilith worrying about a problem that might eventually blow up, subtly offered her advice. If Senior Catherine is burdensome, why not confront her about it directly? We've already had several confrontations, not just asking her to stop verbally, but having you ask something of her properly. Huh? Ask Senior Catherine for something reasonable and frame it as repaying her kindness from last time. Wouldn't Senior Catherine somehow understand and agree to it? Indeed, clever Isabel. She definitely has a knack for practical wisdom like this. She's good at her work, smart, and quite pretty too. If only she didn't lack combat skills, she could have easily been a sub-heroine in the Luminar Academy. Nodding in agreement with her plausible advice, I responded positively. Yeah, Isabel, your idea sounds good. Really? But I am not sure what favor to ask for. Just asking for something like help with maid duties might not be taken seriously. Senior Catherine started to work at this mansion a year before us, right? Yeah, that's right. Then why don't you ask her to take you on a trip to the Blackwood Fiefdom *1 next holiday? I am sure she knows more about it far better than you and I, after all. Huh? I heard that Senior Catherine was exonerated not long ago, and her debt-maid status was lifted. I am sure she'd be happy to hear that. Isabel kept coming up with plausible suggestions one after another as if she had prepared them in advance. It was almost like she was using ChatGPT. Thanks to the wisdom of clever Isabel, I almost forgot my status momentarily and was about to agree that it was a good idea. Sadly, there was one fatal flaw in Isabel's proposal that couldn't allow me to implement it. Isabel, truth is, I've been too embarrassed to say this until now. Huh? I am actually a maid working off my father's gambling debts. I might not be able to leave the mansion grounds. Oh, I am sorry, I didn't know Lilith was in that situation. It's okay. I didn't mention it from the start. Still, I appreciate your advice. Isabel's advice itself was pretty useful, indeed. If only I wasn't in debt as a maid. If I had free access based on my status alone, I wouldn't be taking walks in the mansion but hunting slimes in the back mountains. Already having nearly 20 times the maximum health due to the increased magic capacity, it was essential to learn new skills to make use of this overflowing magic power. Still, Lilith, not long ago, you played a significant role in recovering Lady Thanasia's belongings. So, maybe if you ask the head maid nicely, she might allow it. Do you think it'll work that easily? There's no harm in giving it a try. If it doesn't work out, you can think about it then. I'll take care of things here, so why don't you go talk to the head maid now? Oh, okay. With Isabel's suggestion pushing me halfway, I made my way to the head maid's office. Without much hope, I asked if it was possible to get permission to go out. So, next holiday, you want to go to the Blackwood Fiefdom *1? It's just something I wanted to try asking about. Since I am a debt maid, I can leave the mansion grounds, so even if it's not possible, I understand. I understand. Lilith Rosewood is trustworthy, so I'll grant you special permission to go out. Really? You've been through a lot with this recent incident, so take this opportunity to rest with your colleagues. Oh, okay. I was actually a bit taken aback by how easily the head maid granted permission. I couldn't believe it, but it's actually happening. Head maid Melissa had given her permission, so there was no delay in the process after that. All that was left was to invite Catherine to stroll around the Blackwoods town with me on the next holiday. Since we worked in the same unit, I had countless opportunities to meet Catherine and chat. Senior Catherine. Oh, yes, Miss Lilith. Just call me Lilith. When it's just the two of us, should I address you as Miss, or not? I never gave such an order. Whether it's just the two of us or in front of others, you can call me Lilith, like how you would address your junior. Okay, I see. It seemed like it would take quite some time to shake off the reflexive Miss Lilith from Catherine's mouth. Taking advantage of Isabel's brief absence, I informed Catherine of the request I had made. You want to go out to the town of the Blackwood Fiefdom? Yes, Senior Catherine. It's been a year since you started working at the manor, so I think you would know a bit more than me about that. Oh, yes. I don't know much either, BB, but still, Miss Lilith. Oh, no. I'd love to help if you want. Catherine nodded vigorously as if genuinely pleased with my proposal. So far, Isabel's plan has progressed well. Thanks to you, Lilith. I've also managed to get rid of my debt to the maids. If you want, I can guide you outside the mansion too. That's a good thing. As for me, I am still stuck as a debt maid, so I can't go outside without permission. Now that I think about it, since I found Thanasia's necklace, isn't it fair to have some of my debt reduced? Of course, I can't outright ask for complete absolution, but maybe they could shorten my contract period by 1 or 2 years. Escaping the Blackwood family earlier still seemed more challenging than expected. Oh, and Senior Catherine. Yeah? If it's okay with you, would it be alright to bring Isabel along on the next holiday? Huh? Isabel, too? It's a rare outing, and I feel kind of bad to leave just Isabel behind while just the two of us are out. Now, it wouldn't be just Senior Catherine and me, but also Isabel, making it a group of 3. For the record, Isabel didn't bring up this suggestion, it was my idea first. It felt somewhat awkward to leave just Isabel behind while we went out to town, especially since it's a rare opportunity. Plus, having 3 people instead of just 2 would make it feel less awkward. And it's highly likely that Catherine wouldn't refuse my suggestion, either. At least with me, she's already built up a solid stack of goodwill, and there's no reason for her to harbor ill feelings towards Isabel. Oh, yes, of course, it's fine. It's your suggestion in the first place, Lilith. Of course, I should listen to it. Stop treating me as someone special all the time. Yeah. Honestly, if only Catherine hadn't discovered the fact that I knew how to use magic, any misunderstandings about me being a noble or something would have been cleared up quickly. However, now that I've been found out, I have no choice but to maintain this lie. Objectively speaking, the revelation that I am a commoner who can use magic poses a more significant risk burden for me. Although Catherine's mouth didn't seem cheap enough to blurt out my secret anywhere, what made me most uneasy was her unpredictable slip-ups and fragile nature. It's best to give out as little information as possible if those are hard to predict. Anyway, Senior Catherine. Yes, oh, no, I mean, yeah? This time, you helping me and Isabel with the town outing because of my request, right? So, after this, you don't have to take over my duties and say it's the name of repaying the favor or whatever. Yeah? It's not yeah. Senior Catherine, you can keep living by considering my feelings forever. I mean, I am okay with keeping things like this in the future. There's no keeping things like this from now on, got it? Yeah, got it. Although it was abrupt, I managed to conclude the conversation by firmly setting the terms. I've managed to end it like this, but hopefully, there won't be any forced attempts to revisit the issue with different words later on. I quietly hoped it wouldn't come to that. 3 days later. We arrived at the commercial district of the Blackwood fiefdom and got off the carriage one by one. As soon as we got off the carriage, I stretched my slightly stiff body, and a groan escaped my lips. Sitting motionless in the carriage for almost 30 minutes made me feel sore in several areas. In my previous life, I didn't feel this tired even after riding in a car for 2 or 3 hours. Firstly, the carriage seats were significantly harder and way less comfortable than a sedan, enabling fatigue. Secondly, my shoulders felt tense due to the constant shaking caused by the not as subtle vibrations of the carriage. I really want to just rip these off. Having them doesn't do anything but attract weird stares. From a man's perspective, these melons might be attractive and very pretty. However, Lilith's body, particularly at my bosom, still hadn't become familiar to me even after almost 2 weeks. I am not used to the fatigue that unnecessarily burdens my shoulders and back muscles, nor the overt stares from men whenever this chest catches their eye. Even now, like the coachman pretending not to notice while sneakily glancing at my chest. Ahem. Well, thanks to him getting hooked on my chest, we could comfortably make it to the town. In many situations, having a pretty appearance definitely has its merits. As it happened, there were a few items from the Blackwood family that needed to be brought from the town to the mansion. Since I asked for a ride for me and the other two instead of walking, we could cut the distance we'd initially have to walk in half, comfortably sitting on the way. Of course, we might have to squeeze in with the extra luggage on the way back. So, ladies, enjoy your outing, and we'll depart again in half a day, so wait here. Remember, the carriage has to return on time, so don't forget that if you late, we won't be able to give you a ride. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you for driving, sir. Yeah. The coachman hastily averted his gaze and pretended not to notice once he realized I caught him looking. I didn't bother mentioning his brief glance at my chest since I was well aware of his awareness. There's no point in making it awkward by dissecting such things. What's good is good. Frankly, it was quite amusing that in my past life as a man, showing a bit of cleavage would cause such a fuss. I should have worn something a bit more decent, even if it's just casual clothes. Since Lilith is, by nature, a debt maid, she wouldn't have had separate outfits for outings. Even if she did, it's unlikely that headmaid Melissa would have permitted it. No matter how much of a holiday it is, as a maid of the Blackwood family, she must always maintain the behavior of a servant, regardless of time or place. Well, thinking about it, even if Lilith wore different clothes, she couldn't stray far from the realm of loose skirts or dresses. In that case, the familiar maid attire might actually be better. For a woman to wear pants in this world required considerable courage and risk. Considering the stairs, my outfit might even be more noticeable than if I wore my maid's attire. As I entertained such thoughts, the carriage driven by the stableman who had given us a ride had already entered the commercial district. At the entrance to the city, the three of us looked at each other in turn. Where should we go first? Do you have any specific shops you want to visit or something you want to eat? Well, we don't know much, so please guide us well, Senior Catherine. I'll just follow wherever Senior Catherine and Lilith want to go, so you don't have to worry. Okay then, shall we start by exploring the market? Yes, with a strangely confident expression, Catherine guided Isabel and me. We had only ever seen her as somewhat timid, but now, in front of her juniors, she seemed to have found her own area of confidence and appeared quite bright. Seeing Catherine like this, asking her to guide us around the city seemed like a good choice. Up until that moment, we were unaware. Little did we know that this outing for a change of pace would soon lead to a minor incident. With Catherine taking the lead, the three of us headed to a dessert place that, for some reason, was familiar to me. This place. As soon as we stepped into the shop, memories of the familiar interior flooded. This place was also one of the locations for events in the game. It wasn't a shop with an exceptional name. If you were to say it was a cake shop in the Blackwood market, most people would, more or less, understand what you were referring to. It was a place that didn't hold much significance in the story itself. Honestly, it was more like a location for collecting character CG's *1. You can enter the Blackwood fiefdom with the protagonist's party until after you've claimed Lilith, so CG's related to her probably aren't present. Hey, they say the strawberry cake they sell here is delicious. You both don't happen to hate strawberries or anything, do you? I like them, Senior Catherine. Me too. Haha, well, that's a relief. Even if someone dislikes strawberries, who could outright say so to that innocent face? At the very least, they would make an effort to like them. The only maids whose personalities were so shattered that they could make such a remark were probably Ariana and Alicia. Since we couldn't afford 3 separate cakes with the maids' salaries alone, we pooled our money together and ordered a slice of strawberry cake. We sat around one of the tables with our slice of cake and chatted about various things. This strawberry cake looks even prettier up close. I learned that these are usually eaten by young ladies. Oh, really? Lilith, are these things usually only eaten by noble ladies? I am not sure. Even if you ask me, what does it matter if noble ladies or maids eat it? Of course, realistically speaking, desserts like this were luxury foods that even pooling the monthly salaries of 3 maids wouldn't cover. This is a fantasy world more than it is a medieval one. Besides, claiming something is impossible to eat isn't quite right either. The Blackwood fiefdom is vast enough to have its own capacity to produce milk and eggs. Strictly speaking, the sugar shortage could be seen as a flaw. Still, If you compensate by using less sugar and instead compensate with the natural sweetness of strawberries, it wouldn't be entirely impossible to buy. Of course, the fact that this shop sells desserts made in such a manner to even the commoners was somewhat strange, but I didn't see any particular issue with it. This is a place to collect CGs, after all. No matter how much it claims to be an SRPG, Luminar Academy was an adult romance game at its core. It was a game for those who would willingly play 3 more hours just to collect CGs of their favorite characters eating strawberry cake rather than those who would give up, complaining about those just being pixels on a screen. For now, I decided to enjoy the dessert before me without thinking too deeply about it. The taste is, well, decent enough. If I were Lilith in the game, I would have probably shown all sorts of ecstatic expressions, claiming it's the first time I've tasted such delicious food. However, having had proper strawberry cream cake in my previous life, this dessert seemed a bit bland but still decent enough to eat. It's so soft. On the other hand, Isabel was savoring every precious bite with several joyful expressions. If they had made this scene into a special CG and distributed it, wouldn't the sales of Luminar Academy have increased by about 1,000 copies? Despite being engrossed in such a thoroughly materialistic gamer-like appreciation, I could hear Catherine's slightly anxious tone. Lilith? Yes? Is something wrong? Does it not taste as good? Come to think of it, today's outing was meant to stop Catherine's selfless favor repaying. If I showed any dissatisfaction, she would feel sorry for me and would likely continue returning the favor as before. It was important to show that I was thoroughly satisfied here. No, Senior Catherine. It's so delicious that I was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking about what to say. I see. The cream melted like clouds on the soft bread as light as a feather, along with the fresh and smooth sweetness of the strawberries. I've never tasted such a fantastic dish in my life. I see. I am glad. Lilith, please eat plenty. By the way, Senior Catherine, aren't you going to eat? I am okay. Just watching you eat is enough for me. Even last year, when I was with Ariana and Alicia. As soon as I heard about her past, which somehow reddened my eyes, my words halted midair and I could not speak for a moment. Damn, those 2 bastards. Hearing Catherine's self-confession was enough to wipe out any sympathy I might have had for the bitches who had been taken to the northern frontier. Before I knew it, my hand naturally cut my remaining share of the cake and brought it to Catherine's mouth. Senior Catherine, you should eat more. I am fine. Please hurry up and eat it. I've had enough. It's my request. Will you refuse after I've insisted? Seeing Catherine hesitating as she stared at the cake being pushed towards her, her mouth slowly opened. Without hesitation, I pushed the slice of strawberry cake from my fork into her mouth. Is it good? Nods. With cheeks stuffed full of strawberry cake and a happy expression, Catherine munched away. Somehow, perhaps due to her petite stature, she almost looked like a cute little hamster. They were probably having a great time, laughing and enjoying themselves while leaving behind someone who eats so well. As I sincerely wished Ariana and Alicia, those 2 girls, to work at the northern border for a long time, I observed Catherine eating. Suddenly, Isabel tapped my right shoulder and spoke. Lilith. Yeah? In response to her call, I immediately turned my gaze towards Isabel, but she remained silent, her mouth slightly open as if she had something to say but stopped herself. Unable to comprehend Isabel's behavior, I could only stare at her with a puzzled expression. Isabel? Do you, have something to say? No, it's nothing. With a somewhat awkward expression, she picked up her share of cake and quietly savored it in her mouth. I couldn't quite put my finger on it for some reason, but I sensed a hint of dissatisfaction from her. Women's moods are just impossible to figure out sometimes. We spent more time together after snack time at the dessert shop. We strolled through the shopping district, browsing various clothes and jewelry. If we came across some tasty street food while walking, we would buy one to share among the 3 of us. Or we would sit near the park and engage in various conversations, and before we knew it, half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, this isn't so bad at all. In truth, I didn't have high expectations when we first decided to come to the town together. As a guy joining in on girls' fun, I didn't expect to have much fun, and I thought I would just go along with them for half a day and call it a day. However, thanks to Catherine, who surprisingly knew a lot about the fiefdom, Isabel and I were able to explore various places within it. Time seemed to pass so quickly that I found myself enjoying the time and thinking. Time really does fly when you're having fun. So, where should we go next? There are a few places we probably haven't been to yet. I think we should start heading back towards the city entrance now. It seems like it's almost time for our appointment. Agreed. Senior Catherine, thanks to you, I really enjoyed our outing today. Same here. If it were just Isabel and me, we probably would have wandered around near the city entrance and spent the whole day there, but thanks to you, we had a fulfilling day. Really? I am glad I could help. We really grateful. Hee, I am glad. Well, with this, Catherine's attempts to repay me with gratitude will probably mellow down by a lot in the future. In my opinion, this was enough repayment. Even I, as a guy, spent the day without realizing how time flew by. Truth be told, I felt a little disappointed when we first came out to the city. Instead of spending this rare outing opportunity like this, I would have preferred to go to the mountains and level up. Now that I've already enjoyed everything, I don't regret it anymore. Leveling up, there will be other opportunities. Since I've learned that being a debt maid doesn't necessarily mean being confined to the mansion, perhaps the next opportunity will come sooner than expected. If I continue to build the head maid's trust in me, I might even get permission for outings that don't necessarily have to be in the city. It's certainly better to calmly go out like today and receive permission rather than sneaking off to the mountains and risking getting caught and disciplined later. Let us stay calm. Let us stay calm. Increasing mana capacity, leveling up, and acquiring skills are essential, but the most crucial thing is still being inconspicuous. I should be careful, primarily because of figures like Ethan and Harold. Wasn't the city entrance this way? We should hurry up a little, shouldn't we? What if the coachman leaves us behind and goes ahead? We still have some time, but let us pick up the pace a bit. I didn't want to see him delayed because of us. He had already granted us a favor by letting us ride with him in his carriage, and to do them harm would be one of my greatest regrets. As we hurried across the shopping district towards the city entrance, a remark that couldn't be ignored echoed behind me. It's a monster. Monster? Monster? Run away. The commotion caused by a monster's unexpected presence in the shopping district immediately engulfed the surrounding area in chaos. Catherine and Isabel, who were returning with me to the city entrance, also expressed their emotions, pointing in the direction of the voices. Monster? What's going on? Lilith, over there? Yeah, that definitely is a monster. They're a challenge to deal with, even for your average Joe. Grr. A monster that looks like it was born with tough bristles, resembling a wild boar, with a voice like an enraged pig. If I recall from my past life, that creature is what's known as a hooked tusk, a beast with, obviously, hooked tusks. The beast is most optimally farmed at around level 10. If you play it as the protagonist, that level would typically be reached shortly after the story's beginning. So, in the actual game, it's not that threatening of a monster. Of course, that confident analysis only applies to Academy aspirants, and the general public would feel very differently. Please, help, guards. Somebody call the guards. No matter how vast the fiefdom is and how high-leveled its knights are, the fact remains that they're just knights. A level 10 hooked tusk poses a significant threat to the town's citizens, who are only used to seeing slimes because they live within well-defended walls. The same applies even for Lilith, who only has clean, which she can use at level 2. But seriously, why and how did this get here? This isn't some frontier settlement or outskirts village. It's quite odd for that beast to wreak havoc inside the walled territory. The monsters that could appear within the walls would, at most, be slimes that are naturally generated the day after it rains. Moreover, most of them are creatures that rarely venture out from the mountains or forests. The question that naturally arose in my mind was answered by the worn-out scroll that had fallen near it. That's a monster sealing scroll. In this world, scrolls were typically used to store something. They couldn't be used to seal material things. Instead, they were primarily used for sealing magic or special techniques. However, there was just one exception, and that was the scrolls used to seal wild monsters. Perhaps it was a technique developed by a professor at the academy to simulate real combat. Among the scrolls, the only one capable of sealing material things was precisely the monster sealing scroll. It seemed that one of them had been summoned after the seal was broken in the middle of the town. It didn't matter whether it had become too worn out, causing the seal to weaken, or had been accidentally torn during transportation. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Finally, it was a chance bestowed by the heavens to level up and move forward. Ideally, it would be better to gradually raise my level by dealing with low-level monsters like slimes or beetles, but those methods only apply to ordinary folks who can freely roam outside. For Lilith, who couldn't even leave the mansion without permission, let alone go to the hunting grounds, this opportunity was too perfect to pass up. Since the monster was trapped in the scroll, it should be much easier to deal with. To seal a monster in that scroll, the monster had to be weakened first. Even a level 10 monster can be reduced to a weakened state if not on the brink of death. From that fact alone, it would have been insane to face someone over 5 times stronger than Lilith, but the fact that it emerged from the scroll meant that its health was at around half or less. It's evident that the conditions for fighting this beast were aligning too perfectly. Grahhhhhhh. It's a mo monster what do we do? Lee Lilith. Let us run quickly, we need to call the guards first. Isabel, you should go ahead with Senior Catherine. I have a quick errand to run. Wait, where are you going, Lilith? A hooked tusk that's been trapped in a scroll and, apparently, freed, had begun to rampage through the center of a shopping district. The townsfolk panicked as they tried to evade the level 10 monster that had suddenly popped out of nowhere. Without hesitation, I swiftly moved towards it. I'll pay you BCK later. What? Miss, it's dangerous. There were no weapons around, and I didn't have any offensive skills on hand, either. So, I grabbed 3 metal skewered barbecues from the first stand that came into view. Still unable to grasp the situation, I shouted at the rampaging hooked tusk to get its attention. Hey, you fat, ugly pig. The sudden eruption of my voice immediately drew the attention of the people around me. However, I couldn't afford to pay attention to those stares. What mattered now more than anything else was diverting the monster's attention toward me. I had to start and finish the fight as quickly as possible. I had to do it somehow before the fiefdom guards caught wind of it and got there first. Over here, you fat pig, oink. I purposely waved the skewered meats to provoke the creature, which immediately turned toward me. Nothing as simple as a loud voice and food to get a monster's attention. As the creature was drawn to my voice and the skewered meat, it started rushing towards me. I watched its movements closely until it was right in front of me. Lilith, be careful, it's dangerous. Isabel urgently called my name from behind. She was told to go ahead, so why was she risking staying behind? Although her decision was somewhat concerning, I had to focus on the monster ahead. Just before the teeth protruding from its jaws were about to pierce me, I quickly rolled to the left to evade the first attack. Whoosh! The massive monster brushed past me with the sound of a fierce wind. As its head whizzed past my side, I plunged one of the 3 iron skewers in my hand into its nape. The monster, with the skewer embedded halfway into its throat, squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Eek! Since I targeted its weak spot precisely, it was guaranteed to take some damage regardless of the difference in level. It was a bit disappointing that I couldn't push it all the way in, but under the current circumstances, even that strike alone was a commendable attack. Whatever the number was, even if I was approaching 300 mana and with no usable offensive skills, it remained a fact that one hit would leave me defeated. Fighting while taking hits was impossible, so my safety was the #1 priority. Delivering the killing blow would come second. Eek! With the pain of being stabbed in the nape as it rushed towards me, the monster returned with a furious roar. Nevertheless, its speed was noticeably slower, thanks to the damage inflicted by the first attack. Considering it was initially trapped in a scroll, it couldn't have been in the best condition to begin with. Let us end this. After chewing on one of the 2 barbecues in my hand, I swallowed about half of it. I wasn't particularly hungry, it was to embed the second strike a bit deeper. To drive the second blow in as deeply as possible with just a moment's strike, it was necessary to minimize any elements that could hinder friction. Timing it as the slowed monster approached me, I, once again, rolled away to dodge its second rush attack. As he brushed past me, I swung the second skewer into his side, driving it as deep as I possibly could. Eek. Shit. That's really fucking loud. Anyway, judging by how loud the wailing was and its significantly slower movements, the battle was practically over. If I could land just one more blow to its throat or face, without a doubt, that would be it. Miss, get the hell out of there, damn it. Why is the security in the Blackwood fiefdom so good? The guards appeared to deal with the monster not even 5 minutes after it showed up. Someone who seemed to be the highest ranking among them shouted for me to step back. Our guards will take care of the rest, so miss, please run away quickly, hurry. What? Our guards will take care of the rest. This monster that is nearly defeated, hanging on the brink of death, and that I've managed to strike it twice with my life on the line? After dodging twice and barely making it out alive, these assholes are trying to steal my finishing blow? Miss, if you don't step back quickly, you'll be in danger. That's enough. Get out of here, huh? I am going to finish this guy off. Don't you dare take one step closer. This is a level up opportunity that's come after who knows how long, and I am supposed to surrender it to those guards. Even if it means a knife to my throat, I absolutely cannot allow that. This might be my last chance to level up, so I have to take it no matter what. Miss, I respect your courage, but this is too dangerous for a commoner to deal with. I'll finish this bastard off no matter what. Don't you dare take one step closer to me. What? Holy shit, this is a golden opportunity. I am not even fighting a level 1 or 2 slime. I am on the verge of beating a level 10 monster, and you want me to give up here? Fuck no, even if I fight and die here, I just can't give up on this opportunity. After all, I am Lilith, and that deprived me of the opportunities to level up with all sorts of restrictions. Of course, if not now, maybe I'll get another chance. If I earn the trust of the head maid and get permission to go out for the holidays, I'll probably only be able to kill a slime or 2 or maybe a bark beetle in the backcountry. But what the hell would that give me? What's the point of catching monsters that only give 10 to 20 XP at a time, at best, with the stats of this horrible Lilith? Meanwhile, defeating that level 10 monster right in front of me would give me over 200 XP, 10 times that amount. That's over 200 XP for just one kill. Only one more attack to go. Even if the guards are doing their job, I cannot, under any circumstances, give up the last hit. No matter what, never. Eek. The hooked tusk glares back at me, presumably from the commotion of arguing with the guards. Yeah, I know, you'd rather fight me than deal with those guards. If you in a 2v1 gank situation in a lane, where you'll most likely die anyway, wouldn't you still want to take at least one enemy down with you? We exchanged glances as if we shared a common understanding. It wasn't long before the foul beast came toward me for one last attack. Eek. Miss, it's dangerous, Lilith. Lilith. This is an intense situation, and the sounds around me seem to recede into the distance. Nevertheless, I remained calm until the very last moment, clutching the one remaining metal skewer with both hands. Just before the boar's teeth sank in, I summoned the last of my strength and leapt into the air. Eek. I squeezed myself between the boar's 2 gaping tusks on either side of me and drove my last iron skewer right into the hooked tusk's maw. With the confident feeling that I had pierced something solid, the last skewer pierced the great boar's head. And, right after that, thud, Lilith. At the same time, my body flew through the air, unable to dodge his final body slam. I had no choice but to use my last attack to deliver a solid blow. A hooked tusk's attack would be quite painful for someone that's level 2, but this was Luminar Academy, a game that had made me able to withstand it at least once. My body bounced off the beast, despite me hoping my attack would work, and I fell rolling on the dirt floor. Lilith, wake up. Miss Lilith. Oh, come on. Please don't call me miss now. Other than Isabel's and Catherine's voices, I could still hear the voices of other citizens and guards. Honestly, I couldn't be bothered to listen to what they were saying. In my fading consciousness, I took one last look at the hooked tusk before me. Eek. You. The creature lost its balance, fell to its side, and died. A level 10 hooked tusk was beaten by a level 2 Lilith with no offensive skills. If this world were true to the original, this interaction would never existed. Isabel and Catherine's voices blurred together, and my vision darkened. Feeling a slight warmth, I drifted off into a deep sleep. Lilith has reached level 3. Lilith has reached level 4. Lilith has reached level 5. The next morning. I must have fallen asleep on the market floor, but somehow, I woke up in an unfamiliar bed. Clearly, it wasn't the bunk bed I shared with Isabel at the mansion. Judging by the room's atmosphere, which smelled strangely clean, I had a vague idea of where I was. A church. Well, I am not dead. I am not sure how death was implemented in this world, but it certainly wasn't the kind of thing where you could just bring someone back from the dead in a church, like in most games. If that were the case, it wouldn't make sense for Harold's wife, Thanasia, to have died in the first place. In fact, even in Luminar Academy, when a character falls, instead of saying dead, the game says incapacitated. The game system prevents anyone from dealing additional damage while someone's incapacitated, but there's no guarantee that it wouldn't happen in real life. If that really happened, I'd be as good as dead. While it resembles the game world in many ways, assuming that the mechanics would be the same was still a dangerous idea. Right away, I could tell that I'd almost died just by waking up in a church bed. If this world were an exact replica of the game world, I would have been brought back to life with full health with a single prayer. Instead of lying on a church bed and being nursed back to health until you wake up. But who paid the church offering? It couldn't have come out of Lilith's pocket as a debt maid, for one thing, and it couldn't have come from Isabel or Catherine, could it? With those thoughts in mind, I checked the items on top of the bedside cabinet and was fortunate to be proven right. A leather pouch containing a few fairy tales and a letter that looked like it was left for me to read gave me a general idea of what was going on. To Miss Lilith Rosewood, the courageous maid. As the captain of the Blackwood Fiefdom Guards, I would like to thank you for your efforts in exterminating the hooked tusk that appeared in the middle of Blackwood's commercial district the other day. I sincerely apologize for nearly costing the life of a citizen, Miss Lilith Rosewood. This amount represents the value of the material from the hooked tusk you killed, and we apologize for disposing of it without your consent due to the circumstances. In addition, the Blackwood Fiefdom Guards have paid to recover your injuries. We sincerely wish you a speedy recovery, and once again, on behalf of all of us, we would like to thank you for your service to the Blackwood Commercial District. Sir Blacksong, Captain of the Blackwood Estate Guard. If it's the captain of the guards, that has to be the same dark-haired knight who told me to back off. I'd guessed it from how he persuaded me to stay away from the monster, but he was undoubtedly a man of some manners. And this letter, too, is evidently from someone who seems well educated. If he's risen to captain of the Blackwood Fiefdom Guards, he's at least graduated from the academy, so he should have some basic manners. Come to think of it, I am pretty sure I yelled something at this guy before I collapsed. That's enough. Get out of here, I am going to finish this guy off. Don't you dare take one step closer. Ah. The shame that washed over me instantly made me bury my head in the bed. I may have been ecstatic, but I had no idea what I was talking about. I was lucky that he was a gentleman, but I wouldn't be surprised if he used this as an excuse to punish me with hard labor. I'll have to apologize to him later when I can. Of course, he wasn't a major character in the game, so I don't know if I'll get another chance to meet him. I am sure a gentleman like him would quickly forget the insults spewed by the immature maid. Yeah. I am sure he will. He should. Still, it was selfish of me to defeat a beast in the middle of a commercial district while cursing at the nearest security guard. Well, it's too late to think about staying under the radar now. Well, the deed was done, so it was stupid to worry about it. At this point, it was more important to see what I'd gained by killing the hooked tusk, rather than the blow to Lilith's reputation by my actions. I needed to see what I'd gained in XP, a resource far more valuable than a few coins in a leather pouch. With some hesitation, I silently clasped my hands together. At the same time, Lilith's information window appeared in front of me. Name: Lilith Rosewood. Title: Courageous Junior Maid. Gender. Female age. 18 occupation. Maid affiliation. Blackwood family employee. Attack. 3 right-pointing arrow 12 defense. 5 right-pointing arrow 17 intelligence. 4 right-pointing arrow 13. Charm. 12 right-pointing arrow 40 luck. 0 right-pointing arrow 1 current level. 2 right-pointing arrow 5. XP to next level. 83 current skills current health. 15 15ths right-pointing arrow 47 47ths. Current mana. 282 280 seconds right-pointing arrow 855 855ths sheesh. Now that SA level up. I jumped from level 2 to level 5 in one fell swoop, with all the extra stat boosts that came with it. The explosion of growth, as if all the hard work I'd been doing was being rewarded, sent a shiver down my spine. It's almost tripled, well, a little more than that, but the rate of increase is similar to that in the game. Of course, Lilith was already level 15 when she first joined the team, so this was just a guess based on the main character's rate of growth. Of her many base stats, the most significant upgrade is probably in her mana cap. Already at nearly 300 at level 2, her maximum mana had skyrocketed to a staggering 855. At the same time, I felt a cathartic rush of emotion as the pain and suffering of the past overwhelmed me. My efforts were not in vain, after all. If the past few days were any indication of my suffering, those past 3 days of eating more garlic than usual hadn't been in vain. The sheer number of the 855 mana cap proved it. If I were Lilith in the real game, I would have to be almost level 30 to get stats like that. At the moment, however, I was only level 5, and I wasn't even out of the single digits yet. Granted, the other stats besides the mana cap were pretty mediocre, but this alone was enough to make Lilith a more formidable foe. Of course, this would only give her a slight advantage in combat compared to the average person, and her actual strength would still only be that of a rookie soldier. Well, in reality, I am still an 18-year-old, almost like a high school girl, and I am not as strong as a rookie soldier. At least in this lifetime, I didn't have to bother trying to increase my mana cap. Even if I just get to level 30 normally, I'll be as powerful as any mage. I am never eating those damned cloves of garlic again. Of course, it wasn't just my mana cap that grew. My lowly 15 hydrogen phosphide, which rendered me incapacitated after one hit, had also risen to a respectable 47. The miserable attack and defense stats of 3 and 5 were also raised to a more respectable 12 and 17. I still didn't have enough damage to cut a slime in half, but I could take it down with a steady stream of 2 or 3 attacks without magic or skill. For the record, I do remember catching slimes as Lilith before I regained my memory. It's not uncommon for slimes to spawn near rural farmhouses after rain. That's probably why I was level 2 instead of level 1 when I regained my memory. I think I had to hit one about 10 times to kill it then, which means I am almost 3 or 4 times as strong now. Life happens. Of course, aside from the usual stats like attack and defense, there were a few stats that increased quite abnormally. Charm. 12 right-pointing arrow 40 luck. 0 right-pointing arrow 1. The rate of increase wasn't so much that I thought it was weird, but the disparity is definitely a bit in the extreme end compared to other things. Lilith's charm, which was originally in the low 10s, became a horrible 40 as soon as it tripled, like other stats. Luck, on the other hand, was a disaster, only going up by 1 despite gaining 3 levels. This may not be so strange, considering the stats of Lilith at level 15. I don't know if this was the game dev's intention, but Lilith's charm at level 15 is an insane number. It's almost 200. Even at that level, my luck never broke out of the single digits. Of course, depending on your character's personality and role, certain stats will increase significantly while others won't. It's hard to say anything good about having more charm when you in Lilith's shoes. I'd hoped to see a more even distribution. I was especially disappointed with the minor increase in luck, as it's a stat that directly affects combat. In the game, characters with low luck would often see effects like attack missed, or nothing happened, during combat. Lilith is no exception to this curse, as she is an unlucky character. The only saving grace is that Lilith is a support character and a buffer in the game, so her low luck is covered by her charm S modifier. I also have a few more exclusive skills with a 100% hit rate compared to other characters. The problem is, the direction I need to take from here on out is a complete 180 from what I would normally do in the game. What, you think I am going to focus on support magic like I did while playing Luminar Academy? That's not good for anyone, and it would only make it easier for Ethan to take advantage of me. Offensive skills are essential because I need to utilize the overflowing mana pool. I can learn other skills gradually. If you were unlucky enough to miss an attack spell or two, you could just cast a third or fourth to make up for it. I increased my ridiculously high magic mana to do that and even learned triple casting. Besides, as I said, Lilith had a few skills that had a 100% hit rate. One of them was Mana Blast, one of the first enhanced skills you learn. Mana Blast. Consume all of your remaining mana to deliver an ultimate blow to all enemies. Damage dealt is proportional to the amount of mana consumed. If you have a Mana Blast with a 100% hit rate, it's practically game over. You'll be able to blast through monsters up to level 25 with this one shot. Of course, once you use it, you can use any other spells until you refill your mana, and you'll be fighting with 0 mana the moment another enemy appears. Still, it's a basic human instinct to want to have a reliable special move prepared, even if it's only a one-shot attack. I certainly wasn't planning on using this magic to escape Blackwood Manor or anything grandiose like that. Even if I wanted to escape my status as Ethan's exclusive maid, that didn't mean I'd have to take anyone's life to do it. I just wanted to keep it as a last resort in case something happened. Even Lilith's full-powered Mana Blast wouldn't work against Harold in the first place. It's better for my mental health to eliminate options that aren't realistically possible. Anyway, the next skill I had to learn was obviously Mana Blast, so of course, the skill progression had to be geared towards getting it. While the normal path, as Lilith, would be to increase character durability and support magic, I am going to go out on a limb and skip them in favor of offensive magic. I don't really have any other options at this point. Before we start taking skills, I should explain that the basic skill system for Luminar Academy works this way. 1. All characters gain 3 skill points every time they level up. 2. Each character has several kinds of skill trees according to their personality, and the initial skill of each skill tree costs 2 points to learn. 3. In each skill tree, you can learn an enhanced skill by mastering all 3 of its sub-skills. The first enhanced skill in each skill tree costs 5 points to learn, and after you learn an empowered skill, you can learn 3 new skills at the next level. So, to summarize, this means that, in order for Lilith to use Mana Blast, I must first learn 3 sub-skills. I must spend 6 points in the process. I then need to spend another 5 points to learn Mana Blast, the first enhanced skill in the offensive magic skill tree. This means that I need a total of 11 points to learn Mana Blast. But how many skill points do I have now? Skill points remaining. 10. Ha! I sighed in frustration at the number of skill points that didn't change, no matter how many times I looked at it. Yes, it was true that collecting 10 points at once was an incredible feat. But maybe it was just me being greedy and wishing I had one more point. Note that the 2 skill points I spent on clean were in the support magic skill tree, so wouldn't he help me learn Mana Blast, which is in the offense magic skill tree? Of course, at the time, I couldn't not learn it because there was no skill that was more efficient than clean. I can unlearn clean and learn Mana Blast now. After all, without it, I wouldn't have been able to boost my mana cap. In the end, I spent 6 of my 10 points to learn 3 sub-skills of offensive magic, leaving me with a sense of regret. Shockwave Magic Arrow plus 1/0 mana cap increase. To be honest, the last skill I didn't really want to increase was my mana cap. It was a stat that was necessary to learn Mana Blast, after all. In the game, it was a must-have skill for Lilith, who is heavily mana-dependent early game. However, I now have almost the same mana cap as a level 25 monster, so it feels like a 1 mana increase. I didn't spend the remaining 4 points right away. I had to save them for Mana Blast at the next tier of the skill tree. Given the nature of Luminar Academy, where you get 3 points for every level up, I could have spent 2 points, but I figured I'd just get character durability and support magic anyway, so I didn't bother. I didn't want to spend too much and end up running out of points later when I really needed them. I've played as the protagonist dozens of times already, so I could recall a skill tree with my eyes closed, but starting as Lilith was a first for me in both my previous life and this one. If I failed, I might not get another chance, so I had to think carefully and make a decision. With that in mind, it's always best to play it safe. It's not bad at all that I learned Shockwave and Magic Arrow, anyway. I can use them to hunt when I have time, and Clean is only useful when it comes to using up my overflowing magic. For now, I'll just have to settle for 2 decent offensive skills. Let's get back to work. Judging from the brightness outside the window, it seems like only a day or so has passed. Time is of the essence, and Isabel and Catherine must have already gone back to the manor with the coachman, but it's not like it's a long walk from the fiefdom to the manor. I'll just have to walk slowly, pretending I am still recovering from my incapacitated state. Oh dear. Grabbing the pouch of money and the letter from the top of the dresser, I walked back to Blackwood Manor before the day was over. It was about 2 hours later that I realized I had been lying there for 3 days straight. A small commotion broke out inside the mansion shortly after I returned to Blackwood Manor. Unlike the typical reactions of the other servants, only Isabel and Catherine caused quite a fuss. Lilith, are you okay now? Are you still in pain? Am I Miss Lilith? How are your wounds? Please don't use honorifics with me. After quietly warning Catherine, who was addressing me loudly to make sure everyone heard, I deliberately acted as if nothing had happened so the two of them wouldn't worry. It's not like I am seriously injured or anything, so don't worry so much. What's with all the fuss? There's no need for all this. What do you mean not seriously injured? The priest said your life was in danger. But I am standing here fin now, aren't I? Thanks to modern medicine. No, I mean modern theology. Lilith, even so, talking like that is a bit. I am starting to get a little scared of you, Lilith. I probably should have pretended to be a little scared, acting like an 18-year-old high school girl. From Isabel and Catherine's perspective, my behavior must have seemed dangerous in many ways. I did risk my life to some degree. Still, since I recovered like this, it was a gamble worth taking, especially considering the various rewards I gained from leveling up. Don't make such a fuss, Isabel. And you, too, Senior Catherine. It was just a matter of lying down for a day after getting injured and coming back, so why are you? What are you talking about, Lilith? A day? You do know that you only came back 3 days after collapsing, right? 3 days. Not 1? Thinking Isabel might be exaggerating to scare me, I turned my gaze toward Catherine, but she simply nodded in agreement with Isabel's words. Yes, it really was 3 days. The time we spent on vacation in the commercial district was 3 days ago. The captain of the guards brought Lilith to the church, and the coachman was also surprised. What, it really was 3 days? That's how long it took me to recover from my injuries. Of course, to some extent, I had recklessly charged in aiming for a revival from incapacitation, but I never expected to be unconscious for 3 whole days. I thought I'd just have to lie down for a day at most to recover. The world of Luminar Academy had some basic differences in its system, but I never imagined there would be this much difference in the recovery period. In other words, the battle I had fought just yesterday, no, 3 days ago, was not safe at all. It meant that it wouldn't have been strange if I had simply died along with the level 10 monster rather than gambling on the simple mechanism of going to the church to recover and revive. As soon as I realized this, a strange tension crept over my body as if chills ran down my spine. The sense of reality, which I had taken a little too lightly until now, felt like it was closing in on me. I shouldn't think this world operates in the same way as the original. Perhaps, deep down, I had been allowing myself some mental leeway, a vague expectation that no matter what happened to me, things would somehow work out in the end. However, Isabel's words about me barely recovering after 3 days made me fully aware of the reality of my own death. I resolved then and there to never engage in risky, life-threatening battles again. More than anything, it was also a moment when I realized that there were people in this world who would truly grieve my death. Lilith, don't ever do anything so dangerous again, Sniff, okay? I also don't want you to disappear one day, Sniff, you my savior. Isabel and Catherine tearfully pleaded with me to take better care of myself. It's clear that at least these two would be pretty hurt if I were to disappear one day. It's not that I am making some grandiose resolution to live for their sake. Still, now, I realize that there's no need to risk my life unnecessarily. Alright. I won't do anything dangerous from now on. I gently consoled the two of them, who were so scared and saddened it was as if they didn't know who had died and come back to life, patting their shoulders. In the midst of this, suddenly, I heard someone calling my name right next to my face. Miss Lilith. You are? The low voice coming from so close, practically in my ear, made my body jolt in surprise. Turning my gaze, a young butler stared at me, unfazed by my startled reaction. Something about him seemed familiar, but who was he again? Dittmeyer Colin Evercroft. My apologies. Alright, I remember now. That ridiculously long name made me forget. The young butler in charge of the Blackwood family's butler staff in Luminar Academy, Dittmeyer Colin or whatever his name was. He probably becomes the head butler around 4 years from now, so currently, he must be the deputy head butler or something like that. But why was this man, who held a certain rank even among the servants, suddenly looking for me? Dittmeyer the butler? What brings you to me? The master is looking for you. He told me to call you to his study once you return to the mansion. The master, huh? Wait a minute, since Dittmeyer's master is Lilith's master, it means that Harold summoned me directly. Could it be that the time has come at last? Based on the current pacing, I thought it would happen soon. Not long after Ethan was freed from his curse, Lilith was assigned as Ethan's exclusive maid. Being assigned as Ethan's exclusive maid also meant that the future where Lilith is trained by Ethan was drawing near. An ominous premonition began to creep up at this butler's message, making the hairs on my nape tense. Miss Lilith. Why, yes, the master is looking for you. He told me to bring Miss Lilith to his study once you returned. Ah, I heard you the first time. I thought you might not have heard me since you remained silent after I spoke. Geez, what a gratingly persistent butler. Following his emotionless words, I had no choice but to make my way up to the 3rd floor, to Harold's study. I was determined to somehow prevent the future where I become Ethan's exclusive maid, no matter what. Honestly, I wasn't very confident, but I had to do what I needed to do. _ 3rd floor, outside Harold's study. Phew. Knock, knock, knock. After sighing to release my tension, I knocked 3 times on the door to Harold's study. I waited outside quietly until I heard a response, allowing me to enter. Judging from the sounds inside, he's definitely there. Given Harold's personality, he may have been so absorbed in his work that he didn't hear the knocks. So I stood calmly before the door like a gargoyle, leisurely passing the time. After all, Harold was the sort of character who showed little interest in anything unless it was related to his territory or his son. I almost wished he would just forget he had called for me so the process of me becoming Ethan's exclusive maid would be put off haphazardly. I am really hoping someone else will take that position instead of me. Come in. Oh shit. Well, there was no way the prayers of Lilith the foolish maid would be answered that easily. With the feeling of a young lamb being led to the slaughter, I quietly opened the door and entered the study. As always, Harold was seated at his desk piled high with stacks of documents resembling piles of paperwork. The junior maid, Lilith Rosewood, has returned to the mansion and come to report to you as instructed, my lord. Lilith? Ah, the maid who defeated the monster in the commercial district 3 days ago? That is correct. 3 days ago, you defeated the monster released from the monster seal scroll in the commercial district, but you only visited my study this late? Huh? I am quite certain I had instructed the other servants to send you to my study immediately upon your return to the mansion. What is he talking about, this guy? Upon my return, I came straight here after briefly explaining things to Isabel and Catherine. I studied his eyes for a moment, wondering if he was joking with me, but his gaze did not seem to have that kind of humorous atmosphere. From the start, Harold was not the type of character capable of making jokes anyway. If that's not it, then Fortunately, having wasted over 500 hours on Lilith's route in my previous life, I understood Harold's character perfectly. I carefully tried to appease him so as to not provoke his irritation. My apologies. Due to my frail body, I ended up recovering in the church for 3 whole days. 3 days? Is that the truth? Yes. Even when I left the church today, I spoke with the priest before returning. As I told him this, a fleeting memory crossed my mind of the conversation I had with the young priestess at the church today. Sister, are you really leaving just like that? Please don't. Why not stay and observe your condition until this evening, at least? A carriage is headed to the Blackwood mansion this evening anyway, so why don't you return with it? It's fine. I am not in any pain, and I wasn't that seriously injured to begin with. Not seriously injured? Wait, just a moment, sister. I hastily fled, feeling that if I stayed any longer, I would inevitably get roped into attending the dreadfully long afternoon service of the Aurelian faith, which lasted 2 hours. Perhaps that priestess had honestly been concerned for me when she said those words. I felt that the list of people I needed to apologize to had grown by one more. If you need to verify, you could send a letter of inquiry to the priestess of the Aurelian Church. There's no need for that. I'll just take your word for it. Thank you. As expected, it seemed Harold was just now learning for the first time that I had been unconscious for 3 whole days. He must have arbitrarily concluded that I would wake up and return to duty within a day or so. I had narrowly avoided being treated as a servant defying orders due to this fool's assumption. In any case, I can let my guard down. The father and the son are both. If I hadn't had the knowledge from my previous life, in a situation like the one just now, more and more misunderstandings could have piled up in the blink of an eye. I was extremely fortunate to remember Harold's fundamental characteristic of having no interest in anyone else. My lord, what was the reason you summoned me for? Ah, yes. I almost forgot what I needed to discuss due to the misunderstanding. As I addressed him while he was about to resume his paperwork right before me, Harold seemed to recall why he had called me to his study. As his tired-looking eyes met mine, he spoke of why he had summoned me. It's regarding you defeating the hooked tusk that broke free from the monster seal scroll 3 days ago in the commercial district. Yes. After reviewing Sir Blacksong's report on the matter, something about it seemed odd, so I wanted to ask. Ah. Surely not right. It's been reported that you nearly died while confronting the Gargoleum. Yes. And that was even after ignoring Sir Blacksong's advice to retreat from the battle, recklessly throwing yourself into the fray until the very end. That is correct. I am curious as to why you made that judgment, so could you explain it to me? Shit. How the hell am I supposed to explain this? Harold's question had enough weight to put me on the spot. Come to think of it, for Lilith, with this body, to charge at a giant monster like the hooked tusk was an absurd act. For a girl who had never hunted monsters in her life to engage in a life-or-death battle against a monstrous being over 10 times her size, it sounded so unreasonable that it was hard to believe. That act was an essential gamble I had to take to level up, but it would naturally seem reckless and foolish to others who didn't know the details. If I were honest and said that it was for experience points, it would definitely cause various problems. There's no way the people of this world would understand the concept of experience points. As someone from the real world, I recognized that this world had the concept of experience points and that one must defeat monsters to gain experience and grow stronger. However, to the people of this world, the very concept of experience points would be incomprehensible. For example, let us say I was studying math in the real world, and a friend studying with me suddenly said this. Hey, judging from your calculation speed, you must already be level 7 in math. Looking at your remaining math points, if you complete discrete mathematics this year and read a few more books, you'll hit math level 8 for sure, right? Did you lose your mind studying for exams? What kind of nonsense is that? The same principle could be applied to this world. Everyone naturally understands the basic concept that killing monsters makes one stronger, and becoming stronger allows the use of new skills. However, the idea that one needs to accumulate a certain amount of experience points to grow stronger or acquire new skills was completely unfamiliar to them. So, explaining it with the words for experience points would be nearly impossible for Harold to understand. And even if Harold did understand the concept of experience points, it would still be an issue. How would he view a first-year junior maid claiming she killed monsters to grow stronger? Would he understand that it was to build physical strength for her maid duties? He would likely think I was training for some insolent scheme. Especially for Lilith, an indentured maid, To train herself could be seen as a way of building strength to escape the Blackwoods. Excuses like for experience points or for training were definitely answers I couldn't give. But making up other excuses also didn't seem quite right. For money? The silver I obtained from defeating the Hooked Tusk this time only became mine through Sir Blacksong's favor. Typically, the money would have been abandoned when I collapsed in battle. A mere commoner girl probably wouldn't even get a proper price trying to sell monster loot. Because I couldn't escape the situation, so I had no choice? Given that even the security chief's report stated it, it was clear that I was perfectly capable of escaping. Not to mention, I had explicitly told the security chief, Sir Blacksong, and his soldiers not to approach closely, so this excuse would naturally seem suspicious as well. A sudden burst of pride made me steel my resolve when facing the monster. The moment I gave this answer, Harold would undoubtedly view me as either a lunatic or someone to be wary of. Putting everything else aside, I had to avoid drawing Harold's negative attention at all costs. Ideally, it would be best not to draw any attention at all. Was it such a difficult answer that you must ponder so deeply on? No, it just took me some time to recall the events of that day. Then tell me quickly. Why did you ignore Sir Blacksong's advice and fight the monster to the end? Since none of the other potential excuses seemed usable, in the end, there was only one type of answer I could give. This was the only response that seemed least likely to arouse Harold's suspicion. Steeling my resolve, I spewed out the nonsense from my mouth as convincingly as I could. So someone had to do it, that's what I thought. The Hooked Tusk is a dangerous monster that ordinary people can handle. If I hadn't drawn the monster's attention, others could have been injured or killed. So I thought someone had to lure its gaze. Yes, I know. This excuse is unlikely to seem plausible to Harold. Simply looking at physical ability, it would be seen as absurd coming from a junior maid below an average man's. But being seen as an odd one was better than being viewed as a dangerous or crazy one. Was there really a need for you specifically to play that role? No, it didn't have to be me necessarily. But in that situation, others were fleeing from the monster, so I thought only I could do it. Is he buying it? After letting out an indecipherable grunt, Harold seemed deep in thought with a contemplative expression. Apparently not fully convinced by my answer, he posed another question. Fine, let's say that's why you initially charged at the monster. Why yes, then why did you keep fighting the Hooked Tusk to the end, even after Sir Blacksong advised you to retreat? In your own words, he would have been far better suited to draw the monster's attention. That's because I had anticipated this question when I gave that previous answer, so I readily provided the excuse I had prepared. I didn't know. You didn't know? I was just so focused on dodging the monster's attacks, and I failed to realize he was the security chief of the Blackwood fiefdom. Even though he was clearly wearing armor with the Blackwood Security Force's emblem? I was too tense to even notice what he was wearing. In that situation, where the monster's attention was already on me, I didn't want anyone else getting involved, either. So I kept fighting instead of fleeing till the end. I was really scared, but somehow, it doesn't seem like he's believing it at all. Well, if I were Harold, it would sound like ridiculous nonsense, too. A mere junior maid claims she drew a monster's attention as someone's proxy. It was undoubtedly a complex claim for a middle-aged lord with lots of experience to readily believe. Perhaps I should have just said it was for money. That would have been a far more plausible claim. As my head swarmed with all sorts of thoughts, Harold's mouth slowly opened again as he looked at me. In a tense state, I prepared myself for whatever excuse I might need to give next. I see. Why you still find it hard to believe, right? I understood your words well. Certainly, had you not made that courageous decision at the scene, there would have been considerable damage. You believe me? There's nothing particularly strange about it. I had already confirmed during the previous disciplinary committee meeting that you are someone capable of sacrificing yourself for others. I am not entirely sure, but it seems he somehow accepted my story. Of course, I felt a slight pang of guilt at Harold's assessment of me as someone who can sacrifice themselves for others, but that was about it. What did it matter what kind of maid he thought I was in his mind? In 7 years, I'd be leaving the Blackwood territory without a backward glance. Ideally, It would have been best to receive neither positive nor negative evaluations, to be met with indifference. If I had to receive an assessment, though, a positive one was more advantageous than a negative one. At the end of the day, my current status was that of an indentured maid to the Blackwood family, and even without that, there was an immense class difference between a commoner like me and him. There was no harm in appearing favorable to the one in control of my life here. Still, I definitely didn't want to become Ethan's exclusive maid, no matter what. Then I'll ask one final question. Yes. According to the report, 2 of the 3 iron stakes you drove into the hooked tusk's body struck precisely at its weak points. Why yes, did you happen to know that the neck area and the space between its eyes were its weak points? Of course, I knew. And no, it was just by chance. Since the monster resembled a wild boar, I guessed its weak points might be similar to those in typical livestock. Then, have you had experience defeating that monster before? Too many times to count. It was my first time. It was my first time seeing it and directly killing it with my own hands. I see. For some reason, with each question Harold posed, I began feeling uneasy chills running down my spine. Somehow, fitting Harold's character, this line of questioning didn't satisfy his curiosity. Just as I was praying for this to end quickly so I could escape this suffocating study, fortunately, Harold issued me an order to withdraw without any further suspicion. Very well, I've heard enough. You may go now. I shall take my leave, my lord. We'll meet again next time, Miss Lilith Rosewood. Yes. Why the chill-inducing use of my full name all of a sudden? Hurling all sorts of curses at Harold in my head, I maintained my calm expression and escaped from his study. The matter of the hooked tusk's defeat in the Blackwood fiefdom's commercial district 3 days prior had somehow been settled. At least, that's what I thought at the time. As things tend to go, the events don't flow according to the wishes of foolish Lilith. The actual, troubling implication behind Harold reciting the full name of a mere junior maid was something I had yet to realize back then. I shall take my leave, my lord. We'll meet again next time, Miss Lilith Rosewood. Yes. Along with a creak, the door to the study room of the Blackwood Manor closed carefully. With that, the view of the departing maid disappeared, making Harold Richard Blackwood quietly lost in thought. No matter how he thought about it, she was a strange woman. At a glance, she just looked like a maid with a cute appearance, but she showed a completely different demeanor and conduct, as if someone else was inside her. She had been a suspicious woman in many ways ever since she helped retrieve Thanasia's stolen necklace by speaking up at the disciplinary committee meeting. That suspicion was further heightened by the monster extermination incident in the commercial district 3 days ago. Through the Q&A session he just had with her in private, Harold could somewhat evaluate this person named Lilith Rosewood. Unlike ordinary civilians who would be scared and run away from a huge monster, her bold personality allows her to risk her life resolutely. Even in an emergency, she can calmly identify the enemy before her and find their weaknesses with composure. She has a strange character as she might not hesitate to sacrifice herself for the sake of others. That was Harold's straightforward assessment of Lilith Rosewood, who had just left the study. It might have been better to raise her as a knight rather than just a maid. She was a commoner girl who was sold off due to debt, so Melissa probably hired her as a servant without much thought to fill the shortage in the estate. Her judgment wasn't wrong by any means. Most debt-dependent commoner girls had a predetermined fate when they arrived somewhere. Probably anyone other than Melissa would have made a similar judgment. In fact, Lilith Rosewood's appearance itself was optimized for hospitality in many ways. Since Harold had already sworn not to love any woman other than Thanasia, he didn't feel any particular excitement. Still, objectively speaking from a man's perspective, she owned a considerably attractive appearance. Perhaps if she had more skill, instead of being sold off as a debt maid, she could have easily married into some remote noble family by enchanting them. That a woman with such potential became a servant of the Blackwood family must have been a mere coincidence. But, she resembles her. She was just a mere commoner maid, yet he felt as if he was facing someone he had dearly missed and parted with long ago. A woman who doesn't care about her own safety or status and stands against injustice and danger. Harold had known only one such woman for a very long time. He loved her for a very long time, Thanasia. Harold muttered quietly as he looked at the framed portrait of a woman on his desk. Thanasia Louise Bracewell. The second daughter of the remote Bracewell Marquis family, which only had farmlands and undeveloped forests. Also, she is Harold S. late wife, whom he has loved for so long and still cannot forget. I thought I had no more lingering attachments since it has been so long. Yet the fact that the most beautiful period of Thanasia's life came to mind when he saw someone who resembled her meant that his heart still harbored some feelings. Perhaps it felt even more so because that girl had helped retrieve the necklace holding memories of Thanasia. So there was a reason why Ethan was obedient to her. Maybe that girl could take Thanasia's place as Ethan's mother figure. Of course, he couldn't ask for too much of a mere maid, but she could at least help comfort Ethan, who had started going astray after losing his mother. He had already confirmed through Melissa's report that there was no flaw in her ability as a maid. He had also witnessed firsthand her loyalty to Ethan and tight-lipped nature during the previous incident. He noticed her keen observation and memory recall regarding Thanasia's necklace at a single glance. Although it may not be necessary, she also seemed to have the ability to protect his son if needed. After going through these thoughts in his mind, Harold nodded and made a decision. While she may be too young to attend directly to Ethan, she still seems to be the best choice. It was the moment when an exclusive maid was appointed to assist his only son, Ethan Richard Blackwood, who had just recently woken up from a long curse and recovered. I am dying. The next day, after returning to my duties at the Blackwood estate. After being released from the etiquette training room on the basement floor for 3 hours, I rubbed my aching legs and painstakingly made my way upstairs. I expected a lecture, but isn't making me kneel for 3 straight hours while ranting a bit too much. After about an hour, I could barely remember what Melissa said. Most of it was just repeated, anyway. How can you in your right mind, as a mere girl, charge at a dangerous monster like a hooked tusk? What happened to all the lessons on being a prim and proper lady that I drilled into you until my mouth went dry? Furthermore, isn't protecting your own body the bare minimum for a servant of the Blackwood family? You read disqualified as both a maid and a lady? Grr. At least last time, there were 4 of us listening together, so her attention was somewhat divided. Now, though, listening to that dragon-s roar of a voice alone for 3 hours really drained all my energy. My legs were aching quite a bit from kneeling for so long. If I was just going to be given a curfew, then a lecture wasn't necessary. Even in this world where double or triple punishments are typical, wasn't this too much? The outing was only possible thanks to head maid Melissa's leniency, so the curfew was understandable. When I think about it, this punishment was the default for a debt maid like Lilith. If I had actually gotten into an accident outside, it would have been troublesome for the head maid who granted me the outing permission. She must have been shaken when she heard I was taken to the church. Still, a 3-hour lecture marathon did seem a bit excessive. With that ridiculous stamina, doesn't she ever tire of constantly spouting it out? The silver lining was that I raised my level to level 5 before the curfew was imposed. It's a pity I couldn't reach level 6, but I'll get another chance someday. Even if I weren't a debt maid and had the freedom to go out during holidays, gaining 5 levels in such a short time would probably have been impossible. As Lilith, without any basic magic and having to just physically attack, it would have taken forever to defeat a single slime. In that sense, I guess it's still quite fortunate. What is fortunate? You are. The deep voice beside my face made me instinctively jolt backward in surprise. There stood the young butler, his expression completely unchanged as he looked at me. Ah, crap. I forgot his name again. I remember it was Colin something, but not the rest. Dittmeyer Colin Evercroft. My apologies. Even though he's a butler, why does a mere servant have a middle name? It's already hard enough to remember his name, and the short middle name makes me think about the most useless part. Dittmeyer, the butler, made a strange expression as if he didn't know whether to accept my apology. Thinking he might be annoyed that I forgot his name twice, I looked at where his eyes were directed and saw his pupils slightly aimed below my face. As I reflexively moved my hands to cover my chest, he hurriedly averted his gaze upwards, pretending he didn't see anything. Yeah, he is a man after all. As I mentioned before, the only man in this estate who didn't look at me with lecherous eyes was Harold. With his expressionless face, this butler also seemed unable to easily ignore Lilith's chest. As a fellow man, I understand. Instinctual urges can be helped. Miss Lilith Rosewood. Yes. The butler, who had allowed his gaze to linger on my chest, calmly met my eyes again and called my name as if nothing had happened. I didn't point out his wandering eyes and simply responded. There is a message from the master, huh? Didn't he summon me just yesterday, to again? No, why would Harold take an interest in a mere maid 2 days in a row in the first place? An uneasy feeling sent a chill down my spine, and that ominous feeling didn't take long to become a reality. What is the message? Starting tomorrow, Miss Lilith Rosewood's position will be changed from the current junior maid. Don't tell me. In the master's judgment, he believes there is a position more suited for Miss Lilith than that of a junior maid. No, it couldn't be. Surely not. Please perform your assigned duties until today, and starting tomorrow, you will be leaving the junior maid position too. No, no way. Not that. Stop beating around the bush, Didmeyer, you bastard. Be appointed as the exclusive maid to the young master, Ethan Richard Blackwood. Ah. Shit. Is this a joke? It has to be a joke, right? Congratulations, Miss Lilith Rosewood. Shut the fuck up, you oblivious asshole. Shit. 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 Swallowing all the curses that could naturally spill out of my mouth at any moment, I quickly made my way up to the upper floors of the mansion. Shit. Why the hell am I in this position? Shit. What did I do wrong? Shit. Why, you damn bastard, am I becoming that freak's exclusive maid? Congratulations, Miss Lilith Rosewood. I begrudgingly gave my thanks for his well wishes, *1. As much as I wanted to destroy that bastard Didmeyer's mouth, it wouldn't solve anything and would only unnecessarily complicate the situation. Barely holding back my complex emotions, I quickly made my way to the study on the 3rd floor where Harold would be. What am I going to do when I get there? Damn, how would I know? First, I have to somehow leave this damn sex slave exclusive maid position. I can understand why that Harold bastard made me Ethan's exclusive maid in the first place. Why? At least in the original game, there was some understandable reason for Lilith to become Ethan's exclusive maid. There was a plausible reason that the freaky bastard insisted on making Lilith his exclusive maid after being captivated by her appearance. In the first place, it was simply impossible for Lilith, who was too young, to become Ethan's exclusive maid. That's for a good reason. Lilith is only 18 years old in her current state. In just a week, she turned 19. Not only was she young, but strictly speaking, she was also a little younger than Ethan. At most, there was only a difference of a few days. An exclusive maid assists the noble she is assigned to with their every move. Naturally, it was a general rule that the exclusive maid be much older than the noble she served. In fact, according to the game's setting, the maid initially appointed as Ethan's exclusive maid was not Lilith but an experienced senior maid. It was because Ethan insisted that he didn't like his original exclusive maid that the position was moved to Lilith, a process that could be somewhat understood from just looking at the story. It was understandable that the father, Harold, being a fool for his son, would assign Lilith to Ethan due to the latter's insistence. In that sense, this outrageous personnel move made no sense at all. A father is a fool for his son and changes his son's exclusive maid from an existing maid to Lilith? That sounds reasonable. But a father being a fool for his son and making the dead maid Lilith, with no proper qualifications or background, Ethan's exclusive maid. That's just nonsense. This can be done. This setting really doesn't make sense. Where exactly did the story go wrong? Though I unintentionally left a somewhat good impression on Harold, it seemed more than enough to leave the impression that I was also dangerous. To appoint a maid with the crazy mentality to throw herself at a board 10 times her size as his son's exclusive maid? Are you in your right mind? Are you in your right fucking mind? With such thoughts swirling in my head, conjuring an imaginary Harold to bombard with questions, my steps had already reached Harold's study on the 3rd floor before I knew it. Probably because I felt he would be in the study, I quietly took a deep breath outside the door. Phew. The insane noble who made me his son's exclusive maid, that son of a bitch Harold, is behind this door. The debt maid with an unknown background and the crazy woman who dares confront a level 10 monster is now his son's exclusive maid behind this door. I have to change it somehow. If the original story progresses, there's no doubt I'll eventually reach a point of no return. Of course, even if I avoid this exclusive maid position, I can be 100% sure I'll avoid Lilith's future of being disciplined. Even if I somehow negotiate with Harold now and get out of this position, it could change at any time with just one mention from that bratty Ethan. If that appearance of Lilith's never caught that freak's eye, I would have had a chance. Unfortunately, I've already had several run-ins with him before. Maybe it really is meaningless. Maybe it is better to just accept it instead of wasting my time. Lilith probably made the same choice in the game. If I made a half-hearted attempt to negotiate or transfer positions only to talk back to a noble, I might only make a worse impression. In fact, that was very likely to happen. When I think about it, the best and safest option is to accept the exclusive maid position first and somehow find an opportunity to leave it later. That's probably the safest and most efficient method I can take now. Damn it, screw that. What's the point of obediently conforming to reality like that? This is why I have to accept it. This is why I have no choice but to let it go. Then, when the time comes for me to be inevitably manipulated by Ethan, will I let myself succumb to his commands? If the situation arises where I inevitably have to be collared, will I just get collared without a word? From what I've seen of Ethan Richard Blackwood in the game, I am certain that once you give that opportunistic piece of shit an opening, it's no different than saying you're going to get sucked dry to the bone. To survive as Lilith, who has gone through all sorts of hellish routes, I can give an inch on even the slightest thing. What's the point of doing something meaningless? At the very least, I can probably convince Harold that I am a weirdo. Judging by how the rumors Haven T spread throughout the mansion yet, he probably only informed a few servants like Didmeyer about my transfer. Now is the only chance I have to reverse it somehow. Knock knock knock. Asterisk even in this shitty situation, if I violate the basic etiquette of a servant, it would be hard to apologize later. So I knocked on the study door 3 times with my fist, letting some of my emotions seep through. Soon after, that damned Harold's voice answered from inside the study. Come in. Click. As soon as I heard Harold's voice, I opened the door and entered the study. Our eyes immediately met when I entered as he looked towards the door. After the quiet sound of the door closing behind me, an awkward silence lingered for a moment. I wondered if I should be the first to speak in this uncomfortable situation, but fortunately, Harold broke the silence first. Miss Lilith Rosewood, is it? Yes, that's correct. Damn it. I am screwed. The fact that this man, who seemed to have no interest in others, learned my name meant one of two things. Either he judged it would be good to remember my name since I would be someone he'd have to deal with for a long time, like headmaid Melissa or Didmeyer, the head butler. Otherwise, I unnecessarily stood out, forcing him to remember my name. In my case, it was undoubtedly the latter. As regrets about where I had misstepped came flooding back, Harold's mouth opened again, giving me the floor to state my reason for coming to his study. I don't recall summoning you today. What brings you here? I have something to say regarding the transfer notice I received from the head butler, Mr. Didmeyer. Regarding your own transfer, it must be about becoming my son's exclusive maid. That's correct. Well then, let us hear it. Fixing his gaze on me with eyes that seemed to say, let us hear you babble, Harold allowed me to state my opinion without hesitation. After all, if not now, I may never get another chance to object to this situation. I understand it is impudent to question your lord's judgment, but allow me to say just one thing. I am woefully inadequate to become the exclusive maid of the young master, Ethan Richard Blackwood. So I wish to relinquish the position of Master Ethan's exclusive maid to another senior maid who would be far more capable of properly attending to the young master. After listening to my words, Harold quietly met my gaze, not moving, his expression so indifferent that it was hard to tell what he was thinking, his eyes barely even blinking. Harold's voice broke the awkward silence that felt suffocating, which sounded a bit displeased. Does your statement just now mean there is an issue with my personnel transfer order? This was the crucial part. In our conversation, I had to somehow convey that I was unsuitable for the exclusive maid position without offending Harold's feelings. If I mistakenly showed an attitude of defying his order or revealed my feelings regarding Ethan, my head would roll within just a few days. That wouldn't be surprising at all. I had to speak confidently and assertively in front of Harold if I wanted to survive in this world as Lilith. Having made up my mind, I met his gaze squarely and stated my opinion firmly. Yes, that's correct. Unfortunately, I am not as capable and skilled a maid as you think, my lord. That is why I must reiterate that I am ill-suited for the position of Master Ethan's exclusive maid. Indeed, you are alike. Pardon? No, go on. Harold looked at me with widened eyes as if he hadn't expected me to deny his words directly. Since I had already come this far, it would be foolish to stop halfway. With the feeling of sticking my neck into an alligator's mouth, I somehow blurted out the words that had been brewing in my mind, gritting my teeth. Getting involved with Ethan any further in my life was like signing a death warrant, almost as if it meant putting a knife to my throat. First, it's my experience. The first basis I argued with Harold was my experience as a maid. Experience? As much as you have highly evaluated my abilities, my lord, I would gladly accept the position of young Master's exclusive maid. However, it has only been barely a year since I seriously began accumulating experience as a maid. Having a lot of experience doesn't necessarily prove that one is good at the job. You learned that from your senior maids who were sent to Silverwood, no? But the young master has already had his 19th birthday some time ago. On the contrary, I have not even had my 19th birthday, which is the same age as the young master. Don't you think I am too young to be the exclusive maid assigned to young Master Ethan? I am worried whether someone younger than the young master like me can properly nurture the young master's mistakes with enough experience and maturity rather than a maid who can do better. In fact, Lilith's birthday was also coming up in just a few days, so the expression saying she was younger was a bit of an exaggeration. Of course, I didn't mention that part since Harold probably wouldn't remember the birthdays of each servant. It would be much more advantageous for me to appear even a year younger to escape being Ethan's exclusive maid. I am concerned about the mental anguish the young master will feel when an impudent maid younger than himself claims she will assist him as his exclusive maid. Well, what do you think? Even if I don't know the reason, Harold, if you have placed me in the exclusive maid position through forceful means, I can only respond with extremely reasonable logic. Perhaps Harold has also recognized and overlooked this issue once, that having too young of a maid attend to one's child is inappropriate for their emotional development. Based on the official information released by the game company, Ethan's official age during this period was undoubtedly 19 years old. His mental age may be younger, but still, it was a setting forcibly attached by the previous life's game company to avoid Korean censorship, but it was an objectively clear fact that the age difference between Ethan and me was not large. Harold also did not view his son as merely a 13-year-old child. Even so, he didn't seem to see him as a 19-year-old youth, but instead, viewing him as an age somewhere in between. First of all, the fact that the only son of the Blackwood Duke had been asleep for 5 years due to a curse could have been a vulnerability in maintaining power in various ways. Above all, unlike Ethan, Harold's time must have steadily passed even during the 5 years his son was cursed and asleep. No matter how young his outward appearance appeared, as a father, it would be difficult to simply accept that Ethan is 13. So when I pushed forth this extremely reasonable logic, Harold had no choice but to nod. You speak as if looking upon my son as a robust 19-year-old. I have also heard that young Master Ethan had fallen asleep under a curse, but that does not mean his birthday has not also passed. The fact remains that when the young master first came into this world and saw the light, I was still in my mother's womb. I suppose so. It seemed he had made a rather ominous expression just now. Hoping it was just his mood, I waited for Harold's response, and his mouth opened towards me again. Yes, you're right. It seems you were the only one who really understood my son. What did you just say? Never mind that. So, is that the only reason why you shouldn't become Ethan's exclusive maid? What? First of all, did I get through to him properly? Somehow, I could read his expression a little, so I kept relentlessly explaining to Harold why I was unfit to be an exclusive maid. It's embarrassing to say this, but I am a foolish woman who recklessly tried to fight Galgorium alone not too long ago. If I had died from such a dangerous act, I would have just ended up as a lowly maid that you couldn't even remember. It was an utterly foolish act. True. Thanks to your courage, even though a dangerous monster like Galgorium appeared in the commercial district, it was subdued without any noticeable casualties. And not long ago, I resorted to violence against my senior maids and caused an uproar. How can someone lacking social graces to the point of disrupting order among fellow maids guarantee that I won't make mistakes with you, my lord? Those maids who hindered the organization's unity, stole valuables, and tried to frame others would probably never have been caught if not for you. My wife's necklace might not have been found either. Perhaps you've momentarily forgotten, but I am a debt maid who was sold to pay off my father's gambling debts. It's certain that having a maid of such low status and with nothing to lose by your side will only negatively influence you, my lord. Well, the fact that you became a debt maid to pay off your father's gambling debts, which weren't even your responsibility, rather makes me feel that you have a sense of responsibility. So, do you still have anything else to say? Shit, what do I do now? No matter how hard I try to make excuses, he seems to be refuting them one by one. Especially since Harold is the head of the household, I didn't think I could easily win a verbal argument with him. I didn't expect him to thoroughly refute every excuse I had prepared. Why is this guy suddenly so insistent about this? Originally, he wouldn't have considered Lilith a candidate for Ethan's exclusive maid. Now, I can think of more pretexts to refuse the exclusive maid position. To be honest, aside from age, my arguments up until now were a bit of a stretch. Well, since he's the one who initially appointed me as the exclusive maid, he must have thought about it sufficiently based on what he knows about me. I still can't figure out why he's so determined to make me Ethan's exclusive maid. With nothing more to say, I fell silent and watched Harold's reaction. This time, Harold read my expression first and asked me a question. You still look like you think you're unsuited for the role. I am sorry. Then let me ask you this instead. If you don't take Ethan's exclusive maid position, who do you think should take that role instead? Did I get through to him? The thought briefly crossed my mind that my repeated pleas may have gotten through to Harold. I racked my brain as much as possible to find a way out of being the exclusive maid. For Ethan's exclusive maid position, someone other than me. Instantly, the faces of Isabel and Catherine, who were closest to me, came to mind. But, of course, I had no intention of suggesting their names. I didn't want to place Isabel, who has been kind to Lilith since her training maid days, in a position where she could become Ethan's slave. A delicate girl like Catherine would probably be swayed much quicker than Lilith the moment she became Ethan's exclusive maid. The problem is, aside from those two, I hardly know any of the senior maids, and I can't suggest Melissa, the head maid, either. At any rate, to emphasize that I am not suited for the role, I needed to make him think of someone as far removed from me as possible. First of all, I think there needs to be a reasonable age gap that would allow Lord Ethan to trust and follow them. Are you saying anyone would do as long as they're older? That's not what I mean. However, an appropriate age gap would help Lord Ethan trust and rely on them while allowing them to assist him properly. A maid too close in age couldn't properly discipline Lord Ethan, could she? Go on. In my opinion, an exclusive maid isn't simply someone who listens to and agrees with everything the Lord says. They need to be able to caution him when he does something wrong and firmly scold him when he acts unbecomingly for a noble. But can a young maid like Isabel, me, or senior Catherine do that properly? That is something I cannot guarantee. That's why I would like to reiterate that a maid with a bit more experience and maturity than me is needed for Ethan's exclusive maid position. A maid who can show unwavering loyalty to Lord Ethan, but also discipline him at times, someone who can play a motherly role, for example. A motherly role is what you said? Oh, shit. I am fucked. 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 You just said someone who can play a motherly role is needed, didn't you? Shit. He heard it, alright. What do I do? What do I do about this? You stupid girl. You should have stopped at an appropriate point. Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your sense of fear? Mentioning Ethan's mother in front of Harold? Thanasia, the highest risk trigger? And what was that? A motherly role? You should have thought before speaking. Do you have a brain or not? Saying that a maid who can play Ethan's mother's role is needed is practically the same as saying that someone needs to replace Thanasia's role. After blurting out such nonsense in front of Harold, I might as well accept that leaving this room unscathed is impossible. There's no way Harold would let a lowly maid who dared suggest replacing his wife, whom he hasn't forgotten even after almost 10 years since her death, leave safely. It's no longer just a matter of whether I take the exclusive maid role. It's now a matter of whether my lifeline gets cut short here. I felt like I could recall the scene of Ariana getting punched in the gut by Harold and sent flying in the etiquette training room in the basement. A sense of crisis crept up that the same thing could happen to me in just a few minutes. Moss Master, I am sorry. I tried to apologize to somehow stay alive, but I was so tense that my mouth could hardly get the next words out. In the end, before I could finish speaking, Harold opened his mouth first and called my name. Lilith Rosewood. Yes, 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 I have the same thought as you, you know. Huh? That's why I appointed you as Ethan's exclusive maid, do you understand? What is he suddenly blabbering about again? There's no way Harold would just overlook my insult to Thanasia of all people. Why is he suddenly bringing up Ethan's exclusive maid again? However, mentioning my slip of the tongue to Harold would be no different than sticking my neck on the chopping block. It was fortunate for me that he didn't bring it up and just moved on. Lilith Rosewood. Yes. I've listened to everything you said, but I can't really think of anyone other than you who would be suitable as Ethan's exclusive maid. I see. The appointment will remain. From tomorrow, you will be Ethan's exclusive maid, understand? Why yes, I understand. You may go now. I will go. My mind was already in turmoil from the thought that I had made a fatal slip of the tongue. In this situation, I couldn't possibly refuse the exclusive maid position, so I hurriedly left Harold's study. I survived. I don't know why, but it was fortunate that he didn't mention my slip of the tongue and let it go. Honestly, I really thought I was done for. It's the day after I was ordered by Harold to become Ethan's exclusive maid and had no choice but to accept it. In other news, besides my becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, there was a slight change for Isabel, my fellow maid who shared the same room. She was assigned a private single room on the second floor instead of the bedroom with the bunk bed she and I had used together on the third. While it really was a minor change compared to me becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, it didn't seem minor to Isabel. As she left the bedroom with the bunk bed, she couldn't help but let out a wistful sound. This room was cramped, but being here with Lilith was nice. Can't be helped. Considering new maids will come later, I have to vacate this room. And you being alone in the vacant shared room would make you feel lonely for no reason. Yeah, I guess so. This was pretty much a done deal since a few days ago. With Ariana and Alicia gone, 2 private rooms for junior maids had become vacant. It was only natural that Isabel, the new junior maid, would take one of those 2 vacancies, nothing more, nothing less. I was also supposed to be assigned a private junior maid room like Isabel. So Lilith, you'll live on the 4th floor starting today? Yeah, that's right. Due to the regulation that exclusive maids must always stay close, my room would move from the junior maids' rooms on the 3rd floor to the exclusive maids' rooms on the 4th floor. Really complicated feelings. Lilith. Is this all your luggage? Shall I carry it upstairs for you? I can do it myself, so just leave it there. Huh, what? I couldn't hear you well, so I'll take it to the 4th floor first. I'll go up too. Isabel. Okay, not understanding my feelings, Catherine picked up my luggage and headed to the exclusive maid's waiting room on the 4th floor. I, too, finished my brief conversation with Isabel and followed behind her. The topmost floor of the mansion is the 4th floor, where Ethan and Harold's rooms are. Shit. Even though I had moved from the shared room on the 3rd floor to a private room on the 4th, my mood was in the gutter in many ways. In the end, all I gained from the negotiation with Harold was a momentary sense of mortal danger and the firmly decided position as an exclusive maid. If I had known this would happen, I probably should not have confronted Harold in the first place. On the 4th floor of the Blackwood Mansion is a room that players of the Lilith route in Luminar Academy inevitably encounter a lot. After looking around that familiar scenery once, I unlocked a room next to the stairs with a key and went inside. It was right next to Ethan's bedroom, the dreadful place called Lilith's room in the game. Wow, wow. So, Lilith, you'll be staying here starting today? Catherine, who had carried in my luggage and entered the room with me, began looking around my room in various places as if she had seen something amazing. I dropped the bundle of luggage she had carried for me in a corner of the room, then sat at the table pondering what to do next. In the end, I really have ended up in this room. Lilith's room. As soon as I entered this unpleasant room that players cannot avoid entering several times when playing Lilith's route, my mood became extremely unpleasant. Of course, since this was still before Lilith got trained by Ethan, the room itself was similar to a normal exclusive maid's waiting room for now. But in about 2 to 3 years, the atmosphere of this room would surely change from the plain feeling it had now, decorated with all sorts of items. The biggest problem was that those decorations would be unpleasant objects that reduced one's sanity just by looking at them. Not just restraints like handcuffs, ropes, and collars, but also tools used for lewd purposes like triangle horses, chain beds, and aphrodisiacs. Just imagining this room filled with adult toys like dildos and vibrators made an unpleasant feeling well up from inside me. For reference, it's meaningless to question why such adult toys exist in a fantasy world. This game was essentially an erotic game disguised as an SRPG. There would be more people getting aroused watching Lilith screaming, impaled on a dildo than people complaining it doesn't feel medieval fantasy enough. I had never once thought in my previous life that I might become the one screaming while impaled, though. Lilith. As expected of the exclusive maid's waiting room, even the furniture is different. The bed is much bigger and fluffier than the one in my room, and there's even a mirror. Unable to grasp my complicated feelings, I naturally felt a momentary urge to grab the back of Catherine's head and shove it down as she excitedly wandered around the room. If I did that or kicked her here, she likely wouldn't put up any resistance against me. Should I just do it? I am already annoyed, so why not just shove her head down once? Geez, enough. Shaking off the evil that momentarily crossed my mind, I reproached myself. Taking advantage of others' weaknesses and acting as I pleased was one of the things I despised the most. Moreover, if I did something like that to Catherine, I'd be no different from Ariana. Still, I imagined shoving her head down a few times, annoyed seeing her wander around someone else's room with that overly excited expression. I did it in my mind. Okay, so cut me some slack. Don't run around too much. You might disturb those on the floors below. After giving her a mild warning not to overdo it, I seriously pondered how to proceed. After looking around my room to some extent, Catherine turned her gaze to me and carefully asked. It feels really novel. Is this how noble ladies' rooms usually are? Don't know for sure, but most noble ladies' rooms would be even bigger than this. Especially for clothes, instead of having a closet in a room like this, they'd have a separate dressing room, and maids or butlers would bring the clothes. This seems to be made to give the exclusive maid noblewoman vibes while doubling as living quarters. As expected, Lilith must know a lot since you're a noble. I thought a room like this would naturally only be used by noble ladies. For baronesses or poor counts' daughters, their rooms may be similar to this. Not all nobles are wealthy with large estates just for being nobles. I see, as expected of Lilith to be precise. I didn't know this from being a noble myself, but I learned it from knowledge gained while pursuing noble heroines in my past life. Due to the setting in which commoners cannot use magic, all magic-using heroines are automatically nobles. So, when pursuing those kinds of heroines, I inevitably ended up in their private rooms as well. There were even princesses and imperial princesses among the heroines of this Luminar Academy game. Hence, a noble lady's room was a very familiar sight for me, who had completed all routes in my past life. Even so, despite spending over 500 hours on Lilith's route, this Lilith's room felt utterly unfamiliar. Well, Ethan's training has yet to start. Once I start getting trained by that pig Ethan under the pretext of being his exclusive maid, this room is bound to transform into a dreadful sight. My future actions should prevent that from happening. Though I couldn't avoid becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, my current self certainly wasn't in a situation where I couldn't do anything about it. I was at level 5, had 3 skills, and had a vast mana capacity nearing 4 digits. It's a shame I didn't learn Mana Blast, but I didn't necessarily need that specific skill. Above all, my personality completely differed from the original Lilith Rosewood in the game. Unlike Lilith, who became a sex slave because she failed to refuse the Lord's orders in time, my fundamental nature as former South Korean University student Lee Ji-won was different. So unlike the foolish Lilith who obediently endured, if I see even a slight chance of being trained by that damn pig Ethan, I will resist by any means necessary. I absolutely will not meekly endure like the foolish maid Lilith in the game. I'll go back to my room now. Rest well, Lilith. Yes, you can go. After looking around my room here and there, Catherine headed back to the stairs leading to the third floor where her room was. Left alone in the room, I quietly pondered while leaning forward on the table. Since I couldn't avoid becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, I need to conduct myself well from now on if I want to survive. Perhaps that bastard didn't know any better from the beginning and trained Lilith regardless. After firmly resolving to conduct myself as Ethan's exclusive maid, it was the first conclusion I came to. The assumption is that this loud bastard had been training Lilith since he was 19, but it may not have been something sexual. In fact, if you look at Lilith's occasional flashback scenes, the bullying becomes more severe and obscene as Ethan gets older. No matter his current age, if Ethan's mental age is 5 years younger, Ethan would barely have the knowledge and culture of an elementary or middle school student. That bastard probably didn't learn any extra sexual knowledge, either. It's reasonable to assume that he started out just wanting to get Lilith's attention, but it boggles me how it turned into sexual harassment for some reason. Otherwise, he just naturally opened his eyes to sex as he got older and happened to start using the excellent teaching material, Lilith, as his own sex slave. What if I never react to what Ethan does from the beginning? Initially, getting attention was something you wanted to do more and more as long as the other person responded well. On the contrary, if I pretended to be completely unresponsive, Ethan's behavior of trying to get attention through bullying would quickly subside. If I endure just the first few times, the one who fails to get attention might try to grab my gaze with different actions. If I respond appropriately around then, maybe that bastard won't grow up to be as stupid trash as in the original game. Let's ignore it as much as possible for now. Anyway, it's not like I can escape this exclusive maid position now. So, I can only take the most peaceful direction and resolve it well. If I engaged in physical combat with that bastard Ethan, I would probably win 8 or 9 times out of 10. Considering the power of the Blackwood family and Harold, though, I simply couldn't handle the aftermath, given my position. Rehabilitating that abomination wasn't really my goal. I don't care how that bastard ends up growing up. I am just trying this once because it would be more advantageous for my survival if he grows up more appropriately. Plus, he had testified on my behalf at the disciplinary committee. So, it's possible that if I actually dealt with him again, he might not be complete trash from the get-go. That's the comfortable thought I had when I first accepted the position as that damn Harold's exclusive maid. It only took about a month for these complacent thoughts of mine to do a complete 180. About a week had passed since I reluctantly accepted the position as Ethan's exclusive maid, unable to overcome Harold's pressure. In the game, Lilith Rosewood eventually turned 19 and became an adult you could call an adult. The same could be said for Ethan, who had his birthday about 10 days earlier than Lilith. Shit. Of course, Lilith becoming a legal adult, in terms of her body, was not particularly good in this game. Unlike other characters, Lilith's future after becoming a legal adult was set in stone. For now, aging only made me realize again that it was becoming increasingly dangerous. Both Ethan and Lilith had surpassed the age at which they could be perceived as children or adolescents. From this point on, with Lilith becoming an adult, Ethan's obscene demonic nature would begin to manifest fully. I need to stay careful at all times. If I make one wrong move, I could end up naked, leashed, and paraded around the mansion. It was entirely possible. Of course, if such a situation arose, I wouldn't just sit idly by. The relatively good news was that over the past week, I hardly had to face Ethan at all. Initially, the exclusive maid position would involve selecting a few candidates and then having the chosen maid undergo special training before being assigned. However, this personnel transfer was so rushed that I took on the exclusive maid role first and would receive training later. I received Melissa S. special training for a week and gained significant knowledge as Ethan S. exclusive maid. At the very least, having this baseline knowledge prevented issues from arising later on. Even if things went well and I didn't need to undergo the training, there was a chance I'd maintain the exclusive maid position anyway. So it wouldn't hurt to know the basics of attending to the Blackwood family's only son. Unfortunately, Lilith was still an indebted maid, and to legitimately escape the Blackwood mansion, over 6 more years were still needed. Phew. Anyway, excluding the head maid's training period, today was effectively my first day working while facing that damn Ethan. After taking a deep breath in front of Ethan's room, I knocked 3 times to match his wake-up time. Knock, knock, knock. Master Ethan. Master Ethan? Are you inside? There seemed to be movement from inside, but it would be expected, given Ethan's personality, to laze around until the afternoon. He was undoubtedly buried in and lazily sprawled out on the bed. As a rule, when maids or butlers in the mansion visited a noble's room, they could only enter after knocking and receiving a response from inside. That is, except for the exclusive maid or butler and the head maid and head butler. As Ethan's exclusive maid, Lilith was qualified to come into Ethan's personal room for cleaning, laundry pickup, or various other reasons, with or without permission, based on her judgment. Whether there was a response from inside or not, I entered Ethan's room without a second thought. Click. Master Ethan, it's time to wake you up. Kuha. When I entered Ethan's room with no caution, a sudden scream came from beside the door. The sudden voice caught me completely off guard. I was momentarily startled and fell backward. When I came to my senses, I was faced with the little brat snickering lewdly in front of me. Ahaha. Maid, did I scare you? Master Ethan? To fall over from just that little scare. What a dumb maid. Damn it, I want to beat the crap out of him. When I saw Ethan's smug face laughing derisively after purposely startling and knocking me over, an intense feeling of disgust instantly welled inside me. My resolution to try and resolve this amicably was almost shaken on the very first day. He's still just a brat. This is just normal mischief for a boy his age. Endure it, endure. It wasn't exactly rare for boys that age to pull pranks trying to get attention from others. Of course, it was behavior noble sons their age would never engage in. Still, for the utterly uncultured Ethan, it was more than possible. If I got riled up over every little thing like this, I wouldn't be able to properly carry out my duties as an exclusive maid going forward. Reacting indignantly to pranks like this was what the little brat wanted most deep down. I deliberately got up nonchalantly, doing my best to respond calmly as if unfazed. Master Ethan. Yeah? Since it's dangerous, please refrain from these kinds of pranks next time. No way. Yeah, I figured he'd babble something like that. About a month had passed since I officially began my activities as Ethan's exclusive maid. After around a month, I felt like my mind was reaching its limit with the duties of Ethan's exclusive maid, which were expected to be challenging from day one. The reason was obviously because of that fucking Ethan, whose face I had to see every day. I want to beat the crap out of him. First of all, being an exclusive maid wasn't a 24/7 job of constantly being by their side, contrary to popular belief. If I had to be literally attached to him all the time, who would do the room cleaning and laundry transport? Not to mention, how would I eat and sleep? There were broadly 3 situations when an exclusive servant had to attend to their assigned noble. 1. When the noble was eating meals. 2. When the noble was going out. 3. When the noble directly summoned the exclusive servant. Aside from those 3 situations, the exclusive maid or butler didn't necessarily have to be by the noble's side at all times. On the other hand, I had to be by their side in those 3 cases unless there were special orders. However, some nobles disliked having their personal time disturbed, so they avoided summoning their assigned servants as much as possible. There were even occasional nobles who had no assigned servants to avoid such hassles preemptively. Of course, these cases had nothing to do with me as Ethan's exclusive maid. Contrary to my wishes, Ethan would summon me as his exclusive maid whenever, constantly calling me to him. Lilith, Master Ethan was looking for you earlier. Lilith, Master Ethan has summoned you, Miss Lilith Rosewood. I have a message from the master. This damn brat, I swear. Despite my desire to avoid dealing with him as much as possible, Ethan summoned me almost once an hour for nearly 3 weeks straight. It was more than enough time to break my initial conviction to resolve this amicably on the first day. He even barged into the exclusive maid's room next door constantly. Whenever I left his room to take his laundry to the laundrymaids or to get cleaning supplies, he incessantly called me over to disrupt my work. If he had at least called me over to talk about something meaningful, that'd be one thing. All he did were juvenile pranks that made me feel like trash, hiding to startle me, secretly sticking his foot out to try tripping me, and the list goes on. Being toyed with by a trashy little brat's antics like that was infuriating after the first couple of times. With him pulling this shit multiple times a day, every single week, it was impossible not to get pissed off. I really shouldn't have shown that startled reaction on the first day. If I hadn't overly dramatized and fallen over, I wouldn't have had to witness his arrogant follow-up stunts. What can I do? I have only myself to blame for stupidly entering Ethan's room without thinking on that first day. As a commoner maid, I couldn't beat up that brat Ethan, the precious noble son. Quietly steeling myself for whatever stunt he pull this time, I let out a tense sigh. At the very least, I maintained the basic courtesies expected of a maid and entered Ethan's room. "What is the reason you called for me this time, my master?" I expected Ethan to come shouting and jumping out at me the moment I opened the door, but surprisingly, he was nowhere to be seen after entering the room. No matter how much I looked around inside, the damn brat seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Could he have summoned me to prank me but then forgotten and went somewhere else? The disbelief I felt at Ethan showing his own exclusive maid was short-lived. Immediately after, I felt a sensation, like someone groping my butt, from behind the door. Spank. Hua. You let your guard down, you were careless? Startled by the hand that had snaked up under my skirt to my lower body, I instinctively let out a girlish shriek. The culprit who had spanked my butt was already fleeing down the stairs to avoid me. Damn it. Seriously, that fucking little brat. Around 2 months have passed since I started working as that damn dirty pig bastard's exclusive maid. There's an opening, bang. Today, as always, the future sex offender I encountered shamelessly slapped my behind and ran away. No, the expression future sex offender is not the least bit strange. For the past month, I've been sexually harassed almost every day by that dirty bastard. To be more precise, it's not the future, but rather, the present. That filthy bastard. 1 month ago, after I was carelessly sexually harassed by the dirty bastard's prank, that damn brat has been brazenly continuing his vulgar antics towards me. I've been suppressing my anger towards the brat's shameless behavior, and my hatred for him grows day by day. Couldn't I properly warn him since he's still a brat and get him to stop? If that worked, there's no way I would put up with this foolishly. I've already given him countless verbal warnings and sometimes even threats. Still, they had no effect on that crafty loud bastard. Rather, he seems very aware of the difference in our status and that my threats pose no real danger to him. Was it not the case in the original game that Lilith came to her senses only to find herself already being violated? I had already been dealing with the situation as best I could from my position. If I couldn't correct him through warnings or scolding him with some threats, then realistically, as Lilith, there was nothing else I could do. Calling in other servants to threaten that brat who even disregards the headmaid's etiquette lessons would have no effect. And if I told Harold, hey, keep an eye on your son who might grow up to be a sex offender, I'd likely lose my head instead. At this rate, that bastard's unrestrained behavior would likely continue into the future. I really should have killed him that day in Tay kitchen prep room. I realized then that the scenario where I at least had a chance to escape was the best possible future outcome I could hope for. Even if I failed to escape but managed to kill that Ethan brat, it wouldn't have been such a bad life. Now, as his exclusive maid, there are many watching my every move, and from the start, secretly killing Ethan and escaping from the 4th floor of Blackwood Manor, where Harold resides, was practically impossible. Before becoming Ethan's exclusive maid, I did say I wouldn't take such dangerous actions for the sake of the future. But now, for some reason, the thought of mercilessly killing and fleeing if I truly got the chance was insidiously creeping into my mind. If even half of this malice could be conveyed to that filthy brat, it might be enough to shut him up for good. Unfortunately, in my current state, I lacked any proper means to correct Ethan's rotten behavior. The only thing I could do in this situation was simply endure. At this rate, it wouldn't be strange if that brat awakens to his desires soon and starts sexually harassing Lilith outright. While there were differences in the setting and timing from the original game, this seemed an inevitable future. All my efforts to endure until now would become meaningless the moment that happens. If such a situation arises, I'll have to flee or kill that Ethan brat somehow to escape. Yes, I'll allow it only up to this point. I'll only allow that disgusting pig brat that slipped his hand under my skirt to slap my ass and ran away, regarding it as just a prank, until here. If his pranks escalate even slightly, or if I sense even a hint of lust in Ethan's eyes, from that moment on, I won't hold back and will retaliate without hesitation. Whether that's beating some sense into that rotten brat's head, or fleeing this territory, even as a lifelong indebted maid to start a new life. Or worse, prepare to die and take that damn Ethan with me to the afterlife somehow. The grievances from my past and present lives were enough reason to kill him. The very reason I was reincarnated into this damn world as Lilith was all because of that filthy Ethan blocking Lilith's virgin route. Even in the game, he was someone I had killed over and over, so I had no need to hesitate now. Carrying a ticking time bomb of emotion in my chest that felt like it could explode at the slightest provocation, I went outside carrying that filthy Ethan's laundry today. I swear, just try pulling something one more time. Whether a noble brat or fool, I'll put you in a state where you can never act up again. Ethan Richard Blackwood. The only son of Harold Richard Blackwood, the head of the prestigious Blackwood family. Recently, Ethan had been harboring a minor concern in his mind. It was regarding his exclusive maid, Lilith. No matter what prank he pulled, jumping out to surprise her or slapping her butt and running away, Lilith showed virtually no reaction, and Ethan was starting to feel a bit bored with her. Boring. From a young age, Ethan had become accustomed to reading the emotions directed at him by others, but for some reason, Lilith's actions did not match the emotions he sensed from her. Usually, with others, playing pranks like this would clearly eliminate any sense of favor or expectation toward him. However, the emotions he read from his exclusive maid, Lilith, were complicated for Ethan himself to discern. Her gaze still showed no hint of expectations towards him, unchanged from when they first met. Yet, at the same time, he sensed some particular emotion from her that he had never felt before. Why is this maid the only one that's different from the others? Why did he sense this strange emotion from Lilith that he had never felt from anyone else? Why was Lilith's gaze towards him slightly different from how others looked at him? Lilith showed such contrasting reactions compared to others, making her seem special to Ethan. A feeling the noble son of the Blackwood family had never experienced before. What he did not yet realize was that this feeling was Lilith's contempt and loathing towards him. For Ethan, people's emotions were not divided into good or bad, they were simply categorized as what he had or had not experienced before. I wish the maid would indulge me a bit more. Ethan clearly noticed that his pranks had not been very effective lately. Wanting Lilith's attention even a little more, Ethan pondered a different prank to get her interest. If hiding and surprising her or slapping her butt didn't work. Ethan mumbled happily, thinking of a prank that would surely get a reaction. This ought to startle the maid for sure, he. He chuckled to himself, imagining Lilith's flustered expression from his prank. Little did he know that this prank would later threaten his very life. 3 months as that filthy Ethan's exclusive maid. I was still spending each day feeling utterly demeaned. That damn Ethan's vulgar pranks continued relentlessly even as 3 months passed. I spent my days subjected to that piece of trash-ass childish pranks and sexual harassment. It wasn't just once or twice that I fantasized about wringing that pig's neck until he died. I could hardly tell where it began with how fat his neck was. I suppose I could be thankful that Ethan's pranks haven't escalated beyond slapping my butt. Given his future of putting a leash on Lilith to walk her around the manor since he was young, he was hardly trustworthy. But I could begrudgingly endure pranks at this level by clenching my teeth 3 times. Endure it, just endure. Don't cause any unnecessary trouble. If I so much as lifted a finger against that Ethan brat, not only would the consequences be disastrous. I also had to consider my maid colleagues, Isabel and Catherine. Even after being reassigned, I am still on good terms with those two. This means that if I caused any issues with Ethan, they could face Lord Harold's wrath too. Even if, by some miracle, only I faced punishment and lost my head, that would still be problematic. Isabel and Catherine would undoubtedly grieve if something happened to me. Having already witnessed their expected reactions once before, I couldn't recklessly endanger myself again. Not that I intended to tolerate Ethan's antics escalating any further, of course. The limit of what I could accept while enduring was right here. I had already become somewhat inured to him, slapping my butt and running away. At this point, whether he groped my butt or tripped me, I felt little emotion about it. Strictly speaking, there may be a way to avoid his harassment entirely for the next 7 years. 4 more years until that filthy Ethan ages enough to enroll at the academy. If I can just endure those 4 years, then when Ethan leaves for the academy, I can resign as his exclusive maid. I can use the excuse that the roles are different between an exclusive manor maid and an academy maid. I can get through the remaining time with less worry if I succeed. Of course, he'll return during summer and winter breaks. Still, after 4 years, I'll spend over half the year at the Imperial Academy. Effectively, I'll only have to endure seeing that bastard's face daily for about 4 more years. While 7 years feels challenging to endure, I can probably get through 4 years somehow. Recalling my senior year of college when I slacked off and had to take 30 units per semester. If I think of it as repeating a year like that 4 times, I may be able to handle it. Come to think of it, that still sounds pretty shitty. After consoling myself this way, I made my way to that filthy brat's room again today. As soon as I entered, I collected his discarded clothes strewn about the room. If you going to undress, at least pile the clothes in one place. I didn't even imagine him neatly folding them like other BRD noble sons. It was difficult to envision that filthy Ethan ever living such a life in the first place. As I gathered Ethan's clothes scattered over the bed, table, and everywhere else, I sensed that familiar gaze and footsteps from behind. My mind was already running simulations of what would likely happen next. Another one of his antics. Having faced so many pranks, I could now roughly sense where he would strike from without looking. Not that his bulky frame could properly hide anywhere in the first place. If I react, he'll just get more excited and go further. If he realizes his prank is working, he'll undoubtedly become emboldened and act even more audaciously. Then, the level of his pranks will start escalating past the line. This is likely how Lilith, in the original game, ended up being violated at some point. Conversely, the fact that his pranks haven't exceeded butt slapping even after 3 months suggests my approach of completely ignoring and not reacting is somewhat effective. From that perspective, pointlessly reacting and provoking him is less ideal than maintaining this nonchalant disregard. Who knows? Maybe he'll eventually tire of me not reacting and give up on his own. As I bent down to pick up Ethan's discarded robe, I sensed heavy footsteps rapidly approaching from behind. Thump. 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 I am sure he'll just slap my butt again and run off. I'll give no reaction at all. That's the best solution. While straightening up with those thoughts between my buttocks, a stabbing pain that seemed unbearable attacked my body. Ouch. Take this, Stinger. Ah, you little son of a bitch. Take this, Stinger. I felt a chilling pain between the buttocks and felt my anus clenching involuntarily due to that agony. It was a truly excruciating pain that left me speechless, something I hadn't experienced in a long time. The sheer intensity shooting from my lower body all the way up to my brain made me dizzy for a moment. When I came to, my body lay on the floor, buried in that despicable bastard's clothes. Ag. After the initial critical shock that left me speechless had subsided, the second wave of throbbing pain immediately followed between my buttocks. As humiliating as it was to have been stabbed by that filthy bastard, the sheer agony in my ass was overwhelmingly tormenting at the moment. Damn this fucking son of a bitch hurts so bad. I had stuck my ass out awkwardly while picking up the fallen clothes. The pain from the thick finger jabbing in from that bulky body was simply too much to bear. The excruciating pain searing up from my lower body made me completely forget that I had buried my face in that repulsive bastard's clothes. I really should have seen this coming. I had always kept in mind to crush him if he ever pulled any bullshit, but still. I never imagined he would actually pull such a despicable stunt if I just left him be. Damn it. There's a limit to how much I can tolerate. Whether I get summoned by Herald later and get punished or whatever, who cares? Fuck it, I'll deal with the consequences in the future. If I don't land a punch on this goddamn filthy loud bastard's face right now, I might just explode with rage. Ha ha ha. How was my ultimate technique? You kept ignoring me, maid, so you got punished. You re-laughing? You reduce a person to this pathetic, moronic state, and you re-laughing? Chilled by fury beyond its limits, my brain calmly analyzed the current situation. I got up from where I was, deliberately acting casually so the filthy bastard wouldn't notice anything. The only exit was the door. I had closed it when coming in, so it was already shut. Conveniently, the window was also closed, so I didn't have to worry about sounds leaking out. Even if Ethan tried to escape through the exit right now, I was closer to the door. Not optimal conditions, but the minimum requirements were met. To kill this wretched loud bastard, right here and now. Maid? I approached him nonchalantly, and the filthy pig didn't even think to escape, clueless about what was happening. Once the loud bastard was within my range, I wrapped one of the towels I was holding around his neck. Caught off guard with his lifeline suddenly bound by me, the filthy one couldn't even think to resist, choking and kicking his legs frantically. Yuck. Thump. Too late. He tried to flee from me, but his head was already gripped in my hand, immobilized. The excessively chubby loud's body, unbelievably heavy for his age, fell back with a dull thud. I climbed on top of him, pressing down on his solar plexus with one knee. My hands still firmly held the cloth wrapped around his neck. ACCCKCCKKK. How did it come to this? At first, I had clearly tried to resolve it somehow. He tried to pry my hands away, pulling at my wrists with his flabby arms, but his complete lack of muscle was no match for level 5 adult woman's grip strength. His fat body's thrashing only ended up tightening the chokehold around his neck more forcefully due to the weight. KKHRRKKK for a moment, his pitiful eyes and shaking head almost made my resolve waver. But I steeled myself and tightened my grip, applying more forceful pressure. Whether I release my grip now or just strangle him to death here, the punishment awaiting me would not change much after going this far. I didn't want it to come to this either. As many times as I imagined killing this filthy bastard in my mind, I almost never seriously considered actually doing it in this world. Spare the fact that he's just a game character. Directly taking a living, breathing person's life in front of me would naturally cause hesitation for anyone of sound mind. Even with that prank earlier, I might have been able to endure it somehow if he hadn't mocked me at the end. But now, I was at my limit. No matter how much I tried to tolerate and persevere, seeing this filthy one's escalating antics and lack of personal growth day by day. I could not envision any ending other than becoming this loud's plaything. Rather than that fate, it was better to kill this wretched bastard here and now and somehow escape the Blackwood estate to flee across the border. Perhaps an even more arduous future awaited me. No, an agonizingly brutal future. I could already imagine what an enraged Herald might do to Isabel and Catherine, who would be left at the mansion. But I could not fathom if all of that was worth enduring at the cost of eroding my dignity and self-worth. I died in an accident and finally reincarnated into the world of my favorite game, with a chance to live out my dreams, however slightly. Yet because of this loud bastard, I have to live my life under restrictions? Just because I happen to be reborn as Lilith? If this world is going to trample all over my life for such a shitty reason, then I might as well flip the table first. Let's see what happens. Let's see what kind of Luminar Academy gets created when the early antagonist and the other main characters are already torn down. Ugh. UCKKK. UCKKK. Whether frozen in terror or agony, Ethan shed tears from both eyes. Unable to keep watching that expression, I briefly closed my eyes and turned my head to the left. Unless I kill this bastard here and now, I will eternally live as the pitiful maid Lilith. If I don't kill Ethan. If I don't kill this damn lout bastard right now. For Lilith, for me, there will never be a happy ending. Though I had resolved to finally tighten the cloth and strangle the life out of the filthy Ethan. For some reason, my grip could not bring itself to that final determination, hesitating on the last judgment. The towel I gripped had already slipped from my hands and fallen to the floor. You. Cough cough. Ha, ha, damn it. This bastard, I really wanted to kill him by any means necessary. I really wanted to kill him so bad I could go insane. But the thought of the future that would unfold by killing this wretched bastard with my own hands made it impossible for me to make that final decision. Isabel, who had been my only friend since I regained my memories as Lilith, supported me all this time. And Catherine, who narrowly avoided an unjust catastrophic fate in the original game through a miraculous twist. The moment I killed Ethan, Harold's punishment would undoubtedly extend to those two as well. If it was an issue that could be resolved by sacrificing only my own life, I would have done so unhesitatingly. But the gap in the weight of a noble's life and a commoner's was significantly vast in this world. If I killed Ethan here, it would not be strange if all of the employees at the Blackwood estate lost their heads in that instant. And so, I could not bring myself to that final determination. This wretched lout bastard held far too high a position for me to act solely on my own anger and whims. I was merely a pitiful, indebted maid without any power. Ha, ha maid. Ha, ha. Maid cough. Why you cough crying? I absent-mindedly brought my hand to my face when the bastard beneath me said something, only to find tears streaming endlessly down my cheeks once they started. Not wanting to show this wretched bastard my unsightly appearance, I hastily turned away to hide my tears. Maid? Don't speak to me, Ethan, you fucking bastard. Ethan closed his mouth in shock, seemingly not expecting curses from my lips. Having intuited this moment to be the end of my life, I unleashed all the pent-up emotions I had endured towards the brat lying beneath me, holding nothing back. You fucking bastard, goddamn lout bastard. I can only tolerate a childish prank so many times. Just looking at your face makes me sick, you vile piece of trash. Maid? That a piece of trash like you was born a noble is this world's greatest blemish. An idiotic, selfish brat who only swung around the power and authority of nobility. That you are the heir of the Blackwood household is this world's greatest shame. Maid, why are you don't speak to me, you shitty bastard? Just having to breathe the same air as you makes me nauseous. Live your whole life like that, you lout bastard. Never consider others' feelings or anything. Just live your whole life obliviously like the moron you are. Maid, live out your pitiful existence without ever realizing what a simpleton you are until one day you get impaled by some commoner swordsman right before your eyes. Buried in an unmarked grave no one visits except your father, die having accomplished nothing and be forgotten forever, you damn bastard. The fury that had chilled my mind flared up again in heated excitement, causing a torrent of pent-up curses to pour out incoherently. All the resentment I had endured from Ethan's trashy behavior, all the curses wishing the future he would meet. The half-wit brat probably couldn't even understand half of what I was saying, but it didn't matter. A life destined to be ruined anyway, just this final venting before the end was enough. Ah, I almost forgot one important thing. Hey, Ethan. Why yes. With what happened just now, I did it solely because you're a shitty bastard. What do you mean it's not like I conspired with anyone to try and kill you? I just wanted to kill you myself, that's all, you fucking bastard. So if you're going to tattle to your father, tell him this. That your exclusive maid, Lilith, tried to kill you in a fit of rage alone. I don't know if this brat will relay my words verbatim, but I have to say it regardless. At the very least, to minimize any potential harm to Isabel or Catherine. In the end, it will be attempted murder rather than killing a noble, so the punishment may be slightly reduced. Perhaps it will end with just my life being forfeited. If I couldn't hold back here and end up killing this filthy Ethan, that would be an unforgivable sin against Isabel and Catherine. The 3 months I spent as your exclusive maid were truly unbearable. And today marks the end of that. Once your father learns I tried to kill you, he won't let me be. Maid, wait. It was shitty being with you, so let us never meet again. Slam. I had no desire to lay eyes on that piece of trash's face a moment longer in what little time I had left as Lilith. Leaving behind even my duties, I swiftly exited Ethan's room. I leaned against the wall outside the door, mentally processing the perplexing act one had just committed. The attempted murder of a noble. No, the attempted murder of the only son of the Blackwoods. It was easier to accept that there was simply no way to survive this. I could almost feel grateful if they executed me swiftly by beheading or hanging. It was a crime of that severity. If I had known it would come to this, I would have unlocked spells however I wanted before getting pruned. To think my entire life in my favorite game from my previous incarnation amounted to nothing but serving Ethan for half a year. The notion that foolish maid Lilith could only ever be the foolish maid no matter what resonated deeply. Fuck the tears I had held back for so long streamed forth endlessly. Maid wait. Slam. Lilith slammed the door shut and disappeared outside the room irritatedly. Catching sight of her from behind, Ethan Richard Blackwood couldn't help but be lost in various thoughts for a moment. For the first time since birth, he felt the complete emotion of murderous intent. Someone genuinely wanted to kill him and actually attempted to take his life. As the Blackwood family's noble heir, it was the first time he could experience such a harsh and extreme emotion. Under that tremendous pressure, Ethan could not get up from his spot for a while, even after Lilith had left the room. He just wanted to get the maid's attention. She rarely reacted no matter how much he joked around, so he just wanted to get her more attention. In the past, Ethan was too young and naive to realize his actions could incur such deep resentment and hatred. This current situation was a result of that. The pressure of having his neck strangled by the maid's hands and the faint marks left on his neck from being choked. In his fading consciousness, he directly faced Lilith's expression full of rage. Then she hesitated to take his life, shedding tears. Finally, after spewing all kinds of curses, criticism, and maledictions, the view of the maid from behind disappeared outside the room. The events the still immature Ethan experienced contained stimuli so intense that each one was vividly etched into his mind. It also became an opportunity for him to realize for the first time that the pranks he had been pulling were wrong. Although he could not comprehend all the words Lilith said, he could feel most of the intense emotions she conveyed. He even grasped the nature of the unfamiliar feeling she had been sending him until now. Until this point, Ethan deliberately acted foolishly and disappointingly to avoid others' gazes and expectations. But for some reason, he was now overwhelmed with the desire to receive those gazes and expectations he had shunned so much. And that desire was directed solely at one person. It was shitty being with you, so let us never meet again. Recalling Lilith expressing her hatred toward him with her whole being until the very last moment, Ethan felt a painful emotion piercing his chest. If he apologized to her now, could he be forgiven? He didn't want to drift permanently apart from the maid like this. Could they return to that relationship from when they secretly promised to meet alone in the kitchen at dawn? Could he return to the relationship where he told her the secret they shared in the kitchen when he was in danger and received her gratitude? If he could, he wanted to apologize to the maid immediately for what he had done. However, recalling her reaction towards him just now, it seemed unlikely she would respond well, no matter how much of an adolescent boy he was. "Don't speak to me, Ethan, you fucking bastard." He didn't want to see that terrifying expression again, if possible. He was afraid to face Lilith's gaze, filled with utter loathing and hatred towards him. It was also hard to imagine that a mere apology could suffice for all the misdeeds he had committed until now. Although Ethan's current cognition was at the level of an adolescent boy, he had a past of being involved with many people from a noble household. If feelings could be mended with just one apology, this whole incident would not have occurred in the first place. The towel was torn and stretched beyond repair. The same towel that had been used to strangle his neck seemed to express the depth of the maid's resentment and hatred towards him. Ethan could sense that restoring his relationship with the maid would be as difficult as returning these stretched clothes to their original state. Ordinarily, for such a complex problem, it was in Ethan's nature to inform his father and wait for Harold Richard Blackwood to resolve it. However, regarding this particular incident today, he could not tell his father about it, no matter what. Because the moment this reached his father's ears, Lilith's future was obvious. just as she said to him before leaving his room. And today marks the end of that. Once your father learns I tried to kill you, he won't let me be. Having already lost his mother once, the concept of death was no longer something incomprehensible to Ethan. It's irreversible once it occurs, and you can never meet that person again after experiencing it. The moment he informs his father about the incident where he almost died by Lilith's hands. Even an adolescent boy like him clearly understood that Lilith would become someone he could never meet again, just like his mother. Although Lilith hated him enough to want to kill him, Ethan himself did not hate Lilith to the point of wanting her dead. Rather, he wanted to prevent her death by any means, to feel even a bit more of the nostalgic emotions from his childhood towards her. At the very least, he did not want to make her someone he could never see again like this. To resolve this issue that he could not consult his father or others about, he'd have to somehow convey his apology to Lilith, his exclusive maid. That was the first task Ethan Richard Blackwood had to face. The next day, morning. I already resented my body, which automatically woke up at 5 a.m., and was in sync with the maid's daily routine. Still, I wished I could at least sleep in on my last day. Since I was already fully awake, lying on the bed wouldn't allow me to fall back asleep in this gloomy mood. I sat quietly on the bed, awaiting the punishment that would befall me. By now, Ethan has probably already told Harold and then some. In fact, I didn't really sleep properly, anticipating something would happen while I slept. I figured Harold would go berserk the moment he found out I tried to kill Ethan and barge into my room. Yet the reason he didn't barge in amid my sleep was perhaps his final consideration before taking my life. Although not my original intent, I did manage to retrieve Thanasia's necklace, which was almost lost forever, thanks to my efforts. While I didn't mean to earn a good evaluation, I also have the record of taking down the hooked tusk that appeared in the commercial district in place of the territory's guards. Looking back on my achievements as Lilith, maybe an exception could be made, and I wouldn't receive the death penalty. They might just gouge out both my eyes and banish me from the territory or give me a service punishment at Silverwood like Ariana and Alicia. Either way would probably suck just as much. I might as well just die if those were the punishments. Though I am not sure if I'll even have the choice. Perhaps because I was facing a second death so closely, I kept envisioning the faces of Isabel and Catherine flickering before me. I should have at least said goodbye to them. I didn't want to needlessly worry them beforehand by doing something like that, but if I had known I would exit this gracefully, bidding them farewell in advance may not have been a bad idea. The fact that the estate's guards didn't come to apprehend me amidst commotion means Harold likely wants to handle this quietly in his own way. He could probably make up some excuse like Isabel or Catherine getting transferred elsewhere, so they wouldn't have to know the truth. Their close friend and colleague suddenly disappearing overnight would undoubtedly be quite a shock in many ways. Leaving them some reassuring words may not have been a bad idea. Of course, that, too, would become meaningless if Harold publicly announced my crime and sentenced me to death. It's really perplexing. In fact, I had contemplated using the shockwave and magic arrow spells I learned to raise hell in the estate before leaving, but I ultimately decided against it. The moment I committed any further transgressions in this situation, it could have affected Isabel and Catherine in some way. Catherine kept my ability to use magic a secret, so she could have been in greater jeopardy had I acted recklessly. If I am leaving, it's enough that just I go. What meaning is there in making an ugly mess now? And thinking about it, even if I die, it's just the game's protagonist who will suffer more, right? Of course, the Luminar Academy game itself was just an SRPG side story with a decent playtime length, so it's not like it would be impossible to clear without Lilith to the point of being excessively difficult. At the very least, Lilith's presence or absence would undoubtedly cause a meaningful change in the game's difficulty level. Moreover, suppose by chance, the person playing the protagonist's role in this world was also reincarnated like me. In that case, they might struggle a bit in the early stages of the timeline where Lilith disappears. Of course, whether the protagonist was reincarnated or not, and the plot progression of Luminar Academy itself, are now irrelevant matters to me. Still, having cried throughout the evening allowed me to organize my emotions quite a bit. I may not be ready to simply accept whatever future and hardships lie before me. But I was at least resigned enough to steel myself for death. If it's the death penalty, I'll obediently accept it. If I am taken somewhere like the Silverwood territory, I'll look for an opportunity to attempt suicide. Even triple casting magic arrow to target my vitals should be enough for an instant death, right? With those thoughts in mind, I first changed into my maid uniform. Then, in case guards were waiting for me outside, I took a deep breath to prepare. Phew. I can't help but be tense. In my previous life, I died in an accident, so I didn't need to mentally prepare for death back then. In this case, though, steeling myself for an unwanted death requires mental preparation that's difficult to achieve. At 6 a.m., the usual time for starting my work, I left the exclusive maid's waiting room, feigning nonchalance as much as possible. The moment I opened the door and saw the face before me, I was so startled I nearly fell backward. Maid. It was the only son of the Blackwood family, Ethan Richard Blackwood, the very person I had tried to strangle to death yesterday, waiting for me right outside the door. As soon as I opened the door of the exclusive maid's room, as usual, what appeared was, unexpectedly, not the mansion guards nor Harold, but Ethan's face. To be honest, it didn't really matter that Ethan's face was the first thing I saw when I woke up in the morning. The start of my exclusive maid duties was waking this brat up and tidying his bedding. For the past 3 months, his face was the first thing I saw every morning when I woke up, so I was long past the point of feeling particularly worse because of something like this. But on this last day in this world, I still didn't want to see this brat's face. I responded calmly since I could guess why he appeared before me. I didn't particularly want to be treated like this brat's plaything until the very end. Maid, what a sight, isn't it? Huh, what? Seeing the maid who cursed you to death with all sorts of curses after you tried to strangle her being dragged off to the slaughterhouse must be quite enjoyable for you. Maid. No. Lower your voice. I responded as calmly as possible with no emotion, thinking he had come to mock my final moments, as I did to Ariana and Alicia. But for some reason, after hearing my words, Ethan started fidgeting and glancing nervously down the hallway toward Harold's room. Is there perhaps someone else over there? Huh, no father doesn't seem to be up yet. Phew. Why is he acting so suddenly strange? Usually, he's an arrogant brat who doesn't care about others' opinions, including Harold's. So why is he abruptly starting to watch his surroundings? Also, why is he fidgeting strangely when I open my mouth? Ethan seemed totally off this morning, no matter how I looked at it. Not that it really matters to me, who only has a few hours left to live. I didn't come to mock you, huh? I came to apologize to the maid. What is he saying? Based on Ethan's personality, he would absolutely never come to apologize to a mere maid like Lilith. He must be plotting some other devious trick. For example, pretending to bow his head in apology, only to raise it and headbutt me or something suddenly. Or maybe he wants to see my reaction when he apologizes so he can insult me further. He could make me feel relieved, as if I'd been forgiven for yesterday's incident, only to crush my mood then and make me feel the utmost despair. Maid. But looking at this brat's level of intelligence, he doesn't really seem capable of such an elaborate mockery. Of course, he'll likely become more crafty as he gets older. Still, for now, his intelligence is probably only that of an elementary or middle school student at most. And since Ethan hasn't received a proper upbringing or mandatory education, his reasoning ability is undoubtedly even lower than that. While I don't necessarily take this brat at his word, it seems a bit hard to assume he has some other ulterior motive when I examine it carefully. I get the feeling his words about wanting to apologize may actually be sincere. By apologizing, are you referring to what happened yesterday? Why yeah, what happened yesterday and other things too. Other things? F for playing tricks on the maid until now I am sorry. Maid? Are you serious? Really? If you just going to keep being a shitty brat, then stay that way until the end? Coming to show this repentant attitude at the last minute, what should I make of that? Somehow, I'll feel bad if I don't accept this apology. It's not like the shitty things you put me through disappear just because you apologize at the end, Ethan. My impending punishment will likely still proceed as determined. Thinking about it that way, you really should have apologized sooner if you actually felt remorse, so I wouldn't have tried to strangle you. Well, Pondering hypotheticals now was meaningless. Considering the potential repercussions, it was objectively better for me just to accept his apology. I understand, Lord Ethan. Since it seems Lord Ethan sincerely wishes to apologize to me, I have no choice but to accept your apology. Even for the sake of whoever takes my place as Ethan's exclusive maid after me, it was better to accept this brat's show of remorse to avoid any further issues. Let us say I responded by saying I had no intention of accepting his apology and told him to stuff it instead. While it might briefly satisfy me to stick it to Ethan, my actions could potentially turn this brat, who had just started to change, back to complete darkness. Perhaps my successor as his maid would suffer the same torment I endured, negating any meaning to my sacrifice. The targets could even be Isabel or Catherine. That possibility was not 0%. I can take this brat's shit myself and be done with it. There's no need to subject those innocent girls to such an ordeal. On the flip side, if I accept his apology, Ethan may experience some psychological growth to a degree. Perhaps he won't inevitably become the irredeemable villain from the original game. At least there's more possibility than if I betrayed his attempt at apology and remorse. Ethan looked up at me with a slightly surprised expression after hearing my response and carefully asked, "Why you forgiving me?" The word forgive is an expression used when a superior pardons the mistake of a subordinate. In that sense, I cannot forgive you, my lord. So you should simply understand that I am accepting your apology. By unburdening the weight from your mind, there is nothing more you need. Then, for the maid I, too, will no longer mention past events. Let us just end it at that. Though realistically, I likely won't even have a chance to mention it again. The dead remain silent. Only I will know just how annoying and shitty a brat Ethan was these past 3 months. Still, this incident may have knocked some sense into this foolish brat's head, so at least he may rein in his abhorrent behavior towards my successor. Ah yes, I almost forgot something important again. Lord Ethan. Why yes. If it's all right, could you grant me some time to bid farewell to my colleagues? Bid farewell? Where is the maid going? Nowhere good, I'd imagine. At least out of the options I envision, it will either be a pile of dog shit or the afterlife. No matter that Lord Ethan has apologized to me, the attempted murder of a nobleman is a grave crime. Especially given how dearly your father the master loves you, Lord Ethan, I surely cannot avoid execution. That's however, if my colleagues learn that I was executed or banished far away as punishment, it would cause them no small amount of worry. So, at the very least, I wish to convey to Isabel and Catherine that they need not concern themselves over me. No, maid I implore you, Lord Ethan. It should not take long, so could you grant me this small mercy? Bowing my head to Ethan felt a bit ridiculous, but this momentary indignity was well worth it. It was a bargain if it could alleviate the worry Isabel and Catherine would feel for me. Truthfully, I, too, wished to converse with the two who had become my closest friends in this world one final time. Additionally, there was a chance that sharing some of my future knowledge could aid them in some way. Considering all those factors, the opportunity to meet them now held considerable value. I didn't tell father, so it's okay? Pardon? You worried I told father about you strangling me, right, maid? If I told father about that happening you'd become someone I would never meet again. Is that not the obvious outcome? So it's okay I didn't tell father about yesterday's incident. Pardon me? Could it be that the reason Harold didn't come arrest me in an uproar last night, nor show up to execute me while I slept this morning, was simply because Ethan didn't tell his father about it? Considering how Ethan from the game would run whimpering to Harold over anything he couldn't handle himself, it was hard to take this brat's words at face value right now. Sensing to notice my suspicious gaze, Ethan reiterated that he did not say anything. I really didn't say anything, maid, or perhaps you trying to command me not to resist you from now on in exchange for keeping quiet about yesterday's incident. And no, it's not like that. I just didn't say anything. The thought of telling father about you, maid, and never being able to see you again. I didn't want that, so I didn't say anything. Should I simply believe this? Given that no mansion guards have come for me by this morning, his claim of not saying anything does seem truthful. But the idea that he stayed quiet merely because he didn't want me to die is rather hard to swallow. Well, whether I believe it or not, it won't improve my current circumstances either. Rather than agonize over something that hasn't happened yet, I reluctantly nodded, keeping an open mind for now. I see. Thank you for your mercy, Lord Ethan. Why, you believe me? Yes. Since you have said you will overlook and conceal my momentary transgression, I can only believe your words and express my deepest gratitude, my lord. Ah, no, it was my wrongdoing no matter how I look at it. He doesn't seem to be the Ethan I knew. Well, that's that, and this is this. The fact that this brat has become somewhat more docile is good news for me, not bad news. At the very least, I needed to return to my abandoned duties to avoid yesterday's incident from being discovered. Then I should resume the room cleaning I failed to complete yesterday. Will you permit me to enter your chambers for a moment, my lord? Why, yeah, come in. To be honest, I don't believe people can genuinely change overnight. Perhaps this attitude is merely a temporary reaction born of the terror he experienced yesterday. He may very well revert to his old wicked self and torment me again by tomorrow. If that happens, then I'll deal with it when the time comes. After resigning myself to death once already, I've realized how foolish it is to fret over futures that may never come to pass. For now, it will be easier on my mind to believe Ethan has changed a bit for the better. At the very least, there's no immediate cause for worry from Isabel and Catherine. Ah. What's wrong, maid? No, it's nothing. Come to think of it, just moments ago, I was about to make a big fuss about bidding them farewell and such. If I had exchanged those kinds of parting words with them under the impression I could never see them again, only to still be working at the mansion, just imagine how awkward it would have been for all of us. The mere thought of the embarrassing future that was narrowly avoided causes my face to flush. I almost created an embarrassing anecdote for no reason. About a month has passed since the attempted murder of Ethan incident. What can I say these days? I am spending the most comfortable days of my daily life so far. Ethan's changed attitude naturally played a big part in this change. If I just look at the most noticeable change, I'd say he's become a bit more obedient. Whether it was firmly etched into him that I tried to kill him that day, Ethan hasn't played any mischievous pranks on me, nor has he called for me every hour. They say the stick is the cure for a mad dog. Could it be? Could it really be that the experience of nearly getting killed instilled some manners into that pig? Could I have a knack for child rearing? But in any case, it was a good thing. Even if I really did have a knack for it, I have no intention of doing it. As I've said countless times, I don't care how that brat grows up at all. It would be good if he quickly grew up and left for the academy, as long as he doesn't cause me any trouble. My workload noticeably decreased after Ethan stopped calling me 7 days a week, every hour, every minute, every second *1. Every day and every night, I tidy his bed, clean his room, and gather his laundry to pass to the laundry maid, then retrieve and return it when dry. Aside from that, most of my remaining time is essentially free time. It's so damn comfortable, really. After regaining the memories of my past life, there were only a handful of times I could work so leisurely like this. Of course, during my lowly maid days, when work was constantly piling up, I would often wake up from nightmares even before becoming an exclusive maid. Now, though, it's different. The only times I encountered Ethan during the day were his morning wake-up and the 3 mealtimes, at most. Certainly, I still had to witness that filthy slob eating no better than the pig he is day after day, but whatever. For me, who had already steeled myself for possible death due to his past sexual harassment, this was no longer a time when I'd get upset over such trifles. Schlurp. Low class, no, honestly, it was still difficult to watch. It's just that my threshold for disgust had risen, relatively making it more bearable. Objectively speaking, Ethan's beastly table manners had not improved at all. Well, the only thing that stopped was him causing trouble for me. His actual behavior around the mansion remained unchanged, as expected. The head maid's etiquette lessons were as utterly ineffective as always. For a noble household of this size, it's typical to have tutors who rotate by day of the week to provide lessons. However, I've never seen a private tutor visit this mansion to teach Ethan. Not that he receives martial arts guidance from his father, Harold, either. Ethan stopped his antics with me, but he's still very much Ethan. Ah, by the way, as for why Ethan, the noble son of the Blackwoods, learns swordsmanship instead of magic. It's because the magic of the Blackwood's bloodline specializes in enhancing physical abilities. As I mentioned before, in this world, swordsmanship naturally refers to something on an entirely different level from the original world. In fact, swordsmanship is just a title. When reaching the ultimate heights, the power attainable is practically no different from magic. It holds limitless potential as a weapon capable of flattening small hills into plains, cleaving massive glaciers in half, or even splitting the earth itself. Of course, weapons other than swords receive similar power scalings. Still, since the protagonist's primary weapon is a sword, it's unavoidable that the hype gets amplified in the direction of swordsmanship. The Blackwood family that Ethan belongs to specializes in magic that pushes one's physical abilities to the extreme. Naturally, they are more suited to wielding weapons than standard elemental magic. To properly utilize the family's bloodline magic, it's a common custom to build up swordsmanship fundamentals from a young age, like it or not. That custom is currently broken because of the idiot, Ethan, and his fool of a father, Harold. It's probably a setting to establish Ethan as an early antagonist in the game. If the protagonist defeats an incompetent noble villain early on, it naturally builds more protagonist hype. If Ethan had understood Harold's swordsmanship lessons and studied the family magic, he should obviously be far beyond what a newly enrolled protagonist at the academy could handle. In this world where simply reaching the swordsmanship realm of swordmaster allows flattening hills, what if a swordmaster could also wield body-strengthening magic? There are reasons the Blackwood family received duchy status from the Empire. Looking at Harold, one of only 3 swordmasters in the Empire, one can see that his approach was entirely different from that of other nobles. Looking back, it was practically a miracle that Ariana and Alicia survived that day's incident. Since they were commoners, Harold restrained himself as much as possible to barely keep them alive. Their organs would have burst from the first punch if he had struck in earnest. Of course, Sice Luminar Academy wasn't a gory game, they probably didn't depict such realistic visuals. But the fact that he didn't break a few bones or cave in their faces meant Harold restrained his rage to the utmost. In any case, for Ethan to inherit the Blackwood family, he naturally had to learn swordsmanship and wield body-strengthening magic as well. More than anything, he'd need to trim down that bulky mass of flesh through exercise or whatever. But seeing the slob in front of me devour his food like a pig, it seems unlikely such a future will come to pass. SCHLURRRRRP, low class, low class. This is the first time in my life that I've seen someone grab a chunk of steak with their hands and tear it apart with their teeth. The fork and knife might be used to pick his nose later. As I carefully observed this piggish feeding display, Ethan's gaze suddenly shifted towards me standing beside him. Our eyes met quietly as I watched over him, as is an exclusive maid's duty. "What is it you require, young master?" I waited, thinking he might ask me to bring him water or something, but Ethan just silently looked at me. He began ominously alternating his gaze between the chunk of steak in his hand and my face. "Young Master Ethan? If you require anything, please tell me. Does the maid like meat?" Pardon? What an abrupt, nonsensical question. "Meat, I mean meat. Do you like it too, maid?" "I don't dislike it." Who in this world dislikes meat, anyway? This isn't the 21st century, vegans wouldn't exist in a medieval fantasy world. It was just a straightforward answer to a foolish question, but Ethan smiled an uneasy, somewhat pleased smile for some reason. That unpleasant hunch soon became a reality. Thwack. "Maid, here? Yes. Here, catch this." Ethan stabbed the meat he had been mauling with his mouth and hands onto a fork and shoved it towards me. At first, I thought he meant his meal was finished, so I naturally responded accordingly. "If you have finished your meal, you may leave it and rise from the table, young Master Ethan. I or another maid will take care of the remaining food." "No, not that." "Pardon? Eat this, maid." "Pardon me? What kind of bullshit is this?" Thinking I may have misheard, I met Ethan's gaze and asked again, but this brat still didn't seem to understand what he was saying. "Young Master Ethan. As a servant, I cannot share a meal with you. Please, focus on your dining without concerning yourself with me." I said eat it. "You said you like meat." "No, I cannot eat it." For a Blackwood servant to take food from the young master's meal is utterly preposterous. I am giving it to you. So eat it. Ah, shit. I thought he had been behaving for a while, but here he goes, causing trouble again after so long. Part of me wanted to shoot a mouthful of curses at him. Still, unfortunately, there were other servants present in the dining hall besides me. I couldn't cause the same ruckus as in Ethan's chambers last time. Shit. How should I react to this? Obviously, if I accepted and ate what Ethan was giving me now, several issues would arise. In the first place, an employee forgetting their duties during mealtimes and putting food in their mouth would be the biggest problem. Not only would I be starting my meal before the master finished his, but I'd become an utterly disgraced maid stealing food from their master's plate. Of course, refusing is also the crime of disobeying orders, so if I have to split hairs, eating is the slightly less harmful option. But honestly, I just found it biologically repulsive. How can I eat that chunk covered in this pig's handprints and saliva? I had to refuse to put that lump of a biohazard in my mouth at all costs lest I catch some disease. Not that I was worried about something idiotic like an indirect kiss, but I genuinely felt I could get sick from ingesting such filth. Yet I couldn't keep choking and cursing at this pig whenever he pulled stunts like this. Wait a minute. If Ethan has become even slightly more perceptive because of that incident last time, could I not somehow talk my way out of this again? Unable to muster the courage to eat the steak shoved in my face with bite marks, I quietly called Ethan's name. I'll try that disciplinary tactic from last time on the off chance it might work again. Young Master Ethan. I said eat it, you said you like it. May I have your ear for a moment? Huh? Looking puzzled, Ethan quietly sat and lent me his ear. I brought my face close to his ear and whispered softly enough that the other servants couldn't hear. I said I want to eat it, you damn brat Ethan, Who told you to shove a meat chunk covered in your saliva and handprints into my mouth? Just where did you learn such beastly table manners? Please, I am begging you, just eat your own food, and please stop disgustingly biting with your mouth, groping with your hands, and slobbering all over when you eat. It's making me want to vomit just looking at it. If you don't even know this basic etiquette, get some lessons from the head maid. Startled momentarily by my words, Ethan looked at me with an uneasy gaze. I continued the conversation with him while stealing my expression as if nothing had happened. Have you regained your appetite to continue dining, young Master Ethan? After a quiet nod, Ethan obediently bowed his head and began putting the remaining food into his mouth. Though his dreadful eating manners continued, it didn't really matter to me anymore. As long as I kept that filthy chunk of meat from entering my mouth, the rest didn't concern me. I really can't let my guard down for even a moment around this damn brat. It has been another month since I stopped the shitty routine of Ethan calling me every hour. With more free time from my busy schedule, I maximized my remaining time as efficiently as possible. Of course, I was still restricted from going outside, and as an indentured maid, I couldn't just leave the mansion freely anyway. The efficient way I utilized my time was naturally limited to things I could do inside the mansion. Last time, I casually tried to ask the head maid if I could get permission to go out again, but the reaction wasn't good. Head maid. If it's okay, can I leave the mansion during this upcoming holiday? Lilith Rosewood. Don't tell me you've already forgotten the ruckus you caused last time and are shamelessly asking for permission to go out? Go to the etiquette training room right now. No, I just wanted to ask if you had any errands in the commercial district, head maid. That's why. Judging from head maid Melissa's reaction, which I witnessed recently, it seems it will still take more time before Lilith gets free permission to go out. I had to hastily make up another excuse to calm Melissa's anger. Having to face that dragon lady one-on-one in the etiquette training room was something even I tried to avoid. So, the ways I could spend my remaining time inside the mansion were limited to just a few options. The most productive activity was knitting. Lilith, you inserted that part wrong there. You rewrite. It would have been a big problem if I hadn't noticed later. Lately, whenever I had free time, I would head to Isabel's room to learn how to knit, using my free time as productively as possible. I didn't understand before why characters in comics and anime always spent time knitting. Still, these days, I can somewhat understand why those characters were created. Apart from trying to make money from knitting, in this damn medieval fantasy world, knitting is about the only leisure activity available to maids. Electronic devices like smartphones and even books and paper were difficult to obtain. And doing fitness training in these cumbersome maid outfits was out of the question. Knitting was the most popular pastime among maids since tay materials were easy to obtain and the finished products were easy to sell. I regularly bought knitting supplies from the wagon driver who delivered goods between the commercial district and the mansion. And sometimes, when I completed a knitting project, I would sell it back to him. Knitting products made by the Blackwood family maids were one of the reasonably profitable items. This way, I could slowly save up to prepare for when I eventually leave the Blackwood mansion. If I would start a second life as an adventurer somewhere, I needed to save up at least a decent starting capital. Being an adventurer was quite grueling, especially if one started without initial capital. They'd have to pay the adventurer registration fee at the guild, afford basic needs and lodging, etc. It also didn't pay very well until reaching the upper ranks. It would be the same if I chose another profession besides being an adventurer. Opening a shop somewhere required an enormously large starting capital, just like in my previous life. Of course, areas with enough floating population to do business would naturally have high land prices. Luckily, this world doesn't have things like key money *1, at least. Anyway, no matter what future I envisioned, slowly saving up these small amounts of money was an important factor. These days, I've been gradually learning from Isabel and making knitting products. To be honest, if I really wanted to make money efficiently, I should register as an adventurer and hunt monsters with magic. I really hate this damn indentured maid status. I leveled up for once but can't utilize it, so I am stuck inside the mansion. Well, at least these days aren't all bad compared to before. Gathering in Isabel's room to casually chat together is a blessing in itself. By the way, Lilith, how have things been with your work lately? Nothing much. Just waking up the young master in the morning, straightening his bedding, cleaning and moving laundry, that's about it. When you first became his exclusive maid, you were called away so often that I thought being an exclusive maid was extremely busy. I thought so too. It was just really hectic for the first few months with various things. Now that it's all settled, it's become manageable. My work hours were adjusted through an amicable agreement with the person involved. Though our lives did hang in the balance during that process. Of course, Ethan still called me when something truly requiring a maid came up, like accidentally breaking something in his room, etc. But not a single prank was pulled on me on those days I was summoned after that one time. Come to think of it, my emotional outburst and charging at him back then ended up being a good thing in the end. Moreover, after I called him out about his table manners last time, these days, he seems to be clumsily trying to use a fork and knife properly when eating. I guess you really do have to call a mad dog mad for it to learn. By the way, you amazing Lilith. I mean Ethan, the young master. He was famous for never listening to the head maid's etiquette lessons before, right? But these days, the head maid says he's been diligently attending every class. Ah, I heard that, too, as expected of Lilith. How did you do it, Lilith? How did you convince the young master to attend the etiquette lessons? It has nothing to do with me, and it must have nothing to do with me. If word spread around the mansion that I straightened out that brat by strangling him, my life could be in danger. It's the same with me whispering insults like disgusting in his ear in the dining room. Especially if Harold were to find out what I did, a punishment far more horrific than what Ariana or Alicia faced would surely rain down on me. Geez. There you go again. There must have been something between you and the young master, right? There was nothing, I am telling you. Oh, right. If Lilith says there was nothing, then there really was nothing. Isabel shoots me a slightly suspicious look as Catherine blatantly covers for me. If there really wasn't anything between Catherine and me, Isabel's sharp intuition could potentially discern the secret between us. The secret that I can use magic, and Catherine thinks I am a noble lady, so she's covering for me. Fortunately, my relationship with Catherine wasn't solely based on that one thing. The incident where I helped clear Catherine's name was something Isabel was already well aware of. Thanks to that, Catherine's overt attitude towards me didn't raise much suspicion. Let's just keep like this. By the way, Catherine herself also thought Ethan's change in attitude was because of me. She thought the change wasn't simply due to my education as his exclusive maid but because I, supposedly some noble lady, had negotiated with Ethan. Of course, it was a completely nonsensical misunderstanding, but it had gone on for too long to correct now. Catherine wasn't the type to readily reveal secrets about me, so I just let it go. I turned my gaze back to Isabel and warned her about the suspicion she had directed at me earlier. Isabel. Yes? I understand you re curious, but it's better not to mention the young master too much. You saw what the master was like last time in the etiquette training room when Senior Ariana said one wrong thing to the young master, right? Ah, that's true. I too was scared of the master back then. Harold was so singularly devoted to loving his son that a remark like Ethan lied would make him emanate a chilling aura. If I carelessly let slip comments like the young master has changed or the young master is different from before, and they reached Harold's ears, it would not bode well. He would undoubtedly ask sternly, then what was Ethan like before? Though relatively kind-hearted for a noble, there was no need to provoke a sword master capable of physical enhancement magic over a few casual remarks, even if severe punishment was unlikely. Ah, Isabel. Can you show me how to knit this part, if I want to connect this seam naturally? Here. It's better to fill the gap with the knitting needle and finish it off. You do it like this. And so, another half a year passed by living the quotidian life of an ordinary maid together with Isabel and Catherine. It had already been a year since I regained my memories. After becoming Ethan Richard Blackwood's exclusive maid, Lilith Rosewood's duties became more structured and streamlined, without any unnecessary tasks, making her job much easier these days. From her perspective, the days seemed to be passing by really quickly. Up until almost half a year ago, she was filled with thoughts of wanting to die. However, recently, there haven't been any particular negative causes or incidents that would bring about such thoughts. Naturally, her life satisfaction increased, and significantly fewer situations caused her stress. In particular, the most significant change over the past 6 months was Ethan's personality. His new demeanor was so drastically different that it constantly surprised the servants in the mansion just by simply not giving Lilith a hard time. It was a satisfying meal. After finishing his meal with impeccable table manners, Ethan quietly dabbed his mouth with a napkin before leaving the table. Compared to half a year ago, his improved table manners were so polished that one could doubt he was the same person. Even I was occasionally surprised. There wasn't even a trace of anything messy left on the napkin he used to wipe his mouth. This meant Ethan didn't make a mess around his mouth while eating. It was to the extent that one would wonder if this was the same guy who used to grab meat with his hands and tear it apart with his teeth. His overall demeanor also feels strangely refined. In fact, the biggest reason I had scolded this brat Ethan was his unhygienic habits, which disgusted me every moment I saw them. It used to be unbearable to see Ethan walking around with food stains all over his clothes and mouth from who knows when. But now, instead of making a mess, he maintained an impeccable demeanor throughout meals, behaving quite properly. His refined manners alone made his overall impression seem different. I had known for a while that he started taking etiquette lessons from the head maid. Still, I never expected him to actually listen and learn diligently. Being from the Blackwood bloodline and born to a genius mother, perhaps he learns quickly once he has the will to do so. Genetics does seem quite powerful, though he is still an insufferable brat at his core. Well, the only lessons Ethan has been diligently attending are headmaid Melissa's etiquette classes. He still doesn't bother with any other subjects or required liberal arts. It doesn't seem like he intends to receive guidance in the Blackwood family's swordsmanship that his father, Harold, should have taught him, either. He doesn't appear to be making any effort in exercise or other areas. This brat has only improved in terms of etiquette and hygiene from his previous shortcomings. Thanks to that, I no longer have to see his revolting sloppiness, which isn't bad for me as his exclusive maid. You've finished your dinner, young master? I'll go bathe first. Please tidy up my bedroom, maid. Understood, young master Ethan. Ethan, who, until half a year ago, rarely displayed even basic courtesies, now exits the dining room with proper posture. Even to an observer, seeing that arrogant brat's slovenly appearance try to put on airs of etiquette was quite jarring and felt incredibly discordant. Just as I was about to head upstairs to the second floor via the central staircase to tidy up Ethan's bedroom per his request before he went to bed, his voice suddenly called out from behind me. Maid. Yes? After you finish preparing my bed for the night, could you spare a moment to talk in my room? In your room, you say? Yeah, so this brat is. Just when I thought he had become more docile recently, he's starting to reveal his true colors again. I should have known someone like him couldn't change so easily. I couldn't help but slightly furrow my brow momentarily at Ethan's sudden summons to his room. Noticing my expression, Ethan carefully supplemented his previous statement. I just want to ask you about one minor thing. Really, it will only take a bit. I see. Yeah. If it really was just a minor matter, there would be no need to call me to his room separately. He could have casually asked me here and gotten a quick response. Something was off about him. He requested my presence in his bedroom right before bedtime. Not to mention, he chose his own private room, where we would be alone without any other eyes around. The problem was damn it, even if I realized Ethan's ulterior motives, I was not in a position to refuse his summons. No matter what, I was still Ethan's exclusive maid, even after a year had passed. He may no longer constantly pester me several times a day like before and has gained some sense of propriety, no longer making a disgusting mess while eating. But I absolutely refused to be subjugated under this vile brat's control ever again. Understood, young master. Then I will wait for you in your bedchamber after finishing the linen preparation. Very well, maid. Over this past year, this brat hasn't seemed to train in swordsmanship or mana control, so I likely still have the physical upper hand for now. At the very least, if he tries any strange moves on me, I can resist with force for a brief moment. If he tries to pull any stunts, I'll escape first and figure out the rest later. I won't let my guard down and just take Ethan's crap anymore. Never again, absolutely not. After dinner, as the world outside started to dim into the evening, I purposefully positioned myself away from the bed after making Ethan's bedding as usual, quietly waiting for the master of the room to arrive. I deliberately did not sit on a chair either. I could not afford to let my guard down if I needed to escape. Considering the potential visual obstruction from the darkness, I also set the mana lamps to maximum brightness. Creak. The door opened with friction in this tense atmosphere laden with unspoken implications. Ethan's slightly more humanized appearance after bathing came into view. You here? Yeah. The moment he entered, Ethan's gaze unconsciously flicked to my chest for an instant before quickly averting his eyes. After constantly encountering such gazes from men over the past year, I had become quicker at noticing these things. It didn't particularly bother me more just because it was Ethan. As a man myself, I had no reason to take offense at such glances. It's bright in here. Shall I dim the lights? No, leave it as the maid prefers. Then I shall keep it this way. I didn't want to risk turning off the lights only for that brat to try something in the darkness. Although the other servants may say things like the young master is starting to change or he's different from before, I am not falling for it. I've witnessed over 10 times how Ethan treated Lilith in the game. More than that, I've seen firsthand the brat's deplorable behavior until now. Am I supposed to blindly trust the good face he's shown for a few months? I absolutely want to be deceived by the occasional good behavior a person with a ruined personality shows. I must remain constantly vigilant and suspicious, at least until I escape from the Blackwood family. You could have sat down to wait. No, this stance is comfortable for me. Want to sit down now, at least? I am used to and comfortable in this stance. I see. I want to force you to sit, then, but come closer over here. Ethan calls me over as he sits at a table in the corner of the room. While still not letting my guard down, I approach the table where he sat. Maid. Yes, young master. Does the maid happen to have a preference for any particular men? Pardon? What the hell kind of nonsense is this suddenly? Given that I was a man in my previous life, how could I have preferences for other men? Of course, even though my current body is Lilith's, it's only natural that my identity from my previous life hasn't disappeared. I shook my head and gave Ethan a firm, negative answer. No, I have no such preferences whatsoever. Really? Yes. and I never will have any going forward, either. For some reason, Ethan's voice brightened a bit after my response before he followed up with another question. Then do you at least have a preferred type or style when it comes to men? Pardon? Jay, just asking. It doesn't mean anything special. No, it certainly seems to have some particular meaning. Ethan's mind has matured a bit over this past year, so it makes sense that he is starting to develop romantic interests. And realistically, with Lilith as his exclusive dedicated maid, it is unlikely for Ethan to develop feelings for any other woman. Essentially, this question is indirectly expressing that he has an interest in me. I had a feeling a day like this would come eventually, but actually experiencing it is just fucking annoying. As I mentioned earlier, not only do I not have romantic feelings towards men, but if the subject is Ethan specifically, I have no interest in associating with him at all, regardless of gender. However, if I give a half-hearted excuse here, it will likely only give this brat false hope. I want to firmly reject him in a way that will make him lose any interest in me if possible. How should I put this delicately? Part of me wanted to bluntly tell this brat, anyone but you would be fine, right to his face. But doing something so brash may cause this recently well-behaved brat to revert. More importantly, he hasn't directly stated that he likes me, so being preemptively harsh would make me seem overly defensive. As I pondered how to refuse him without coming across as a bitter person, one indirect way to convey anyone but you came to mind. I don't have any particular preferred type when it comes to men. Really? None at all? Not even, like, someone good-looking or from nobility would be nice? No, such superficial factors don't really change my view of people. I see, however, there is certainly a type 1 dislike. Huh? Ethan seemed noticeably flustered, likely not expecting me to continue further. As he warily watched me, I firmly expounded on the type 1 dislike. First of all, I really dislike unhygienic people who try to feed others food covered in their own saliva and bite marks. Apart from that, I also really dislike arrogant, self-important, lazy bums who are short yet abnormally fat. Maid? Of course. The type of person I detest the most is sexual harassers who sneak up and grope your butt while you re-working or flick disgusting things at you before laughing in your face. The worst of all men in the world. I see. Does this help clarify things for you, young Master Ethan? Seemingly shocked that I had so brazenly listed characteristics describing himself, Ethan could only nod quietly with his head hung low. Even for such a shameless brat, having I dislike people like you stated so directly to his face must have been hard to stomach. But he should get the point by now, that I will never develop any positive feelings towards him, no matter what. The conversation seemed to have reached its conclusion, so I addressed the silently hanging head of Ethan. Young master. Why yes, it's getting late. May I take my leave to my quarters now? Yeah, thank you for humoring my question, maid. Have a good night's rest, young Master Ethan. You too, maid. With a creaking sound, the door to Ethan Richard Blackwood's room quietly closed. That brat shouldn't pester me with any romantic notions anymore. Whether he becomes gloomy from his disappointed expectations has nothing to do with me. A week later, after that incident when I thought I had averted the crisis by indirectly rejecting Ethan's advances towards me and returned to my normal daily routine. Bored of being cooped up in my room doing nothing but knitting every day, I decided to go for a walk since the weather was nice, as a change of pace. However, this so-called walk was merely strolling around the front yard of the mansion and its surroundings. If I weren't a debt maid at Lilith's, I could have climbed up the mountain behind the mansion, and if that were possible, I would have actually done so. However, my status as a debt maid, with 5 to 6 years to go, was still a significant restriction and weakness for me. Even so, after experiencing this status for about a year, my mindset has become a bit more relaxed compared to before. And if this were the original game, Ethan's disciplining of me would have started long ago, but right now, there's no sign of that happening. I was convinced the story had diverged significantly from the original game due to the choking incident. To be honest, if someone didn't change after nearly being killed by their exclusive maid, they wouldn't be human. Anyway, the biggest reason I had hurried and tried to become stronger was to build up my resistance before Ethan could overpower me. Since Ethan wasn't doing anything unnecessary to me at the moment, I didn't need to draw attention to myself and get lectured by the head maid. Of course, that didn't mean I had completely abandoned my desire to level up. I'll level up when I get the chance. If not, it doesn't matter. I can do it after leaving the Blackwood mansion. 1 year and about a month into the 7-year term. If Lilith Rosewood endures for the remaining 5 years and 11 months, she will become a free woman. Of course, after that much time passes, Lilith will be around 25 or 26 years old, which cannot be considered extremely young. After all, this world is set in a medieval fantasy background, and it was common for women to marry at a young age back then. Unless they were noble ladies or enrolled in elite educational institutions like academies, it was customary for ordinary commoner women to get married and start a household in their late teens or early 20s. But well, that has nothing to do with me. I never intended to have an everlasting relationship with a man anyway. On the contrary, in terms of becoming an adventurer or opening a shop, as long as one had talent, the age of 25 was not much of an entry barrier. In fact, there were some cases of female adventurers who remained active for quite a long time without having children. Since I didn't have the ambitious goal of passing on my genes to the future in this world, I naturally had no reason to feel anxious. I just had to endure the remaining time, then take up the job of an adventurer or something else to make a fresh start. Preferably, I would like a job as an adventurer where I could freely use magic. How about the concept of a secret mage operating while concealing my face with a hood? Since most would assume I am a noble if I can use magic, there likely wouldn't be many men recklessly going after me just for my chest. As I was making these plans for my future while strolling halfway around the mansion's yard, I suddenly heard the sound of something long and rod-like cutting through the wind. Huh? My curiosity was piqued by an unfamiliar sound different from natural wind, unconsciously drawing my attention in that direction. Since it didn't seem too far from the walking path, I quietly headed toward the source of the sound. Wish. Wish. Ethan, faster. Do you think you can succeed the Blackwood sword with just that much? Wish. 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 Oh. It was just the Blackwood father and son. Ethan was diligently swinging a sword in an open area behind the Blackwood mansion's backyard. And Harold was observing and instructing Ethan's swordsmanship practice. It was an unfamiliar sight that my mind could hardly process at first, but it wasn't that strange on second thought, either. So the rumors about him recently receiving sword lessons from Harold were true. I had heard rumors of the young master changing again a few days ago, so I thought he was just putting on some polite act again. Little did I know he was actually learning swordsmanship from Harold this time. To be honest, it looked somewhat comical to see that rounded physique swinging a sword. But remembering the Ethan boss battle from the game, it didn't seem so laughable. He was quite a formidable boss in the Lilith route. No matter how undertrained he was still a noble. He was the young master of the Blackwood family, which specialized in body enhancement magic, no less. While his corpulent, pig-like physique swinging dual blades in a clumsy manner was somewhat comical to imagine, putting that aside, his difficulty level was around that of an early game boss. That's even considering Lilith's support from the rear as a slave-branded character during the boss battle. In fact, Harold standing beside him looked even more out of place than Ethan swinging his sword. Unlike his usual doting father persona, he sternly instructed Ethan's swordplay with a strict expression, a completely different impression from the Harold I knew. Even if he dotes on his son, I guess he's serious when it comes to the sword, befitting a sword master. While usually indulging Ethan's unreasonable demands, he seemed uncompromising when it came to sword training. His character wasn't particularly gentle, to begin with, so this stern side felt more true to his nature, appearances aside. The problem was that other issues might soon arise if he treated Ethan this way. I don't know when exactly Ethan stopped leering swordsmanship from Harold in the game, but assuming it was around Thanasia's death, it was probably 3 to 4 years. Add the 5-year forced hiatus due to the curse, plus the 1 year after awakening spent idling. That's about 10 years. Even excluding the cursed sleep period, he went almost 5 years without touching a sword. Considering Ethan's current physical age, it's almost like starting swordsmanship from scratch. So, he must be starting with basic swinging exercises first. Trying to learn advanced techniques without proper foundational training could lead to a risk of injury. However, this training method doesn't seem sustainable for long, in my opinion. Just like when starting an exercise routine, in reality, you'll have to gradually increase the physical load to maintain it for an extended period. Putting someone who has barely held a sword through Spartan training is bound to burn them out quickly. Thud ha ha get up, Ethan. We're not even halfway done yet. Ha ha. Ha, if you don't pick up your sword right now, we'll start today's training from the beginning. Asterisk ga. Asterisk spurred by Harold's strict declaration, Ethan picks up the dropped sword and rises from the ground again. As much as Harold is doing this as the swordmaster, I can help but wonder if he's going too far with his own son. No dallying, start again, quickly. Gggggahh. Pressured by Harold's adamant attitude, Ethan forcibly grips the sword again and resumes swinging. To be fair, if this was his usual self, he would have quit and collapsed long ago. I suppose his etiquette training has instilled some willpower in him. Even so, if Harold keeps up this harsh regimen, Ethan will likely burn out again in a matter of days. I could advise Harold to go a bit easier on the training menu instead of pushing Ethan to his absolute limits, gradually challenging him at a more reasonable pace, even if it's for his son's sake. But my status is hardly one that can offer advice to Harold. Though I am Ethan's exclusive maid now, I was merely a commoner girl from the lower maid ranks just a year ago. The likelihood of Harold seriously heeding my counsel is pretty much zero. And to be honest, it might even be better for me if Ethan gives up on swordsmanship. At least I won't have to worry about being overpowered by him. I won't interfere, but I have no intention of cheering him on, either. So I turned around and retraced my steps, making sure I didn't catch their attention. Whether that brat succeeds the Blackwood swordsmanship or not, it's their business. After finishing my short stroll in the mansion's courtyard with mixed feelings, I was heading back to my room upstairs when a voice called out my name from behind. Miss Lilith Rosewood. Turning towards the now familiar voice, I saw the butler standing there as expected, his emotionally deficient gaze deliberately meeting my eyes, seeming to avoid looking at my chest area. Ah, right, his name. Shit, what was it again? I vaguely remember it being around 5 syllables *1. Feeling pressured by his gaze waiting for my response, I blurted out the 5-syllable name *1 that popped into my head. Mr. Siegfried, the butler? It's Dittmeyer Colin Evercroft. My apologies. Even though I just said what came to mind, I didn't expect to get all the syllables wrong. Well, at least the vibe was similar, so it's some improvement. Despite me making such a rude blunder right in front of him, Butler Dittmeyer didn't bat an eye and continued speaking. In the hand he extended towards me was what looked like a letter envelope. It's a letter from the Blackwood Territory's guard, Miss Lilith Rosewood. I understand. Now that I think about it, around half a year after Ethan started his etiquette lessons, letters addressed to him have been pouring in frequently. Most were regarding the still vacant potential fiancé position for the Blackwood family heir. Some nobles were already blindly trying to make their young daughters Ethan's fiancé based on the Blackwood name alone. However, after news spread of Ethan receiving etiquette training, even more nobles brazenly expressed that desire. Since Harold stubbornly insists it's not time yet, they're trying to persuade Ethan directly via letters. It might actually be easier for me if that Brad just gets engaged to some random noblewoman. That way, there's a slightly lower chance he'll make advances towards me. Of course, that assumes Ethan actually minds his fiancée and her family's watchful eyes. But why would the Blackwood Territory guards suddenly send a letter to Ethan out of nowhere instead of another noble family? I will ensure this letter is definitely delivered to young Master Ethan. Well, whatever happens within the Blackwood Territory is none of my business. With that thought, I received the letter from Butler Sieg Dittmeyer. But as I was heading upstairs, the butler called out to me again from behind. One moment, please, Miss Lilith Rosewood. Yes? This letter did not come addressed to young Master Ethan Richard Blackwood. Please confirm the recipient properly. Huh? Puzzled, I double-checked the names of the recipient and sender written on the envelope. Only then did I understand the meaning behind the butler's words to confirm the recipient. 2. Miss Lilith Rosewood, from Sir Blacksong. What is this? Why is this guy sending me a letter? 2. Miss Lilith Rosewood, from Sir Blacksong. As soon as I confirmed that I was the recipient of the letter that suddenly came from someone, I momentarily felt dazed. Sir Blacksong, he's gotta be the chief of security or something of the Blackwood Estate Guards. It was the first name I saw in the letter when I woke up in the church after being hit by the hooked tusk's attack and falling, so I could vaguely remember it. And it's not in my nature to easily forget someone who has done me a favor. The fact that I could safely recover at the church after being hit by the monster, that perhaps someone else like Isabel or Catherine didn't have to bear the burden of the church's recovery fees, which were paid for me, and, of course, that I received payment for the hooked tusk loot that I should have given up on. All of that was thanks to this person. And what I had said to this captain before losing consciousness was, "That's enough. Get out of here. I am going to finish this guy off. Don't you dare take one step closer." The more I recalled it, the more embarrassed I felt about my shameless behavior back then. Come to think of it, this Sir Blacksong was just doing his duty as a member of the estate guards. He tried to rescue a helpless maid only to get cursed at in return and then had to deal with the aftermath. How exasperated he must have felt then. To be honest, considering my transgression, it wouldn't have been strange if the paper beside me when I woke up in the church that day was a letter of protest instead of a letter of courtesy. In that sense, I started to feel an odd sense of burden about opening this letter carelessly. For some reason, I had the premonition that the moment I opened this letter, this Sir Blacksong would mention that day's incident and rebuke me. Well, it was my own doing. If he gives me some warning about that incident, I should humbly accept it. It was a bit puzzling why he sent a letter of protest about an incident that happened almost a year ago, but regardless, he had risen to the position of captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards. From Lilith's perspective, he was naturally someone of a high rank that she could not defy. If I ignored this person's letter, who knows what kind of problem could arise later. I tensely opened the envelope and carefully unfolded the letter to read its contents. To Miss Lilith Rosewood, regarding your defeat of the hooked tusk that appeared in the commercial district of the Blackwood Estate on the 15th day of the 5th month last year, I write again to express my gratitude. And in relation to that, I shamelessly have a request to make of you. If you have time, I would appreciate it if you could visit the Security Division office of the Blackwood Estate Guards sometime this month, whenever it is convenient for Miss Rosewood. It should not take too much of your time, and if you could inform me of the exact date in a letter, I will arrange to have a carriage and escort come to the Blackwood Manor to bring you. Sir Blacksong, Captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards. I still don't quite understand. Judging from the opening, as he expressed gratitude for defeating the hooked tusk, it doesn't seem to be about reprimanding me over that incident, thankfully. Rather than that, it feels like a simple letter requesting something else from me, only stating the matter briefly. And the fact that he's even offering to send a carriage and escort makes it seem like there's something he needs me for. If it's something the Lilith me could be summoned to the estate guards for, could it be to do a morale performance by dancing and singing in front of the guards? If it were a request like that, then my answer would obviously be a firm no, as if I'd ever do something so outrageous as performing in front of a bunch of men. While I can help if they sneak glances at my chest, there's no way I'd willingly become eye candy for other men. I'd refuse even if it killed me. The problem was that from just reading this letter, I couldn't tell if this Blacksong was calling me to make such an outrageous request or if he wanted me to visit for some other reason. All I could do was stand there quietly, letter in hand, lost in thought. What contents have you so deep in contemplation, Miss Lilith Rosewood? Shit, you startled me. Dittmeyer was still around, huh? Apparently, my standing there pondering the letter looked odd, as the head butler tilted his head inquiringly at me. After briefly debating whether to disclose the letter's contents, I gave him a vague response. Sir Blacksong, the captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards, has summoned me to the Security Division office. Sir Blacksong has summoned Miss Lilith Rosewood? Yes. Could it be related to the monster subjugation incident from last year? I am not sure. The exact purpose isn't stated, but it does seem likely related to that. That's because, in the original work, Lilith had never visited places like the Estate Guards Security Division before. There was a mention in Luminar Academy that the coven always kept Lilith within reach, so they likely never let her go outside the manor unnecessarily. Especially considering the estate guard's offices were quite far from the manor, the probability of that happening was essentially zero. Even in Lilith's memories rather than my previous life's memories, my only recollection of meeting Sir Blacksong was from that incident last May. So, there's a 99% chance he's summoning me regarding that same incident. He did seem like a decent gentleman at first impression, so I had a hunch he wouldn't blatantly summon someone just to be a sideshow for the soldiers. Of course, that's something I can't know for sure until meeting him directly. I have received quite a few favors from him, so I suppose I'll have to repay him at some point. Part of me wanted to visit the estate guards when I had time, but the problem was that Lilith's status was still that of an indebted maid. Even as Ethan's exclusive maid, I couldn't respond to the summons as I pleased. I would need permission from head maid Melissa for an outing, then get Ethan's approval for a day off, and only after the date was set could I send a letter to the Blackwood Guards. It was a fresh reminder of how cumbersome it was for Lilith to go out even once. Of course, the biggest reason was the incident last year where I recklessly faced a level 10 monster and nearly died. If I wasn't an indebted maid, I could have just replied that I'd come on my next day off. This damned status really prevents me from doing what I want properly. It was lamentable that I couldn't freely pay a courtesy call or return a favor to someone I was indebted to. Do you intend to respond to the summons, Miss Lilith Rosewood? As you know my status, Butler Dittmeyer, I am not in a position to respond as I please. But with your good work attitude, couldn't you get the head maid's permission to go out if you set your mind to it? After the holiday outing where I nearly died to the hooked tusk, I doubt the head maid would ever approve an outing. Is that so? Yes. And, of course, I'd need to request time off from the young master as well, so matching schedules seems near impossible. If you could match the schedule, would the maid intend to respond to the captain's summons? Part of me wants to give a positive reply. I am indebted to Sir Blacksong from the hooked tusk incident, and even without this letter, I intended to apologize and express gratitude eventually. So the maid thinks that way. Huh? At some point, Dittmeyer's tone seemed to change, sending a chill down my spine. And I realized that it wasn't my imagination right after. The chief of security for the estate guards, Sir Blacksong, I didn't know the maid had ties to such a person. Young Master Ethan? Are you finished with your swordsmanship training? Just finished, maid. As expected, learning directly from father is no easy feat. Ethan was drenched in sweat as if he had crammed a lifetime's worth of training, his whole body glistening. I didn't know how many days it had been, but it seemed that Ethan could still endure Harold's training. Based on Ethan's personality from Luminar Academy, there was no telling how long his antics would continue. So, maid. Yes. How do you know Sir Blacksong, the chief of security? A long while ago, I had a brief encounter with my colleagues when I went to the commercial district on holiday. It was the incident where a monster binding scroll was undone in the middle of the commercial district. There was no particular need to hide it, and even if I didn't, it seemed Dittmeyer, standing beside me, would have anyway. So, without much hesitation, I explained the subjugation of the hooked tusk last year to Ethan. Such an incident occurred? Yes. How dangerous. It's fortunate you came through it unscathed, but what if something had gone wrong? It's been over a year, young Master Ethan. Is it really necessary to worry over something that's past? Still, Lilith is my exclusive maid. At that time, I was just an ordinary low-ranking indebted maid, not your exclusive maid, young master. Yes, you're right. After an awkward look, Ethan glanced at the letter I was holding. He seemed to ponder something, then asked with a slightly tense expression, as if making a proposal. So, are you going? While I would like to pay a visit if circumstances allow, as your exclusive maid, my duties make it difficult. I intended to send a refusal letter. It's fine. This works out perfectly, in fact. Pardon? Unable to understand what he meant by works out, I tilted my head, and Ethan gave an inscrutable reply. As the heir to the Blackwood family, estate patrols are important, so I should pay a visit to the estate guards soon. I haven't been able to properly act as the heir while bedridden. Are you saying you will personally visit the estate guards, young Master Ethan? Something like that. Nonchalantly answering head butler Dittmeyer's query, Ethan then fixed his gaze on me. He looked me in the eye and reminded me of one of the regulations for being his exclusive maid that I had recently forgotten while staying in the manor. As my exclusive maid, Lilith, you have to accompany me when I go out for external activities, you know. Yes, I understand. We'll depart in 3 days, so send the letter, maid. Include that we 1T need a carriage or escort. Understood. Right, then we can take care of the maid's business while visiting on that day as well. Leaving those final words, Ethan left me and Dittmeyer behind as he headed to the bathroom. Confused by his uncharacteristically odd behavior, I didn't know how to respond. But in any case, the contents of the reply letter to Sir Blacksong were now decided. 3 days after receiving a letter requesting a visit from Sir Blacksong. In the afternoon, the carriage carrying Ethan Richard Blackwood and me toward the security division office of the estate guards was moving at a reasonably fast pace outside the Blackwood estate. Due to Ethan's whim, I ended up going out while on duty as his exclusive maid, Lilith Rosewood. It was actually my first time going outside the mansion since becoming his exclusive maid. Of course, I wasn't too excited or feeling refreshed about this rare outing. Instead, a strange sense of unease was slowly blooming in my chest. I don't know what this brat is up to. Ethan, the heir of the Blackwood family, went with me to the guard's security division office under the pretext of patrolling the estate. It would not have seemed strange since he was the son of a noble family, as it was a common practice. However, the fact that this chubby Ethan was outside the mansion for such a reason was something I could hardly understand, no matter how I thought about it. Even more so after reading the letter from Sir Blacksong, the captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards, which was delivered to me. He definitely has an ulterior motive. I was uneasy because I didn't know what that motive was. Could it be that after starting his etiquette training, he was truly preparing to take over the Blackwood estate? Perhaps I was overreacting, and his actions were nothing unusual. After all, the Ethan beside me now was similar but slightly different from the hateful one in the original storyline. Of course, the fundamental soul of him embedded in my mind would likely be the same, whether it was the current Ethan or the hateful one, so I couldn't let my guard down. However, it was a bit strange for me to be surprised every time he acted differently from the original storyline. Unable to guess his true purpose, I fixed my gaze on Ethan and quietly observed his side profile. Ethan's eyes, which had been looking out the carriage window, turned inward, and our eyes met. Maid? Yes. Do you have something to say? No, I don't. Oh, okay. Ethan then withdrew his gaze back outside with an awkward expression. For some reason, his reaction clearly indicated he was up to something. Could it be related to me receiving the visit request from Sir Blacksong? As various guesses, whether misunderstandings or truth, swirled confusingly in my mind, Ethan asked the butler in a slightly louder voice from his seat on the right. Head butler, how much longer until we arrive? We should arrive in about 10 minutes, young Master Ethan. All right. When we arrive, just park the carriage and take a break, head butler. The maid and I will return after we finish our business. Understood, young master. Dittmeyer Colin Evercroft, who ended up driving the carriage after overhearing my conversation with Ethan, responded to Ethan's words. Even after the head butler's final words, Ethan turned his gaze back outside the window, seeming lost in thought with a pensive expression. The carriage Ethan rides certainly seems to be much more stable than the freight carriage I hitched a ride on with the coachman last time. Even in a medieval fantasy world, it seems money can solve most inconveniences. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be a bad idea to learn how to drive a carriage if I get the chance. If I end up becoming an adventurer later on, I may live a nomadic life rather than settling in one place. Especially if my status as someone capable of using magic as a commoner ends up being exposed for some reason, it could cause a lot of trouble. Having a means of transportation and a livelihood to flee at any time could be essential. Or if I am forced to flee the Blackwood estate for some unavoidable reason, I could use it as a means of transportation to evade pursuit. I should ask Dittmeyer to teach me how to drive a carriage when I get the chance. I can just say it's a necessary skill to serve the young master in the future. As an attendant to Ethan, Dittmeyer, the head butler, wouldn't he be able to refuse such a request? While I was thinking this, Our carriage carrying the three of us eventually entered the Blackwood Estate's guard station. Following the guidance of the sentry guarding the entrance, we entered the guard station grounds. Greetings, young Master Ethan Richard Blackwood. We sincerely thank you for gracing this humble place with your presence. Thank you, young Master. The soldiers greeted us with an air of full formality as we entered the guard station grounds. Disembarking from the carriage, Ethan responded in a calm voice to the soldier at the front who had greeted them. Yes. Before patrolling, I would like to speak with Sir Blacksong first. Could you show me where he is? Yes. Sir Blacksong has been awaiting your visit, so I shall guide you to him. Following the soldier's guidance, we entered the two-story guard's station building and proceeded to the second-floor hallway. We were then led to a room next to the stairs leading up, marked as the Security Division office. Sir Blacksong is waiting inside. All right, thanks for your effort. The honor is mine. Are all the regular soldiers of the Blackwood Estate Guards like this? With that thought, I slid open the sliding door to the Security Division office. As soon as they noticed our visit, a middle-aged knight with dark brown hair stood up from his seat and greeted us welcomingly. My apologies for having you visit this humble place, young Master Ethan. No need to apologize. It doesn't even take an hour by carriage to get here. It's been a while, Sir Blacksong. Yes, it has been a while, Miss Lilith. Sir Blacksong ushered us inside with a curiously gentle smile towards Ethan and me. Behind him, a teal-haired soldier in short hair observed me with a peculiar expression. Though I wasn't sure why, there was an awkward atmosphere. Nevertheless, I first let Ethan enter the room. I then followed behind him, closing the door as I stepped into the Security Division office. A brief silence fell. Fully aware that I was not of a status to speak first, I quietly waited for one of the two men to open their mouths. It didn't take long before Ethan spoke, addressing the captain by name. Sir Blacksong, I heard you requested the attendance of my exclusive maid. Is that true? Yes, that is correct. The letter's content didn't clarify why you summoned the maid. Was it something so troubling that it couldn't risk reaching other ears? No, that is not the case. However, I did not elaborate to avoid potential blemish to Miss Lilith's achievements. For causing you discomfort, I will apologize. Ethan fell silent for a moment at Sir Blacksong's composed response. Compared to before, his polished manner these days often gave the impression of an entirely different person. Truly, it still doesn't seem like I'll ever get used to it. Well, Ethan is Ethan. What matters to me now is the reason Sir Blacksong summoned me. I cautiously inquired about the cryptic remark he had just made. Sir Blacksong, if I may, I have one question, if it's not too rude. Yes, go ahead, Miss Lilith Rosewood. What did you mean by being concerned about causing a blemish to my achievements, which is why you didn't elaborate in the letter? Does this achievement refer to what happened with the hooked tusk last year? You understand quickly, thankfully. The very reason I brazenly invited you today, Miss Lilith, regards that matter. Ah, so that's what this is about. Even if I was out of my mind, it would be strange to expect no consequences after hurling insults at the captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards. I should have sent an apology letter when I had the chance. Since meeting face to face would show more sincerity, I had been postponing it, but it seems this is the karmic result. For a knight of a family like the Blackwoods, his status is practically that of a minor noble. What I did that day was essentially the rude behavior of a commoner woman picking a fight with a nobleman. I truly regret what transpired that day, Sir Blacksong. What do you mean, Miss Lilith? Even if I was beside myself, shouting and cursing at you, the chief knight of the estate's security force, is absolutely unforgivable. I should have apologized first, but instead, I made you reach out first. I have no excuses, even if I had 100 mouths. Ah, no, Miss Lilith. I did not summon you to receive an apology. As I mentioned in the letter, I am grateful to you for that day's events. I did not call you here merely to receive an apology for such a trifling reason. Pardon. I had desperately bowed my head to avoid any lingering resentment and offered an apology, but Sir Blacksong's response was completely different. His following words made the reason for summoning me to the guard station understandable. The reason I invited you today, Miss Lilith, is that I require your testimony for documenting the record of events from that day. My testimony? The estate guards document and record all the events that occurred over the past year every 5th month. We don't record every minor incident, like quarrels between residents or slime exterminations. However, the hooked tusk you subdued was too major an incident to overlook. I suppose you rewrite. Originally, I had planned to document the record based on the prowess I witnessed from you that day and the testimonies of your fellow maids. There would be no need to trouble you by summoning you here. However, he trailed off awkwardly and shifted his gaze to the teal-haired female soldier standing to his right. With a composed gaze, she immediately fixed her eyes on me, taking her cue to speak. I cannot accept this. Pardon me? I cannot accept the record of an ordinary, untrained woman, like Miss Lilith, subduing a dangerous monster like the hooked tusk, the teal-haired female soldier stated firmly. Therefore, I request a correction to the record based on testimony. The subjugation of the hooked tusk in the commercial district was not your achievement but Sir Blacksong's. No, what do you want me to do about it? The moment Lilith Rosewood heard the words of the teal-haired female soldier, she instantly felt dazed. Because she had no idea how to respond to her bold and brazen answer. Of course, I could fully infer why the female soldier said such things to me. Objectively speaking, it was an unbelievable feat. A mere maid with no proper combat training and not even a magic-wielding noble had vanquished a hooked tusk. Granted, the monster had been sealed in a scroll and was not in peak condition. To be precise, it was a double down and wasn't a smooth victory. However, even considering all those factors, the female soldier's assertion was extremely reasonable and correct. I would have undoubtedly been shocked if Isabel suddenly claimed to have slain a level 5 goblin. I couldn't say I didn't understand the woman's argument, but what can I say? She's not lying by any means. My experiences from my previous life helped me recognize a conveniently placed iron rod that could be used as a weapon, and the monster was in a weakened state due to the seal. A combination of coincidences had led to Lilith's victory over the hooked tusk that day. And with just that one incident, Lilith had achieved the remarkable feat of rising from level 2 to level 5, a full 3-level increase. A feat accomplished solely by Lilith Rosewood, without anyone else's help. The proof was that she had received the full 150 experience points without any distribution. So in essence, this teal-haired female soldier was essentially demanding that Lilith commit perjury. The fact that Lilith had vanquished the hooked tusk was an objective truth, so correcting the record as this woman suggested. Wait a minute, upon reflection, did the feat of vanquishing the hooked tusk really need to be Lilith's? Granted, at the time, Lilith had done it so spectacularly that it was impossible to hide, and by the time she had recovered in the church, everything had already been settled. Objectively, there was no benefit to this achievement being hers. Rather, from the perspective of wanting to avoid attention as much as possible, it was more of a loss. The fact that Lilith had vanquished the hooked tusk had already been reported to Harold Richard Blackwood, and people around her, like Isabel and Catherine, roughly knew about it. If the scale of the rumor could be reduced even a little bit, there was no reason to refuse. Lilith wouldn't be working at the Blackwood mansion forever until she died, and someday, she would become a free person and find another job. Such a bothersome and peculiar feat had the potential to attract the attention of others unnecessarily. I'll turn a blind eye to the fact that you seduced the captain and took the material value of the hooked tusk. However, the stigma that our captain entrusted the subjugation of the hooked tusk to an ordinary maid and just watched. Emilia, that's enough. But Captain, this is something that needs to go into the record, so we have to write the facts clearly. I said, enough. Yes, sir. The woman continued her suspicions based on reasonable inferences about me, and Sir Blacksong calmed her down with a slightly angry voice. It seemed the main reason I was called here was that woman's protest. Sorry for the late introduction. This is Emilia Reinhardt. She is a senior soldier in the Blackwood Guard and my adjutant. Oh, hello, Ms. Emilia. Yes, Ms. Lilith. As my adjutant, she is also involved in writing the annual record log. And it seems she couldn't overlook the hooked tusk subjugation case I wrote about during the review process. I think it's a natural suspicion. Even I would be shocked if one of my fellow maids said they could vanquish a hooked tusk alone. I am grateful for your understanding, Ms. Lilith. Emilia, who was still looking at me with cold eyes, was in contrast to Sir Blacksong, who had a slightly troubled expression. As I was carefully speculating about what kind of relationship the two of them had, Amelia spoke up again. Captain has previously shared his merits with other members several times. Pardon. When we finish a joint operation where anyone can see that the captain's share is over 80%, he claims everyone fought hard and only takes about 10% of his share, distributing the rest to the lower-ranking soldiers. There have also been times when he covered up mistakes made by other members, saying that he had made them. Don't say unnecessary things, Amelia. Until now, I have overlooked it because the merits were being shared among fellow colleagues, and it was an act that boosted the overall morale of the Blackwood Estate Guards. But regarding this case, I obviously cannot just let it slide. Amelia, sir, no, Captain. How can you share your achievements with an ordinary maid who hasn't even received military training? And to be recorded as if you stood by and watched a civilian maid's battle without stopping it, even though you were right there, as your adjutant and record keeper, I cannot simply overlook such a stigma accumulating. Yeah, for this reason, it made sense for Sir Blacksong to call me out here. As it was a story that wouldn't be good if it spread outside, it was understandable that he couldn't write it in the letter. Until now, the man named Sir Blacksong, the captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards, seemed to have managed his unit by widely sharing his achievements or covering up the mistakes of his subordinates. And that woman named Amelia, who seemed so inflexible, must not have liked his seemingly foolish actions until now. In that state, while organizing the records, the fact that I had subjugated the hooked tusk must have caught her eye. It seemed that the resentment that had built up over the fact that he had shared merit with a mere maid, not even a colleague, had exploded. I understand what you're saying, Ms. Amelia. Well, in the end, this could be resolved if I just conceded the credit. Being a maid in debt was already tough, so there was nothing to gain from making enemies in unexpected places. I, too, felt a bit burdened by the fact that I had the achievement of subjugating a hooked tusk with such a fragile body. Also, it would be right to concede the credit to a great knight like Sir Blacksong rather than an ordinary maid like myself. Ms. Lilith. So I agree as well. On the 15th of May last year, the credit for subjugating the hooked tusk will be transferred to Sir Blacksong. Just as I was trying to smoothly resolve the matter without anyone having to blush unnecessarily. Suddenly, the figure of one person blocked my path, taking a step forward. Maid, wait a moment. Young Master Ethan. Ethan, whose gait had improved a bit for a fatty, probably due to the swordsmanship training he had been doing tirelessly these days, approached Amelia. Meeting her eyes, he asked in a slightly cold voice. Amelia, right? Yes, that's right. Can you take full responsibility for what you just said? Pardon? From what you just said, it sounds like you reclaiming that my maid lied. What was this ominous atmosphere? For some reason, suddenly, the security office began to be enveloped in a somewhat disturbing atmosphere centered around Ethan. In that ambiguous situation, Ethan continued speaking, still staring straight into Amelia's eyes. Lilith Rosewood is my exclusive maid. The exclusive maid of me, Ethan Richard Blackwood, the heir to the Blackwood ducal family. Also, she is the servant I trust the most. But now you re-saying that you think my maid's claim is a lie. Young master. Seeing how you can stand there so confidently after insulting my exclusive maid, I suppose you must be a noblewoman from somewhere? No, why is he suddenly acting like this? It was a situation where everything would end smoothly if I just gave up the credit, but Ethan suddenly approached Amelia and started to make the atmosphere deadly. Amelia, who had been glaring at me calmly until just now, was instantly cornered and unable to hide her bewilderment. No, young master. What I meant was just, are you claiming that you saw it with your own two eyes? That Sir Blacksong subjugated the hooked tusk, and the maid took the credit? No, that's not the case. Then I can understand why you making such a claim. What you doing now just seems like you trying to intimidate my maid and take the credit for yourself just because you is senior soldier. If that's the case, then conversely, it would also mean that I can fire you from the guards just because I am the heir to the Blackwood family, without any problem. Ethan's sudden, deadly remark surprised not only Amelia but also me. Wasn't it too much to go that far just for making a bit of a mistake in speaking? Moreover, being a senior soldier wasn't just a low-ranking soldier but a fairly high rank among soldiers. If she was capable enough to be the adjutant of Sir Blacksong, a knight appointed by the Blackwoods, her skills would definitely not be lacking. To threaten to fire someone in that position just because his maid was insulted a bit? Isn't that too harsh? A questionable thought momentarily crossed my mind, but upon reflection, it might not have been such an unusual situation. Rather, the fact that he was giving her a chance to make excuses like this instead of suddenly notifying her was an incredibly merciful act compared to the hated antagonist in the game. Ethan had recently received lessons on etiquette and had become unusually docile, but it was an undeniable fact that his fundamental nature was that of the hated antagonist of Luminar Academy. It wouldn't be strange for that side of the hated antagonist to pop out anytime, anywhere. And actually, just looking at his current appearance, it felt a bit ambiguous to call him a hated antagonist. At least the current Ethan's abuse of power had a justification. Unlike the version of him in the game, who troubled Lilith for no reason. Could it be that he's preparing in advance for when he takes power? Not only in the Blackwood territory but in any territory, it was unavoidable for noise to occur the moment the ruler changed. Especially in Ethan's case, it was an objective fact that anyone could see that he lacked in many aspects compared to Harold. Even if this Brad became a decent person by the time he inherited the Blackwood territory, he would undoubtedly fall short of the status of the current sword master. If that part was considered, Ethan's current action wasn't completely incomprehensible. If he went around the infrastructures of the Blackwood fiefdom one by one, creating a sense of intimidation like this, it could minimize the buzz that would be heard when Ethan inherited the territory in the future. I wasn't sure if this was an idea that could come from the mind of a brat who had only received about a year of etiquette education. Well, the etiquette education of high-ranking nobles didn't just stop at how to be polite but also included advanced knowledge such as speaking and social skills, so considering that possibility, it wasn't entirely impossible. And to be honest, nothing else really came to mind besides that. No matter how I thought about it, it didn't make sense to threaten someone who had risen to the rank of senior soldier just because his maid was insulted. In the first place, it wasn't like my relationship with Ethan was deep enough for him to protect me, even at the risk of danger. The security office was filled with tension. In the disturbing atmosphere where it was unknown when it would explode, Amelia, who had been watching Ethan's reaction, quietly bowed her head and answered. "I apologize, young Master Ethan. I was so blinded that I ended up insulting your exclusive maid. I don't think I am the one you should be apologizing to. I will also sincerely apologize to Ms. Lilith. My simple perspective ended up inflicting an indelible wound on Ms. Lilith. Oh, no, it was a situation that could be easily misunderstood. Originally, I was going to just back down and end it smoothly, but receiving an apology from the other side instead made me feel dumbfounded. It was different from the direction I had thought, but the testimony-related matters seemed to have been resolved somehow." Amelia. "Yes, young master. There won't be a second chance, so don't ever repeat the same mistake in your words. I am deeply sorry. Anyway, it was resolved well, right?" Amelia's actions in accusing me of grabbing the credit from Sir Blacksong were temporarily concluded with Ethan's intervention. In fact, I wouldn't have minded simply conceding the matter of the hooked tusk subjugation to Sir Blacksong and ending it there. Strictly speaking, it was a fact that the female soldier was in the wrong. If I had visited alone without Ethan, there would have been no reason for me to provoke a disturbance from my position, so it was highly likely that my achievements would have been transferred to Sir Blacksong. Of course, even if I claimed to hand it over, I am not sure if Sir Blacksong would have readily accepted it. Just looking at his attitude of bowing his head to a commoner maid now. "I apologize, Miss Lilith Rosewood. In fact, the reason I called for you was not to hand over the achievement of subjugating the hooked tusk but to ask you to attend as a witness to that achievement." "What? A witness?" "Yes. Miss Amelia wouldn't budge despite my persuasion, so I asked to let her talk to the person directly involved. I thought she would be convinced if I brought you, the person involved, but I am again ashamed to have wronged you, Miss Lilith Rosewood." "No, Sir Blacksong. As I said before, I thought Miss Amelia's suspicion was reasonable. Of course, I think you should be a little more careful about jumping to conclusions and making hasty judgments based on that suspicion." Amelia's shoulders flinched slightly in surprise at my words. That reaction seemed to indicate that she was aware that her recent actions were not prudent. Of course, I didn't say this to spite Amelia because I was offended by what she said. It was just that I was genuinely worried about this female soldier named Emilia. Somehow, seeing the behavior of the woman I just talked to, it seemed highly likely that she would stumble somewhere due to that personality. It would be too pitiful for someone who was recognized for her skills at a young age and rose to the rank of a senior soldier to lose her career in such an absurd way. Moreover, judging by that stubborn attitude, she probably had many enemies within the guards as well. Of course, from my position, giving further advice would be overstepping my bounds, and in the first place, I had no intention of getting involved any more than this. If I got involved with someone who had so many enemies, it would only tire me. The best way to live longer is to avoid getting involved as much as possible. I must never forget. I am just a commoner maid. A trivial existence whose life could be taken away by a single word from Ethan, Harold, or any noble or knight. Then, is that all you called my maid for? Yes, young Master Ethan. All right, I understand. Then let us head back now. What? I blurted out a stupid question at Ethan's calm remark about returning. Ethan, who immediately studied my expression, pondered for a moment and asked, looking at my face. What is it, maid? You said you came out to patrol the territory, so I thought you would naturally look around other parts of the guards' quarters, not just the security office. I was just surprised when you suddenly said you were going back. Oh, right. That was the reason. What is it with that expression as if he had forgotten? Don't tell me he really dragged his heavy body all the way here just because I said I had to meet Sir Blacksong. Anyway, Ethan, who remembered his original purpose thanks to my words, quietly nodded his head. Sir Blacksong also pointed to Emilia standing next to him as if it were a good opportunity. This is good timing. Miss Emilia is also in charge of administrative affairs for the territorial guards, so if you're going to inspect the guards, she will be the best guide. Captain, Miss Emilia made a mistake towards you two earlier, so why don't you give her a chance to sincerely make up for it? Wow. It's not for nothing that he rose to the position of captain of the Blackwood Estate Guards. Not only did he bow his head to a commoner to apologize for the mistake made by his subordinate, but he also did not miss the opportunity to make up for it as soon as it arose. With skills and social intelligence like that, it's certainly enough for subordinates to trust and follow him. At least, compared to the type of captain who leads by authority and force alone, he was a much more trustworthy person. Ethan immediately pondered with a subtle look upon hearing Sir Blacksong's suggestion. He must be contemplating whether to accept Sir Blacksong's proposal and act as a merciful nobleman or refuse again to solidify his initial oppressive image. Or maybe he just doesn't like Emilia, but it's difficult to easily refuse Sir Blacksong's suggestion. After pondering for a few seconds without being able to make a decision, Ethan sought my advice in a quiet voice that only I could hear. What do you think, maid? Are you asking me? That woman is our guide. Do you think it's better to accept it? Why are you asking me that, young master? Just because you might feel uncomfortable with that woman. Since when did he care so much about whether I feel uncomfortable or not? Well, I also got an unpleasant impression of Emilia from our first meeting, and to be honest, I'd rather not get involved with her if possible. But it would be a bit too cruel to deprive her of the chance to apologize when she finally has one. I am fine with it, young master. Really? Miss Emilia is a senior soldier and is also in charge of administrative affairs for the guards, so as Sir Blacksong said, she must have a good understanding of the geography of the guards' quarters. I think it's a good opportunity. All right, if you say so, maid. Ethan, who had whispered to me, shifted his gaze from me to Emilia again. He mentioned Sir Blacksong's proposal to entrust her with the guidance of the guards' quarters and said, If you truly regret what you did to my maid, I'll give you a chance to make up for it. Guide me and my maid around inside the guards' quarters, sincerely. Thank you, young Master Ethan. Emilia, who got the opportunity to make up for her verbal mistake, deeply bowed and expressed her gratitude to Ethan. Behind her, Sir Blacksong also quietly whispered what seemed like advice to Emilia in a low voice. Don't make any more verbal mistakes this time, Miss Emilia. If you upset young Master Ethan again, I don't think there will be a second chance. I'll keep that in mind. I couldn't hear what the two of them were talking about well. The patrol of the Blackwood Territorial Guards began with Emilia's guidance. To be honest, she was in a state that I couldn't say was completely comfortable. Amelia had already made false accusations and unreasonable demands towards me in the office, and Ethan had just used his authority to intimidate her into silence. Her heart was probably still uncomfortably filled with unresolved emotions. Of course, she must have felt the pressure of being fired from the guards by Ethan the moment she made another verbal mistake. The misunderstanding that I seduced Sir Blacksong and snatched away the achievement of subjugating the Hooked Tusk had not been cleared up either. Although Ethan suppressed Amelia's mouth with his authority, in her head, she was probably still suspicious of me. Of course, Amelia would have to take off her guard's uniform the moment she made one more wrong remark about it, so she would stay quiet. Fortunately, it seemed that Amelia had also gained some insight into hiding her emotions while working with the guards. As if she had completely forgotten what had happened in the security office earlier, she guided me and Ethan around the guards' quarters in a calm voice. This is the guards' dormitory. The right side of this forked corridor leads to the men's side, and the left side is for women. Most of them are probably out for training now, so the rooms are empty. If you want, we can open a suitable vacant room to check the living space. Knowing they don't live in poor conditions is enough, and I don't want to pry into other people's privacy either. This is the guards' dining hall. Meals for the Blackwood Estate guards are provided 3 times a day through a balanced meal plan. If you wish, young master, you can also check the kinds of meals the soldiers usually have. Knowing it's a balanced meal plan is enough. And I am also on a controlled diet, so I do like to avoid unnecessary additional meals if possible. This is the solitary confinement cell created for disciplining soldiers. Violations of regulations committed by soldiers within the guards are dealt with by confining them to this disciplinary solitary cell for a certain period. The most recent soldier who entered and left was. That's enough. Let us stop 3 for this area. Following Amelia, who was properly guiding us around the inside of the territorial guards' quarters, Ethan and I continued our patrol. By the way, I had a feeling that whenever we walked around inside the guards' building, Ethan kept glancing at me as if checking my reaction. Or maybe he just can't break his habit and keeps stealing glances at Lilith's chest. I made such reasonable inferences after looking around roughly the entire interior of the building. This time, with Amelia's guidance, we began patrolling the outdoor facilities of the guards. As soon as we stepped outside the building, something like the shouts of soldiers could be heard from not too far away. Hiya, yuwa. The screams of the soldiers sounded a bit awkward but definitely filled with vigor. Naturally, Ethan and I were also drawn to the source of that noisy atmosphere. Amelia also guided us to where our interests were piqued. This is the mock arena. It's a place where newly recruited soldiers who haven't been in the guards for long train using practice armor and weapons as if they were in real combat. Is there a specific reason why only new soldiers use the arena? It's for safety. Soldiers who have reached a certain level can handle their power to the extent that they can cause serious injuries even with training weapons. As I mentioned before, the swordsmanship in this world was something that could cut through hills and split the earth, truly no different from magic. I was convinced by Amelia's words that serious injuries could occur even with training weapons. Around the time I was nodding in agreement, at some point, I started to feel a strange sensation of gazes converging on me. Soon, the sharp voices of a dozen adult men rang in my ears. Greetings, squad leader Amelia, greetings. Phew, that startled me. Still, perhaps because they're the guards of a high-ranking noble family, the discipline seems to be tight even among the new soldiers. The gazes that I felt were converging on me must have actually been directed at Amelia, the squad leader of the guards. Immediately, the new soldiers who were practicing in the arena began to gather around Amelia. I've been so used to feeling the gazes of men directed at me that I naturally mistook it. No, maybe it wasn't a mistake. Although they were clearly greeting squad leader Amelia with their words, their gazes were oddly directed toward my face and chest. After all, with this appearance and attire, I couldn't help but stand out wherever I went in the world. These people are important guests. All of you, please retract your rude gazes as well. We apologize. But perhaps because of what had happened in the office earlier, this time, Amelia took the initiative to caution the soldiers who were directing their gazes at me. The new soldiers also hurriedly turned their heads and eyes forward with a disciplined apology instead of stealing glances. This person here is the only son of the Blackwood family, young Master Ethan Richard Blackwood. The person next to him is the young Master's exclusive maid, Miss Lilith Rosewood. They were observing the training of you new soldiers during their patrol. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Ethan. Thank you for visiting this place. It's an honor, young Master. Yes, don't mind us and carry on as you normally would. Yes, understood. After answering in unison as if they had rehearsed it, the soldiers resumed their training. While blankly watching the new soldiers' training, suddenly, a part of the Luminar Academy system that I had briefly forgotten began to surface in my mind. Wait a minute, if I do this right, maybe as soon as I remembered an element of the game I'd forgotten, a way to utilize it also naturally bloomed in my mind. How about creating the right situation to level up here? It was the moment when such a mischievous idea naturally formed. The typical grinding system in RPG games was the most basic way to play, gaining experience points and leveling up to become stronger. It's fair to say that this has been the most fundamental and traditional method of RPG games for nearly 30 to 40 years. However, in recent RPG games, the ways to gain experience points are not limited to just defeating monsters. There are cases where you can gain experience points as rewards for completing quests, and you can also fill up experience points with growth leaps that can be obtained while exploring regions. In addition, typical RPG games usually have various convenient methods to gain experience points in many other ways. This is because RPG games usually have differences in character growth balance depending on the player's playstyle. While there are people who need to wander around every single map and defeat all the monsters before moving on to the next map, there are also people who try to engage in the minimum amount of combat possible and progress through the main storyline as much as they can. The most important thing for game balance is to set an appropriate level of difficulty so that users of both playstyles do not get bored. The problem is that when two people with such extreme opposites play the same game, there is inevitably a structure where one person is bound to have complaints at some point. Even if the developers think they have set the strength of the monsters to an appropriate level, it may feel too easy for some and too difficult for others, which is one of the chronic problems that RPG games cannot escape from. Therefore, game companies usually create items or facilities within the game that can supply experience points in addition to hunting monsters. Luminar Academy, the game that I enjoyed in my previous life, was, of course, no exception to this. One of the ways to gain experience points created in the game was the training facility system. It was a system where if you left your companion characters, excluding the main character, at a training facility to be trained, you could gain experience points without having to hunt monsters together. Usually, these facilities had conditions that made it obvious that they were training facilities. Most places that regularly accepted a certain number of new trainees each period and trained them, such as Beginner Adventurer Training Center, Apprentice Wizard Education Center, and lower-level soldier training grounds, also served as training facilities. I used them a lot when training characters that were burdens in the early game but useful in the late game. It was a system that was very helpful for progressing through the story, as you could just throw them into a training facility, do some adventuring, and when you came to pick them up, they would have leveled up on their own. Of course, most of the time, those were facilities used to train male party members, since carelessly putting the heroine in a training facility and neglecting her would lower her affection. Anyway, the reason I mentioned training facilities now was not for any other reason. It's a place where new soldier candidates are recruited at least once or twice a year, trained to be able to do the minimum, gauge each other's skills through sparring, and grow. This place, the Blackwood Estate Guard's mock training grounds, also completely met the criteria for a training facility in my memory. In other words, it meant that I could sufficiently gather experience points just by training here without having to defeat monsters. I don't need a lot, just enough to raise one more level. If I could just raise one more level and somehow learn Monoblast, just that one skill, I felt like it would be very reassuring for the future. It seemed too much of a waste to just let go of the opportunity to level up that had come so close. With the thought that I had nothing to lose, my mouth had already begun to make this suggestion to Amelia. If you've finished looking around the mock training grounds, shall we go to the outdoor physical training grounds next? Miss Amelia. What is it, Miss Lilith? Is it possible to actually experience these mock training grounds? Pardon? Maid? Amelia reflexively asked back at my sudden remark, and Ethan tilted his head at me half a beat later. Although I could feel similar emotions from both of their gazes, I couldn't give up this precious opportunity that had come. I added a little more to my expression and continued the suggestion I was trying to make. I mean the mock training grounds used by the new soldiers. I thought it might be helpful for the young master's patrol if we could experience it directly. The young master? It would be dangerous if the young master were to directly cross swords with them, and it would also be difficult for them to have the right mindset to properly engage in a match if their opponent was young Master Ethan, so that's obviously impossible. Maid, what are you trying to say? So, I will experience the Blackwood Estate Guard's mock training grounds. It will be helpful for the young Master's patrol to see how the mock training is conducted in the Blackwood Estate and gauge the skill level of the new soldiers. Upon hearing my words, Amelia and Ethan froze with dumbfounded expressions, staring at me. It's not that I didn't expect these kinds of glances to be thrown at me. Needless to say, for Ethan, who was seeing his exclusive maid insisting on wielding a sword and fighting among men, it must have been absurd. And from Amelia's perspective, a crazy maid who suddenly wanted to swing swords with her unit's soldiers would also be dumbfounding. However, this was a rare opportunity to gain precious experience points that I might not get again if not now, so it was too regrettable to just leave like this. Miss Lilith, I fully understand your desire to gauge the skills of the new soldiers in the mock training grounds, but I am concerned that you might get hurt because of it. It's alright. It's not like I haven't been seriously injured before, and since I am voluntarily asking for this, I will endure any injuries myself. No, it's dangerous, maid. There's no need for you to go that far to check. If you really think it's necessary, I will. As I said before, we want to be able to properly assess the true skills of the new soldiers if they are up against the young master. Above all, shouldn't you preserve your precious body, young master? Maid, I said no as expected, their attitudes are firm. Well, from Ethan's perspective, there's no need for me to participate in this mock training, so he would want to stop me. If I were to participate in the training at this mock training grounds and lose, it would only increase the troublesome matters for Ethan. So far, based on my attitude alone, I was just a thoughtless maid who simply wanted to swing a sword at the mock training grounds. But now, I had a suitable excuse prepared to supplement the justification for this crazy behavior of mine. To Amelia and Ethan, who were trying to stop me, I also spat out the excuse I had prepared in advance and supplemented my argument. No, I will engage in the match, young master, maid. By engaging in the match and proving my skills, I can completely deny the suspicions that Miss Amelia has about me. Amelia reacted with a slightly surprised expression to my words as I met her eyes. I could also see her eyes momentarily alternating between me and the mock training grounds, even if it was just for a brief moment. Yes, that's how it should be. I knew that deep down, that woman also wanted to be sure whether I truly had the skills to subjugate the hooked tusk or not, and whether it was really true that her superior, Sir Blacksong, was charmed by me and conceded and recorded the feat. Or, by any chance, whether this maid was truly a skilled person beyond her expectations. Although she couldn't mention it herself due to Ethan's firm attitude, there would still be doubts about me left in her heart. Seeing such a suggestion coming out of my mouth first, Amelia would also want to be sure about that part. As I read the slight hint of emotion flowing from her eyes, Ethan stepped in front of me and started approaching Amelia. So, it's because of that woman who still doubts you that the maid is going to swing a sword among those men? Ah, no, I don't doubt her, young master. Absolutely not. It's because you blurted out unnecessary things that the maid. Of course, to allow this situation, it wasn't Amelia's opinion that mattered, but I needed permission from Ethan, the highest-ranking person among us. I called out to him, who was approaching Amelia with a sharp reaction, and continued my persuasion. I didn't forget to add words that even Ethan couldn't easily dismiss. Is the young master worried that I will get hurt in a mock match against a new soldier? That's obvious. No matter how new the soldier is, the opponent is an adult male. If a maid faces them, of course, you'll get hurt. Does that mean I can take it as the young master thinking I am weaker than the new soldiers? Maid? As I thought, even you didn't believe it, young master. You still don't believe the record of me subjugating the hooked tusk. This time, Ethan showed a surprised expression, just like Amelia did a little while ago, at my words. The flustered look on Ethan's face as he was countered by his own words was quite a sight to see. If Ethan, who had already referred to me as his most trusted servant in the office, were to worry about me here, it would naturally lead to the conclusion that he didn't believe in my record of subjugating the hooked tusk either. In other words, the moment it was revealed that his act of covering for me in the security department office earlier was not because he truly trusted me but merely a quibble made to exploit me politically, it would be exposed for all to see. If that happened, he would not be able to achieve his original goal of creating a sense of intimidation in preparation for seizing power. Here, the only solution that Ethan could respond with was to nod his head and show that he believed in me. You started it first, Ethan. Just as Ethan used me to create a sense of intimidation in the estate's guards, it was my turn to use Ethan to earn experience points. If he were to stop the training here out of concern that I might get hurt, that act itself would be hypocritical and contradictory. In the end, in order not to have the image of a ruler who talks on both sides of one's mouth, Ethan couldn't interfere with my participation in the training here. At least, not for a superficial reason, like worrying about me getting hurt. To be honest, letting me participate in the training was a no-lose situation for Ethan, regardless of the outcome. If I showed a good performance in the match, he could demonstrate the virtue of a good lord who trusts his subordinates. On the other hand, if I got beaten up miserably, he could just say, "You betrayed my trust," and cut ties with me. Of course, in the case of the latter, there would be some damage to me as well, so I intended to win as much as possible. And so, I was waiting for Ethan's decision, who was essentially left with only one choice. For some reason, permission for me to participate in the training was not readily given from Ethan's mouth. Why is he like that? Logically thinking, just letting me participate would be the easiest solution. If he stopped my participation in the training here, it wouldn't be good either for me or him, right? There's no way that Fatty is really stopping me from participating in the training because he is worried about me, right? No matter how I thought about it, it was a sight of Ethan agonizing over something that he had no reason to agonize over, so I quietly approached him and stimulated him one more time to make a decision. I then spoke in a quiet voice, almost whispering, so that Amelia wouldn't hear. I understand. If that's what you think, young master, I guess it can be helped. Maid? Just a moment ago, I thought you said I was your most trusted servant, but I guess I misunderstood. Ah, no. You really are the person I trust the most, maid. Yes, I am sure you do. Until just now, you didn't doubt that I had subjugated the hooked tusk on my own, but now you worried that I will definitely get injured in a match against a new soldier. I really find your words believable. Ah, no, that's not what I meant with this. Even Ethan should know for sure that letting me compete, whether I win or lose, is the least dishonorable method for now. Eventually, after much deliberation, Ethan's footsteps fell one step forward. He quietly met Amelia's eyes there and calmly declared, "Amelia." "Yes. Provide proper equipment and protective gear so that my maid can participate in the mock training with the new soldiers." "All right." Lilith Rosewood was quietly cheering in her mind after getting Ethan's permission to participate in the mock training. Just as there is darkness where there is light, there were two people who were not pleased with this situation. Ethan Richard Blackwood and Amelia Reinhardt. Among the three men and women, excluding Lilith, the two were unhappy with the current situation. Especially Ethan, Lilith's master, whose heart was burning black with worry that she might get hurt. No matter how he thought about it, he was not at all pleased with the fact that her participation in this training was established. Mock battles with soldiers, no matter how I think about it, it's dangerous. Even when he heard the story of her subjugating the hooked tusk in the carriage today, he thought his heart would sink. He never expected her to recklessly volunteer to have mock battles with soldiers. Of course, if he only cared about risk, the incident a year ago when she faced the hooked tusk one-on-one was definitely more dangerous and reckless. But just because she had that experience didn't mean Ethan could completely put aside his concerns about Lilith. The battle she fought a year ago was, after all, just an experience of subjugating the hooked tusk, not necessarily proof of her skills to overwhelm new recruits. The maid doesn't seem like someone who would lie, and the story of her subjugating the hooked tusk is probably true, but even if she didn't lose in the match, there was always a possibility of her getting injured. To begin with, dealing with people and monsters are two completely different things, so there were several variables at play. In other words, just by letting her participate in this mock battle, there was a high chance she'd return with a scratch somewhere on her body. That is why Ethan, who was genuinely worried about Lilith, tried to somehow stop her from participating in the mock battle, but, as I thought, even you didn't believe it, young master. You still don't believe the record of me subjugating the hooked tusk. Just a moment ago, I thought you said I was your most trusted servant, but I guess I misunderstood. Seeing Lilith say that to him with cold eyes, Ethan had no choice but to allow her request for a match. He didn't want to see Lilith get hurt, but he hated being disliked by Lilith even more. Ethan clearly understood that his past immature actions had left indelible wounds on her heart. That's why he was grateful to Lilith for awakening his immature self, and at the same time, he made up his mind not to hurt her in the future. But he couldn't understand why she voluntarily jumped into a dangerous situation like this. Of course, as she said, finding out how the mock training works and gauging the skills of new recruits would help with his patrol of the territory. Just doing that much would ensure that there would be no rumors later saying he only pretended to patrol the territory. However, from the moment he brought Lilith here, Ethan's purpose for coming wasn't actually to patrol the territory. He just brought Lilith out of the mansion in the easiest and most convenient way he could think of because she expressed a desire to visit the estate guards. Plus, he wanted to meet Sir Blacksong, whom Lilith said she wanted to meet, because he was curious about what kind of man he was. So naturally, for Ethan, it was more important for Lilith not to get hurt than successfully completing the territorial patrol. But her attitude remained firm until the end, and Ethan had no choice but to accept Lilith's proposal under pressure. Make sure to provide proper equipment and protective gear so the maid can participate in mock battles with new recruits. He had already done plenty to make Lilith dislike him, and he had even been rated by her as he worst of all men in the world. So, he wanted to avoid anything that could make Lilith dislike him even a little bit. On the other hand, Amelia Reinhardt, the mastermind behind this situation, was also burning up inside, but in a different sense than Ethan. I should have followed Sir Blacksong's words, after all, making such a mistake. Amelia was agonizing over the situation she had created, her insides burning up. At first, she thought that the always soft-hearted captain had given his own accomplishments again, so she started this, but as she opened the lid, even she didn't expect the political movements that she hadn't anticipated. I never thought the maid who I wanted to yield the merit to the captain was young Master Blackwood's concubine. It was just a simple suspicion that a pretty-faced, big-breasted maid seduced the captain and stole the credit. She never imagined that the maid was young Master Blackwood's concubine and that Captain Blacksong yielded the credit with political intentions. Of course, Lilith was neither Ethan's concubine nor had she ever seduced Sir Blacksong to steal credit, but no matter how you looked at it, that's how it appeared in Amelia's eyes. There's the young master who glared at her with murderous intent the moment she spoke insulting words about the maid named Lilith. And that maid who nonchalantly asked to participate in the mock battle with an ignorant expression. Seeing all those circumstances, the suspicion in Amelia's mind was already enough to turn into conviction. She concluded that currently, the only person who could handle the young master of the Blackwoods was his concubine, Lilith. I heard rumors that young Master Ethan had changed these days. I guess he just changed because he wanted to look good for his concubine. After directly confirming the reality of the rumor with her own eyes, she felt somewhat empty. The problem was that her situation was getting worse to the point where she couldn't even properly feel that emptiness. First of all, the moment the mock battle started, the defeat of that maid named Lilith was as good as confirmed. No matter how new the soldiers were, they were adult males who had passed basic strength and stamina tests and were selected because of them. Moreover, they were soldiers who had already been with the guards for half a year, so they had also received basic training from the guards. Does it even make sense for that big-breasted, dull-looking maid to fight against such soldiers? Looking at her breasts, which seemed to make it difficult to even properly swing a sword, Amelia cursed her in every possible way in her mind. Surely, those breasts played a major role when she seduced young Master Ethan. She must have also seduced the captain with those obscene lumps of fat when she stole the credit. She has breasts that seem to only interfere with swinging a sword, yet she wants to participate in a mock battle. Thinking that those parts would be much more useful for handling men's swords rather than wooden swords, Emilia inwardly spat out all kinds of criticism about what she could not have. Of course, even if she criticized Lilith's breasts now, it wouldn't really improve her situation. The moment Lilith said she would participate in the training with young Master Ethan's permission, only a terrible future likely awaited Emilia. There was no way that the maid could win against new recruits, and since they were new, it would be impossible to control their strength while going easy. In the end, it was already a confirmed fact that Lilith would get injured during the match. The problem was that the moment that Maid's body got hurt, it seemed young Master Ethan would not leave her alone. It didn't take long for that uneasy premonition of hers to become reality. Emilia. Yes, young master. Because of the nonsense that flew out of your mouth, you put my maid in danger, so be prepared to take responsibility if something goes wrong. I understand. If the maid gets even a tiny scratch anywhere, I'll make sure to carve an unhealing scar in the same place on your body. Yes. Ethan quietly conveyed the irresistible threat to her from a short distance away from Lilith in a voice only she could hear. Hearing his threat that she could not resist, Emilia quietly prayed in her heart. She made a presumptuous wish that even if Lilith lost, she hoped Lilith would lose without getting hurt. Right after Ethan granted his permission and the match with the new recruits was established. Thanks to Ethan's order to provide proper equipment and protective gear, I first moved to the battle preparation room next to the mock battle arena with Emilia. It was a small warehouse-like place where armor and protective gear with traces of age, as well as weapons like swords and spears, were gathered. The armor was clearly divided into male and female forms, and the weapons were all made with blunt ends to prevent casualties. A blunt part touching the body would probably determine the winner of the match. If they actually cut, it would clearly lead to an accident, so even if hit, the blades were made dull to only cause pain and nothing more. The mock battle experience will be conducted with complete upper and lower body armor, a helmet, gloves, and shoes. This is to prevent injury to Miss Lilith, so please understand this measure. Ah, yes. Emilia bowed her head with a somewhat tired expression, perhaps because of my unreasonable request. I wanted to tell her to just reduce any unnecessary equipment, but I felt like the conversation would inevitably get longer if I said that. So, I had no choice but to nod and accept Emilia's suggestion. Well, even if I lose the match, I'll still get experience points anyway. Of course, I strongly wanted to win if possible since I would get more experience points, but the fact that I could gain XP even if I lost wasn't too bad for me. Rather, if the armor was sturdy, I could continue the match until the end, even if I accidentally took 1 or 2 hits. Or, even if I lost, I could end up with a minor injury and get back up, which could be used as a justification to request the next match. I need to reach level 6. Nothing more, just gotta reach level 6. I don't know how many low-level soldiers I'll have to face to reach level 6 since their levels aren't fixed. But if I put my mind to it, I could probably level up by 1 level within 3 or 4 mock battles this time. With that thought, I changed into the armor and equipment Emilia handed to me one by one to prepare for the training. Ah! The moment I tried to put on the upper body armor, I felt a large lump of fat getting stuck around my chest area. Miss Emilia? Yes. This chest plate is a bit small, so could you change it for me? What? I am sure I gave you the size that fits your height, Miss Lilith. The height is fine, but it's getting stuck on my chest. Emilia alternately looked at my chest and upper body armor with a cold gaze at my answer. Then, without a word, she took out another chest plate and held it out to me. This is 1 size bigger, so you can wear this. Yes, thank you. For some reason, I felt emotions like jealousy or hatred in her last gaze looking at me. Well, it's probably just my imagination. After changing into the new chest plate that Emilia had just handed me, I moved in front of the full-length mirror to check my current appearance. In the mirror stood a woman who looked like nothing other than a knight to anyone who saw her. In particular, by covering my unnecessarily large and heavy breasts with armor, my dull impression was considerably reduced. Although it was still awkward to have my whole body covered in full armor, moving around in it was tolerable. Perhaps it was because my strength had also been somewhat supported by the increase in attack and defense as I grew to level 5. Originally, in the game, This kind of full-plated armor was equipment that Lilith couldn't even wear, so I was a little worried. At least it didn't seem like I would have trouble moving properly despite them being heavy. At first, I had imagined just changing into a maid's uniform as training clothes, not this full set of armor. However, the situation had changed for me to wear this outfit due to Amelia, who gave off an aura that made it impossible not to wear the full set. Still, the advantage was that my breasts were tightly fixed and didn't shake, although I would have to struggle just as much to take it off as I did to put it on. At times like this, I get really envious of Amelia's physique next to me. She has small breasts and a healthy, well-balanced body without any excess fat. Since my type in my previous life was a healthy and fit woman, her body was truly enviable. On the other hand, Lilith's appearance was one with only unnecessarily large breasts, making her look dull, the very epitome of a one-trick pony in terms of charm. Of course, it's not my place to say anything, considering I've benefited from that charm in various ways. After somehow fitting into a slightly larger size of armor with Amelia's guidance, I had to spend a considerable amount of time choosing the weapon I'd use in the duel. Have you still not decided? Hold on a moment. Let me swing a few more. Amelia gave me a strange look from the side, giving off the feeling that she wanted me to decide quickly, but I couldn't help it. Since I was going to duel, I needed to maximize my chances of winning as much as possible. Honestly, I don't know exactly how the experience points gained in the training facility are calculated. In the first place, there's no way I could know that properly, right? It was a facility I used to leave unnecessary characters and collect them when moving between regions. Still, I did have some idea of how to gain a lot or a little experience. The period, level, and completion rate the character secured during training are all involved. The period obviously refers to the time the character is left in the training facility. The longer they are left, the more experience they gain, a principle that is naturally easy to understand. The level refers to the character's level when they were left in the training facility, and naturally, the higher the character's level, the slower their growth will be. How can a strong character who has learned as much as they can gain experience in a training facility? Lastly, the completion rate refers to the amount learned by the character left in the training facility, but honestly, this part was an area where player intervention was completely impossible. In Luminar Academy, the training facility was just a place where you could leave characters and retrieve them, not a minigame where you could directly control the character you'd left to gain XP. Once you threw them in, you could only pray that the character would do well on their own and have a high completion rate. But for me, who had become that character now, the situation was completely reversed. The opportunity to duel was at most 3 times, and it might end with just one chance, a fleeting moment that could hardly be called a period. The level wasn't even something that I could control in the first place. The part corresponding to the completion rate, the stats in the duel, was the only element I could control. In order to gain as much experience as possible in a short time, I needed to maximize this completion rate. Unconditional victory. Even if defeated, struggling with the body until the last moment. At least until I could reach level 6, I had to put my heart and soul into the duel. So, I couldn't help but spend a considerable amount of time choosing a good weapon, one of the conditions for victory. Picking up and putting down swords that looked similar on the outside, I also had similar impressions in my mind. This one is also a bit too heavy. Of course, even if I was level 5, it was still burdensome to wield an iron greatsword in a situation where I was already wearing a full set of iron armor. The moment I enter the duel with a weapon that doesn't suit this body, I will be defeated without being able to make a proper attack. If I could only use magic, I could easily win the duel no matter how much of a new soldier I was, but if it was discovered that I could use magic now, the matter wouldn't just be resolved with a simple commotion. In the end, the moment I thought about giving up and entering the duel with the lightest weapon I could find. Suddenly, a certain sword in the corner of the room caught my eye. I'll go with this one. What? I think this one will do. No, Lilith. Please don't joke around and pick up a proper weapon. Your opponent will be using a greatsword in the duel, so how do you plan to face them with such a weapon? It's better to use a weapon that suits my body rather than a greatsword that I am not familiar with. No, Lilith from behind me. Amelia tried several times to change the weapon in my hand to something else, but my mind was already completely set on this one. With this weapon alone, I could demonstrate sufficient skill to face a new soldier, even with Lilith's body. Just by using this dagger in my right hand. Emilia hoped that this situation was all just a bad dream. She was already in a desperate situation, just praying that this foolish maid, who had boldly requested to participate in training against a new soldier, wouldn't get hurt. As she watched Lilith pick up and put down various types of swords as if playing around, her stress gradually built up. The moment she saw Lilith put down all the proper weapons at the last moment and enter the duel with only a single dagger, Emilia felt dizzy. She's definitely going to get hurt, maybe even seriously injured. Of course, since they were using swords that had been dulled to fit the purpose of the mock duel, serious injury in itself was rare. But that only applied when people of similar levels fought with similar weapons. An adult man and an adult woman, a new soldier and a maid. A greatsword and a dagger. No matter how you looked at it, there was bound to be an overwhelming difference in power, and Emilia's mind went blank. The threat that young Master Ethan had whispered in her ear a little while ago flashed through her mind again. If the maid gets even a tiny scratch anywhere, I'll make sure to carve an unhealing scar in the same place on your body. Gulp. What if the injury that the young lady suffers in the duel isn't just a small wound? What if she tries to block a flying sword with her arm and fractures her bone? Or if she clumsily waves her hand and accidentally gets a finger cut off? What if she gets hit in the helmet by mistake, shows symptoms of a concussion, and collapses on the spot? All sorts of ominous imaginations swirled in Emilia's mind, making her feel uneasy. If Lilith, young Master Ethan's concubine, were to suffer an injury more serious than a minor wound, it seemed like there would be no way for Emilia to save her life. Emilia deeply regretted her actions a week ago when she protested the official record to the captain, to the point of wanting to beat herself up. To somehow survive this situation, she had to make a decision. No, I can't let this happen. I have to stop it no matter what. Even if Ethan reprimands her later for disobeying my orders on your own, allowing this duel to happen was an even more absurd act. To increase her own chances of survival even a little, this duel must never take place. In the first place, young Master Ethan didn't seem to be very pleased with this training either, so if she could just prevent this training participation, there was a high possibility that punishment wouldn't be imposed. With her mind fully made up, Emilia's mouth was already moving to dissuade Lilith from participating in the training ahead of her. However, her words were naturally cut off by the maid before long. Lilith, it would be better for you to give up after all. There's no need for you to gauge the skills of the new soldiers with your own body. Clap. Lilith suddenly clapped her hands once before moving from the battle preparation room to the mock battle arena. Surprised by Lilith's action of looking into the air with her hands clasped together, Emilia's words were lost for a moment and cut off. Is she suddenly praying or something? To anyone who saw her, Lilith, who quietly stood with her hands clasped before the duel, looked like nothing other than a girl praying. Emilia stared blankly at Lilith, who was looking into the air with a serious expression. After a short prayer of about 10 seconds, Lilith lowered her hands and immediately turned to Emilia, opening her mouth with a faint smile. Sorry for cutting you off, I had something to prepare for a moment. Oh, no, it's fine. As for the answer to what you just said, I have no intention of backing down. So, no matter how much you try to persuade me, I am going to enter the duel. Besides, I am going to win anyway. Lilith walked towards the arena with a confident tone and expression, and Emilia followed her as if bewitched. There was only one thing she could do in this situation. Now that it's come to this, I hope she wins the fact that this maid named Lilith was truly skilled enough to hunt down the hooked tusk on her own. And that she also possessed the ability to skillfully win a duel against a new soldier with just a dagger, without a single scratch. Betting her fate on that slim possibility was the only way for Emilia to survive. It was a moment when she desperately hoped, more than anyone else, that her previous statement, that there was no way that woman could have defeated the hooked tusk, was just ignorant nonsense. At the mock arena, the new soldier and I stood facing each other. We quietly bowed our heads and exchanged greetings. I look forward to a good match. I look forward to a good match as well. I didn't feel any particular aura from my opponent, just the feeling of a regular new soldier. On the other hand, The soldier probably didn't get any special impression from me either. In the first place, how nervous would they be facing a mere maid? That was the part one had to aim for in the first duel. Since this moment was the easiest opportunity to win when the opponent was being careless towards me, I had to secure an overwhelming victory as much as possible. That way, I could gain more experience points from the training facility. And if I needed more XP, it would also be appropriate to use it as an excuse to continue to the next duel. I'd say something like wanting to have another duel with a different opponent because this one didn't take the duel seriously. XP to next level. 83 Lilith just needed 83 XP remaining to level up. Based on what I knew about the monsters, defeating a level 6 monster would roughly give 80 XP while defeating a level 7 monster would give around 120. Even if they were a new soldier, if they were good enough to join the Blackwood Estate Guards, they must have at least the minimum level of skill. So, it was best to assume that the opponent had at least reached level 6 to 7. If I was lucky, I might be able to finish it in one go. Then, I could end this training as quickly as possible. If I didn't get as much experience as I expected, I'll think about that when the time comes. Both sides, get ready. Following the call of Amelia, who took on the role of temporary referee with a deadly expression, we took our stances. Begin. With her signal, I immediately leaned my body forward with my dagger in hand. The weapon I wielded was a single dagger. I couldn't use magic that would stand out too much in this situation. Still, the situation wasn't completely hopeless. Since I found this dagger in the preparation room, my chances of victory had increased considerably. In Luminar Academy, Lilith's most common growth path was to focus on support magic and buff the entire team. However, that didn't mean she had so little flexibility that she had to be used solely as a support magic character. Naturally, Lilith's skill tree was not limited to just the two options of attack magic and support magic. There was also a skill tree that could be used for close combat. That skill tree contained upgrades for one of the three main weapons that Lilith could equip. Naturally, there was a skill tree corresponding to the dagger among them. I needed 5 skill points to learn Mana Blast. I currently have 4. If I leveled up once, I could gain 3 skill points, so even after acquiring Mana Blast, I would have 2 points left over. In other words, it meant that there was no problem with using 2 points now to acquire a skill that was essential for leveling up. Realizing this, I immediately put a point into a lower level upgrade for using the dagger just before entering the mock arena. When equipped with a dagger, attack plus 1/5 a lower level skill that increased the value higher than Lilith's current base attack at level 5. It was an early game specialty that allowed even Lilith to one-shot small fry monsters. Of course, it was a trash skill that only looked decent in the early game, but in the late game, Lilith would need to be equipped with weapons other than a dagger, and regardless, an additional 15 attack would become insignificant. But for me now, this early game limited specialty was desperately needed. Base attack. 12. Plus, the attack increased by the specialty, plus 1/5. In other words, my current attack with a dagger equipped in the lower level skill specialty secured was 27. To put it simply, the attack of a level 10 hooked tusk was around 30. In other words, relative to my attack stat, I was also approaching level 10. The attack stat in Luminar Academy literally referred to all abilities that help in attacking. This boost, therefore, encompassed all stats, including health, strength, and agility. Clang. Huh. The soldier, who clashed swords with me once in the air, took a step back with a slightly flustered expression. He showed a surprised look at the kind of strength that was coming from this small and slender maid's body. I don't know if that soldier inwardly thought of just knocking my sword away and ending the duel, or if he was going to try clashing swords once to see if he should take the match seriously or not. But approaching the duel with such a careless attitude became his mistake. Bam. Uck. The new soldier fell backwards from my body slam that was thrust in immediately after deflecting his sword. It was a strike delivered from an inconspicuous spot while using shockwave, so there was no way he could maintain his balance properly. The moment I pressed one knee on the chest of the soldier who had fallen backward and brought the dagger in my right hand right in front of his neck, the soldier, who was suddenly cornered, dropped his sword and quickly declared his surrender. I surrender. Along with the defeated soldier's declaration beneath me, there were murmurs from the other new soldiers around us. Of course, they weren't blind either, so they must have fully grasped that the soldier had gone a bit easy in the match. However, deflecting an ordinary soldier's greatsword once with a dagger and knocking down an adult male with the body was clearly not in the realm of an ordinary maid. It wasn't a situation where I could afford to be complacent just because I won a duel against a new soldier. Immediately after the duel ended, I quietly clasped my hands and gave a word of appreciation to the opposing soldier as I got up. "Thank you for the match. Thank you for the match." Of course, it only looked like I was giving a word of appreciation on the outside, but in reality, the main purpose was to open Lilith's information window and check the remaining XP I needed. Let's see. Now the remaining experience until the next level up is XP to next level 43. I am pretty sure the last time I checked, the remaining experience was 83. Of course, expecting it to fill up to 120 was too much to ask for, but even considering that, only 40 was gained. It seemed that since it was a mock duel in a training facility and not real combat against monsters, the experience gained was also relatively adjusted. There was only one reaction I had to show immediately after confirming this. "Good work, maid. Now, that's enough. Is there anyone who will engage in the duel more seriously?" Maid? Is this the state of the soldiers who will lead the Blackwood Estate Guards in the future? Will no one engage in a serious duel with me? Through that somewhat forced provocation, I forcibly continued 2 more duels. Only then was I able to escape level 5 after so long. Lilith has reached level 6. Lilith can now use Mana Blast, on the dirt road created near the Blackwood Estate Guard Station for carriages. The carriage carrying young Master Ethan and head butler Didmeyer quietly ran along that dirt road, heading towards the Blackwood mansion. Lilith, Ethan's exclusive maid, had fallen asleep leaning against the carriage wall, likely due to fatigue. Until just before boarding the carriage, Lilith had been attending to Ethan without any signs of fatigue, but she, too, had been enduring while suppressing her tiredness. The drowsiness that came over her as soon as she boarded the Blackwood's high-class carriage that rode smoothly was not something she could resist. Ethan only smiled quietly at the sight of his exclusive maid, who had fallen asleep less than 5 minutes after leaving the estate. "It seems Miss Lilith is fatigued. Yeah. If it's awkward for you to wake her up, young master, I will do so." "No, leave her be. She must be especially tired today." "Understood." It was disrespectful for an exclusive maid to fall asleep in front of the noble she was supposed to attend to, but Ethan had no intention of reprimanding Lilith for that. The butler Didmeyer, who quickly grasped his feelings, also followed his decision without any particular interference. What happened inside the Blackwood Territory Guards? A lot of things did happen. She had a confrontation with the female soldier who told Lilith to yield her achievement. She'd been persuaded not to do it several times when she suddenly said she would participate in the mock duel. In the end, she proved her skills in the mock duel and finally received a sincere apology again from the female soldier named Amelia. Having gone through so many things, it was understandable that fatigue had accumulated over time. Perhaps, the maid has much stronger pride than I thought. So much so to the point of proving her skills in a mock duel because she was doubted by a female soldier that she had hunted the hooked tusk. He had always had the impression that she was a spirited woman, but today was the first time he learned that she had such strong pride. Moreover, her swordsmanship skills, which he directly witnessed with his own eyes today, were also at a level where she would not lose to anyone. The first opponent may have been defeated by a fluke due to carelessness, but the results of the following 2 duels were not a coincidence. His exclusive maid, Lilith, demonstrated skills that allowed her to still achieve victory in the 2 consecutive duels. Although it was a precarious level until the final blow, her strength could not be denied. Especially considering that she faced great swords several times the length of her blade with just a single dagger, the actual difference in skill was much more in her favor. Although, there was a feeling of some kind of explosions on impact as if mana burst out every time the swords clashed in the air. It must be my imagination. The idea that Lilith used magic to gain an advantage in a swordsmanship duel was absurd. Magic was something that only nobles could use, almost like a blessing from the gods. In the first place, whether she could use magic or not was not a major point at this stage. After seeing the abilities and will that Lilith demonstrated before his eyes today, Ethan envisioned a certain future for her. When I enter the academy in 2 years, it would be best to bring the maid along as well. And to allow her to enter not as his exclusive maid but as a regular student of the academy. It would be too much of a waste to limit her talent to just being a maid of the Blackwood family. Giving her an opportunity to learn was the consideration he could show her. Of course, it also included Ethan's own desire not to be separated from her even after entering the academy. Starting tomorrow, I'll have to speak to father to increase her training. If we don't start preparing for her to enter the academy from now, unlike Lilith, who only thought of getting away from Ethan, his mind was steadily preparing plans for Lilith's future. The fact that she would become aware of that was still a story of the distant future. _